Before your junior brother passed away, he entrusted you with the care of his mother. Little did you know that every night, she would kneel and beg you to engage in dual cultivation with her. Feeling powerless, you helplessly lift your exhausted little brother, thinking to yourself, this isn't the kind of care he meant. If this continues, I might end up following in my junior brother's footsteps. It's all because you're stuck in the Yin-Yang sect, where changing cultivation partners is more frequent than changing clothes. Yet you remain a perpetual virgin. If not for the rumors that the sect's female disciples were all voluptuous and alluring, and that joining the sect would grant you the freedom to engage in unrestrained yin-yang harmony with them, you would never have joined in the first place. But when you finally passed the entrance trials, you realized things weren't as simple as you'd imagined. Initially, thanks to your relatively handsome looks, a senior sister invited you to study the Kunsi technique with her on your very first day in the sect. This excited you so much that you instantly stood at attention. But afterward, you discovered that you had transformed from a young, dashing man into a withered old man on the verge of collapse. It turned out the senior sister who invited you for dual cultivation had secretly practiced a forbidden sect technique, not only draining 30 years of your lifespan but also damaging your already mediocre spiritual roots. Upon learning the truth, you froze in shock. Overwhelmed with grief. Had your path to immortality and your remaining years just been stolen from you? Indeed. Beautiful women taking an interest in an ordinary man like you was all a lie. Their real goal was to infect you with a virus and drain your lifespan. Never touch a woman of unknown origin, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. So, in your limited 40-year lifespan, you never touched another senior sister who invited you for a night of passion. With only a few years left, you decide to simply enjoy your remaining time. Just as you were grieving, there came a sudden, urgent knock at the door. Sister Xixue, what brings you here? This woman, named Tian Xixue, was one of the few old acquaintances you had in the Yin-Yang sect. Her son, Li Shang, was a junior brother you'd grown very close to since joining the sect, but he tragically died during a mission. Before his death, Li Shang entrusted his mother, Tian Xixue, to your care. Naturally, you wouldn't refuse a friend's dying wish, especially since every disciple in the Yin-Yang sect had the privilege of bringing one family member into the sect. Thus, you took Tian Xixue under your wing. Who would have thought that Tian Xixue would not only be young and beautiful but also exceptionally talented in cultivation? In order not to hinder this promising talent, you shared some of your own cultivation resources with her. You had thought the two of you would continue to treat each other with mutual respect. But unexpectedly, the originally modest and honest Tian Xixue was influenced by the morally corrupt environment of the Yin-Yang sect. Not only did she start dressing boldly and provocatively, but she also began to harbor disdain for you. If it weren't for you providing her with cultivation resources on time, she would have likely cut ties with you long ago. Forcing a smile at your wrinkled grin, Tian Xixue, already somewhat repulsed, said, I had some free time recently and thought I'd visit you. Old man, by the way, I heard the sect distributed cultivation resources yesterday. Have you prepared my share? I feel like I'm about to break through any day now, so I'd like you to give me all this month's resources to help me with my breakthrough. Hearing this, you maintained your smile, though inwardly you were already displeased. If it weren't for the sake of your deceased junior brother, Tian Xixue's entitled tone alone would have made you lose your temper long ago. However, instead of openly confronting her, you gave her a sly once-over and said, giving you everything isn't impossible after all. My lifespan is nearly exhausted, and keeping these resources won't do me much good. But, could you offer me some compensation in return? Tian Xixue frowned and shot you an annoyed glare. What kind of compensation do you want? I'm penniless now and have nothing to offer you. You smiled and said, that's simple. If you have nothing else, there's still this beautiful body of yours. As long as you serve me every day for the rest of my time, I'll not only give you all the cultivation resources I have left but also bequeath my entire estate to you after I die. How about it? You thought to yourself. Since you had no chance of breaking through before death anyway, you might as well enjoy life while you still could. Hearing your unreasonable request, Tian Xixue instinctively frowned, cursing in her heart at how shameless this wretched old man was, almost at death's door yet still coveting beautiful women. The mere thought of nightly revelry and daily dual cultivation with you made her stomach churn. She felt she might vomit from disgust if she had to get intimate with you. Were it any other old man, she would have slapped him on the spot without hesitation. But you were different, you were wealthy, having accumulated decades worth of cultivation resources, enough for her to advance from the 5th level of Qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, everything she wore and used now was provided by you. For someone accustomed to taking without effort, how could she possibly endure hardship? After weighing the pros and cons, Tian Xixue seemed to have made up her mind. Her gaze toward you became more ambiguous, and a blush appeared on her previously indifferent, pretty face. She asked, are you really willing to give me all your inheritance? You affirmed, of course, you're the only acquaintance I have in the sect, and I have no relatives. After I die, everything will naturally be yours. Hearing this, Tian Xixue shyly nodded and said, alright, then I agree to your request. Having spent many years in the Yin-Yang sect, she had long seen through everything and believed there was no faster shortcut than lying down to gain resources. Accompanying a dying old man for a few years was nothing, she could endure it. As long as she cleaned up afterward, she would still be the aloof goddess adored by everyone in the sect, and no one would discover what she had done. Rubbing your withered hands excitedly, you said, since Sister Xixue has agreed, let's go inside and practice. Without another word, Tian Xixue swayed her perky hips and entered your room. You chuckled and hurriedly followed. In less than a quarter of an hour, you emerged, clutching your waist with a pained expression. Your body was already weak, but Tian Xixue had been too ruthless. Realizing your physical limitations, she had gone all out. You grumbled inwardly, this woman is too rough, that one move nearly broke my back. If I hadn't been exercising these past few days, I might have really died in bed. Tian Xixue walked out of the room as if nothing had happened, her heart bursting with joy. She thought to herself that the old man was indeed useless, and with just a little more effort on her part, he might die a few years earlier, allowing her to take his inheritance all for herself. The thought made her grin from ear to ear. Watching her graceful figure sway, you couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in your mind. Congratulations, host, for officially encountering a woman. The Yin-Yang system has been successfully activated. Name, you, the video watcher. Lifespan, 94 years. Spiritual root, half-wasted mid-grade spiritual root. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage. Second layer. Yin-Yang points, 0. Obtainable only through intimate contact with women rich in Yin energy. Spirit planter, 0 rank. Profession, none. Foundation establishment stage unlocked. You, who had been sighing in despair moments ago, were now overwhelmed with joy and burst into laughter. It had finally arrived, the system you had been longing for. But the system claimed this was your first time touching a woman. Could it be that the senior sister who ruined your spiritual root had some issues? Could she have been a transvestite? You shake your head helplessly, thinking none of this matters anymore. The top priority now is to use the system to defy fate and change your destiny. After understanding all the system's functions, you receive the beginner's gift package from the system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 Yin-Yang points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the inspection function, which allows you to check others' personal attributes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Dragon Yang Divine Art, which greatly enhances Yang energy, strengthens the body, and banishes kidney deficiency forever. You immediately allocate all 10 Yin-Yang points to the spirit planter profession, as it's highly lucrative in the sect. Then, you master the first level of the Dragon Yang Divine Art. Instantly, you feel your previously depleted energy become vigorous, and your once weak little brother springs to life. Standing tall and proud, you let out a triumphant laugh. The laughter catches the curiosity of Tian Xixue, who was about to leave. She mocks, has this old man lost his mind? What's he standing there laughing about all by himself? Can't even last 2 minutes, yet he has the nerve to gloat. Hearing her taunt, a sly grin replaces your triumphant expression. You use the inspection function and see Tian Xixue's information. Name, Tian Xixue. Lifespan, 43. Talent, mid-grade spiritual root. Cultivation, Qi refining level 5. Yin energy, 5. Previously, without a system, you couldn't absorb the Yin energy from Tian Xixue's body, but now things are different. You naturally wouldn't let her go. With a smirk, you waved at Tian Xixue and said, get back here. Did I say you could leave? Tian Xixue burst into laughter and mocked you even more brazenly. What else can you do besides covering me in drool? Even if I stay, will it change the fact that you're useless? With a physique like yours, you can't even compare to the fans watching videos. You retorted, I was just warming up earlier, getting familiar with the surroundings. Now that I'm all fired up, how could I let you off so easily? With that, you suddenly stood up, flexing your muscles so powerfully that your clothes tore apart. Tian Xixue covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. How did you, who had been so scrawny just moments ago, suddenly become so muscular? You shouted, get inside now. Today, I'll show you what a real man is. Tian Xixue didn't dare to disobey Charlie Chan's order, and immediately took a step towards Charlie Chan. Within moments, there was a crunch in the room. Half an hour later, Tian Xixue covered her small stomach and left in a hurry. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ask Charlie Chan for cultivation resources. Tian Xixue felt like she had really lost out. According to Charlie Chan's performance just now, living for another few decades wouldn't be a problem. At the thought of being on call and suffering from Charlie Chan's daily barrage for the next few decades, Tian Xixue felt like the sky had collapsed. So it's better to hurry up and order cultivation resources to replenish your losses, and if you can't stand it one day, it's also convenient for you to run away at any time. Yin and Yang points plus 5. Looking at the 5 Yin-Yang points that he had arrived at, the corners of Charlie Chan's mouth lifted into a smile. It should be said not to say, the absorption speed of this Yin and Yang point is really slow, full half an hour to absorb. That's still the way it's accelerated. If it wasn't accelerated, it would take even longer. After having the Yin and Yang points, Charlie Chen did not hesitate to add the Yin and Yang points to Spiritual Planter as well. Of course, nowadays, this Yin and Yang point only serves this purpose, and there's no use in keeping it. Spiritual Planter, First Order Lower 510. With the system in place, Charlie Chan also had renewed confidence in his future life. After briefly organizing his clothes, Charlie Chan began to liquidate his possessions. After Charlie Chan's calculations, over the course of so many years, he had accumulated a total of 2,000 spirit stones worth of cultivation resources through various means such as receiving cultivation resources and completing sect tasks. Don't look at these spirit stones as if they don't sound like much. But you should know that an outer disciple can only receive cultivation resources worth 50 spirit stones a month. This amount of spirit stones was already considered a huge sum of money among the outer disciples of the Yin-Yang sect subsect. A second order extreme grade Great Restoration pill is worth 5,000 spirit stones. Nowadays, although Charlie Chan had obtained the system could only enhance Charlie Chan's professional abilities. In order to raise his cultivation level, Charlie Chan would still need to cultivate on his own. But the prerequisite for cultivation was to restore one's half-crippled spiritual roots. Nowadays, the simplest way to restore the spirit root was to take the second order extreme grade Great Restoration pill. When he thought about it, Charlie Chen's spirit root was crippled, and his cultivation speed was drastically reduced. In order to save up spirit stones to buy pills, he desperately took on all kinds of dangerous missions. But it ultimately failed. The price of the second order extreme grade Great Restoration pill was still too expensive. Charlie Chan has been working hard for more than 40 years, not only did he not save enough, but he also landed a lot of injuries, so he chose to lie flat. But times are different today. Charlie Chan's the profession of spiritual planter, that obtaining spirit stones can be much. The woman's name was Shen Zixi, and she was the steward of the outer sect's recycling hall. Seemingly hearing the footsteps, Shen Zixi sat up from the table, stretched her back, and looked towards Charlie Chen who walked in from the doorway. Shen Zixi rubbed her eyes with purple pupils, then said somewhat lazily, "It's Senior Brother Chen, want to buy something?" Charlie Chan's reputation in the outer sect was still relatively big. Of course, it's not a good reputation. The outer disciples subconsciously remembered Charlie Chan's absorption of his lifespan when they saw him. And it was taken as a negative example and was brought up several times by the higher echelons of the sect. Although it is a Yin and Yang sect, which is concerned about the cultivation of the power of Yin and Yang between men and women, it is still necessary to pay attention to their own safety and not to be like Charlie Chan. Shen Zixi, who was a steward of the recycling hall, would have a hard time not recognizing him. Don't look at the fact that Charlie Chen was older than Shen Zixi, but in the Yin-Yang sect, only those who were strong could be elder brothers and sisters. Only those who are strong can gain the respect of others. Charlie Chen looked at Shen Zixi shapely figure that was displayed when she stretched, and subconsciously rolled his throat and gulped a mouthful of water. Elder sister's figure is really good. This if she gives birth to a child in the future, she will definitely be able to raise the child to be white and fat. Saying that to a woman you don't know well seems like going rogue. But don't forget that this is the Yin-Yang sect, and it's already very polite to say hello without slapping your butt. Hearing Charlie Chan's frivolous words, Shen Zixi didn't get angry. Instead, she lowered her head and glanced at the grooves on her body before revealing a bright smile. Things like body shape depend on talent, not everyone can have a good body. With that said, Shen Zixi glanced at the disciples in the recycling hall and saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she hooked her finger at Charlie Chen. Charlie Chen understood and put his head close to Shen Zixi face. Seeing this, Shen Zixi whispered, "Senior brother, you look at senior sister so straight, is it interesting to senior sister?" Charlie Chen did not shy. Yin-Yang clan is still a more open place. What is in the mind do not have to hide, big and bold to say out on the line. Senior sister is so beautiful, and she's also one of the top 10 beauties of our outer sect. Of course senior brother is interested in senior sister. Why is senior sister asking this? It's hard to believe that senior sister wants to increase her affection with senior brother in private. Charlie Chen is a bit strange. He is very pale and has a bad reputation in the clan. How come this Shen Zixi still hooked up with him? Could it be that this Shen Zixi has some kind of hunting fetish? She just likes old, ugly geezers like herself? Alas! Senior sister has been having a bit of a hard time lately. Her hands are a bit tight. As long as senior brother gives senior sister 3,000 spirit stones, it's not impossible for senior sister to spend a day with you in private and be at your mercy. Seeing Shen Zixie's seriousness, Charlie Chan felt a hint of surprise. She's one of the top 10 beauties of the Yin-Yang sect's outer gate, so open-minded? But then Charlie Chan was relieved. He said that the Yin-Yang sect, how can he still be surprised in the matter of men and women? After all, the Yin-Yang sect was, as its name suggested, a place that emphasized the harmony of yin and yang. Skin and whatnot were not important in the eyes of the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Cultivating to a higher realm is the true truth. Only what made Charlie Chen feel a bit strange was that there were so many young disciples in the sect. Why did he choose himself, an old man? And naturally, Shen Zixi had her own ideas. Although in the Yin-Yang sect, switching Dao couples was a relatively common thing. But things like explicit pricing are ultimately not on the table. Especially since she was also one of the outer sect's top 10 beauties, it was easy to get noticed and fall into a bad reputation. So she chose Charlie Chan, an old man who was about to die and had more money in his hands. Elder sister, I don't have that many spirit stones in my hand here, or else I'll give you 10 spirit stones first, and you'll let me have a kiss first? 10 spirit stones and you want to kiss me? Senior sister, I'm not that cheap. $100. Deal. The two then made their way to an unoccupied corner at the back of the recycling hall. Seeing that he had arrived at a good place, Charlie Chen was also really nonchalant, and immediately raised his hands to hold Shen Zixie's delicate face and nibbled on it. A full 10 minutes passed before Shen Zixi pushed Charlie Chan away. Shen Zixi wiped her somewhat red and swollen lips and said with some dissatisfaction, "Senior brother has been 10 minutes and still won't let go. You're really taking advantage of the situation." "Hey, you haven't been talking about kissing for long, so how can this be considered taking advantage?" Charlie Chan glanced at the system background, and sure enough, the two had been in contact for too short a time, and had not absorbed a single bit of yin qi. After paying the spirit stones, the two of them returned to the recycling hall. "Elder sister, is this deal always valid?" "Of course, except that I only cover the sky. I don't take this kind of odd business. If I'm going to be seen accidentally, it's not worth it." "Alright, then wait senior sister, I'll come find you when I've saved up enough spirit stones. By the way, is the second order extreme grade Great Restoration pill still available for sale?" "There is, so precious and expensive pills are still harder to sell in our outer sect. The one in the recycling hall has been sitting there for over 10 years and hasn't been sold yet." "Okay, then keep it for me for now, and I'll come over and buy it after a while." With that, Charlie Chan turned his head and directly left the recycling hall. Looking at Charlie Chan's back as he left, Shen Zixi's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. "That's 5,000 spirit stones, this little old man is so rich? That's really underestimating him." After leaving the recycling hall, Charlie Chen went straight to the Yin-Yang sect's Tong Tian Hall. The Hall of Heavenly Passage was the Yin-Yang sect's place responsible for connecting to the outside world. This was because the Yin-Yang realm that Charlie Chan was in was a relatively small world. Therefore, in order to develop, the great powers in the Yin-Yang sect actively explored other worlds in the universe. Whenever a world suitable for human survival was found, a teleportation array would be established in that world so that the disciples in the sect could go to that world to explore the opportunities and develop other residencies. Therefore, the best way to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources was to explore the extraterrestrial world through the teleportation array of the Hall of Heaven. However, the danger of this extraterrestrial world was also relatively high. After all, there were some unknown places that did not know what terrible things were hidden. Ever since the exploration of the extraterrestrial world, a large number of sect disciples would disappear every year for no apparent reason. Missing is also a bit less accurate, I should say dead in the extraterrestrial world. After paying the fee of 30 spirit stones from the disciple in charge, he quietly slipped the disciple in charge a tip of 20 more spirit stones. "Elder brother, D-level world." The disciple in charge coughed lightly twice, and after looking to both sides to see that no one had noticed him, he quietly collected the spirit stones. The disciple in charge then gave Charlie Chan a teleportation bracelet. "Din 94 extraterrestrial worlds, stay for 1 day. This senior brother, good luck." The two of them smiled at each other, and then Charlie Chan stepped onto the Ding 94 extraterrestrial worlds teleportation array. In the Hall of Heaven, the extraterrestrial worlds are mainly categorized into 4 grades from high to low: A, B, C and D. Chapter 5, The Extraterrestrial World. The higher the grade, the greater the danger of the extraterrestrial world, and the D grade is basically the extraterrestrial world that has been confirmed to be completely free of danger. But exactly how many worlds you go to is entirely up to luck. The later the world is ranked, the more underexplored it is, and the more resources that have not been found. Therefore, the worlds that were ranked lower were the most suitable for newbies like Charlie Chan. But this is also actionable. After all, there is a human condition in any world. As long as you're willing to spend spirit stones, anything goes. At this stage, there are about 150 D-level worlds. World 94 is already considered a bit of a step back. A white light flashed in front of him, and the scene in front of Charlie Chan kept changing, finally teleporting to a forest in the 94th extraterrestrial world. This teleportation array was randomly transported to a certain place in this small world. Otherwise, a teleportation array at such a long distance would cost more than 30 spirit stones in value. Of course, there were teleportation arrays for directional teleportation, only this teleportation was expensive. Charlie Chan had to get a poorer than us running knife package. After arriving in the dense forest, Charlie Chan got to work. One day and one night is enough time for Charlie Chan to make a fortune here. Charlie Chan was a spiritual plant master and knew almost all of the spiritual plants. He understood the characteristics of various spiritual plants, their growing environments, and the features of different grades. For example, at this moment, a weedy cave entrance appeared in front of Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan observed from a close distance and realized that the cave entrance was narrow and very humid, and the inside of the cave was winding and twisting. According to the experience stored in Charlie Chan's mind, it's usually easier to grow aqua grass in such places. And it doesn't just grow sporadically, it usually grows in clumps. However, the price of this low-ranked aqua grass wasn't high. A first-ranked aqua grass was only worth 2 spirit stones. Charlie Chan came to the entrance of the cave and then dove in headfirst. In the end, he did find a large pile of all-white aqua grass inside the cave, roughly estimated to be about 30 plants. If you ask why the all-white grass should be called aqua grass, it's probably because of the special place where it grows. Just these aqua grasses alone, I've already returned my capital. It's true that it's still better to fight outside to earn money, otherwise when can I get rich by taking some piecemeal and simple tasks in the sect? After carefully picking these aqua grasses and loading them into his storage ring, Charlie Chan turned around to look for other spiritual plants. After exploring this 94th extraterrestrial world for a day and a night, the teleportation bracelet worn on Charlie Chan's wrist automatically triggered, teleporting Charlie Chan back to the Yin-Yang sect. This time, Charlie Chan had gained a lot from entering the extraterrestrial world. With the ability of the spiritual planter, Charlie Chan was like coming to an auto-locked plug-in. As long as he passed by, not a single valuable spirit plant was left, all of which were pocketed by Charlie Chan. So much so that later on, Charlie Chan's storage ring couldn't fit anymore, and he could only be forced to throw away some of the household items that were originally contained within it. It looks like the next time I come I'm going to have to prepare a few more large storage rings. In addition to spiritual plants, Charlie Chan had also discovered several spiritual fields suitable for cultivation. Unfortunately, Charlie Chan was randomly teleported, and it was useless to discover the spirit field, and he wouldn't be able to teleport here next time. After returning to the Yin-Yang sect, Charlie Chan headed straight to the recycling hall, intending to sell the things he had harvested this time. Looking at Charlie Chan, who had found himself so quickly, Shen Zixi flirted. Coming to me so quickly, it looks like senior brother should have gathered enough spirit stones. Charlie Chan looked at Shen Zixi, eyes burning at him, and a smile appeared on his creased face. Oh! Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Shen Zixi walked to the side to register these things, and in a short while, she brought over 5,000 spirit stones to Charlie Chan. After sending the spirit stone to Charlie Chan, Shen Zixi clamped her voice and seduced. Senior brother, now that you have spirit stones, do you want to spend them on senior sister? One day and one night, senior sister is at your mercy, senior brother you can do whatever you want. Oh. As she said this, 2 red blushes appeared on Shen Zixi pretty face, and her eyes were filled with longing. Looking at this expression and voice of Shen Zixi, Charlie Chan's heart was moved. Charlie Chan's young energy was now strong, and his physiological needs were no different from those of an 18-year-old lad. But in the end, Charlie Chan restrained himself. Wait a moment, right, senior sister, help me use these spirit stones to buy a second-order extreme-grade great restorative pill. The words she heard, Shen Zixi's face instantly darkened. Senior brother, is it possible that senior sister I don't have any good pills? Senior brother's spirit root is fragile and is in dire need of pills to recover from the injuries to the spirit root, and senior sister doesn't want to watch me die without being able to break through the realm, right? Seeing that Charlie Chan's mind was made up, Shen Zixi had to change it for him. Seeing that the second-order extreme-grade Great Restoration Dan worth 5,000 spirit stones had arrived, Charlie Chan also hurriedly and carefully placed it back into his storage ring. This was a good treasure to help restore one's spiritual roots, so one should keep it carefully. Charlie Chan then looked towards the grumpy Shen Zixi and comforted her. Don't be angry, senior sister, I still have some spirit stones in my hand, if senior sister doesn't mind, I can consume a small wave first. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Shen Zixi frowned. What do you mean? I'm not interested in 100 or 200 spirit stones. Don't be in a hurry, senior sister, let's do some math. There are 12 hours in a day, senior sister is 3,000 spirit stones a day, so 1 hour is 250 spirit stones. Then let's make up a whole, I'll give senior sister 300 spirit stones, how about senior sister and I have a private chat for an hour? Charlie Chan originally had more than 2,000 spirit stones in his hand, and after purchasing the second order extreme grade great reparation pill, there were still a few hundred spirit stones left from this harvest. Chapter 6 Spiritual Root Recovery. If it came together, Charlie Chan could still buy Shen Zixi for a day. But Charlie Chan felt that wrapping her up for a day was a bit of a loss. Buying an hour to suck the yin from her body is enough. Whenever you want her in the future, you can spend some spirit stones to buy her yourself for a while. 301 hours? Ugh. Alright. Then next time, if senior brother has enough spirit stones on him, he must come and find senior sister. Senior sister has been in dire need of spirit stones for some time now. No problem. After the two of them had agreed, Shen Zixi handed over the work at hand to the others in the recycling hall. And she followed Charlie Chan away. Go to your place or go to mine. Go to my place, your men's place smells bad, I'm not going there. So Charlie Chan and the two of them headed to Shen Zixi's residence. An hour later, the system's voice sounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Yin-Yang points plus 10. This system absorption speed is too slow, this 1 hour only absorbed 10 Yin-Yang points, looks like you have to spend another wave of ah. Looking at Shen Zixi who was organizing her clothes, Charlie Chan directly hugged her. Shen Zixi turned back and said with some displeasure. Senior brother, the hour is up, come back to me when you have spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Charlie Chan took out another 300 spirit stones from his own storage ring and brought them to Shen Zixi's face. Senior sister, 1 more hour. Seeing Charlie Chan take out another 300 spirit stones, Shen Zixi froze. You fooled me. Hee, how can I dare to fool senior sister, mainly senior sister is too beautiful, senior brother holding bankruptcy, also want to be a Taoist couple with senior sister for another hour. Hee. Shen Zixi was also a bit speechless, having thought that Charlie Chan was dying of old age, his body should not be good. But I didn't expect Charlie Chan to be so old and still have a toned muscle hidden in his clothes. She's been suffering for the past hour. I didn't realize that Charlie Chan was going to add bells. Forget it, spirit stones are hard to earn and is hard to eat these days. Spell it out for the spirit stones. After another hour, Charlie Chan looked at the unconscious Shen Zixi and silently dressed and returned to his residence. Yin-Yang points plus 2. Yin-Yang points, 17. Add all the Yin and Yang points to all of them. Spiritual planter, first order intermediate 710. With more women, this Yin and Yang point is still quicker to acquire. It just so happened that there were many female disciples in the Yin-Yang sect, so Charlie Chan didn't have to worry about Yin-Yang points. After returning to his courtyard, Charlie Chan took out the dragon spirit tree from his storage ring and planted it in the middle of the courtyard. Because the dragon spirit tree liked to grow in warm places, Charlie Chan went to the recycling hall and bought some red sun stones that could generate heat and buried them under the roots of the dragon spirit tree. The dragon spirit tree was able to produce dragon spirit fruits that were very beneficial to cultivation. It is one of the few precious tree species in the extraterrestrial world that can be transplanted. So for Charlie Chan, who was desperate to raise his cultivation, this dragon spirit tree was worth more to keep than to sell. After disposing of the dragon spirit tree, Charlie Chan took out the purchased second order extreme grade great restoration dan. Looking at this second order extreme grade great restorative pill in his hand, Charlie Chan had a lot of thoughts. When I thought that I wasn't a spiritualist, it took me decades to save up 2,000 spirit stones. Now that he had become a spiritual planter himself, he had gathered the spirit stones in just one day. It's true, mastering a special ability is making money fast. After coming to the chair and sitting cross-legged, Charlie Chan took the second order extreme grade great restorative dan directly. Not more than a few seconds after taking it, Charlie Chan felt hot all over, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on Charlie Chan's skin. Feeling the itching sensation at his dantian, Charlie Chan was overjoyed. This is what it feels like to have your spiritual roots restored. The swelling sensation of energy in all parts of your own body. Charlie Chan clenched his teeth and actively mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to digest the energy in the Great Returning Dan. An hour later, the energy of the Great Restoration Dan was finally absorbed by Charlie Chan in its entirety. But at this moment, Charlie Chan's clothes were all covered in sweat. The whole thing had lost weight from dehydration. Charlie Chan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath, a look of celebration on his face. It's fortunate that I've learned the Dragon Yang divine skill, otherwise that weak body from before definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand this majestic energy. Qualification: medium-grade spiritual root. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third level of the Qi refining realm. After breaking through the realm, Charlie Chan's lifespan increased and the creases on his face were less than before. For every level of the Qi refining realm, one could increase one's lifespan by 10 years. For Charlie Chan, whose qualification was a mid-grade spiritual root, his cultivation speed in the Qi refining realm was still very fast. Just as Charlie Chan was checking his personal information, Tian Xixue took the initiative to come to Charlie Chan's yard. Tian Xixue was a bit strange. It had been a day since I had seen Charlie Chan's silhouette. Could it be that he had died? So she came here specifically to get information. Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately saw the dragon spirit tree planted in the center of the courtyard. The other day, a sister he met at the clan's family residence had given her a dragon spirit fruit yet. According to her sisters, a dragon spirit fruit was worth 10 spirit stones, and after eating it, it could increase one's cultivation. Tian Xixue had treasured the dragon spirit fruit as a treasure for a long time without giving up eating it. But I didn't expect Charlie Chan to suddenly have a dragon spirit tree in this yard, and there were at least hundreds of dragon spirit fruits on the tree. This really shocked Tian Xixue. She forced down the surprise in her heart and said to Charlie Chan with a calm face, "Where did you get this tree? What do you care? It's not like it's yours. You." Feeling Charlie Chan's cold and icy tone, Tian Xixue's heart instantly flared up. This dead old man, he didn't even have a good tone of voice when talking to himself. He really wanted to slap him to death, letting him see the strength of his own Qi refinement realm 5th level realm. However, the fire in Tian Xixue's heart only subsided a little when she thought that after Charlie Chan's death, all these things would be her own. But she suddenly noticed the aura on Charlie Chan's body. "You broke through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm?" "Yeah, not only did I break through, my damaged spirit root is also better, so I can cultivate normally in the future, and I won't die for a while." Hearing this, Tian Xixue was dumbfounded. This she is still waiting to inherit the inheritance of Charlie Chan. This he did not die, then he still inherited a hukba. Looking at Tian Xixue staring at herself with burning eyes, Charlie Chan certainly knew what this was thinking in her heart. Charlie Chan felt that this woman was quite odd. Spending all day with the Tai women of the Yin-Yang sect. Learned a lot of bad habits from those women. However, she is a very conservative woman at heart and sees that aspect as very important. And trying to live a glamorous life without working hard and just trying to take advantage of Charlie Chan. That was why the outstanding male disciples in the sect couldn't see her, otherwise she would have abandoned Charlie Chan and walked away at any time. Seeing that Tian Xixue was still staring at herself with wide eyes and some displeasure at this moment, Charlie Chan couldn't help but have a ball of fire rise in his heart. Charlie Chan came to the dragon spirit tree and plucked a dragon spirit fruit before smilingly holding it in front of Tian Xixue. Chapter 7, How dare a small cat or dog show its teeth to me? Want some? Tian Xixue didn't think much of it when she heard Charlie Chan's question. One would have thought that Charlie Chan was trying to curry favor with himself so that he wouldn't be angry because of the other party's cultivation breakthrough. So Tian Xixue showed a superior expression. "Of course I want to eat it." Saying that, Tian Xixue reached out her hand to try to take the dragon spirit fruit in Charlie Chan's hand over. But Charlie Chan swung his hand away and ducked right out of the way. Seeing Charlie Chan's teasing smile, Tian Xixue frowned, revealing an expression of dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by that? This is my stuff, we two are not related, why should I give you food? If you want to eat it, you can, you get on your knees." In Charlie Chan's eyes, this Tian Xixue was just like the kittens and puppies he had raised. He himself provided her with food and drink and did not ask for anything in return. Just want to pet her head and fur when I'm bored and have it provide some emotional value to myself. I didn't realize that my own single-minded indulgence had spoiled the character of this kitten and puppy. He hadn't even touched her yet, and he was already baring his teeth to himself. If this is not punished, this future is not going to bite you in the ass. Charlie Chan does not want to be the wrongdoer. The other side reveals a little bit of seedling. He will directly press this seedling to death. You're crazy, it's just a fruit and you're making me kneel. Don't forget, I'm your senior brother's mother, and I'm also considered your elder. Farting elders, hurry up and kneel down. Seeing Tian Xixue staring at him with angry eyes, Charlie Chan raised his hand and slapped Tian Xixue's face. Tian Xixue took a few steps backward, covering her face with an incredulous expression. She didn't think this dead old man would dare to hit himself. Tian Xixue was burning with rage, and immediately, her fists condensed spiritual energy and smashed towards Charlie Chan. Seeing that the other party dared to fight back, Charlie Chan also dodged the other party's attack with his rich combat experience, and then punched Tian Xixue's face, knocking her to the ground. Don't look at the fact that Charlie Chan was at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, not as good as Tian Xixue's cultivation at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. But Charlie Chan had a lot of combat experience. Charlie Chan had been taking missions in the Yin-Yang sect's mission hall for the past few decades. Otherwise, how do you think Charlie Chan saved up this huge $2,000? Although this Tian Xixue's cultivation was a little higher than his own, it was as empty as a strong man in the gym who had eaten too much protein powder. Compared to strength, she couldn't do it with herself as a construction site worker. Just the likes of Tian Xixue couldn't even walk a single move in front of Charlie Chan. Tian Xixue was knocked to the ground and is still trying to struggle to get up. But how could Charlie Chan give her a chance, immediately riding on top of her so that she could not move? Then left and right, big mouths hit Tian Xixue's face as if they didn't need money. When Tian Xixue saw Charlie Chan's stance, she was instantly scared. Don't fight, I'm sorry, spare me. Hearing Tian Xixue beg for mercy, Charlie Chan stopped. Charlie Chan is still waiting for her to serve herself, beating disfigurement, he cannot go down. Charlie Chan got up and sat in a rocking chair in the yard. Tian Xixue also covered her face and struggled to sit up. Looking at Tian Xixue's face full of aggression, Charlie Chan stretched out 2 fingers and said leisurely. Since we've already torn our faces apart, let's open up. I'll give you 2 paths. The first path is for the 2 of us to sever our relationship, you're no longer my family member, and get out of the Yin-Yang sect. The second way, be my slave, and when you see me from now on you must be respectful and call me master. Forget it, call out to your brother. Choose. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Tian Xixue chose the second path without hesitation. He himself is now inseparable from Charlie Chan's provision. This Yin-Yang sect was the #1 sect in the Yin-Yang realm no matter what, and the survival environment here was not something that could be compared to outside. Moreover, leaving Charlie Chan's cultivation resources, one's own cultivation path could be said to have stopped. After so many years, she had clearly felt the benefits of cultivation. If it weren't for the increased lifespan from cultivation, he himself would have aged and turned into a middle-aged woman by now. It was something she didn't want to see in any way. So in order to maintain the good life you have now, you'd better be good and soft yourself. Seeing that Tian Xixue had made the right choice, Charlie Chan nodded with satisfaction. Now get on your knees then. Hearing Charlie Chan's command, Tian Xixue didn't dare to disobey in the slightest, and immediately knelt on all fours in front of Charlie Chan. Seeing this, Charlie Chan also slowly circled around behind Tian Xixue. Half an hour later, Tian Xixue was lying on the ground in disheveled clothes, with tears of aggravation still flowing from the corners of her eyes. Charlie Chan raised his clothes and stared at Tian Xixue on the ground with a face full of indifference. With that kind of resilience, how's that for being a good slave to yourself? Thinking of this, Charlie Chan shook his head helplessly. Then he picked up the dragon spirit fruit that he had just picked and threw it at Tian Xixue's body. No matter what, after the puppy obeys his command, he still has to give some food rewards himself, which is the self-consciousness he should have as a master. After dressing up, Charlie Chan left his place. Before leaving, Charlie Chan did not forget to instruct. Remember to clean my room. After the sound of the door closing after Charlie Chan had completely left, Tian Xixue slowly sat up from the floor. Looking at the dragon spirit fruit in front of her, Tian Xixue took a bite. Then his eyes lit up and he ate all of the dragon spirit fruit in 3 bites. Feeling the obvious increase in her cultivation, Tian Xixue wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke strongly. It's worth it. If she had this kind of fruit to eat every day, it would be nice to have her work as a slave for Charlie Chan. On the other side, after Charlie Chan left his residence, he first went to the recycling hall to buy a 3-inch long small spirit knife and a small arm-sized hoe. All of these things are for picking spiritual plants. Because there are some spiritual plants that there is no way to pick with bare hands. Either the spirit plant itself possesses a particularly strong toxin, or the plant is prone to die instantly during the process of picking it with bare hands. Spiritual plants that die too early are prone to lose their spiritual energy and won't fetch a good price when the time comes. That's why you'll need some tools to assist you in the picking process. Small spirit knives and small spirit hoes are a good choice. When Charlie Chen bought things, he originally was still trying to give Shen Zixi a little increase in income. After all, Charlie Chan is a nostalgic person who likes to revisit old haunts. Think of the old abyss. But I didn't expect Shen Zixi to not be on duty at the recycling hall. Listening to the disciples in the recycling hall, Shen Zixi went to receive a mission. It looks like this is really lacking in cultivation resources, and as a public official of the clan, she has gone to take on missions. After leaving the recycling hall, Charlie Chan went straight to the Tong Tian hall. After all, making money is what matters now. Upon arriving at the hall of Tong Tian, he saw 3 female disciples tangling with the deacon disciples of the hall of Tong Tian. Chapter 8, Taking the Little Sister. Seeing this, Charlie Chan curiously came up. After eavesdropping from the side, Charlie Chan sort of figured it out. It turned out that the 3 were junior sisters who had just been initiated and wanted to go to the extraterrestrial world in pairs to try their luck and see if they could strike it rich. But they didn't realize that they didn't have enough spirit stones on them to use the teleportation array, and they were still 10 spirit stones short. So he wanted the deacon disciple to be accommodating. But the deacon disciple didn't give any face at all. The spirit stone of this teleportation array is not negotiable at all, but it is handed over to the clan, and it can't be bad at all, or else they will have to pay for it out of their own pockets. A few people were not relatives, the deacon disciple didn't want to care about them. Seeing this, Charlie Chan's eyes rolled and an interesting idea surged to his mind, then walked over to the front of the several people. Alright, several senior sisters and this senior brother, don't argue, it's just a few spirit stones, I have them. With that, Charlie Chen took out 360 spirit stones and handed them to that deacon disciple. Seeing that an elderly senior brother had suddenly appeared to advance them the spirit stones, the 3 of them were also very grateful to Charlie Chen. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, elder brother. Only the 4 were somewhat resistant to Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan wanted to go forward and pull the hands of the 3, but he didn't expect the 3 to take a step back in unison. Charlie Chan wasn't annoyed when he saw this. This newly initiated female disciple is like that. All of them are appearance association, for Chen Charlie such old man, certainly will not like, even if Chen Charlie shelled out the money will also produce resistance to Chen Charlie. It looks like these freshly initiated female disciples still have to practice their Taoist heart. To see through the skin to the inside. Since the youngest senior sister didn't understand, then he, as a senior brother, should teach his senior sister properly. So Charlie Chan secretly pulled over that deacon disciple. Then he took out 50 spirit stones from his own storage ring and handed it to the other party. Senior brother, get me 4 backward extra-dimensional worlds. After the deacon disciple received the spirit stones and returned to the 3, the deacon disciple took the 4 teleportation bracelets and handed them to the 4. Class D-101 Extraterrestrial World. Stay 4 days. A day for 1 person is 30 spirit stones, 360 spirit stones is 4 people staying for 4 days. With that, the deacon disciple smiled and looked towards Charlie Chan, whispering. Senior brother really knows how to enjoy his blessings. Although these 3 junior sisters were not comparable to the top 10 beauties of the outer sect like Shen Zixi, they were still at the level of Tian Xixue. And still 3. How could Charlie Chan not hear the meaning in the other party's words and responded with a smile? Thank you, senior brother. Charlie Chan then looked at the 3 somewhat confused junior sisters. Senior sisters, since we're going to the same extra-dimensional world, let's travel together. The 3 knew that Charlie Chan had paid them spirit stones, so they couldn't refuse. So they followed Charlie Chan and rode on the teleportation array. A white light flashed in front of them, and Charlie Chan's 4 also managed to reach the extraterrestrial world. During the first 2 days of arriving at the extraterrestrial world, the 4 of them traveled all the way. The 3 little sisters who knew nothing about spiritual plants had nothing to show for it, and the storage rings they brought with them were still empty. Charlie Chan, on the other hand, is reaping the rewards. With the help of the 2 gadgets, some of the spiritual plants that were not easy to handle were pocketed by Charlie Chen. Charlie Chen was basically able to get more than 7,000 spirit stones worth of spirit plants every day. In just 2 days, he had already gotten 14,000 spirit stones. This ability of Charlie Chan to gather spiritual plants had dazzled the 3 junior sisters who had obtained nothing. Every time, the three of them walked in front and Charlie Chan walked behind. However, every time the precious spirit herbs in the grass would be discovered by Charlie Chan. They didn't realize until now that Charlie Chan was a tall man. The three couldn't resist the temptation and had to let Charlie Chan take them. Charlie Chan is waiting for them to beg for themselves, only this take them also have to pay a price. The three knew what Charlie Chan meant and finally agreed to pay the price. So Charlie Chan took the three sisters and strolled around this extraterrestrial world. He himself harvested some precious spiritual plants in the front, and some worthless spiritual plants Charlie Chan gave to them. In just one day's time, they had picked up hundreds of spirit stones following Charlie Chan's ass. Don't look at Charlie Chan shopping for a day as a few thousand spirit stones, making the spirit stones worthless. But a few hundred spirit stones was still a huge amount of money for an outer disciple. The few people who came from ordinary families were very clear about the preciousness of this spirit stone. So for Charlie Chan, the god of wealth, they also served respectfully. They were behind Charlie Chan's ass during the day, then Charlie Chan was behind their asses at night. On the fourth day, several people found a flaming pear tree. Because there was no way to move the fire pear tree, but a few people didn't want to waste it. So a few people tried to get all the fire pears from the tree with them. Just as several people were sitting under a tree, happily eating a pear, a man covered in bruises suddenly scurried out of the bushes next to him and flopped to the ground unable to get up. Seeing this scene, Charlie Chan's few people also stood up vigilantly and took out the small knives they used to gather spiritual plants. One must be more careful in this extraterrestrial world, and such strangers must be more wary. Just when a few people were at a loss for words, a junior sister discovered the end on the other side. Look at the clothes on him, you guys. A few people sniffed and looked over, realizing that the clothes on the other party seemed to be the sect uniform of the Yin-Yang sect. It was only the various wounds and the staining of the blood that Charlie Chan didn't recognize for a moment. Seeing this, Charlie Chan came to the man's side. Feeling the fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the other party, Charlie Chan guessed that the other party should be at the cultivation level of the Foundation establishment realm. The man was also slowly waking up after being helped up by Charlie Chan. The man took a strong breath and pointed in a direction in the woods. Get help! With that, he fainted again. It's amazing to see the other guy dying and worrying about that side. That look is that something very serious is going on over there. You guys take care of him here, I'll go over there. With that, Charlie Chan left the three of them behind and dove headfirst into the woods. Following the blood trail that the man had just left behind, Charlie Chan flew all the way. Only a few hundred meters into the action, Charlie Chan sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy and the cries of large spiritual beasts coming from the front. Charlie Chan got down on the ground and moved forward cautiously. After climbing for 10 minutes, Charlie Chan peeled back a clump of grass and was dumbfounded at the scene before him. Only to see a woman covering her bleeding stomach leaning against a tree in the clearing ahead. A blue boundary formed around the woman. On the other hand, outside the boundary, there was a poisonous dragon beast with a unicorn horn on its head, thick limbs, white hair on its head, purple scales on its body, and crimson eyes frantically crashing into the boundary. The boundary was flickering in and out of shape, and it was clear that it wouldn't last much longer. Charlie Chan, who was hiding in the bushes, was also very strange when he saw this scene. Don't look at the poison dragon beast as very ugly, but the poison dragon beast has a docile character, and is also a herbivore, and when it encounters a human, it usually doesn't take the initiative to attack. How is it that you're now desperately attacking humans? Just as he was puzzled, Charlie Chan saw the woman holding a red flower in her hand. Charlie Chan instantly recognized the flower as a third-order red sunflower. Chapter 9: Sun Miaoyi's Gentle Trap. Although red sunflowers were very common, high-grade red sunflowers were extremely precious. After all, the red sunflower is very demanding of the environment. If the environment is not suitable, the red sunflower will grow to a certain level and die on its own. And the poison dragon beast was particularly fond of eating red sunflowers. Seeing this, the reason why the poisonous dragon beast went berserk and attacked people became clear. The poison dragon beast should have looked at the red sunflower in the woman's hand. Looking at the woman who was gradually falling into unconsciousness, Charlie Chan took out a green coal ice grass from his own storage ring. Gently place it in the palm of your hand and grind it into a powder. Then Charlie Chan squirmed through the grass for a while and circled around to the downwind direction. Then the powder in his hand was lightly sprinkled. After the poison dragon beast smelled the cold ice grass, it grunted and took a few steps back, then turned its head to escape. The poison dragon beast was a yang attribute spirit beast, and what it hated the most was cold and ice energies. It so happens that a few days ago Charlie Chen found a coal ice grass, otherwise now can only watch this woman die. Seeing that the poison dragon beast had no intention of returning, Charlie Chen stepped out from the grass and looked towards the injured woman. When the woman saw that Charlie Chen was dressed in the clothes of the Yin-Yang sect, she also held her last breath and retracted her boundary before fainting. Charlie Chan came to the woman's side, and the probing function automatically sounded. Woman's message being detected. Name, Sun Miaoyi. Life expectancy, 141-350. Qualification, upper grade spiritual root. Cultivation level, 5th level of foundation establishment realm. Yin Qi, 15. Sun Miaoyi? Sun Miaoyi he could be too familiar with, one of the top 10 beauties of the outer Dora. Only this Sun Miaoyi was already senior brother Li Tai's Taoist couple. As a result it does not rank or have a high reputation among the top 10 beauties and has been ranked at the bottom of the list. It looked like the man he had just encountered was senior brother Li Tai. Although the Sun Miaoyi was not ranked high, but no matter what, she was also one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect. The undulating figure, the gentle and lovely temperament, the bright and generous appearance, all of them show the top beauty. Maybe it was because of senior brother Li Tai's Daomate, the mature aura on her body was so strong that people couldn't help but gulp. Charlie Chan came to Sun Miaoyi's side and found that Sun Miaoyi had already passed out. There was nothing wrong with his body except for a rather deep cut on his stomach. Charlie Chan took out a blood-clotting pill and gave it to her, then wrapped a few circles of cloth around her stomach to stop the bleeding. Seeing that Sun Miaoyi was no longer in any serious trouble, Charlie Chan slung her over his shoulder and prepared to go find Li Tai and those 3 senior sisters. But after carrying Sun Miaoyi on his shoulders, Charlie Chan recoiled. After she looked around and realized that no one else was passing by around her, Charlie Chan carefully carried Sun Miaoyi into the nearby grass. An hour later, Charlie Chen helped the injured Sun Miaoyi walk out from the nearby bushes. Sun Miaoyi, who was supporting Charlie Chen, was full of embarrassment. He did not expect Sun Miaoyi to wake up so quickly. But Sun Miaoyi didn't get angry when she woke up and remained obedient to Charlie Chan. Looking at the little old man beside her, Sun Miaoyi had a small smile on her face. What is the name of the senior brother? Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan? It's a good name. Senior brother is really good at taking advantage of people's danger, to bully senior sister like that. Hearing the other party bring up the matter, Charlie Chan hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry senior sister, it's mainly because you're too beautiful, senior brother I'm mesmerized by you. So, I'm to blame for all the disrespect you show me? No, it's all because senior brother's Tao heart isn't stable enough. Looking at Charlie Chan's nervous appearance, Sun Miaoyi also hurriedly pacified the other party. Don't be hasty, senior brother, I'm not blaming you. Actually, senior brother you are quite a real man. Saying that, 2 blushes appeared on Sun Miaoyi's face. Seeing the shy expression of the Sun Miaoyi confused Charlie Chen who was all nervous. Didn't you come here to ask for trouble? Why are you so shy all of a sudden? If he himself was a young, big, handsome man who could charm the other side, Charlie Chan would not say anything. But he's just a bad old man, is it possible that she has some special fetish too? Watching Charlie Chan touch his face, Sun Miaoyi also had a twinkle in her eye, and a wry color flashed in her eyes. Does senior brother think I have some special fetish? No, senior sister is understanding and doesn't care about senior brother's disrespect. How could I miss senior sister so much? Alas! I won't hide it from senior brother, but I actually have bitter feelings. Originally senior sister I was single, but unfortunately that guy Li Tai forced senior sister to be his Tao couple. Things like dogs can still be forced. Sun Miaoyi put her hands on Charlie Chan's neck and then leaned her head on Charlie Chan's chest like a couple. Senior brother doesn't know, senior sister I'm controlled by Li Tai's magic weapon. As long as senior sister is a little disobedient, he'll activate the magic weapon to torture senior sister. Senior sister was forced to obey him. If you don't believe me, feel the back of elder sister's neck. Is there a piece of iron embedded in the flesh? Charlie Chan reached out and touched the back of her neck. Sure enough, as she said, there was a small piece of iron sticking out of her neck. This little piece of iron was set not only into her flesh, but into her bones as well. Charlie Chan gently rattled it twice, and the small iron piece didn't move. Thinking of the scars on Sun Miaoyi's back that he had just seen in the bushes, Charlie Chan believed Sun Miaoyi's words. This senior brother Li Tai is also too ruthless to control senior sister in such a way. Senior sister must have suffered a lot over the years. Ugh. Yes. All these years I have been like Li Tai's dog, at his beck and call, without the slightest freedom to speak of. Whenever something doesn't go his way, he calls upon his magic weapon. So can we get this thing around sister's neck out? No, this thing has become part of my body. If I forcefully take it out, my bones will break as well. The only way for me to regain my freedom is to get the control stone in Li Tai's hand. Saying that, Sun Miaoyi's aggrieved eyes filled with tears, and her voice took on a petulant tone. Senior brother, I can smell Li Tai's scent on you. It looks like you should have already met Li Tai. Can you help senior sister kill Li Tai? As long as you help sister to kill Li Tai, in the future, sister will be your woman. Will you help sister? If this were an ordinary young man, he would really be mesmerized by Sun Miaoyi's pampered look and willingly help her kill Li Tai. Charlie Chan was an old fart, having lived peacefully in the Yin-Yang sect for so many years. What losses hadn't he suffered? How is it possible to be like a bloodthirsty young man who is at the mercy of a woman who pouts twice and then acts like a licking dog? Zhang Wuji's mom said that pretty women are the most deceitful. Not to mention that the women in places like the Yin-Yang sect are even more mindful of the depths of the city, and if you're not careful, you'll be trapped in the other party's gentle trap. Chapter 10, Sister, Charlie Chan forced me to do it. The other party is nothing more than trying to use Charlie Chan's hand to kill Li Tai and get out of Li Tai's control. Then he himself, a used-up tool, will be charged with mutilating his fellow disciples and killed on the spot. Although Charlie Chan saw her intentions, Charlie Chan didn't reject her. He had a better idea in mind, so he might as well make it work. No problem, from now on, senior sister is my woman, senior sister's matters are my matters. Hearing that Charlie Chan was so easily charmed by herself, Sun Miaoyi's heart was also secretly delighted. She didn't expect Charlie Chan to fall for the trap so easily. Thank you, senior brother. After this is accomplished, senior sister will definitely serve at senior brother's side closely and focus on being senior brother's woman. It's an honor for senior brother to get a great beauty like senior sister. Immediately after Charlie Chan's words changed, he whispered close to Sun Miaoyi's ear. It's just that senior sister, I'm lacking a bit of motivation here. Can you give me a bit of motivation and refuel me? Hearing Charlie Chan's words, a trace of consternation surfaced in Sun Miaoyi's beautiful eyes. But then opened his mouth slightly, reacting to Charlie Chan's meaning, and 2 red blushes appeared on his face. You, senior brother, are such a glutton. After that, the two of them, Sun Miaoyi, returned to the bushes on the side once again. To be honest, Sun Miaoyi hated this little old man. But there was no way around it. His own chance for freedom lay with Charlie Chan. It's better to fulfill some more of his insolent demands until we get there. After another hour, Charlie Chan carried Sun Miaoyi back to the fire pear tree. At this time, Li Tai had already woken up and was talking and laughing as he followed the 3 little sisters to chat. According to Li Tai's logic, Charlie Chan had gone for such a long time and hadn't come back, so he must have died in the hands of that poisonous dragon beast along with Sun Miaoyi. So he hurriedly started looking for his next home. As a successful man, he should never lack women around him. For example, these 3 little sisters in front of his eyes are good. Not only are they long and cute, but they have just entered the sect, their bodies are clean, and their minds are pure and good to hold. But I didn't expect Charlie Chan to come back at this time carrying Sun Miaoyi. But that doesn't stop one from finding other women. A dog you own can't get in the way. After Charlie Chan placed Sun Miaoyi on a flat place to rest, he came to Li Tai's side. Senior brother Li, how is your body? Better? Li Tai looked at the Charlie Chan in front of him, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Charlie Chan instantly went on guard when he saw this scene. According to Charlie Chan's years of experience, this was a sign before he was going to kill someone. Sure enough, in the next second, a small knife appeared in Li Tai's hand and slashed towards Charlie Chan's neck. Luckily, Charlie Chan reacted quickly and narrowly dodged his opponent's attack. Seeing that the Qi Refining Realm's Charlie Chan had dodged his sneak attack, Li Tai also surfaced a trace of dismay. But Li Tai is not panicked. The District Refining Realm 3rd layer of the small Karami, it is difficult not to be able to turn over the sky in front of himself. Dare to carry my woman, you old man looking for death. Hearing Li Tai's words, Charlie Chan couldn't help but frown. This Li Tai is really cruel. He is his savior. I didn't realize that I was trying to fight myself to the death. Charlie Chan still wanted to take advantage of Li Tai's relaxation of vigilance and kill him in a sneak attack. This Li Tai was injured, but no matter what, he was still a strong person of the Foundation Establishment realm. Charlie Chan glanced at the 3 junior sisters beside him, pondering whether or not to throw down the 3 and directly escape. Because in Chen Kaiyang's opinion, this was a certain death, and it was no longer combat experience that could make up for the gap between the two. The four people on the side saw that Li Tai was going to lay his hands on Charlie Chan, and they also tried to discourage him. Senior brother Li, senior brother Chen is with us. Stop it, you guys, stop fighting. But Li Tai couldn't listen at all. Just as Li Tai pulled out the machete in his storage ring, he was about to continue laying his hands on Charlie Chan. The crowd suddenly sensed a powerful mass of spiritual energy approaching from the distant sky. Several people stopped what they were doing and looked toward the sky in unison. Only to see a stunning woman with flowing clothes and skirts flying towards the several people. The woman wore a blue dress with a tight belt that completed her perfect figure. At the back of the woman's head there was also a hairband of butterflies, vermilion lips, stern eyes, and a slightly furrowed brow. This expression added a hint of milky ferocity to the woman's otherwise gentle appearance. A few people saw the beautiful woman and even forgot their original movements to make a move. Just as a few people froze, the woman had already flown in front of a few people at a fast speed. Yin-Yang sect disciples are forbidden to fight outside. Woman's message being detected. Name, Cold Moon. Life expectancy, 390-650. Qualification, excellent spiritual roots. Cultivation, 3rd level of Jindan realm. Yin Qi, 23. Jindan realm powerhouse. Inner disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. After seeing Cold Moon's message, Charlie Chan was taken aback. You have to know that clan disciples killing each other outside is a major offense, and will be killed on the spot. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan directly knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior sister." The others present froze for a moment and also fell to their knees. "Greetings, senior sister." "Greetings, senior sister." Lang Yu wouldn't let a few people off the hook for their crimes just because they were polite. At that moment, he chortled in a cold voice. "Say. What just happened?" Charlie Chan was also very chicken-hearted to make the first move. He pointed at Li Tai and said, pretending to be very flustered. "Senior sister, it's this senior brother Li Tai who wants to lay his hands on senior brother. Please do something about it, senior sister." Li Tai was instantly anxious when he heard this. "You fart, it was clearly you who tried to sneak attack me, senior sister, don't listen to him, he's lying to you." Cold Moon naturally wouldn't just listen to Charlie Chan's side of the story, so she immediately looked at the other few people present. "You guys, what's going on?" Those 3 junior sisters were Charlie Chan's people, and Charlie Chan had brought them to earn spirit stones, so of course they turned towards Charlie Chan. Moreover, the 3 had just left their homes and entered the sect, they were upright and naturally wouldn't lie. "Senior sister, senior brother Chen is right, it was Li Tai who tried to kill senior brother Chen." "That's right, we're senior brother Li Tai's saviors, I didn't expect him to make a sneak attack." "I still ask senior sister to make a decision." Li Tai instantly panicked when he saw this scene. "Senior sisters, don't listen to them, they're in league with this old man, they're setting me up." Saying that, Li Tai looked at Sun Miaoyi. "Sun Miaoyi, speak up." He thought that Sun Miaoyi was his woman and would be on the same side as him. Charlie Chan also revealed a cold smile when he saw this. Sun Miaoyi was an accomplice with himself. "That's right, senior sister, this Li Tai wanted to kill Charlie Chan, it was Li Tai who started it." Li Tai was dumbfounded at the sight. "Sun Miaoyi, you stinking, how dare you falsely accuse me?" "Senior sister, don't." Before Li Tai could finish speaking, Lang Yu, who was standing in the sky, shot out a green spiritual sword finger from her hand. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet when the sword finger penetrated Li Tai's head. Li Tai collapsed with wide eyes full of resignation. Just as Lang Yu was about to turn her head and leave, Sun Miaoyi spoke again. "Senior sister, Charlie Chan forced me to have sex with him." Chapter 11, A Loophole-Filled Lie. Hearing these words, Charlie Chan instantly turned his head and looked at Sun Miaoyi with a face full of incredulity. "Hold the grass. This is playing fairy tale with herself here." Surprisingly, he wanted to use senior sister Lang Yu's hand to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get rid of both Charlie Chan and Li Tai. Seeing this, Charlie Chan argued. "Senior sister Sun Miaoyi, you can't be bloodthirsty. I was the one who fought to the death to save you from the hands of the poison dragon beast. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead right now. How could you accuse me so falsely?" Sun Miaoyi forced herself to stand up with the sharp pain coming from the wound on her stomach, then slowly took a few steps forward. "Senior sister, it's not true that it was Charlie Chan who saved me. But Charlie Chan took advantage of my unconsciousness to force himself on me, and didn't let me go when I woke up, dragging me into the bushes to ravage me for good." I also ask senior sister to make a decision for me and eradicate this lecherous thief, Charlie Chan. Return justice to me. Lang Yu naturally knew that he couldn't convict Charlie Chan of this kind of thing with no evidence. Do you have proof? Yes. Charlie Chan left incriminating evidence in my body. If senior sister doesn't believe me, the two of us can go to the side of the grove and check. There's absolutely no falsehood in this matter. Okay. Let's check your body then. With that said, cold moon fell from the sky, and the two of them walked into a small forest aside together. And Charlie Chan, who was standing in the same place, had his brain racing, desperate to find a way to prove his innocence. Sun Miaoyi, this is really ruthless. This ally of his betrayed himself when he said he would, and even tried to get himself killed. Men and women are not like other things. Either way, it's the woman who suffers. The evidence was overwhelming, and with Sun Miaoyi testifying against herself, Charlie Chan would definitely be convicted. This situation is a dead end no matter what in Charlie Chan's opinion. The woman suddenly changed her mind and turned her face, and there is also conclusive evidence in the case. Charlie Chan forced the charge of assault absolutely cannot run. However, in the Yin-Yang sect, the bit about men and women was said to be big or small. The key was still to see how Cold Moon, the adjudicator, looked at it. As long as Cold Moon could let himself off the hook, anything was fine. However, Charlie Chan feels that this world is a bit unsmiling and seems to be a bit misogynistic, which is a bit bad. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan looked to the side at Li Tai's corpse. 10 minutes later, Lang Yu walked out from a side of the grove with Sun Miaoyi with a grimace on her face. Not only did Lang Yu check the evidence from Sun Miaoyi's body, but Sun Miaoyi had also privately badmouthed Charlie Chan to Lang Yu. Sun Miaoyi was certain that Charlie Chan would definitely not survive this time. Dare to play with this girl's body. You are going to pay for it. Lang Yu walked up to Charlie Chan and said in an icy tone. The evidence is overwhelming, so what do you have to say? Charlie Chan knelt down on one knee and replied with a calm face. Senior sister rests her anger. Senior brother admits that it was indeed senior brother who did it. Humph. I hate men who bully weak women the most in my life, so you'll suffer death. With that, Sun Miaoyi extended her index and middle fingers, wanting to directly execute Charlie Chan. Seeing this scene, Sun Miaoyi on the side revealed a smug smile. As long as Charlie Chan died, no one would know about the fact that he had given himself to Li Tai as a slave. On the other hand, the three junior sisters on the side revealed unbelievable expressions. They didn't expect the seemingly kind senior brother Charlie Chan to do such a thing. They want to go up to help Charlie Chan to say something, but this thing is not reasonable, a little bit not very good to say. Just in the nick of time, Charlie Chan said loudly. Senior sister, please slow down, senior brother has something to say. What's the word? Hurry up. Senior sister, it's not true that I left the evidence behind, but that was all done willingly by senior sister Sun Miaoyi. Hearing this, Cold Moon frowned. Willingly? Senior brother, you can't be sophomoric about this kind of thing. Sun Miaoyi, who was on the side, stepped forward with a cold smile on her face. Senior sister, you can't trust him. No matter what, I'm also one of the outer sect's top 10 beauties. Just based on my looks, how could I possibly look at such an ugly old man? What's he got that makes him worth giving my life for the first time I meet him? To have no status, no talent, a proper immortal cultivation triple less person. Lang Yu nodded when she heard this. Sun Miaoyi had a point. And what if it's because of the spirit stones? Joke, what spirit stones do you have? I'm a cultivator at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Is it hard for me to look at that little thing in your hand? Upon hearing this, Charlie Chan's face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Senior sister Sun Miaoyi is the one who wanted to exchange her body with her own for the spirit stones because she had her eye on the spirit stones in senior brother's hand. It could be that later on, senior brother forgot to give her the spirit stones, so senior sister Sun Miaoyi held a grudge against senior brother and is here to falsely accuse him. With that, Charlie Chan took off his storage ring and handed it to Lang Yu. Senior sister, please look, this is my proof. At this time, Sun Miaoyi was also stunned for a while, not expecting Charlie Chan to think of such a way to break the game. But she didn't panic. How many spirit stones could a weakling at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm have in his hands? Lang Yu, who was on the side, received the storage ring and looked at the contents of the storage ring, revealing an expression full of shock. You're a spiritualist? Charlie Chan responded with a respectful arch and salute. Yes, all of these things were handpicked by senior brother, and the 3 senior sisters on the side can testify to that. Seeing that Charlie Chan was about to flip the script, Sun Miaoyi also hurriedly weaseled her way out. Senior sister, don't believe him, I'm not a casual woman. What can I do with a spirit stone? I wouldn't stoop to an old man's level even if I had spirit stones. Senior sister, you'd better hurry up and kill this lecherous thief. Hearing that Sun Miaoyi was starting to get anxious, Charlie Chan also started to strike while the iron was hot. Ha, senior sister, you're not making any sense. I also wonder if there's a problem you're overlooking, senior sister. I'm only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, while senior sister is at the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm. Even if seriously injured, that's not something I can force on you. You did it to me while I was unconscious. Then why didn't you slap me to death when you woke up? Is senior sister that tolerant? Hearing this, Sun Miaoyi was dumbfounded. Charlie Chan's last few words can be described as a masterstroke. The rumors and false accusations of Charlie Chan forcing Sun Miaoyi to do it have been completely broken. Lang Yu's expression when she looked at Sun Miaoyi also instantly became fierce. I didn't realize that I was almost used as a tool for her murder. Senior brother, do you want senior sister to help you kill her? Hearing this, Sun Miaoyi was in despair, her legs went weak, and she directly fell to her knees with a plop sound. No need senior sister Sun Miaoyi also lost her head for a moment, her crime is not to death, spare her once. Hearing that Charlie Chan was so dignified, Lang Yu was somewhat impressed with him. Alright, in that case senior sister will not interfere in this matter, you guys can settle it yourselves. Chapter 12 That's because she taught her son poorly. By the way, when we return to the sect, senior brother go and find senior sister has something to look for you. After putting down a sentence, Lang Yu blocked Sun Miaoyi's cultivation, preventing her from taking advantage of the time she had left to disadvantage Charlie Chan. When it was done, it flew straight away. Seeing that Charlie Chan let himself off the hook, Sun Miaoyi was also relieved. Charlie Chan spared her, she wouldn't be merciful enough to leave Charlie Chan alone. Charlie Chan knew about her scandal, she would never let Charlie Chan off the hook. Without Lang Yu's backing, he would one day get his revenge. Just as Lang Yu was secretly thinking about how to take revenge in the future, Charlie Chan slowly turned his head, a cruel smile on his face. Immediately after that, an object inexplicably appeared in Charlie Chan's hand, and looking at the appearance of that object, Lang Yu's face changed dramatically. This is the control stone. Why do you have this thing in your hand? With that, he looked at Li Tai's corpse with a shift in his eyes. Charlie Chan took advantage of the fact that the two had just examined the evidence and turned Li Tai's body over, not only finding the control stone, but also the production method for making this control spell. It was because he had the control stone in his hand that Charlie Chan felt that letting Sun Miaoyi die outright was just too cheap. With a control stone in her hand, she must show her what happens when she backstabs herself. Seeing this scene, Sun Miaoyi was dumbfounded, rolling and crawling to the front of Charlie Chan and hugging his thighs. Senior brother Charlie, spare my life, it was only in a moment of confusion that I wanted to lay my hands on you. You give the control stone to senior sister, and senior sister will always be your woman. Sister will give you children. Looking at Sun Miaoyi's pleading gaze, Charlie Chan instantly revealed a cold smile. Senior sister's change of face is really fast. It's a shame you can't have this control stone. Give you the control stone, you may not always be my woman forever. Don't give you the control stone, then you are my most loyal woman forever. Can you tell the difference between before and after? Saying that, Charlie Chan urged the control stone. In an instant, the patch on the back of Sun Miaoyi's neck emitted a powerful electric current. Sun Miaoyi instantly fell to the ground with a face full of convulsions and struggled violently. The pain was so powerful that she couldn't scream. At this moment, Sun Miaoyi's life was worse than death, as long as she was relieved quickly. Unfortunately, now she was paralyzed and couldn't do anything. After 2 minutes, the current stopped, and Charlie Chan squatted down and touched Sun Miaoyi's head. Sun Miaoyi very obediently lay down on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Senior brother, spare me, don't activate the control stone, in the future I'll stay by your side, serve you as an ox, be at your disposal, do whatever you want." Seeing Sun Miaoyi's sincere expression, Charlie Chan knew that this was really scared by the electricity. Charlie Chan wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of Sun Miaoyi's eyes and said with a light smile, "Really? Really? Didn't senior brother like senior sister's body? Senior brother can enjoy it as much as he wants in the future. Fine, I'll spare you this time, and stay by my side from now on." Sun Miaoyi hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. The three junior sisters on the side also revealed shocked gazes when they saw senior brother Charlie Chen see what had happened between the two of them. Just like that, Charlie Chan's squad of 4 had a new partner. In the remaining half a day, Charlie Chen led the 4 of them around to look for valuable spiritual plants. Sun Miaoyi was also shocked when she saw the speed at which Charlie Chen was looking for spiritual plants. She picked up rags after Charlie Chen's ass, and she even picked up more than 700 spirit stones. These 700 spirit stones were enough to cover his income for 2 months. This spiritual planter is really lucrative, as the common rumors say. Charlie Chen naturally felt the change in Sun Miaoyi's expression. To subdue someone, then you must impress them with your abilities. A single control stone to control the opponent's body was not true control, it would only make the opponent's mind resentful. It is not possible to say when Charlie Chen will become the second Li Tai. When he felt the benefits of being by his side, even if Charlie Chen didn't use the control stone, he would be able to make Sun Miaoyi willingly stay by his side. After ending the day's exploration, the teleportation bracelets on the 5 people's hands automatically teleported them back to the Tongtian Palace. After returning to the Yin-Yang sect, Charlie Chen waved goodbye to these 3 junior sisters. A few people will meet up again when they are next available. Sun Miaoyi, on the other hand, was brought to her own place by Charlie Chen. At this time in Charlie Chan's residence, Tian Xixue was sitting in the courtyard quietly waiting for Charlie Chen to return. The dragon spirit fruits in this yard had made Tian Xixue crave for them. She wanted to steal one, but was afraid that Charlie Chen would see the difference. So she waited here for Charlie Chen to come back, so that Charlie Chen could ravage herself a bit and she could eat the dragon spirit fruit. I didn't realize that Charlie Chan's absence would be for 4 days. When he came back again, he was leading a beautiful woman with a better body than his own. After walking into the courtyard, Charlie Chen was also a bit surprised to see Tian Xixue waiting here. This is Tian Xixue. This one is Sun Miaoyi. You're both my slaves, so get acquainted. The name Sun Miaoyi was too familiar to Tian Xixue. The outer sect's top 10 beauties, Tian Xixue had still heard of them slightly. Originally, Tian Xixue was still disdainful of the outer sect's top 10 beauties, feeling that it wasn't much different from herself. But after meeting Sun Miaoyi, Tian Xixue was convinced. Sun Miaoyi was ranked at the bottom of the top 10 beauties, and she was much prettier than herself, not to mention a few others. But she heard that this Sun Miaoyi was Li Tai's woman. Next door to where she lived was where Li Tai's mother, Li Yulan, lived. That Li Yulan bragged to her every day about how well her son and daughter-in-law were bonding. Then how did this Sun Miaoyi suddenly hook up with Charlie Chen, and Charlie Chen even said that she was his slave? Moreover, this Sun Miaoyi was an expert at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. How could one willingly be the slave of an old man at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm? That's weird. Later, after some chatting between the two, Tian Xixue understood what happened. The first thing Tian Xixue thought of when she learned of Li Tai's death was Li Tai's mother. Li Tai is dead? Then his mother will suffer. Without Li Tai's sustenance, she will have to starve to death. Sun Miaoyi did not think, that is Li Tai's own mother, but not her own mother. What does it matter to her if she is dead or alive? While Charlie Chen, who was eavesdropping on the chat between the two, raised a question. Is Li Tai's mother pretty? Tian Xixue thought for a moment, then replied. Well, it's okay, about the same as me. That's great, the Li Tai is my brother in arms, her mother is my mother. When the time comes, bring her to my yard and I'll personally support her and give her an old age. Of course, if he wants a son, I'll help her have one, ahahaha. The two people on the side were also very speechless when they looked at Charlie Chan's expression. This Charlie Chen not only killed someone's son, but he also craved someone's body, so he's really perverted. Looking at the strange expressions revealed by the two, Charlie Chen laughed. Don't you guys look at me in such a weird way. Li Yulan raised such a son, that's because she taught her son poorly. Chapter 13, Cutie. I'm just looking for a couple. I called her to me to help her atone for her sins, understand? Saying that, Charlie Chen came to Tian Xixue's side and put his hands on her shoulders and squeezed them twice. I'll leave this matter to you, and after it's done, I'll give you the reward you want. Hearing that there was a reward, Tian Xixue's eyes immediately glowed. Thanks, brother Charlie. Sun Miaoyi, who was on the side, looked at Charlie Chan's lustful appearance and also revealed a thoughtful expression. After simply resting for a while, Charlie Chen headed to the recycling hall and sold all the various spiritual plants he had picked this time out. After Charlie Chen and Shen Zixi's accounting, a total of more than 25,000 spirit stones had been sold this time. Shen Zixi, who was in charge of the recycling hall, watched Charlie Chan get a huge sum of money, and also her eyes were glowing as she started to tempt Charlie Chan to spend money on her again. Shen Zixi pulled on Charlie Chan's arm and said as if she was pampered. "Do you want to spend it, senior brother? I've learned quite a few new things, yo. Senior sister, I have a big use for these spirit stones, and I can't turn them around for the time being. Senior sister, does your recycling hall have weapons? Show me." Watching Charlie Chan start to change the topic again, Shen Zixi was instantly unhappy. "Nope. Not for sale." Looking at Shen Zixi, who was playing a small temper, Charlie Chan patted her back and comforted her. "Senior sister, don't be angry. You come with me to the corner behind the hall, give me 300 spirit stones and I won't be angry." Charlie Chan sighed and had to promise the other party. After talking with Shen Zixi for an hour behind the hall, Shen Zixi then revealed a satisfied smile. It's true that women are all wildcats. They won't listen until they're fed. The two of them returned to the recycling hall, and Shen Zixi began to introduce the various weapons in the recycling hall to Charlie Chan. Our outer sect's recycling hall mainly sells the two types of mortal weapons and spell weapons. Spiritual weapons are also available, only the quantity sold is relatively small. Which one does senior brother want to see? The grades of weapons are mainly categorized into mortal weapons, FA weapons, spiritual weapons, FA treasures, spiritual treasures, immortal weapons, divine weapons, and Taoist weapons. Charlie Chan looked at the various weapons hanging on the wall in the recycling hall and also took a glance at one of the red and black lances. Elder sister, how is this red lance sold? Seeing that Charlie Chan had taken a fancy to the lance, Shen Zixi took the red lance off the wall and handed it to Charlie Chan. Senior brother's vision is really good. This red lance is one of our outer sect recycling hall spirit weapons. This lance is made of Shen iron all over, and there are several small formations engraved on the body of the lance. Returning spirit formation, flaming flame formation, giant power formation. All kinds of advanced formations. This spirit weapon is worth 20,000 spirit stones. Hearing this price, Charlie Chan froze. 20,000 spirit stones? Senior sister, you're not going to tease me. The price of 20,000 spirit stones was not something that anyone could afford. Even if it was placed in the inner sect, it was not certain that anyone could afford it. What are you talking about? This lance was personally forged by a supreme elder at our Yin-Yang sect's headquarters. If he hadn't named it to be put on sale at the outer gate of this division of ours, this lance would have been bought long ago. How could it have been kept until now? Charlie Chan placed the lance in his own hand and then waved it a few times. With the addition of the formation above, this lance became very light. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlie Chan can turn it with a few fingers or kuan. However, Charlie Chan could feel that the force of the lance hitting out was very strong, and it would not be a problem to easily shatter a one-person high rock. Moreover, this lance had other functions such as restoring the body's spiritual energy. It does count as a godly weapon. Alright, 20,000 spirit stones is 20,000 spirit stones, buy it. Then Charlie Chan spent another 2,000 spirit stones here to buy a magic weapon robe and magic weapon boots. When you have money, the first thing you do is increase your fighting strength. If you run into the situation like Li Tai before, you can still have the power of resistance, not like a lamb to be slaughtered, at the mercy of others. After buying the stuff, Charlie Chan put the clothes on his body. Plus, Shen Zixi was helping Charlie Chan with his image. The appearance of Charlie Chan now looks quite smooth, much better looking than before. If only it were a little younger. Shen Zixi, who was watching Charlie Chan from the side, couldn't help but utter such a sentence. Isn't it easy to be younger? When my cultivation improves, I'll be younger. Then when will you break through the foundation establishment realm? Then how about I lead you home and let you meet my parents, and then elder sister will marry you? Hearing this, Charlie Chan awkwardly laughed twice. To be honest, she didn't have any thoughts of being a Taoist couple to the women of the Yin-Yang sect. This Yin-Yang sect was too open. Maybe at some point their Tao couple had gotten into it with another man, and they had also added a layer of moral shackles on themselves. Charlie Chan is not sincerely giving himself a hard time. So Charlie Chan absolutely cannot find a couple also to find a perfect body. A woman who could keep her intact body in a place like the Yin-Yang sect, such a woman would be worthy of being her Tao couple. But Charlie Chan guessed that there should be none. So it's still a free for all to have a relationship with whichever woman you want. Not having to be responsible is prodigality. And don't worry about being hooded. Couples? That's just for cuties. That's for cuties. Unless, of course, the other party allowed Charlie Chan to place a yoke on her like Sun Miaoyi's, and she kept the other party to herself. Otherwise Charlie Chan wouldn't have gotten himself into trouble. Seeing that Charlie Chan was silent for a long time without saying anything, Shen Zixi was also slightly dissatisfied. What's wrong? You still can't look at elder sister? Charlie Chan quickly waved his hand at his words. Senior sister, don't say that. I'm just used to being free and easy, I don't want to add some constraints to my life. Isn't our current situation quite good? To be together, just be together, and then I'll give you back your spirit stone compensation. I'm most tired of this moralizing from you men. Get lost. After leaving the recycling hall, Charlie Chen went straight to where the inner disciples were. Earlier, senior sister Leng Yu had told him to make a trip to her when he returned to the sect. Charlie Chen knew that this senior sister Leng Yu was looking for him for something serious, so after handling his own affairs, he hurried over. After arriving at the area for the inner disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, what met his eyes was a huge mountain range. Scattered across the mountain range were the inner disciples' caves. There was a big difference between the treatment of this inner disciple and the outer disciple. The resources issued to inner disciples were 300 spirit stones per month, which was 6 times that of outer disciples. Moreover, the mountain range where this inner disciple's cave was located, there was also a large qi gathering formation, and the concentration of spiritual qi in the cave was several times higher than outside. As soon as Charlie Chen stepped into the inner sect's territory, he felt that the air around him had become fresh. The inner sect is an important place, and idle people are forbidden to enter. Seeing Charlie Chen, an outer disciple, enter the inner sect's territory, one of the male disciples in charge of duty today hurriedly walked over to repel him. This senior brother, I'm here to look for senior sister Leng Yu. I had a chance encounter with senior sister Leng Yu in the outer world before, and senior sister Leng Yu said that she wanted to meet me in private. You're looking for senior sister Leng Yu? With that, the man began to look Charlie Chan up and down. Chapter 14 Sister Leng Yu's Request. Looking at Charlie Chan's old age and extremely low cultivation, the man soothed his brows. The man's name is Yun Jian and he is Leng Yu's suitor. Leng Yu has always been cold in nature, making friends only with friends of the same sex. This suddenly invites a person of the opposite sex to his home, making him feel a sense of crisis. But fortunately, the other party was an old man with a very low cultivation level and ugly appearance, so he wasn't much of a threat to himself. Okay, then you'll come with me. Subsequently, under Yun Jian's leadership, Charlie Chen arrived outside Leng Yu's cave. Leng Yu's cave had a mesmerizing formation laid outside, and there was no way for an ordinary person to enter it. Senior sister Leng Yu, senior brother Charlie Chen has come over to look for you. Yun Jian shouted for a short while, and the vertigo formation laid on the periphery of the cave gave way. Seeing this, Charlie Chen also hurriedly thanked Yun Jian. Thanks to Senior Cloudstream for his help, I will definitely pay a visit when I have the chance in the future. How did you know my name? Did you investigate me? Looking at Yun Jian's slightly furrowed brow, Charlie Chen's heart was startled, almost forgetting that he had known the other party's name through the system's probing function. Ha ha ha. Senior brother is overly concerned. Senior brother mentioned to senior brother when he met with senior sister Coldmoon in the extraterrestrial world that there was a senior brother named Yun Jian who was a warm-hearted person. I see this helpfulness of senior brother. I think it's senior brother Yun Jian. I didn't expect it to be really guessed right by senior brother. Senior brother Yun Jian is really a great person. Saying that, Charlie Chan wiped the sweat from his own forehead. This Yun Jian's cultivation was really strong. The pressure emanating from the peak Jindan realm made Charlie Chen sweat profusely. When Yun Jian learned that senior sister Leng Yu had mentioned herself in front of outsiders, he blushed and revealed a smug smile. Really? It seems that senior sister still has me in her heart, even mentioning my name in front of outsiders, ha. Go on senior brother, in the future, if you have any problems in the inner sect, you can directly look for senior brother, and senior brother will help you out. After bowing to Yun Jian, Charlie Chen entered senior sister Leng Yu's cave. Don't look at it from the outside, it felt like Leng Yu's cave was not big, but the interior of the cave was really spacious. Practice room. Bedroom. Pick up the living room. Martial arts room. There are all the right places to practice, and all of them are pink. I didn't realize that this Leng Yu senior sister looked cold on the outside, but in private, she was the image of a small woman. Leng Yu, on the other hand, was sitting in the middle of the cave, waiting for Charlie Chan to arrive. Meet senior sister Leng Yu. Sit down. Hearing Coldmoon's words, Charlie Chan sat down on the chair beside Coldmoon. Is there something that elder sister wants to see me about this time? Lan Yu saw that Charlie Chan had opened the door to questions, so she also spoke directly to Charlie Chan. After some conversation, it was learned that Lang Yu and her two good sisters had bought the D-level 16th extra domain world from the clan's hands. The D-level 16th extraterrestrial world was a small world that had already been completely developed. The wild spiritual plants were basically gone, leaving only some barren lands suitable for reclaiming spiritual fields. After there was no value, the Yin-Yang sect appeared to package and sell the extraterrestrial worlds to its disciples. But they were usually rarely sold because they were too expensive, and the profession of spiritual planter was so rare that it was inconvenient to grow them. Although the sisters had spirit stones, they didn't know how to cultivate and grow spirit plants. Therefore, after learning that Charlie Chan was a spiritual plant master, Lang Yu got the idea of having Charlie Chan work with them. They provided the funds, while Charlie Chan provided the equipment. What does senior brother think? When there is a harvest of spirit plants, we can give senior brother a certain percentage of the share. This one is similar to the current chartered land. Although the Yin-Yang sect would pack the extraterrestrial worlds to the disciples within the sect, it was not completely laissez-faire. Spiritual plants grown in the spiritual fields of the extraterrestrial world must be traded with the Yin-Yang sect. After all, it was a world discovered by the Yin-Yang sect's great powers, so it could never be separated from the Yin-Yang sect's management. Although it seemed like growing spiritual plants was quite lucrative, there were various factors to consider, such as the growth time of spiritual plants and the time it took to open up spiritual fields. So it's a longer payback cycle. If under normal circumstances, this kind of thing would not have been taken by Charlie Chan now desperately wanted to enhance his cultivation, and his demand for spirit stones was relatively strong. This kind of slow money and energy consuming business is not very suitable for Charlie Chan. However, this kind of partnership business, making money is a small matter, the most important thing is to develop contacts. According to Charlie Chan's understanding, this buying a small world would usually cost 100,000 spirit stones. This was not something that a few ordinary inner disciples could take out. That's why Lang Yu and her sisters are definitely not people with simple identities. If Charlie Chan could hook up with them, he would be able to continue to eat well in the Yin-Yang sect himself in the future. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan agreed very quickly. Of course, there's no problem. It's not just opening up spiritual fields and planting spiritual plants. Senior sister has saved my life. This life of mine is all senior sister's. As long as it's an opening, I will definitely be the first to serve senior sister. Hearing Charlie Chan agree to his request so easily, a warm smile appeared on Lang Yu's face that was like a million years of cold ice. Many thanks to senior brother for his help. Some other day when I'm free, I'll introduce my sisters to senior brother. Thank you, senior sister. But senior sister, I've done you such a huge favor, so I'm considered one of us then. Then can senior sister fulfill one of senior brother's wishes? Lang Yu is in a good mood, for Charlie Chan dialogue is also very generous to say. Senior brother, but say no harm, what I can do, I will definitely try my best to help senior brother. In fact, senior brother has been drooling over senior sister for a long time, that is, he wants to spend the night with senior sister and enjoy the warmth of senior sister. I wonder if senior sister can give senior brother. That's just it, I'll promise senior brother just that. It's just that this matter must be kept secret by senior brother, and must never be told to anyone. Chapter 15, Two BFFs with a deep love for each other. Seeing Lang Yu agree, Charlie Chan also revealed a lecherous smile. Thanks for fulfilling your dreams, senior sister. Don't worry, I'll definitely help senior sister keep it a secret, and won't say anything about senior sister committing herself to an old man, affecting senior sister's flowery name and embarrassing her. Charlie Chan then couldn't wait to pounce on Cold Moon. Senior brother, don't be like this, get up first, the floor is dirty, let's go to the bed. Okay, I'll listen to senior sister. Senior, take it away, it's dirty. Elder sister's bed is so clean, and it has a faint milky scent. An hour later, Charlie Chan gaped at the small red flower that appeared on Lang Yu's bed sheet. She looked at the blushing Lang Yu at the side and said in surprise. Senior sister, you are intact. Charlie Chan had always thought that the women in the Yin-Yang sect were all tier women. But I didn't expect to run into an intact senior sister. Looking at Charlie Chan's curious look, Lang Yu also explained to him attentively. When my family fell, I had no choice but to enter the Yin-Yang sect for refuge in order to prevent my enemies from pursuing me, and even though the Yin-Yang sect is a place of wind and dust, I was unwilling to be a part of it. Knowing that most men come near me for my body, I turned away from the men of the Yin-Yang clan. Then why did elder sister agree to be with me? This is Charlie Chan is more strange. The two people meet each other in plain water. The clean cold moon is completely unnecessary to give their bodies to each other. So Charlie Chan felt that cold moon must have something difficult to say. Lang Yu sighed, a hint of helplessness surfacing in her beautiful eyes. Senior brother doesn't know, I have a sister named Xuexan Nuda, she and I all come from our Yin-Yang realm's thousand search empire. I thought that when my family fell, I was stranded alone in the Yin-Yang sect. Xin was uneasy about me being alone in this windswept place, so she took the initiative to come over to accompany me. Now that her family has been plotted against, the family owes the court of the Thousand Search Empire millions of spirit stones. The emperor of the Thousand Seek Empire ordered his family to pay it back as soon as possible, or the whole family would be killed. Xin bought an extra-dimensional world in the Yin-Yang sect in order to help her family pay off their debts. This is the only chance for her to save the family. Think about it when she took the initiative to come over to accompany me in order to save me, and now that the Xin family is in trouble, I absolutely can't just sit back and do nothing. Learning that there were so many other things behind this, Charlie Chan was also touched by this Lang Yu who was sentimental and sacrificed herself for her sisters. If a woman can have such a life-sacrificing best friend in her life, it should be the luckiest thing in her life. Then I've promised senior sister that I'll continue to help even if senior sister rejects me. Be not afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves thinking. Instead of letting senior brother keep thinking about it, I'd rather give it to you before it's too late, that way when senior brother gives me a favor it can be more painful. Senior sister, you are truly a good woman. Elder brother is flattered. But senior brother must also help me keep it a secret, or else senior sister's reputation will be ruined. Don't worry senior sister, you gave your innocence to me, so you'll be family from now on. Learning that Lang Yu was such an affectionate and righteous woman, Charlie Chan also began to continue absorbing the yin qi from her. As a result, the two of them were entwined in the room for a full day and night. It wasn't until Lang Yu's body couldn't hold on anymore that Charlie Chan ended it. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 94-130. Spiritual roots, medium-grade spiritual roots. Cultivation, 3rd level of Qi refining realm. Yin-Yang points, 43. Spiritual planter, 1st order intermediate 710. Occupation? Unlocked by Chikyu realm. After a few days of collecting, Charlie Chan's Yin and Yang points also came to 43. Charlie Chan did not hesitate and added all of his Yin and Yang points to spiritual planter. Yin-Yang point 43-0. Spiritual planter, 2nd order intermediate 0. Hearing Charlie Chen's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Yun Jian's face as he hurriedly took the sword in his own hand to the side and said somewhat nervously. Senior brother, what does this mean? What happened to senior sister Lang Yu? Charlie Chen then told Yun Jian about Xuexan. Senior sister Lang Yu not only invited me to run the spirit fields in order to help senior sister Xuexan this time, she also borrowed a large amount of spirit stones from me. Instead of understanding these things, senior brother, you worry about why I have the body scent that senior sister Lang Yu has on me. Alas! Senior brother, what can I say, with this attitude of yours, when will you be able to chase after senior sister Lang Yu? Hearing that something like this had happened on Lang Yu's side, Yun Jian also blushed slightly, somewhat embarrassed. How much did senior sister Lang Yu borrow from you? 10,000 spirit stones. Hearing this number, Yun Jian was also taken aback. He wanted to help Lang Yu out with this spirit stone, but he was from a relatively low background, and with himself, he simply couldn't take so many spirit stones. Yun Jian's eyes moved slightly, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes as he looked at Charlie Chan. Senior brother, your senior sister Coldman's friend has had such a big crisis, you have to do your part as well. I'll be the master of this 10,000 spirit stones, so don't ask your senior sister to pay it back. Anyway, this is what Charlie Chan made up. If you don't pay it back, you don't pay it back, as long as you can get rid of you. Elder brother is right, I'll listen to you on all counts. Seeing that Charlie Chen was so understanding, Yun Jian also nodded and then turned to leave. Charlie Chan sighed, then turned around and returned to his place. After returning to his place, Charlie Chan began to temper his two slaves. Looking at the two who were staring at him with bated breath, Charlie Chan said in an icy tone. Kneel down, both of you. The two didn't dare to disobey and all obediently knelt in front of Charlie Chan. Chapter 16, Li Yulan. Charlie Chan picked a few dragon spirit fruits from the tree in the yard. Then took a chair and sat down in front of the two. Which one of you two wants it? I want to. I want to. The two replied in unison, then smiled at each other. You can eat if you want, but it's up to you. With that, Charlie Chan picked up a dragon spirit fruit and took a bite, and then spat the dragon spirit fruit in his mouth towards the two of them with a yuck sound. The two of them didn't mind the dirt, and they bit into the dragon spirit fruit that Charlie Chan spat out. In the end, it was Tian Xixue who was a bit faster as she swallowed into her own mouth and chewed with a smile on her face. He, brother Charlie, this dragon spirit fruit is so delicious, I still want it. Looking at Tian Xixue's face full of smiles, Charlie Chan reached out his hand to grope around her body. The was still quite obedient to herself, and was now completely following her orders. Charlie Chan looked at Sun Miaoyi on the side again. Seeing Chen Charlie's eyes, Sun Miaoyi also proactively crawled and came to Chen Charlie's face, loosening the tightly wrapped clothes on her body a bit so that Chen Charlie could easily lay his hands on her. Seeing that Sun Miaoyi was so obedient, Charlie Chan also reached out his hand to grope around her body. After playing enough, Charlie Chan looked at Tian Xixue and asked about Li Tai's mother. How's it going, and what did Tai Li's mother say? Li Tai's mother has already agreed to come over at any time, only that she wants to negotiate with you to give her 300 spirit stones of living expenses every month. I haven't had a chance to ask you if this offer she made will work. Charlie Chan, on the other hand, was very generous. It's only 300 spirit stones, a small problem. With the strength I have now, I wouldn't even bother bending down to pick up 300 spirit stones when they're thrown on the ground. Only this spirit stone isn't that easy to get, it still depends on her performance. Tian Xixue nodded, naturally knowing exactly what Charlie Chan meant by performance. That afternoon, Tian Xixue brought Li Tai's mother, Li Yulan, over. Li Yulan also frowned as she looked at Charlie Chan's pale appearance. Hello, this old gentleman. I'm Li Yulan. I know, get on your knees. When Li Yulan heard this, she looked at Tian Xixue on the side as if for help. Tian Xixue gave her a slight nod. Ling Guin knew things weren't looking very good after her son's death, in order to maintain her rich and stable life. Li Yulan gritted her teeth and knelt directly in front of Charlie Chan. Seeing that Li Yulan was so obedient, Charlie Chan also nodded slightly. This Ling Guin is still pretty good looking. The slender waist, which was held at the top, was connected to the proud breasts as well as the plump buttocks. Li Yulan had a long, round face with a touch of the kind of noblewoman that Yang Guifei had in the Tang dynasty. Do you know the requirements for following me? Of course it's clear, serving senior brother Charlie Chan to his comfort. Do you know how to serve? Don't worry brother Charlie, I haven't touched a man for decades since the death of my family's mouth, but I still remember clearly how to serve a man. Charlie Chan nodded, although the other party said so on her lips, Charlie Chan still wanted to test her real skills. I don't keep idle hands here, and if you want to join us, then you must have a skill. Saying that, Charlie Chan stood up, came to her and pulled her hand, lifting it up from the ground. Come on, come inside with me and I'll see if what you're saying is true or not. Li Yulan then followed Charlie Chan into the house. An hour later, the two walked out of the room hand in hand. Tian Xixue, who was waiting outside the door, saw Charlie Chan's beaming face and knew that Charlie Chan was very satisfied with Li Yulan. The truth was just as Tian Xixue had guessed. This Li Yulan was not only proficient in all aspects of blowing, playing and singing, but her proficiency in stretching was also to a terrifying degree. Of course, what surprised Charlie Chan the most was her leg strength. Each stroke was as powerful as a meteorite falling. It's almost textbook talent. Excellent. Excellent. The two of them, Tian Xixue and Sun Miaoyi, who had followed him for a longer period of time, were just like new recruits in front of her. When he had time, he must let Li Yulan educate the two now. To serve by his side, it would have to be someone like Li Yulan. Early the next morning, Charlie Chan took the three of them to the Hall of Heavenly Passage. After coming back this time, the expenses were a bit large, and there were just over 5,000 spirit stones left on his body. It sounds like a lot, but Charlie Chan feels it's a bit inadequate. Plus, the three girls softly asked Charlie Chan to take them to the extraterrestrial world to make money, so Charlie Chan had to take them to the extraterrestrial world. After several consecutive experiences of entering the Hall of Heavenly Passage, Charlie Chan had also gotten acquainted with this Hall of Heavenly Passage disciple. After some casual conversation, Charlie Chan found out that the name of this Tong Tian Temple's senior brother was Li Beifeng. I heard that it was the nephew of some elder of this Yin-Yang sect branch of theirs who had the background to sit in this position. Seeing that Charlie Chan had brought three more extremely beautiful women over this time, Li Beifeng also smiled and patted his shoulder before getting close to Charlie Chan's face and whispered. Senior brother is truly blessed, every time he can bring three senior sisters into the extraterrestrial world to explore. If I'm not mistaken, that should be senior sister Sun Miaoyi, one of the outer sect's top 10 beauties. I heard that Li Tai died a few days ago. I didn't expect that it would be gotten by senior brother so quickly. Senior brother is really blessed. Hearing the envy in Li Beifeng's tone, Charlie Chan arched his hand and smiled. What did senior brother say? Senior brother is just nowhere. If a junior brother who looks so unimpressive can have such peach blossoms, then a senior brother who is so talented must have even more little sisters around him. Quickly tell me which one of senior brother's Taoists is, to satisfy senior brother's curiosity. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Li Beifeng burst out laughing. He was waiting for Charlie Chan to ask this. I didn't expect it to be true that senior brother had hit the nail on the head. I won't hide it from you, my Taoist partner is Ling Shuero, one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect. Ling Shuero? It's that Ling Shuero with the water attribute extreme spirit root? Yes, that's her. Hearing this, Charlie Chan bowed repeatedly and looked at the other party with a face full of admiration and said, Senior brother is truly blessed. I've heard that having a water attribute extreme spiritual root, the water content in your body will also increase along with it, wouldn't that be? Saying that, Charlie Chan gestured with his hand. Seeing Charlie Chan's actions, Li Beifeng burst out laughing. Indeed, as senior brother said, it's enough for me to take a bath every time. After a while of small talk between the two, Li Beifeng also felt that the two were very compatible. So this time he didn't ask for Charlie Chan's tip and gave Charlie Chan 153, a small world at the very end. Thank you, senior brother. No need to thank you, senior brother. I'm more temperamental, and I don't meet many people I get along with. In the future the two of us must interact more. After thanking Li Beifeng a few times, Charlie Chan hurriedly took the teleportation bracelet and the three of them on the teleportation array. As a white light flashed before them, the three of them arrived at the 153 Extraterrestrial world. Chapter 17 Sister Ling Shoru. This time, Charlie Chan was prepared to get some more spirit stones, so he spent some more spirit stones, intending to stay in the extraterrestrial world for 3 days. Looking at the endless dense forest in front of him, Charlie Chan also took out his tools and was ready to start working. After 3 days of hard work, Charlie Chan's daily collection reached a new high, raising to 8,000 spirit stones per day. He earned 24,000 spirit stones in 3 days. The main thing was that Charlie Chan had elevated to a second-order spirit plant master, and the speed of handling spirit plants had become faster. Moreover, Charlie Chan still had Sun Miaoyi, who had a higher cultivation level, beside him to lead the flight, and the probing speed became faster. And the three women had earned a lot of money in the 3 days that they had been wandering around with Charlie Chan. Each person's hands had gotten spiritual plants worth more than 4 figures, and they were also eating all kinds of spiritual fruits until they were full every day. The three of them had happy smiles on their faces every day for the past few days, feeling that they had never encountered such happy days in their lives. This should be the biggest benefit of following Charlie Chan. There was no need for Charlie Chan to take the initiative to give them anything. As long as Charlie Chan picked out a little bit of crumbs from his fingernails, it was enough for them to suffer for a while. With so many spirit stones, giving Charlie Chan as slaves and maidservants, and Charlie Chan treating them rudely, they could be said to be willing especially Sun Miaoyi, who disliked Charlie Chan the most at first. She was still waiting for when she could get back at Charlie Chan like she had gotten back at Li Tai. But now she's had a complete change of heart. There's real meat in following Charlie Chan's ass. After some gathering, several people returned to the Yin-Yang sect. After arriving at the Hall of Heavenly Passage, Charlie Chan greeted Li Beifeng, who was on duty. I didn't realize that this kid was in the middle of a love affair with a beautiful woman. If Charlie Chan wasn't wrong, this should be Ling Shuero. Don't look at the fact that Charlie Chan had been in the Yin-Yang sect for so many years, but there were many outer disciples, and Charlie Chan was often outside taking on missions and rarely returned to the sect. So the top 10 beauties of the outer door basically haven't seen a few. This was the first time he had met Ling Shuero. This water spirit root's Ling Shuero really is as soft as the rumors say. On the outside, she looks very lovely, and has delicate skin, a delicate body, and the whole thing looks like it's made of water. This would be very sensational to hold in your arms. After the two of them spoke for a while, Li Beifeng took out 20 spirit stones from his storage ring and handed it to Ling Shuero. Ling Shuero was also beaming after getting the spirit stone and left with a smile as she greeted Li Beifeng. Li Beifeng looked at Ling Shuero's back for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. When Charlie Chan saw the scene, he also understood that Ling Shuero was treating Li Beifeng as an ATM. However, Li Beifeng, this kid doesn't lack spirit stones, not to mention the monthly cultivation resources and public salary. The tips he receives every day are enough for him to squander. Looking at the direction Ling Xuero left in, Charlie Chen hurriedly led the three girls to chase after her. When they were about to get close to Ling Xuero, Charlie Chan told the three to go back first. After all, what kind of person takes a beautiful woman to pick up a girl? The three of them naturally understood Charlie Chan's meaning, and naturally would not spoil Charlie Chan's fun, and then returned to Charlie Chan's residence first. Charlie Chan came behind Ling Xuero and patted her shoulder. When Ling Xuero saw an old man patting himself, a displeased look appeared on her face as well, and she said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Anything?" Charlie Chan was also very blunt. "Senior sister Ling Xuero, senior brother has his eyes on you and wants to spend the night with you. I don't know if senior sister can fulfill it. Don't you know that I'm already Li Beifeng's Taoist? It's not good for you to dig your heels in like this. 50 spirit stones for an hour. Don't look at Shen Zixi as 300 spirit stones an hour, but this is the overflow price. Because this Shen Zixi was originally a rich woman. Ling Xuero was different, coming from an ordinary family. 50 spirit stones were considered a huge amount of money to her, otherwise she wouldn't have been so happy just because Li Beifeng gave her 20 spirit stones. When Ling Xuero heard this, a bright smile rose on her face that was originally covered in frost. Is what senior brother said true? Of course, senior brother is a spirit plant master. I'm not going to hide it from senior sister. These 50 spirit stones are just something I'll do with my hands. With that, Charlie Chen took out a second-order dragon's beard herb worth 50 spirit stones from his storage ring and handed it to Ling Xuero. Consider this a meeting gift for senior sister. When Ling Xuero saw this second-ranked dragon's beard grass, she was also filled with happiness as she loaded it into her storage ring. Charlie Chan also revealed a smile when he saw Ling Xuero's appearance of not having seen the world before. This Ling Xuero was just like the civilian schoolgirls in her previous life. Pretty as she was otherwise no different from the other female disciples. This was also the reason why that kid Li Beifeng was quick on his feet and took the lead in getting Ling Xuero to be his Taoist couple. Plus the fact that this kid, Li Beifeng, had a bit of a background, no one wanted to look for trouble. This resulted in Ling Xuero having fewer harassing male disciples around her, not knowing the market out there. Otherwise Ling Xuero's current price would have at least doubled. Seeing Ling Xuero agree, Charlie Chen also pointed to a place next to him. There's a garden over there by senior sister that few people usually go to, why don't we go over there? Ling Xuero's face blushed before she was pulled away by Charlie Chen. The two arrived in the garden and also made their way to a hidden patch of grass. An hour later, Charlie Chen took out the shower gel and took a bath in front of Ling Xuero. It's worthy of being a water spirit root. This ability to control water is really strong. Shidoshi, have you hit the shower gel yet? Then hurry up and rinse off. Alright, senior brother, I'll maneuver to flush. After another hour, the two came out of the garden fully dressed. Charlie Chen paid Ling Xuero 100 spirit stones as promised. Ling Xuero looked at the spirit stones in her hand and also revealed an excited smile. With the spirit stones you earned from your own hard labor, it's so delightful to look at. Later, Ling Xuero expressed her desire to be Charlie Chan's Taoist. But it was rejected by Charlie Chan. Li Beifeng has a bit of a background, and Charlie Chan doesn't need to offend him because of a woman who can get his hands on him at any time. Besides, if she does Li Beifeng's Taoist couple, Charlie Chen is more interested in her. If she does her own Taoist couple, it seems a bit tasteless. The two of them went their separate ways after agreeing to meet again another time. After arriving at the recycling hall, Charlie Chan exchanged all the spirit plants he had with him for spirit stones. Then he spent another 20,000 spirit stones to buy 200 first-order extreme-grade chi gathering pills. After Charlie Chan returned this time, he decided to go into seclusion for a period of time to improve his cultivation. In order to quickly raise one's cultivation level, one must be willing to spend cultivation resources. The chi gathering pill was one of the most commonly used pills in cultivation. The pure aura in it can be quickly absorbed by the cultivator, achieving twice the result with half the effort. The extreme chi gathering pill was even the best of the chi gathering pills. Only the price was expensive, 100 spirit stones for a first-order extreme quality chi gathering pill. 100 spirit stones were able to purchase a whole bunch of spirit plants. But to accelerate the speed of cultivation, it would still have to be the chi gathering pill. Remembering that it had been said before, 2,000 spirit stones were enough for Tian Xixue to ascend from the 5th level of the chi refining realm to the foundation establishment realm. But that's low-quality cultivation, and this upgrading process takes decades. Charlie Chan didn't have much time to cultivate. He had an abundance of spirit stones, so there was no need to waste time. After purchasing these items, Charlie Chan spent another wave on Shen Zixi body. Chapter 18 The Magnificent Zhao Lingli. There was no way that Charlie Chan could only come to Shen Zixi's recycling hall if he wanted to buy something. That's $300 worth of tax to give. After all, the title of one of the top 10 beauties is here to stay and worth the price. After waving goodbye to Shen Zixi, Charlie Chan returned to his residence to close down and cultivate. This time, Charlie Chan intended to close his eyes and cultivate for a month. Lung Yu senior sister's side heard that Chu Xian Nuda had gone outside to buy some precious spirit plant seeds, and that it would take a month's time before she could return. It was just right for Charlie Chan to take advantage of this time to cultivate and improve his cultivation. Tian Xixue, Sun Miaoyi, and Li Yulan, on the other hand, were given a month's vacation, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. But Charlie Chan gave Tian Xixue and Li Yulan a task. It was to find Yun Jian's mother in the family living quarters and lure her over as well. That Yun Jian is not a good person either. Maybe at some point, Charlie Chan's affair with Lang Yu would be discovered by him. Prepare yourself to respond in a hurry. After explaining everything, Charlie Chan began to close the door. Time rushes by, and before you know it, it's a month old. Charlie Chan calculated the time to get out on time. In this month's time, 200 extreme-grade chi gathering pills were consumed by Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan's cultivation had also grown by leaps and bounds during this period, directly coming to the 7th level of the chi refining realm. A full 4 levels of the realm had been raised. Quick, huh? Take the spirit stones for it. 20,000 spirit stones were enough for 10 people to raise their cultivation by that much. By the time Charlie Chan walked out of the room, the 3 of them, Tian Xixue, had already been waiting outside. Charlie Chan looked at the 3 of them and subconsciously felt the heart demons that had arisen from his cultivation over the past month. It ended up taking half a day in the yard to clear his mind of the demons. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 94-170. Spiritual roots, medium-grade spiritual roots. Cultivation, 7th level of Qi refining realm. Yin-Yang points, 12. Spiritual planter, 2nd order intermediate 030. Occupation? Unlocked by Chikyu realm. As Charlie Chan's realm increased, Charlie Chan's lifespan also increased by 40 years. Charlie Chan's appearance has also changed dramatically. From being a 60-year-old man, he has now become a 30 or 40-year-old man. It's actually quite easy for Charlie Chan to change his appearance. All it took was for Charlie Chan to buy a high-grade resident skin pill. It was only that the price of the face-residing pill was relatively high, requiring a full 10,000 spirit stones. It's totally unnecessary, even though Charlie Chan can take it out. What's the use of being handsome? Is it good for food? Which of these women who are with Charlie Chan are with him because he's handsome? There's money. Having talent is enough. These 2 things can attract 100% of the women in the world. And good women at that. Those who are with each other because they are good-looking are either white people who have not seen the perils of society. Either that or they are already strong and talented in their own right and want to find a pretty handsome guy to fool around with. Besides, Charlie Chan liked to look at the woman frowning with reluctance and disliking herself when she was doing her business. How? There was a sick feeling of exhilaration in his heart. She just loved it when a beautiful woman gave a hard look. Hey, hey, hey! Afterward, Charlie Chan went to Long Yu's cave to discuss the matter of planting spiritual plants. After arriving at the Cold Moon Cave, Charlie Chan realized that Cold Moon was not the only one here. The woman's information is being detected. Name, Chu Shi Note. Life expectancy, 291-750. Qualification, excellent spiritual roots. Cultivation, 5th level of Jindan realm. Yin Qi, 25. Woman's message being detected. Name, Zhao Lingli. Life expectancy, 7,936 15,000. Qualification, Earth Spirit Root. Cultivation, 5th level of the Harmony realm. Yin Qi, 65. Seeing Zhao Lingli's message, Charlie Chan was taken aback. Harmonization realm cultivators. This should be one of the clan's elders. This was the first time Charlie Chan had met a sect elder since he came to the Yin-Yang sect. The terrified Charlie Chan also hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground to salute when he saw several people present. Disciple Charlie Chan, meet the 2 senior sisters and elders. Zhao Lingli looked at Charlie Chan in front of her and also said softly with a solemn face. We're all on our own, no need to be polite. Charlie Chan got up and looked at the three stunning women in the room, his heart bursting with joy. This if he could have these three beauties at the same time, even if he was drained every day, he would be happy. Lang Yu, who was on the side, felt the change in Charlie Chan's aura, as well as the change in his face, and also said in surprise. Senior brother Charlie, you made a breakthrough? Hee, I accidentally closed the door and broke through a few levels of the realm. Hurry over and sit down. After Charlie Chan sat beside Cold Moon in a regular manner, Cold Moon extended her hand to introduce herself. This is Elder Zhao, she's the second elder of our Yin-Yang sex branch, and she's also an old countryman from our Thousand Search Empire. This is my good sister, Xixue. Saying that, Lang Yu looked at the two men and introduced them. This is senior brother Charlie Chan, he's a second-order spirit plant master O. Hearing Lang Yu's words, Xixue Nuda and Zhao Lingli curiously sized up Charlie Chan in front of them. You're Charlie Chan, the disciple from the outer sect who had his lifespan sucked away? Charlie Chan. Hearing Zhao Lingli's blunt words, Charlie Chan was a bit embarrassed. I didn't realize that I had made a name for myself by doing this. And even the elders in the sect knew about it. Back then it was younger and easy to resist temptation. Hearing this, a wry smile appeared on Zhao Lingli's face. So, then you can stand the temptation now. Just as Charlie Chan was puzzled, Zhao Lingli violently pulled her skirt upwards. At once the spring light appeared, what should be seen and what should not be seen were all seen by Charlie Chan. Grip. Hollow. Charlie Chan linen belt lived. This Yin-Yang clan's open, he understands. But this is a 4,000-year-old elder, is he still so open? This is not worn to talk to male disciples anytime, anywhere. But it doesn't look like the color. Just as Charlie Chan's blood was churning, a hot stream gushed out of his nose. Shake it off, it's a nosebleed. Seeing this scene, the few people present burst out laughing. Especially Zhao Lingli, who had been very dignified just now, even leaned on the sofa and laughed up in the air without the slightest regard for her image. Look at him guys, he's got a nosebleed. Ha. Disciple Charlie Chan, didn't you say that your resistance is strong now, why do you still have a nosebleed? It looks like this disciple's Dao heart is still not firm enough. Lang Yu, who was sitting next to Charlie Chan, was also very embarrassed for Charlie Chan. Elder sister, don't joke like that. As an elder, can't you be a little more dignified? That's no face at all in front of the disciples. With that, he got up and brought Charlie Chan to a mountain spring outside the cave to help him clean the blood. While helping Charlie Chan clean up, Lang Yu said. Chapter 19 The Yin-Yang sect's big move. You don't want to think that elder sister is a little open-minded and wants something to happen with her. Elder sister likes women, for men who covet her delicate body, they are usually educated by her with fists and feet, you can be careful, don't bring the habit for moving your hands to others. What about your good sister, Xixue? Lang Yu's face instantly darkened after Charlie Chan brought up Xixue's name. She's paired with the elder sister. A silence fell between the two men. After a while, Charlie Chan said with a face full of pity. Alas! What a waste! Such beautiful two beauties are. Alas! Too bad. Looking at Charlie Chan, who was a little bad, Cold Moon educated. You, a medium-grade spirit root cultivator, should still think about how to raise your cultivation to increase your lifespan a bit first. Don't delude yourself about women you'll never reach, you'll put your life on the line if you're not careful. Lang Yu's words were not considered to be belittling Charlie Chan, it was just that as Charlie Chan's good friend, she wanted to give Charlie Chan a piece of advice. After all, in Lang Yu's perspective, Charlie Chan was just an ordinary person whose lifespan was about to run out and whose cultivation was very poor. The immortal cultivation world is ruthless. The Yin-Yang sect is even more ruthless. An ordinary person like Charlie Chan was like an ant in front of a top-tier powerhouse like Zhao Lingli. A finger crushed to death would not be a burden. Charlie Chan also naturally understood her good intentions. But one is not what one appears to be, with the system in hand. Problems with longevity and cultivation are not called problems. What Charlie Chan needs now is just a period of time to grow. Hearing Lang Yu's words, Charlie Chan also poked his head out and whispered. Alright, I know. It's still senior sister who cares about me the most. Saying that, Charlie Chan wrapped his arms around Lang Yu's willow waist and gave her a kiss on the cheek. When Lang Yu saw Charlie Chan's wanton movements, she also hurriedly pushed him away, then glanced around in some panic. She was relieved when she realized no one was around. You're not allowed to make a move on the outside of the cave from now on. It wouldn't be good for you or me if the others found out. Okay, then I'll make a move on you when we get back to the cave later. No. And no hitting on me when there are outsiders. After helping Charlie Chen clean up, the two returned to the cave. Zhao Lingli also put away the smile on her face after she saw that the two had returned. Okay, let's start with one of the more important things. News has come from the side of our Yin-Yang sect's headquarters. Recently our Yin-Yang sect is going to have a big action that won't be seen for 100 years. It's said that there's been a change in the Class A Level 1 extraterrestrial world, and that a major power in that world regards our Yin-Yang sect's people as invaders, and they're afraid that we'll be a threat to their lives and safety. It's already begun to drive away and slaughter the Yin-Yang sect people we went there with. Up until now, a subclan elder has already died over there, and the directional transmission formation that we set up in their power has also been damaged by being destroyed. In order to safeguard our Yin-Yang realm's interests there, the Yin-Yang sect's senior management has also decided to go to war with the hostile forces of that world. The Chuxian Nuda at the side also revealed a puzzled expression when she heard this. Then what does this matter have to do with us disciples? For a battle of this magnitude, you executives can just go, right, we can't get much of a hand in going. Chuxian asked this question very well, knowing that the strength gap between high realm and low realm cultivators was very large. Especially when reaching the upper three realms of the harmonization realm, the Mahayana realm, and the transition realm, that burst of combat power was enough to move mountains and fill the seas. The first strike was the shattering of mountains and rivers. It was completely not something that they, low realm cultivators, could defeat by piling up numbers. Therefore, in Chuxian Nuda's opinion, there was absolutely no need for them, the lower ranked cultivators, to go and join in the fun in a battle that had high ranked cultivators participating. Charlie Chan and Cold Moon on the side had the same opinion. This time, destroying the hostile forces of the Class A number 1 extraterrestrial world is one of the purposes, and another is to plunder the spirit source veins of the Class A number 1 extraterrestrial world. Spirit source vein? The word spiritual source could be too familiar to Charlie Chan. It could be said that every cultivator was very sensitive to the word spirit source. Spirit mines were where spirit stones were produced, and spirit sources were also the core of spirit mines. Spirit sources could absorb the aura from the surrounding heaven and earth before converting it into spirit stones. As long as one obtains a spirit source and then buries it in a normal piece of land, it is equivalent to obtaining a spirit stone vein. Learning that this was the mindset of the Yin-Yang sect's senior management, the three people present also suddenly came to a realization. It means that you high-end warriors are in the front to clear out the hostile forces, while we disciples are in the back to reap the benefits and plunder all kinds of precious resources of the Class A number 1 extraterrestrial world. Hearing Long Yu's words, Zhao Lingli also nodded repeatedly. That's what it means, only this time, the action is not for you disciples to act alone, but for each of us, the elders of these subsects, to select disciples to personally lead the team. After all, it's a Class A world, the personnel of that power have strong cultivation, you are all the future hopes of the clan, someone needs to watch over you and not let you get into danger. Saying that, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhao. Elder sister, wait, I have a question to ask. The extraterrestrial world we're going to this time, isn't it very strong? Will it be dangerous to invade rashly? Regarding Charlie Chan's worries, Zhao Lingli was not impressed. You don't have to worry about that, our Yin-Yang sect has our own intelligence organization. Chapter 20 Crazy Earning Yin-Yang Points. According to the information that came back from the intelligence organization, the forces in the A1 world are intricate. Not only are there human races from various forces, but there are also powerful demon races. The human race and the demon race are incompatible with each other, and this time, the one leading the opposition against us is the Thunder Empire, one of the three strongest empires of the human race. The Thunder Empire occupies 1/6 of the land resources of the A1 world. With the strength of our Yin-Yang sect, taking down the Thunder Empire is still a breeze. Hearing this, Charlie Chan nodded. It would be good to have definite information, but he was afraid of burying his head in the sand without intelligence. It would be too easy to turn over the boat in the gutter. After explaining Charlie Chan's problem, Zhao Lingli looked at the two of them, Long Yu and Chuxian Nuda. This time I'm bringing you guys along, but I'm also bringing my 4 disciples. The 8 of us will form a small team, and when the time comes, we'll teleport there through our sect's random teleportation array. The word I got is that the operation starts in half a month. But it's not necessarily firm news, it could be brought forward or delayed. Prepare yourselves early. The 3 nodded, understanding Zhao Lingli's meaning. After telling a few people about this matter, Zhao Lingli left with Chu Xinyu. Only Charlie Chan and Leng Yu were left in the cave now. After making sure that Zhao Lingli had gone far away, Charlie Chan directly hugged Long Yu's willow waist. They've finally left. This elder Zhao Lingli is too flirty. She's got me all fired up. Sister Long Yu, give it to me once. Cold Moon looked at Charlie Chan's monkeyish appearance and actively cooperated. Not to mention Charlie Chan, Long Yu was also holding back a bit. Soon the room was filled with the sound of the bedboards creaking against each other. After leaving from Long Yu's place, Charlie Chan returned to the outer sect he was in. This time, if he was going to go to the Class A No. 1 extraterrestrial world to reap the benefits, Charlie Chan definitely had to be prepared. Because this is a great opportunity to get rich. Just getting some oil and water from it would be enough to make Charlie Chan rich for a long time. The most important thing to get more benefits this time was to raise one's spiritual planter profession grade. So Charlie Chan took advantage of this time to try to improve his spiritual planter rank more. Then all that was needed to raise the rank of a spiritualist was Yin and Yang points. So Charlie Chan came into the outer sect's territory and began to absorb the Yin Qi from his little sister's body. The outer door junior sisters were still relatively approachable, and by spending only 10 spirit stones, Charlie Chan could come into contact with the junior sisters for an hour. It can't be helped. They're all just kids who can't stand the temptation. You know that outside the greenhouse is only a piece of spirit stone for an hour, here it directly double 10 times. They can't even think about not being impressed. The little sisters were all at the cultivation level of the Qi refining realm, and the Yin Qi in their bodies did not exceed single digits, so 1 hour was enough time. After arriving at the territory where the outer disciples lived, Charlie Chan casually pulled a young senior sister by the side of the road. Senior sister, for 10 spirit stones, can senior brother have a private heart-to-heart talk with you for an hour? Hearing that Charlie Chan was going to give himself 10 spirit stones, this junior sister easily agreed. Yes. After learning that the other party agreed, Charlie Chan followed him to his residence. These ordinary female disciples would have no income other than the 50 spirit stone resources provided by the sect. Therefore Charlie Chan's 10 spirit stones were immensely tempting to her. After an hour ended, the system's voice also sounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Yin-Yang points plus 315. This little sister is quite good, but her cultivation level is a bit poor, and the added Yin and Yang points are too little. There's no way around it. Quality doesn't work, then you have to replace quality with quantity. After sending the little sister away, Charlie Chan took aim at his next target. 10 days later, Charlie Chan opened his system panel. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 94-190. Spiritual roots, medium grade spiritual roots. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi refining realm. Yin-Yang points, 360. Spiritual planter, 2nd order intermediate 030. Occupation? Unlocked by Chikyu realm. During these 10 days, Charlie Chan wasted his sleep and food, immersing himself in the process of absorbing Yin Qi every day. After Charlie Chan's hard work, his Yin and Yang points reached 360. But the spirit stones weren't spared either, costing Charlie Chan a full 5,000 spirit stones. These little sisters are really bad. Surprisingly, he had formed a group to earn Charlie Chan's money, and was not satisfied with 10 spirit stones, and was here to raise the price with Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan didn't want to bother with them about the 10 spirit stones, so he gave them some more. And in the meantime Charlie Chan found out. Consuming a large amount of Yang Qi in one's body and then replenishing it back through the Dragon Yang Divine skill was one's own cultivation method for this Dragon Yang Divine skill. Consuming a large amount of Yang Qi to synthesize Yin and Yang points over the past 2 days, Charlie Chan's cultivation level had also risen by 2 consecutive levels, coming to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. After returning to his own place, Charlie Chan asked the 3 Tian Xixue to squeeze his shoulders and pound his legs. Charlie Chan closed his eyes and rested, then began to upgrade the spiritual planter's rank in his own mind. For this kind of thing, naturally, it's all pokies. Yin and Yang points 6300. Spiritual planter, 3rd order lower 0100. Yin-Yang point 300 0. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. After ascending 2 ranks in succession, Charlie Chan's knowledge about spiritual plantsmiths was instantly enriched in his mind. A large amount of knowledge regarding the cultivation and maintenance of 3rd and 4th order spiritual plants flooded into Charlie Chan's mind. Charlie Chan then got up and went to the recycling hall to buy some pills to recover from injuries and various talismans. A talisman was something that could explode with great power without the restriction of cultivation. It's a great way to kill enemies over the top. It was only expensive, and only talisman masters could make talismans, so talismans were especially rare. Charlie Chen bought 3 third-order talismans that could explode the power of a Jindan realm cultivator's attack, spending 3,000 spirit stones. Then he bought 5 more second-order talismans that could explode the power of an attack from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, spending a total of 2,500 spirit stones. Although it cannot play a big role, but at least it is better than nothing. It is also a kind of life preservation means. Walking in the jungle, you can't be too skilled. Having come to the recycling hall to buy something, it was natural to spend a little bit of money with Shen Zixi. This time Shen Zixi was particularly clingy and insisted that Charlie Chan stay with her for a day. Charlie Chan's body was now left with 4,000 spirit stones. I wanted to refuse, but I didn't withstand the other's soft words. Charlie Chan thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to use spirit stones on this expedition anyway, so he clenched his teeth and stayed with Shen Zixi for a day. This time, Charlie Chan followed Shen Zixi to her residence. This Shen Zixi's residence is really not bad. All kinds of decoration is very luxurious, at least spent about 2,000 spirit stones. Charlie Chan thought to himself that this wouldn't be earning the spirit stone decoration from himself. This is also really idle, even earn spirit stones for decoration, really have money to burn. But after learning about Shen Zixi, Charlie Chen realized that he had misunderstood. It turns out that Shen Zixi's father is a wealthy businessman. Chapter 21, Departure to the Extraterrestrial World. Shen Zixi grew up well-fed and clothed by her own parents. Later, after examination, Shen Zixi's cultivation talent was good. So Shen Zixi with an active mind planned to Yin-Yang sect, the strongest sect in the Yin-Yang realm. But her parents disagreed, and although the Yin-Yang sect was deeply rooted, the sect was rife with debauchery between men and women. They don't want to see their daughters degrade themselves into it. A girl's family goes to a small sect to cultivate for a few years, and then just goes and marries. However, Shen Zixi did not take it seriously and resolutely came to the Yin-Yang sect. In the beginning Shen Zixi's Taoist heart was still relatively firm, and she did not care about the pursuit of the handsome men in the Yin-Yang sect. But gradually Shen Zixi couldn't do it anymore and ended up dating a Taoist. Later on, because the cultivation resources provided by the Yin-Yang sect were too little, she asked her father to bribe the elders of the Yin-Yang sect to get herself a public position in the recycling hall in the outer sect. However, some days ago, Shen Zixi's home was suddenly invaded by a group of powerful robbers, sweeping away the goods that the Shen family intended to deliver. The goods were lost, and the consignee was to be compensated 10 times the amount of damages as agreed. Their Shen family had scraped together money left and right, but in the end, they were still short of 100,000 spirit stones. The consignee was quite powerful, and they threatened Shen Zixi's parents that if they didn't hand over the spirit stones, then they would exterminate Shen Zixi's family. In order to not let her parents at home be in danger, Shen Zixi began to earn spirit stones. After all, it's a girl, and shame is still strong. The first person to look for is the elderly Charlie Chan. Thought Charlie Chan, an old man, to give him an hour, will not be found by others. But I did not expect Shen Zixi's luck to be quite good. Charlie Chan was a spiritual plant master, so Shen Zixi stared at Charlie Chan wool gathering. After all, letting Charlie Chan sleep alone was better than letting a group of people sleep. Therefore, she forced Charlie Chan to spend money whenever he came to the recycling hall. In a short period of time, Shen Zixi had gleaned several thousand spirit stones from Charlie Chan's body. A day and a night later, Shen Zixi leaned in Charlie Chan's arms and said in a petulant manner, "Senior brother, can you help me pay off my family's debt? I'm still about 50,000 spirit stones short. As long as you help me pay off my debt, in the future, whenever you want it, senior brother, you can come to me, and senior sister will not refuse you. Whatever tricks you want, senior sister will oblige you." Looking at Shen Zixi's frowning, purple eyes full of pleading, Charlie Chen couldn't help but feel a little soft. Honestly, the two had slept their way into a relationship in the meantime, so it was okay to help her out. But then Charlie Chan steeled himself. It's better not to agree to such things lightly. Knowing the face does not know the heart, in case you help Shen Zixi finish returning the spirit stone, Shen Zixi directly dumped Charlie Chen how to do, then Charlie Chen will not become a wrongdoer. And to put it bluntly, Shen Zixi was just a trading object for herself. The two didn't have anything more to do with each other than mingling physically. Shen Zixi looked imploring, perhaps waiting for this big fish of his to fall into the net. People's hearts are treacherous. Charlie Chan has to be on guard. Some say the two slept together. So what? Charlie Chan didn't give her the spirit stones? If she was a perfect body like Long Yu, he might still cherish her. Unfortunately, he had already been eaten by a man earlier, and Charlie Chan was definitely not going to waste his energy because of her. Charlie Chan gently pushed Shen Zixi away and said with a smile. Don't, let's just deal normally. Senior Sister Fairy descended to Earth, how can she be owned? It will by an ordinary person like me. Before Shen Zixi could say anything, Charlie Chan left straight away. Alright Senior Sister, I still have things to do, so I'll leave this time, let's make another appointment next time. Looking at Charlie Chan, who had ruthlessly rejected herself, Shen Zixi bit her lip, her eyes full of aggression. After a few seconds, 2 lines of hot tears unexpectedly flowed out of Shen Zixi eyes. One is clearly courting Charlie Chan. Otherwise what girl would be willing to be driven by a man for the rest of her life? I had thought that the one confession I had summoned up the courage to make would impress Charlie Chan. But it was not expected to be rejected by Charlie Chan in a single breath. Looking at Charlie Chan's back, Shen Zixi shouted. Charlie Chan! Do you think I'm dirty? Charlie Chan's body trembled slightly, and he had wanted to turn back to comfort. But think about it or forget it, don't give yourself nothing to do, there are still quite a few little sisters waiting for you outside. So Charlie Chan rushed away. 2 days later, news came from Senior Sister Coldman's side, informing that it was time to start the operation. After Charlie Chan had explained to Tian Xixue and the others, he came to wait in Lung Yu's cave. In a short while, Zhu Xian Nuda, Zhao Lingli, and Zhao Lingli's 4 disciples arrived. Looking at Zhao Lingli's 4 female disciples, Charlie Chan's eyes widened in a burst of surprise. These 4 female disciples were really pretty, all of them were at the level of the outer sect's top 10 beauties. And because the 4 were at a much higher cultivation level, their aura was far from being comparable to the outer sect's top 10 beauties. Sure enough, this Yin-Yang sect is a place where beautiful women gather, and Charlie Chan still has a lot of room to grow here. After the 4 of them arrived at Lang Yu's cave, they were also a bit surprised when they looked at the middle-aged uncle at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm who was waiting here. Why is this Qi refining realm rookie here too? Is it possible that he's someone's relation? Later, after asking, I realized that this uncle was a spiritual planter. Being old and having a low cultivation level, it fulfilled their stereotypical image of a spiritual planter. After a few people had discussed the matter, Zhao Lingli led a few people to the main hall of the Hall of Heavenly Passage. By the time a few people arrived here, the Tong Tian Hall was already packed with people. There were a total of 9 elders and 2 patriarchs in their division. The vice patriarch had to sit and guard the Yin-Yang sect's branch, so there were a total of 10 teams. Charlie Chan thought 8 people on their team was more than enough. But I didn't expect the other teams to be even more exaggerated, with the least number of people being more than 20. There was even a team that numbered over 100. After inquiring, he learned that this team was 9th Elder Zhao Wuming's team. This 9th Elder Zhao Wuming was notoriously greedy. All sorts of bribes were accepted from the disciples, and whenever anyone in the sect wanted to use the back door, he was the first one to come to mind. And the patriarch can't control it. I heard that he's a bit of a relative to the higher-ups over at the Yin-Yang sect's headquarters. Looking at the long line that had formed behind him, it was clear that he definitely hadn't made a lot of spirit stones this time. And among them Charlie Chan also saw a few familiar faces, just like Cold Moon's licking dog Wen Jian. As well as the public official of the Tongtian Temple, Li Beifeng, and his Taoist couple, Ling Shuero. Even at the end of the line, Charlie Chan saw that little Shen Zixi. It looked like this Shen Zixi had really decided to put up a fight, wanting to go to the A1 world to get some spirit stones. When Charlie Chan saw Shen Zixi also saw Charlie Chan. Seeing Charlie Chan greet her, Shen Zixi also pouted and turned her head away to ignore her. Charlie Chan was also a bit embarrassed. It must be that she was a bit resentful because she had rejected her in the first place. I was going to go up and strike up a conversation, but thought better of it. When she came back, Charlie Chan went to spend a little more money with her, and she naturally stopped being angry. With the few remaining teams arriving, the crowd also stepped into the transmission array of the Class A No. 1 Extraterrestrial world in order according to the status of the elders and patriarchs. Since Zhao Lingli was the 2nd elder, it wasn't long before their group stepped into the teleportation array. Several people closed their eyes as a white light flared up. By the time a few people opened their eyes again, they were already in a primitive forest. Zhao Lingli squatted on the ground, then took out a map and a magic treasure that looked like an antenna from her storage ring. Chapter 22, The Law of Heaven and Earth. Zhao Lingli then injected her spiritual energy into the antenna magic treasure. Although no changes appeared on the surface of this antenna magic treasure, Charlie Chen could feel that this antenna magic treasure was continuously emitting circular spiritual shockwaves outwards. Zhao Lingli, on the other hand, closed her eyes and transmitted her divine sense into these spiritual shockwaves spreading out further away. Lang Yu, who was on the side, also thoughtfully explained to Charlie Chen what Zhao Lingli was holding. According to Lang Yu, this item was a magic treasure level prop. As long as one injected spiritual energy into it, one could probe the terrain of the surrounding area on a large scale. The exact range is then based on the user's cultivation level. With a cultivation level of the harmonization realm like Zhao Lingli's, she would at least be able to explore the surrounding terrain for hundreds of kilometers. After Lang Yu finished explaining to Charlie Chen, Zhao Lingli also opened her eyes. He then looked at the map placed on the ground and gave a slight wave of his hand. The map, originally the size of 2 hands, instantly became hundreds of times larger. Zhao Lingli began to keep searching for their current location on the map. It didn't take long to find out where they were from a corner. Who knew that Zhao Lingli flopped down and sat on the ground with a speechless expression. It's over, our current location is in the territory of the demon race, 100,000 miles away from the Thunder Empire. By the time we get there, the yellow flowers will be cold. A few others were surprised. Ha! Then we didn't come all the way here for nothing. It's okay, there's no need to worry too much, there are very many variables in this kind of thing, let's head over there now and pick up some rags. With that, Zhao Lingli greeted a few people and got up, then Zhao Lingli activated a spell formation under her feet and led a few people to fly at breakneck speed in the direction of the Thunder Empire. Zhao Lingli stood in front of the spell formation, and Charlie Chen's few people sat behind it to rest. Looking at the array of stunning colors beside him, Charlie Chen couldn't help but feel curious. This Zhao Lingli was a puller, so these disciples of hers shouldn't have been bent by her as well. It would be a real shame to be bent. It would be a loss to the men if such a stunning beauty couldn't pass on to the next generation. Charlie Chen wanted to go up and accost a few of Zhao Lingli's disciples, but thought better of it. My current self is a world away from them. There was no need to be a clown, they weren't something Charlie Chen could covet at this stage. Solemnly, Charlie Chen looked at Cold Moon beside him. It was good that Lang Yu was her own woman and didn't exclude herself, so she could still have a good time and relieve herself when she was bored. The Class A Level 1 extraterrestrial world was still very large, several times larger than the Yin-Yang realm. According to Zhao Lingli's guess, it would take at least 10 days for a few people to arrive within the Thunder Empire. During this time, Charlie Chen offered to go to other forces to plunder the spirit sources in the spirit mines. But it was sternly rejected by Zhao Lingli. Spirit mines were the key place to guard for every power, the number of experts stationed there was not to be mentioned. This robbing of the spirit mine would be a clear-cut war with others. The Yin-Yang sect still had to be defending its interests in this Class A number 1 extraterrestrial world, and it absolutely could not offend the other forces in this world. Especially at this critical time, it's important to be careful and to move less when passing by. Just as the crowd was concentrating on catching up, a particularly huge cat-shaped spell of heaven and earth suddenly appeared directly in front of them. Feeling the intense fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from before their eyes, the faces of the people present changed drastically. The rolling spiritual energy in front of him was like an ocean, and Charlie Chen felt that this cat form in front of him was heavenly and earthly, and that he could shock himself to death with a casual movement. Even Zhao Lingli, who was in front of the crowd, was startled by the Dharma heaven and earth in front of her. Not good, this is a Mahayana realm cultivator. The other party suddenly stopped in front of him, definitely not with good intentions. So Zhao Lingli hurriedly reversed the direction of the flight spell and flew in the other direction. But the gap between the harmonization realm and the transition realm was greater than expected. A few people had just turned their heads and hadn't gotten very far before the cat-shaped FATND slapped out a claw. Although this claw did not hit them, the gusts of wind swept up by the spiritual energy knocked several people down from the sky. The crowd slammed down heavily on the ground from 1,000 meters in the air. It is good that in mid-air Cold Moon held Charlie Chen in her arms, otherwise with Charlie Chan's cultivation, he would have fallen to his death. Cold Moon and Charlie Chen fell to the ground in the woods. The two of them strongly supported their bodies that were about to fall apart and struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at Lang Yu's bulging chest, Charlie Chen let out a sigh of relief. It's okay. Just don't flatten the baby. What was that thing just now? Even elder Zhao Lingli fled when she ran into him. That thing is called Dharma Heaven and Earth, something that only cultivators of the Mahayana realm have, said Cold Moon, frowning. I didn't think we'd be so unlucky to run into a Mahayana realm cultivator, this is troublesome, let's hurry and meet up with elder sister. The two were just about to turn around and find the others. But just as the two of them turned their heads, they saw a woman with cat ears and cat whiskers, a slender figure, and a cat's tail behind her buttocks, staring at the two of them with interest. Looking at the features on the woman's body, the two Charlie Chen instantly froze in place. Spirit Cat Clan. The Spirit Cat Clan woman licked the back of her hand, and within moments it changed from a human hand to a cat's paw. Looking at the two people whose faces were full of panic, the Spirit Cat Clan woman fiddled with her claws, a hint of teasing appearing on her tender little face. One Jindan realm, one Qi refining realm, rookie combination, immediately tie your hands, I'll make a move and you too will suffer. Hearing this, Lang Yu took out her own spirit sword and prepared to test the other party. As a result, just as Lang Yu moved, the Spirit Cat Clan woman flashed in front of Lang Yu with a very fast speed. Before Lang Yu could even react, the Spirit Cat Clan woman's cat claws were on Lang Yu's neck. You lose. Lang Yu wanted to argue when she saw this, but the Spirit Cat Clan woman was even faster and slapped her on the head with a claw, knocking her out. After resolving Cold Moon, the Spirit Cat Clan turned their heads to look at Charlie Chan again. Charlie Chan, on the other hand, had the good sense to raise his hands. Beauty, don't be impulsive, I surrender. You do know what you're doing. Looking at the Charlie Chan in front of her, a hint of appreciation appeared on the Spirit Cat Clan woman's face. Then he quietly approached Charlie Chan and sniffed at his body, a look of surprise on his face. What a strong yang qi, you human men really do have a lot of yang qi that attracts cats, just as the books say. The demon race has always been very keen in detecting yang qi. This was because the demon race was able to rapidly raise their cultivation level by sucking the yang and yin qi from the bodies of the human race. Yang energy is a great tonic for the demon race. Female goblins, in particular, are as fond of yang qi as a cat is of catnip. Looking at the blushing face of this Spirit Cat Clan woman in front of her, it was obvious that she was very fond of the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body. In the next second, the woman cupped Charlie Chan's chin and kissed him. Looking at the way this female goblin closed her eyes and greedily absorbed the yang energy, Charlie Chan thought silently in his heart. This leprechaun has a soft mouth. Charlie Chan, who was enjoying it, gradually felt a hint of something wrong. The yang energy in his own body was slowly concentrated into his mouth under the pull of a force, and then absorbed into the woman's body through their kiss. Chapter 23 Cat Little Spirit. However, it was good that Charlie Chan's body had a deep yang energy, and the yang energy absorbed by the woman could only be considered as a furry. Feeling the inexhaustible yang qi in Charlie Chan's body, the woman became more and more maniacal and began to kiss Charlie Chan harder. Hopefully, he could draw more yang energy from Charlie Chan's body. Unfortunately, with a brief contact, the amount of yang energy absorbed was ultimately limited. However, the woman was a little less than satisfied with the status quo, and after pushing Charlie Chan to the ground, she pressed down on Charlie Chan's body, grabbed Charlie Chan's head, and then lowered her head, and began to seriously absorb the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body. Charlie Chan was also somewhat speechless as he looked at this silly girl who was pressing on top of him. To speed up the rate of absorption, change the way this dry kisses have to be absorbed until when Woman's message being detected. Name, Cat Shu Ling. Race, Spirit Cat. Life expectancy, 101-1300. Qualification, Heavenly Spirit Root. Cultivation level, 3rd level of Yuaning Realm. Yin Qi, 33. Looking at the cat little spirit's message, Charlie Chan also slightly widened his eyes. It looked like this little wildcat was very high up in the Spirit Cat Clan status, to the point of being a top genius with a heavenly spirit root. But sadly, it looked like a little girl who had never touched a man before. There was no need to look at her age, just based on her raw kissing level, Charlie Chan knew. Just this little girl to absorb their own yang qi, sucking is not as much as their own back, this has to be absorbed to win to go. Just as Charlie Chan was thinking about how to tempt this little wildcat to use a faster way of absorbing yang qi, a sound of footsteps came from the nearby woods. Charlie Chan rotated his eyeballs to the side and realized that 6 Spirit Cat Clans were walking towards them. 5 of them are women and 1 is a man. The 5 women wore very sexy clothes, just like Cat Little Spirit, all of them were revealing 3-point styles, covering only the most important places. What with the Northern Hemisphere, the Southern Hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, and the Eastern Hemisphere, there is not the slightest thing to cover. There was no cover on her buttocks, and all her white, tender flesh was exposed to the air. But at this moment, Charlie Chan didn't have time to appreciate these things. This was because he realized that Zhao Lingli, Xu Xinyu and a few others were all grabbed by them and lost the ability to resist. A few people also revealed surprised gazes when they saw the cat little spirit who was lying on top of Charlie Chen. The leading woman walked behind Cat Xiaoling, directly grabbed the back of Cat Xiaoling's neckstalk, and lifted her up from Charlie Chan's body. The cat's little spirit saw the woman on the side and also struggled to wave her limbs. Sister Matriarch, what are you doing? Let go of me, I want to absorb the yang energy from the human man's body. Seeing the cat Xiaoling absorbing human yang qi, the woman known as the Matriarch also revealed a displeased expression and extended her palm to give her a few hard smacks on her little butt. I told you, no harm will be allowed to the humanoids captured this time, there will be trouble. What if you absorb this human man's yang qi so recklessly and suck him to death? But when she looked at Charlie Chan, she revealed a surprised expression. This human has such a strong yang qi, it's really strange. The majestic yang qi on Charlie Chan's body was completely beyond the realm of what ordinary human men possessed. Charlie Chan looked at the spirit cat clan woman in front of him who had exposed a piece of snowy white, and he couldn't help but look up and down as well. Woman's message being detected. Name, Cat Cloud. Race, Spirit Cat. Life expectancy, 7,238,000. Qualification, Heavenly Spirit Root. Cultivation, 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Yin Qi, 74. 6th level of the Mahayana realm. It looks like this is the woman who just attacked us. The cultivation speed of this heavenly spiritual root was truly terrifying, just 7,000 years of time and it had already cultivated to this realm. Zhao Lingli's earth spirit root cultivation talent was only just at the harmonization realm at about the same age as her. Although Cat Cloudy felt very strange about Charlie Chan, she didn't think much of it and packed Charlie Chan and the fainting Leng Yu on the side away. After arriving at the Spirit Cat Clan's territory, Charlie Chan's few people were also locked up in separate dungeons. The few of them got a lot of spectators from the Spirit Cat Clan on their way back from being captured. Demons were very keen on the yang and yin energy in human bodies, after all, it was a great tonic for them. As soon as you come across it, you want to be compelled to absorb it. And the human race that absorbed it, in the light case of lack of energy and weakness, and in the heavy case of direct death. Often, members of the demon race couldn't help but absorb the yin and yang energy from human bodies. So gradually it led to the antagonism between humans and demons, and mutual wariness and hostility. It later intensified, and the human and demon races directly began to confront each other head-on. Moreover, the human race found out that the bodies of the demon race were all treasures, and there were some high-realm cultivators who recklessly and secretly hunted the demon race. This is how the conflict between the human and demon races began. At this moment, a large group of Spirit Cat Clan men were clustered in the Spirit Cat Clan's main hall. Matriarch, give me the most voluptuous human woman, I love the yin in her body so much. I've never absorbed a human's yin qi in all my life. Looking at the group of impulsive males in the great hall, the cat, Cloudy, who was the leader of the clan, immediately waved his hand in rejection. No way. I've set the rules from the time I took office, absolutely no one can lay hands on the human race, much less get involved in the human race's strife, or else it will bring about the end of our Spirit Cat Clan. What are you afraid of, Clan Chief? Our Spirit Cat Clan is still afraid of the human clan. Just do it and be done with it. Looking at the crowd of fellow males, Cat Cloud pinched his somewhat slightly sore head. Then threw them right out. Ratty males think with their lower bodies. The human race is strong, it's better not to easily generate conflict with them, they fight on both sides, let's not offend anyone. Charlie Chan on the other side looked at the dimly lit cell in front of him and also stuck his head out to the side. Unfortunately, it was so dim next to it that you couldn't see anything. Alas, what is this all about? Is not said to come to pick up the advantage of it, how is still caught by the demon race. This clan is also too unreliable. Charlie Chan lay down on the straw and couldn't help but feel worried about what the Spirit Cat Clan would do with them. Especially Leng Yu and the other group of women, they were so beautiful, the demon race was still thirsty for yin qi. This if given by tens of thousands of demons night and day. That's not good. He wished that he had taken the blame for them, not just 10,000 leprechauns. Come on. I, Charlie Chan, am not afraid. Just as Charlie Chan was lying on the straw and fantasizing, some movement came from outside the prison. Charlie Chan looked outside the cell and realized that it was none other than the cat Xiaoling who had absorbed his yang qi during the day. The cat Xiaoling was lying on the cell's fence, looking at Charlie Chan in the cell with a face full of longing. That human, hurry over here and let me absorb your yang energy. Cat Xiaoling's voice was grandmotherly, like a little kitten that hadn't been born for long. Chapter 24. Are you the pure yang sacred body? Charlie Chan couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw the other party staring at him with two glowing eyes. This little girl was really a little glutton, she couldn't wait to come after herself. You've got a begging attitude. Call me brother and I'll absorb your yang energy, or I won't give it to you. Brother! Brother! Come over here and let me suck in your yang energy. Would you like to absorb it faster? Think. Is it hard to believe you have a way to absorb it faster? Of course there is, except that the solution is a little painful. At those words, a trace of perseverance appeared on Cat Little Spirit's face. It's okay, I'll endure the pain as long as I can absorb the yang energy. Charlie Chan nodded, looking at Cat Little Spirit with admiration in her eyes. Okay, since you have such willpower, I'll help you. Saying that, Charlie Chan looked around. After realizing that there was no one else, Charlie Chan looked towards Cat Xiaoling with an evil smile on his face. Here, you turn around. Right. Come closer, it's too far. Wait, I'll find the location. Okay. Long enough. Just as Charlie Chan was channeling Cat Xiaoling's yang qi, on the other side, Cat Yunjian arrived at the cell where Zhao Lingli was being held. Looking at Zhao Lingli, who was sitting on the ground, attempting to use her own cultivation to break the seal she had set in her body, Cat Yunjian twisted her but then squatted down to persuade her. You don't have to bother, I'm at the cultivation level of the Mahayana realm. It's impossible for you, a harmonization realm cultivator, to break through my seal. Zhao Lingli opened her eyes and her eyes stared fiercely at the Cat Yunjian in front of her. We have no grievances, why are you stopping us? Are you guys going to the Thunderquake Empire to participate in a crusade? A look of shock appeared on Zhao Lingli's face when she learned that her mission had been discovered by the other party. How did you know about our Yin-Yang sect's plan? You tortured those little guys? If you want to know anything, you come straight at me and I'll tell you everything, you don't have to do it to those little guys. Now that a few of his own people had fallen into the hands of the Spirit Cat clan, the clan and whatnot was no longer important, it was better to save a few people's lives first. Why bother torturing them? All I need to do is put 100 Spirit Cat clan men in your cell and you, the leader, will obediently tell the truth. Zhao Lingli's eyes trembled, and it was clear that Cat Yunjian had spoken to her heart. Seeing that Zhao Lingli was intimidated by herself, Cat Yunjian also continued. Don't think that if you have an intelligence organization in the Yin-Yang realm, we don't have one in the floating life realm. In terms of overall strength, your Yin-Yang realm is less than half of our floating life realm. It's just that the Yin-Yang realm has been consolidated by your Yin-Yang sect, while our floating life realm is a scattered mess. If my guess is correct, all of those higher-ups of your Yin-Yang realm who went to crush the Thunderquake Empire now should all be dead. Hearing this, a look of panic passed through Zhao Lingli's eyes. Impossible, our Yin-Yang sect has 3 transition realm Taishang elders coming this time, with that strength of the Lasian Empire, how can they be our opponents? Even if the 3 empires of your floating life realm join forces, even if we are undefeated, then we still have a chance to escape. Then what if our demon clan powerhouses go over there as well? Hearing this, Zhao Lingli's heart grew desperate. Seeing that Zhao Lingli was speechless, Cat Yunjian stood up and said, We are not going to stop you for no reason. Our Spirit Cat clan is not strong and does not want to get involved in the strife of your human clan. But the demon race hierarchy has already cooperated with your human race, we can't do it without some action. So just condescend to stay in this dungeon for 10 days and half a month, and then I will naturally let you go. Don't worry, I'll treat you well with good food and drink, and all those men of our Spirit Cat clan, I'll make them stay away from you as well. After explaining all of this, Cat Yunjian turned his head and left Zhao Lingli's cell. As he passed by the cell aisle, Cat Cloud suddenly heard a strange sound coming from further inside the cell. Cat Yunjian followed the sound and realized that the one making the sound was none other than his lovely sister, Cat Xiaoling. Looking at the Cat Xiaoling who was frantically absorbing Charlie Chan's yang qi, the Cat Yunjian was also taken aback. Hurrying as fast as he could, he came to the side of the cat's little spirit, grabbed the cat's little spirit, and terminated the cat's little spirit's absorption of yang qi. This Cat Xiaoling, in order to absorb yang qi, she even gave up her innocence, it was really a bit too crazy. But it's understandable, after all, young people can't resist temptation. For something like yang qi, the little she cat really doesn't have the slightest resistance. Charlie Chen looked at the sudden arrival of uninvited guests, but also some speechless, the sudden interruption of their own absorption of yin qi process so difficult. Get yourself out of the way. Cat Cloud walked into the cell and began to check on Charlie Chan. This man is in danger of dying if his yang energy is absorbed too much. She didn't want Charlie Chan, a human, to die on her territory. It turned out that the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body was like a majestic sea, although there was a slight lack, it was being repaired at a crazy speed visible to the naked eye. Just in this moment of checking himself, the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body had already recovered as before. Seeing this scene, Cat Cloud was shocked. You're the pure Yang saint body? Cat Cloud's words confused Charlie Chan. He wanted to say it wasn't, but then he didn't know how to explain his body's problems, so he finally agreed. I suppose so. Hearing this, Cat Cloud's eyes glowed as he stared at Charlie Chan like he was surveying a treasure. Charlie Chan, on the other hand, had no time to care about Cat Union's expression. He only stared at the white huge in front of Cat Union's body, and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Chapter 25 The Spirit Cat Clan Chief Who Seized the Opportunity. Cat Cloudy was tall, and when Charlie Chan stood in front of her, the top of his head could only reach her chin. Charlie Chan looked flat, just enough to see what he wanted to see. And Cat Cloud's body was really great. Not only was it exceptionally forward and backward, but the rest of it was perfect as well. Richly textured vestigial lines. Slender but powerful legs. The best part is that this dressing style of Spirit Cat Clan is just fantastic. Showed everything that needed to be shown, without hiding anything. Things that shouldn't be shown can be shown, like hooking up with Cat Little Spirit, a little titty cat. If this was something that Cat Cloud could give himself once, he would be willing to die afterwards. Looking at Charlie Chan sizing up his figure, Cat Yunjun didn't have any dissatisfaction, but instead smiled and said, "You human, you've fallen into the hands of our Spirit Cat Clan and you're still not honest. You're not afraid that we'll crush you to death. It's up to you whether you die or live, but there are things you should see before you die, or else you won't be left with regrets." Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Cat Cloud snorted coldly, then threw Charlie Chan aside. After closing the cell door tightly, he grabbed the Cat Xiaoling, who was eyeing Charlie Chan outside, and left. On the way out, Cat Xiaoling looked at Cat Yunjian, who was grabbing himself, and also said with a pleading face, "Sister Matriarch, just let me through. I feel like if I absorb Yang Qi for a little while longer, I'll be able to break through to the 4th level of the Yuanying realm." 4th level of the Yuanying realm? I remember, didn't you just break through the 3rd level of the Yuanying realm last year? How did you break through so quickly? Hearing this, a smug look appeared on Cat Little Spirit's face, as if she was showing off, and said in a milky voice, "Because I absorb a lot of Yang Qi. Yang Qi is really a great tonic for our demon race." Looking at Cat Yunjian's somewhat confused appearance, Cat Xiaoling laughed. "Sister Matriarch, it's not possible that you haven't absorbed the Yang Qi of the human race before." Hearing this, Cat Yunjian instantly became a little flustered, as if she had been stepped on as a cat's tail, as she hadn't really absorbed it. Looking at Cat Xiaoling's somewhat contemptuous gaze, Cat Yunjian didn't want to lose face, so he braced himself and said, "Who said that? I used to absorb the yang energy of the human race all the time, but now I don't because of the reason of different policies towards humans." Saying that, Cat Cloudy said with a bit of disinterest, "What am I talking to a little girl like you for? Hurry up and go cultivate. How can you take shortcuts by absorbing Yang Qi every day? What kind of thing is this?" After throwing Cat Little Spirit back to her room, Cat Yunjun rushed to the Spirit Cat Clan's archive room without stopping. The archives contain all kinds of information about the Spirit Cat Clan. After arriving at the Spirit Cat Clan's archive room, Cat Yunjian rummaged through a shelf for a while and found a book in no time. This book is the Journal of the Ancestors of the Spirit Cat Clan. It was thought that this Spirit Cat Clan's ancestor had shocked a group of Spirit Cat Clan's geniuses when he reached the transition realm with his talent of Heavenly Spirit Root. There were rumors in the clan that the ancestor of this Spirit Cat Clan was the one who captured a human woman with a pure Yin sacred body. Then it absorbed the Yin Qi from its body day and night before breaking through the transition realm. However, this ancestor was not well liked in the clan in the first place, and it was most likely a rumor that members of the clan had gotten her into. But this matter was related to whether or not he could break through the transition realm. One must confirm the truth of the matter. Then, Cat Cloudbreath resolutely opened his ancestor's diary. After rummaging around for a few moments, Cat Yunjian really found the diary where his ancestor kidnapped a woman of the human race's pure Yin sacred body and absorbed Yin Qi day and night. In order to break through the realm of the present place, it is necessary to utilize a certain chance. The power of Yin and Yang seems to be a good thing. Seeing the 2 sentences left behind by his ancestor, Cat Yunwu thought to himself that this was indeed the case. His own cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Don't look at herself now, she was already at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm, not very far away from the transition realm, and she still had a lifespan of 30,000 years. However, she could clearly feel that the speed of her cultivation enhancement was already very slow compared to before, and had almost reached the stage of being unable to move. Whether she would be able to break through the transition realm in the coming time was not at all clear in her mind. Now there was a human race with a pure Yang sacred body, and there was also the valuable experience left behind by the ancestors to show the way. Cat Cloudy felt like she couldn't pass up this opportunity. Once she missed it, she would never be able to break through the transition realm again in her life. You don't get many chances in life to change your destiny, and when you do, you can't squirm. With that thought, Cat Cloud closed the diary in his hand heavily and put it back. On the other side, Charlie Chen was also a bit bored after seeing Cat Yunjian take Cat Xiaoling away. He was just about to lie down on the straw and take a nap when he heard the sound of dang 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 walking. Hearing the voice, Charlie Chan turned his head to look and realized that it was actually the Cat Yunjian who had just gone and returned. Seeing this, Charlie Chan hurriedly got up and said with some surprise, "Matriarch Beauty, what brings you back?" Without uttering a word, Cat Yunjun came to the cell and picked up Charlie Chan like he was a chicken cub and left the cell. Cat Cloudy led Charlie Chan into hiding for a while, and finally brought Charlie Chan to his room. It wasn't something honorable after all, not letting the men of his clan touch the human women while he was here stealing food. It wouldn't be good if they were accidentally found out, and it would easily affect their prestige in the clan. After bringing Charlie Chan to his room, he also didn't hesitate a bit and started to absorb the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body. An hour later, the system's voice sounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Yin-Yang points plus 10-15. At this moment, Charlie Chan felt like he was falling apart. The speed at which this Cat Cloudy absorbed yang qi was too terrifying. In just 1 hour, Charlie Chan felt that the yang qi in his body had been absorbed. This was the first time Charlie Chan had encountered such a situation after obtaining the system. This Mahayana realm cultivator is really not comparable to lower-level cultivators. When had the Golden Dan realms Leng Yu been able to push herself to this point? But it was okay. Looking at the little red flower on the bedsheet, Charlie Chan felt it was worth it. Surprisingly, he had taken the first time of the queen of the spirit cat clan, and he had no regrets in dying. And Cat Cloudy looked at the dying Charlie Chan, also gently shook his head and sighed. You, a chi refining realm cultivator, really can't do it after all. After absorbing it for an hour, the yang energy in your body is depleted. Look at you dying, can you be strong? Saying that, he even slapped Charlie Chan's face with his own cattail. Charlie Chan looked at the way the other party was making snide remarks and was also a bit out of breath. What human man can stand that ass of yours? If you were replaced by a human man in the same realm as me, you would have died from physical deficits long ago. Chapter 26 Suck. Crazy absorption of yang qi. Hearing Charlie Chan's flirtatious words, Cat Cloudy instantly revealed a blushing color. Cut the crap, it's not because you don't cultivate hard enough that you're like this. How long before I can restore the yang energy in my body? Charlie Chan raised his head and said with a face full of incredulity. You're still coming? Nonsense, just that little bit of yang energy in your body is enough for what? Don't look at the yang energy in Charlie Chan's body as a drop in the ocean for her. But after inhaling the yang qi from Charlie Chan's body into his body, he did feel that the cultivation that was as motionless as ancient ice began to slowly loosen. If he absorbed some more, he would definitely be able to speed up the rate at which he could ascend to the next realm. Half an hour. Give me half an hour and I'll be able to restore the yang energy in my body. Saying this, Charlie Chan sat cross-legged and began to run his Dragon Yang divine power to quickly restore his yang qi. Cat Yunjian was relying on Charlie Chan to raise his cultivation, then Charlie Chan was also using Cat Yunjian to raise his own cultivation. The great ups and downs of yang energy in the body were the way Charlie Chan raised his cultivation level. I thought that this was how Charlie Chan raised his cultivation level when he was dating his outer door junior sister. Half an hour passed, and when Shen Charlie's yang qi had recovered almost as much as it should have, Cat Cloudy began to absorb it again. 5 days had passed between reciprocation. During these 5 days, Cat Cloudy didn't move an inch to absorb the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body in his room, claiming to the outside world that he was going to be in seclusion for a period of time to cultivate. It was no exaggeration to say that the yang qi she had absorbed in these 5 days was worth hundreds of years of hard training. And Charlie Chan's cultivation level had also increased crazily through this period of time being absorbed with yang qi. In just 5 days' time, he had elevated to the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Foundation Establishment realm and unlocking the new profession of alchemist. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 94-230. Spiritual roots, medium-grade spiritual roots. Cultivation level, first level of Foundation Establishment realm. Yin-Yang points, 79. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. Alchemist, 001. Occupation? Unlocked at Jin Dan realm. As his cultivation increased, Charlie Chan's lifespan also increased a lot. The appearance also changed with the increase in lifespan, turning into a handsome young man in his 20s in appearance. Moreover, Charlie Chan had also unlocked the profession of alchemist. Alchemist is a profession that is more lucrative than spiritualist. When he thought about the 20,000 spirit stones that Charlie Chan had spent days earning, he could only buy 200 first-order extreme quality chi-gathering pills. It was important to realize that alchemists made pills at almost zero cost, except for the consumption of spiritual energy and spiritual plants. There's enough of that alchemy furnace thing to last a couple hundred years. But the price of pills is many times higher than spiritual plants. Only the number of alchemists was very small. The Yin-Yang sect branch that Charlie Chan was in only just had 3 alchemists. And all of them were in high positions. 2 of them were the elders of the sect, and one of them was a core disciple with a higher status than an inner disciple. As long as one grasped a stable source of elixirs, one could reach a high level even if one's talent was inferior. Take for example this cat Cloudy by his side. Because of the demon race's physique and aura, there was no way for them to learn and become alchemists. One could only rely on swallowing spirit plants raw every day to increase their cultivation speed. If the cat cloud was able to obtain a steady supply of 8th order chi gathering pills, with her heavenly spirit root cultivation talent, how could she still use to absorb the yang chi in Charlie Chan's body to enhance her cultivation? Therefore, Charlie Chan decided to prioritize promoting the profession of alchemist in the future. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan shuttled all of his yin and yang points to the profession of alchemist. Yin-Yang point 790. Alchemist, 2nd Order Intermediate 1830. After the alchemist rank was raised, a whole bunch of knowledge about alchemy passed into Charlie Chan's mind. Feeling the knowledge in his mind, Charlie Chan really wanted to refine a furnace of pills on the spot to practice. Unfortunately, conditions are not favorable. Now this cat Yun Jian was looking at the richness of his yang energy. If he knew that he was still an alchemist, he might force himself to stay at that time. Charlie Chan doesn't want to take that risk. The 2 men at this point were lying side by side on the bed, very silently not speaking and staring at the ceiling. Charlie Chan reached out and stroked the cat Yun Jian's cat tail. I had thought that cats' tails were pretty sluggish. But I didn't expect the flexibility to be so strong that it was able to wrap around Charlie Chan's wrist several times. Ahem. This wrist is a proper wrist. After lingering with Charlie Chan for a while, Cat Cloud got up and started to get dressed. After all, she was the matriarch, and there were many affairs in the clan that she needed to handle, so it was impossible for her to follow Charlie Chan around every day to absorb the yang chi. After Cat Cloudy was fully dressed, she directly opened the door to her room. I didn't realize that the witty and cute Cat Xiaoling had already been waiting outside. The moment Cat Yunjian opened the door, Cat Little Spirit flew straight into the room on all fours. Looking towards Charlie Chan, who was lying on the bed, the Cat Xiaoling also directly pounced on him. After waiting to lie down on Charlie Chan's chest, the Cat Xiaoling said in a milky fierce tone, "Sister, you're so bad, how dare you secretly absorb yang chi in private and not share it with me, humph." Looking at the Cat Xiaoling who was lying on her body, holding up her little nose and sniffing, Charlie Chen also stroked her head in a doting manner. This little girl, she's just too cute. Seeing this scene, Cat Yunjian seemed to have expected it and said as he looked at the cat little spirit in front of him, "Little sister, you can't say anything about Charlie Chan, or else the impact won't be good." "I know sis, I'm sure I won't tell. If I tell anyone, the other sisters are going to come over and steal Charlie's brother from me, huh?" With that, Cat Little Spirit hugged Charlie Chan's head and began to absorb the yang chi. Cat Cloud, on the other hand, left the room directly, not forgetting to close the door tightly when he left. After the little greedy cat, Cat Little Spirit, had absorbed 2 days' worth of yang chi, she had also successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Yuaning realm. Does it feel good to absorb yang energy? Great! My cultivation is dawdling. But I'm not good when you're good, I'm suffering from you absorbing my yang energy every day. Hearing this, the Cat Xiaoling rolled over and sat up, looking at Charlie Chan with some heartache. "Ha? Well, how am I going to make it up to you? I'll go get you some gourmet food." Seeing that the other party was about to get up and get dressed to leave, Charlie Chan also hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Don't, just do me a favor." "Oh." As night fell that night, 2 sneaky figures appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Cat Clan's dungeon. These 2 figures were naturally Cat Xiaoling and Charlie Chan. "Brother Charlie, why are we sneaking out at night?" "Because the yang energy on me is too heavy. If I act during the day, I'll be discovered by the women of your Spirit Cat Clan, so I can only wait until there are fewer people at night." Chapter 27, Life is like a play, it's all about the acting. Brother Charlie, you're so discreet. While saying that, Cat Xiaoling even rubbed against Charlie Chen's body a few times like a kitten. Brother Charlie. Brother Charlie. Brother Charlie. Charlie Chan stretched out his hand and grabbed the back of the Cat Xiaoling's neck stalk. Come on, don't flirt, you're young, how did you learn to drive? Brother Charlie, don't you like dirty little girls? Charlie Chan. I like to be pure. The Cat Xiaoling instantly switched styles, her teeth lightly biting her fingertips in a pitiful and helpless manner. Charlie brother, what did you mean by the big survey before? Yeah, that's the feeling, keep it up. Charlie Chan then gave the Cat Xiaoling a kiss on the cheek. The two of them slowly walked into the cell after getting bored at the dungeon entrance for a while. Watch your acting in a minute. Cat Little Spirit responded with a face full of seriousness. Don't worry brother Charlie, I'm sure I'll be good at acting. On the other side, Zhao Lingli was currently meditating and cultivating in her cell. Looking at the seals in her body that had made no progress after a week of impact, Zhao Lingli burst into a rage. The seal laid by a Mahayana realm cultivator is really sturdy, after so many days, there's no sign of loosening at all. I don't know what's happening. Gee, on the sovereign's side, I hope they're safe. Just as Zhao Lingli was worried, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the corridor of the cell. Zhao Lingli turned her head to look and found an innocent and cute spirit cat clan woman, Cat Xiaoling, holding Charlie Chen in her hands as she walked towards her cell. Charlie Chan was in a very wrong state, not only was his face red, his eyes were disoriented, and he was bending his body with a pained expression. It was as if they were suffering great pain. Cat Xiaoling pretended to pass by Zhao Lingli's cell without thinking. Oh? There's still a human locked up here, and since we've stumbled upon it, you're the one to do it. The cat little spirit then opened the cell door of the room. Looking at Charlie Chan, who was in the wrong condition, Zhao Lingli said worriedly. What happened to Charlie Chan? What's going on? You'll find out in a minute. After opening the cell door, Cat Xiaoling also very nonchalantly threw Charlie Chan onto Zhao Lingli's body. Zhao Lingli didn't have cultivation, she was just a weak woman, and was immediately smashed to the ground by the larger Charlie Chan. Zhao Lingli felt Charlie Chan's steaming body and also felt a hint of bad luck. Just wanted to push Charlie Chan away and put distance between them. However, Charlie Chan's cultivation was not sealed, and Zhao Lingli was simply no match for Charlie Chan, and was immediately restrained by Charlie Chan. Feeling her body being controlled, Zhao Lingli panicked. Charlie Chan's appearance was clearly a result of taking some elixir that had no way of controlling his lower body. Knowing that she couldn't escape, Zhao Lingli hurriedly looked at Cat Little Spirit, who was on the side, in a bit of a panic. Get him out of here. What's the point of getting rid of it? What if he suffocates? I'm still waiting to experiment on him. Hey, just enjoy the gift I've got for you. After saying that, he waved his hand to Zhao Lingli and walked straight away. Zhao Lingli looked at Charlie Chan, whose eyes flashed with red blood in front of her, and a wave of despair ran through her heart. This brat, what a bargain! Subsequently, under the absolute crushing of strength, Zhao Lingli eventually lost ground. She didn't realize that the dressing habit she had developed in the beginning had now become a shortcut for Charlie Chan to easily get his way. It wasn't until dawn the next morning that Cat Xiaoling returned to the cell and took Charlie Chan, who had calmed down considerably. Zhao Lingli was lying on the straw, her hair and clothes in disarray. Only she no longer had time to care, leaving only 2 lines of aggravated tears. This was also because she was a harmonization realm cultivator with a strong body, otherwise how could she still have time to cry? She would have fainted long ago. After leaving the cell, Charlie Chan instantly returned to normal. Not bad, we both work very well together, let's do this. In a while, the two of us will go to Chu Xin Oat's room. She and Zhao Lingli aren't polars, I have to break them both straight today. Don't worry brother Charlie, their cultivation is all sealed by us, as long as you go in, they definitely won't be able to escape. Don't be careless in a moment, but don't show your face, it's not good to show your face. With that, the two of them arrived in Chu Xin Oat's room. The 2 men repeated the same technique, and the uninformed Chu Xin Oat looked at Charlie Chan about to die a hard death, but also hurriedly inquired. Charlie Chan, what's wrong with you? I was poisoned, they drugged me and tried to drain the yang energy from my body. Senior sister Xin Oat, please help me, I'm too uncomfortable. Chu Xin Nuda looked at Charlie Chan's angry eyes and red face, and also frowned with a tense expression. Aya, this spirit cat clan's goblin is really too detestable to do this to you. Don't worry, for the sake of your relationship with Lung Yu, I will definitely help you. Saying that, Chu Xin Nuda undid her own clothes. Then he pulled Charlie Chan on top of him. Elder sister, your innocence, Charlie Chan saw how generous she was and instead felt a little sorry for her. Seeing that Charlie Chan was unmoved, Chu Xin Nuda was still anxious, a hint of urgency surfacing on her delicate cheeks. What's the point of grumbling? It's just a piece of skin, how can it be as important as your life? Come on. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing this, Charlie Chan stopped squirming. 2 hours later, Chu Xin Nuda fainted. Charlie Chan helped her get dressed, then left the cell silently. Charlie Chan had intended to strike while the iron was hot and do away with all of Zhao Lingli's disciples. But thought better of it. It's a little bit not good to do so, in case they combine their efforts afterwards and find out the end, Charlie Chan's reputation will not be good. So it's better to stop when it's appropriate, and it's enough to woe them both first. Cultivate the relationship between the two first before thinking of a way to take on Raider Zhao Lingli's disciple. Just like that, for the next few days, Charlie Chan switched back and forth between Zhao Lingli's and Chu Xian's cells every day. As time went on, both of their attitudes towards Charlie Chan continued to change. It goes without saying that Chu Xin Nuda started out by trying to save Charlie Chan's life. After a few days, it was also a matter of time in getting used to Charlie Chan's arrival. Zhao Lingli changed even more. At first she was only interested in women. But after a few days of contact, it was hardened and straightened by Charlie Chan. Although she didn't smile when she saw Charlie Chan every day, she could tell from some of her small actions that she had already accepted Charlie Chan's existence. It just might be a bit of a pull. Or thought Charlie Chan was under the control of drugs, delirious, and did not want to communicate with Charlie Chan. Chapter 28, Brother Charlie will come back for sure. When it was time to be imprisoned by the Spirit Cat Clan for more than 10 days, Cat Cloud, who was the leader of the Spirit Cat Clan, finally wanted to release them. Cat Cloudy came to the cell and released them from the cell one by one. Looking at Zhao Lingli, who was full of stubbornness, Cat Yunjian also lowered herself to apologize to her. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao, I had no choice but to trouble you to stay with me for 10 days. Zhao Lingli glanced at Cat Yunjian and didn't say anything. Regarding Zhao Lingli's icy attitude, Cat Yunjian did not take it seriously, and after unlocking the seals on Cat Yunjian and the others, Zhao Lingli couldn't wait to take Charlie Chan and the others away. Compared to the first few days when she came to the Spirit Cat Clan, the current Zhao Lingli had a mature flavor about her, as if she were a mother. Charlie Chan couldn't help but gulp even as he looked at Zhao Lingli's exquisite figure that was manipulating the spell formation in front of him. Charlie Chan really wanted to get close to Zhao Lingli, but from the time he left the Spirit Cat Clan's territory until now, Zhao Lingli hadn't said a single word to Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan felt that Zhao Lingli shouldn't be blaming herself, she should actually be a little embarrassed when she saw herself. The truth was just as she had guessed, although on the surface Zhao Lingli was straight and solemn in front of her as she maneuvered the spell formation, the blush on her face never disappeared. Feeling Charlie Chan behind her, she restrained her urge to lie on the ground, fearing that Charlie Chan would suddenly crawl over and bully her. Thinking back to the scene in the Spirit Cat Clan's prison in the past few days, Zhao Lingli felt kinda cool. On the other side, when the Cat Cloudy saw Charlie Chan and the others leaving, there was also a lingering look of reluctance in his eyes. Just leave? She actually wanted to leave Charlie Chan behind, but was afraid of the bad influence. If all the members of the clan followed her example, then Spirit Cat Clan would be in conflict with Human Clan again. It was something she didn't want to see. So she still relented and let Charlie Chan go. The cat little spirit on the side saw Cat Yunjian's unwillingness to give up and also came to her side to whisper. Sister, you don't have to be sad, Brother Charlie will be back. How do you know? Saying that, Cat Little Spirit took out a pregnancy test developed by the Spirit Cat Clan themselves from her storage ring. Looking at the 2 bars that appeared on the pregnancy test, Cat Cloud was shocked. You're pregnant? The cat Xiaoling touched her stomach, and a trace of compassion appeared in her eyes. Yeah, I'm pregnant with Charlie's brother's baby, and Charlie's brother already knows, and he told me that he'll definitely come back to see me and the baby in the future. Looking at Cat Xiaoling's innocent appearance, Cat Yunjian was also somewhat speechless. You got pregnant with Charlie Chan's child so easily, what if this is if he doesn't come back later? No, Brother Charlie isn't like that, he'll be back for sure. Looking at Cat Xiaoling's appearance of a love brain, Cat Yunjian was also very helpless. Ugh, can't help you. Looking at Charlie Chan's departing back in the distance, Cat Yunjian began to pull Cat Xiaoling back to her own place. On the other side of the spell formation, Charlie Chan's attitude towards Zhao Lingli is unknown, and Zhao Lingli is at the front of the spell formation, the crowd is watching it, Charlie Chan is not good at it, But fortunately, Chu Xin Nuta's attitude towards Charlie Chan did not change. Ever since that day with Charlie Chan, it was as if she had accepted this identity of being Charlie Chan's woman. Chu Xin Nuta sat next to Chen Charlie, always could not help but stretch out his arms and legs to rub against Chen Charlie. When Charlie Chan looked at her, she pretended to be serious again as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the fact that there were more people here, Charlie Chen would have already laid his hands on Chu Xin Nuta. How could he possibly allow her to be so wanton? Lang Yu, who was on the side, also sensed that something was wrong. Watching Charlie Chen leaning so close to Chu Xin Nuta, it was also a little sour in his heart. Although she knew the identity of Chu Xin Old Lotzi, she still did not feel good when she looked at it. So she sat on the other side of Charlie Chan. Feeling the two big beauties beside him, Charlie Chen's heart was also on fire. How nice it would be if this was a room with no one else in it, and one would have to show off one's virility. Just like that, after 3 days and 3 nights of flying at breakneck speeds, Zhao Lingli's squad finally arrived at the border of the Thunder Empire. As soon as he entered a city at the border, he didn't know if it was Charlie Chan's illusion. He always felt that there was a sense of solemnity appearing in the city, making him unable to resist his heart. A few people came to the city and looked at the crowded city, but they also felt a little strange. Because the Yin-Yang sect was at war with the Thunder Empire, in such a small town, how could it still be as if nothing had happened? It couldn't be true that it was just like what Cat Cloudy had said, that all the top brass of the Yin-Yang sect had all been slaughtered by the Demon Clan and the Thunder Empire. What now? Should we just fly to the government office and rob it? Don't. We don't know what's going on yet, let's just poke around for a bit. Zhao Lingli didn't act rashly, but instead went to a roadside stall on the side of the road and prepared to eat something. When the owner saw the few people, he also greeted them very warmly. What would you like to eat? Several guests. 1 noodle per person and a couple small cold dishes. Okay. You wait. With that, the boss went to inform the chef in the back kitchen. I didn't expect the owner to come back a few minutes later. What would you like to order, gentlemen? Charlie Chan's few people looked at the boss's appearance and thought that the boss had forgotten about them. Just about to have a seizure. But Zhao Lingli, who was on the side, noticed that something was wrong. She slapped out at the boss, and the boss, who was originally doing nothing, was turned into flying dust. Things around them were also changing, and the original lively scene disappeared in an instant. The streets went from being crowded to being a mass of dead bodies in an instant. The table where several people were sitting was also covered with moldy heads. It scared a few people, who instantly jumped out of their chairs. Full of wariness, he looked around. This is what's going on. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Zhao Lingli frowned and said with some concern. We were in the illusion when we entered the city. I don't know who set up such an illusion here. If it weren't for the environment, where human behavior is all repetitive, even I would have been tricked into it. Just as Charlie Chan and the others were puzzled, an old voice came from the roof of a house not far away. But the Yin-Yang people? A few people sniffed and looked over, only to see an old man covered in rags sitting on the roof of an inn, his eyes burning as he looked at the few people present. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the old man, the few people present could not help but stiffen their bodies. Chapter 29, Grandfather, Chen Wuji. Even Zhao Lingli of the harmonization realm revealed a look of gravity. She didn't dare to be careless, her hands and feet were involuntarily on guard, ready to fight at any time. Precisely. I wonder who you are. Did you do everything here? Hearing this, the old man laughed a few times, then his face changed violently and said in a fierce manner. This is the work of you Yin-Yang realm people. You Yin-Yang realm people have disregarded human lives and brutalized the civilian population here in order to refine blood pills that can break through realms. What a crime, 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 and what a crime. Immediately after the old man's words changed, his original somewhat maniacal tone became much milder. Although you are also from the Yin-Yang realm, I am certain that you are also quite shocked at what has happened here. Although your hearts are not bad, you are indeed from the Yin-Yang realm. As long as you guys can break through the old man's heart demon test, the old man will let you go. The few people present also frowned slightly when they learned the truth of the matter. I didn't expect that there would be such a ruthless person in the Yin-Yang sect who would dare to take human lives to make pills to help him break through the realm. Although there was some disbelief, but things did happen, and the old man in front of them with a high level of cultivation had absolutely no reason to lie to them. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. The old man nodded, followed by a gentle wave of his dry palm. A few green spiritual energy shot towards the few people present. After the spiritual energy drilled into several people's heads, several people immediately went black and passed out on the spot. Charlie Chan just woke up within seconds of passing out. Looking at the several people who were sleeping on the ground, Charlie Chan was instantly confused. No. Waking up so soon on your own? Isn't there some kind of heart test? Can't it be that we're already in the test now? But I didn't see anything during the moment I was unconscious just now. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan looked at the strange old man sitting on the roof of the building. The old man seemed to have anticipated that Charlie Chan would wake up, so he dodged and came violently in front of Charlie Chan. The system also sounded automatically at this time. Detecting men's information. Name, Chen Wuji. Race, human. Life expectancy, 99,999 100,000. Qualification, heavenly spirit root. Cultivation, 5th level of the fairy realm. Looking at the old man's cultivation, Charlie Chan was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. 5th level of the transition realm. 99,999. This is a thoroughly old demon. Seeing the other party come before him, Charlie Chan also subconsciously took a few steps back. Senpai. You. The old man, who was originally fierce and vicious, changed his normal state and became much gentler when he came in front of Charlie Chan. A kindly gaze crossed his dry little face. Chen Wuji reached out and grabbed Charlie Chan's hands. Don't be afraid, child. I am not going to hurt you. Charlie Chan took a bite out of his mouth and couldn't help but think in his mind. How can this not be afraid? This came up and took his hand. This old man would not be a broken sleeve fetish. It's not like I have a small flat head, a beard, or a round face. How old are you, child? I'm 94 years old. Upon hearing Charlie Chan's age, the old man burst out laughing. 94 years old, all that. Do you still remember me? I'm your grandfather, Chen Wuji. I even hugged you when you were little. Hearing this, Charlie Chan froze. He remembered meeting his grandfather when he was 7. But you really don't say, this old man in front of you seems to be really his grandfather, But wasn't his grandfather just an ordinary man? How did this change his eyes and become a powerhouse of the transition realm? Grandpa? Aha! Good boy. Where's your dad? My father, he died, along with my mother. Hearing these words, Chen Wuji's face did not show the slightest bit of sadness, but actually revealed a hint of happiness. That kid is dead. This is too fake. That kid is quirky. How could he die in front of me, my good grandson? You were mostly fooled by him. Charlie Chan also heard clearly what Chen Wuji meant. Grandpa, you mean my father isn't dead? Chen Wuji stroked the white beard on his chin, a hint of contemplation appearing in his eyes. Your father is a Yang spirit root's supreme genius. I guess his cultivation has long surpassed an old man like me by now. How could he die so easily? Spiritual roots from low to high are lower grade spiritual roots, middle grade spiritual roots, upper grade spiritual roots, extreme spiritual roots, earth spiritual roots, heavenly spiritual roots, yin spiritual roots, yang spiritual roots, immortal spiritual roots, and divine spiritual roots. This grandfather of his was a genius with a heavenly spirit root, and his own father was a genius with a yang spirit root. Then what makes you a middle grade spirit root, loser? Thinking about it made Charlie Chan a little sad. What exactly does our family do? How is it that every single one of them has such a high level of talent, and I'm the only one with such a low level of talent? Looking at Charlie Chan's saddened appearance, Chen Wuji also reached out and patted his shoulder. My son, your father naturally has his own intentions if he doesn't tell you, so Grandpa can't say anything more. Telling you now that your father has a powerful cultivation is already likely to draw his displeasure, and if he says anything more, he's going to lose his temper with Grandpa again. Ugh. Looking at his grandfather's pale appearance, Charlie Chan couldn't help but remember that he only had 1 year left to live. Grandpa, you only have a year left to live here, is there any way? There's no need, Grandpa is so old, he has already lived enough, now that he's finally going to die, it's a bit of a relief instead. Chen Wuji couldn't hide the fondness in his eyes as he looked at this grandson of his. Alas, when I thought about it, I let your father not marry your mother. Look at your talent now, at 94 years old you've only just reached the cultivation level of the foundation establishment realm, it's too bad. Hearing this, Charlie Chan wanted to pry into his parents' affairs from his own grandfather's mouth. Chen Wuji also did not hide anything from Charlie Chan and told Charlie Chan all about his father. Chen Charlie's father was named Chen Xixue, a supreme genius with very high cultivation talent. With the powerful talent of the Yang spiritual root, he had already broken through to the foundation establishment realm in just 2 years of cultivation, 5 years to break through the Jindan, 30 years to break through the Yuaning, 100 years to break through the transformation of God realm, 300 years to break through the refinement of the void realm, 1000 years to break through the harmonization realm, and 3000 years to break through the Mahayana realm. Not only was Chen Xixue's cultivation talent strong, but his battle sense was also extremely strong, possessing a very powerful fighting force. But he didn't expect such an outstanding Chen Xixue to fall in love with an ordinary woman with. Looking at this grandson in front of him, Chen Wuji liked it very much. The only thing that was bad was that his cultivation was too poor. It would be better if his cultivation was a bit higher. The first time we met, Grandpa didn't prepare any gifts for you. How about this? Grandpa gives you this thing. Your cultivation is rather poor now. I hope he can bring you some help. Chapter 30, The 5 Thunder Drums, Wood Thunder. Chen Wuji then pulled out a green stone from his own bosom. Charlie Chan took the stone and curiously examined it. Don't look at this stone's appearance, but Charlie Chan, who was a spiritual planter, was able to feel the vigorous life force coming out from it. What's this? Chen Wuji stared at the green stone in Charlie Chan's hand, his face filled with a look of concentration. This stone is a fragment of a Taoist weapon named 5 Thunderquake Drum. 5 Thunderquake Drums? Taoist soldiers? Tao soldiers are the highest ranked weapons in the world. What kind of strength does one's family have, that they would even have fragments of a Tao soldier? Chen Wuji stroked the beard on his chin, his eyes filled with a serious look as he began to introduce the origin of this 5 Thunderquake Drum to Charlie Chan. The 5 Thunder Shock Drum is a legendary weapon of the Immortals, mainly used to punish evil in the world. Then the Immortal died, and his weapon, the 5 Thunderquake Drum, split into 5, transforming into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 fragments fell into the world. Our ancestors acquired this wood thunder in your hands by chance. Wood thunder is rich in powerful life energy. Not only can it heal injuries, but it also has all sorts of strange functions. It's just that this wood thunder fragment can be used by no one of the later generations except our family's ancestor, who can only catalyze him to simply recover from some of his injuries. You are the eldest grandson of our family, so this will be in your hands. Other words of encouragement. Chen Wuji did not say much. In his opinion, Charlie Chen's talent was definitely not recognized by the wood thunder fragment. It's enough to use it as a mascot for the family. Hearing this, Charlie Chan nodded. It turned out to be a wood thunder fragment. No wonder Charlie Chan felt a majestic life force inside. Alright, take the things well, never show them off in front of other people, or you'll incur the trouble of killing yourself. Take care of yourself, and Grandpa will take his leave. Seeing that Chen Wuji was about to leave, Charlie Chen also rushed to stop him. Grandpa, wait, what about these friends of mine? They shouldn't be dead. Don't worry, for your sake, I won't kill them, except that they're trapped in the dream world. As soon as they overcome their demons, they'll wake up. This is a good thing. By defeating their heart demons earlier, their future path of cultivation will also be smoother. Especially that female doll from the harmonization realm, her cultivation has reached a bottleneck. If she can successfully wake up from her heart's demon, her cultivation will improve. And what if you can't overcome your demons and you don't wake up? Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Wuji's face. That's not easy, just sleep forever until you die. But well, I put a spell on it. Then he came to Charlie Chan's ear and whispered. As long as they can carry the heir of the Chen family, then they can directly break through the heart demon and wake up. Hearing this, Charlie Chan immediately turned dark. Grandpa, this is a bit bad. These are all my senior sisters. I'm just ordinary friends with them. If I get them pregnant, how can I see them in the future? However, Chen Wuji was unimpressed and laughed with a sinister smile on his face. Hey, what's the point? A man has to be bold. Look at our family. In my generation there is only your grandfather and me. In your father's generation there are only 2 males, your father and your second uncle, and in your generation of children, you are now the only male yourself. You say that your father, when he says he's going away, if it weren't for your second uncle, I'd be a lonely man. That's why it's most important for us men to stop playing deep love and hurry up to open up our family. Give birth to 100 or 80 big, fat children, and there are those who gamble and elope, so we don't have to be afraid, and we have more children with us anyway. Alright grandson, there are still quite a few suffering people waiting for me to save them, so stay here and guard them. I'll leave first. As soon as the words fell, Chen Wuji's figure disappeared into the sky. Charlie Chen looked at these senior sisters behind him and sighed helplessly. But this was a good opportunity. After holding back for a long time during the flight, it was a good time to take advantage of the fact that there was no one around here right now to unleash themselves. Only though the city was killed off, there was not a single person on the streets except for dead bodies. But it's not good to do something wrong on the street in the middle of the day. So Charlie Chan moved all of the several people to a room in the nearby inn. Then he locked himself and Zhao Lingli in a better preserved room. An hour later, Charlie Chan and Zhao Lingli looked at each other wide-eyed. Zhao Lingli had woken up a long time ago, only she didn't say anything. Seeing that Charlie Chan had stepped aside, Zhao Lingli understood and went down to the ground to pick up her scattered clothes and then put them on. Looking at Charlie Chan, who was still staring blearily at herself, Zhao Lingli smiled and said, "Hurry up and get dressed, we need to hurry and head to the Thunderquake Empire's capital." "Oh who?" Charlie Chan nodded and after dressing up, he followed Zhao Lingli out of the room. Before leaving, Zhao Lingli loaded all of the several people who were still sleeping into one of her magic treasures. On the way to the capital, Charlie Chan saw that no one was bothering him next to him, so he let out a deep breath. Gathering up the courage, he came behind Zhao Lingli and hugged her waist. Seeing that Zhao Lingli didn't say anything about herself, Charlie Chan placed his head on Zhao Lingli's shoulder. Charlie Chan glanced at Zhao Lingli's pretty face, and after realizing that there was no difference in her, Charlie Chan hugged her tighter. "Lingli, this is a high altitude, the people below can't see it, or we." Before Charlie Chan could finish, Zhao Lingli said in a voice that rose clear and cold, "Whatever." Charlie Chan hemmed and hawed. It looked like Zhao Lingli had really accepted herself, so Charlie Chan would not be polite. 2 days later, the two of them successfully arrived at the outskirts of the capital city of the Thunderquake Empire with the speed of 1,000 miles a day. Only when they had just arrived at the periphery, Charlie Chan and the two of them realized that the mountain ranges here had crumbled and the rivers had been diverted. Everywhere the earth was crumbling in pieces. It was obvious that a high realm cultivator had fought here. "Sister Lingli, do we still have to go over there? If all the Yin-Yang sect executives die, we'll be cannon fodder." Zhao Lingli tightly locked her brows and pondered this matter in her heart. "Tell you what, let's head to the mining veins near the capital of the Thunderquake Empire and check to see if the veins have anyone digging for spirit sources. If the vein is dug up, then it means that our Yin-Yang sect has won the fight. Let's go into the capital and take a look. If we haven't dug it yet, then we'll both just run for it." After the two decided, they headed to the location of the spirit mine that the Yin-Yang sect's intelligence organization had already scouted long ago. After arriving at the spirit mine, he found that the outside of the spirit mine was all full of corpses. Looking at the clothes and services, there were those of the Yin-Yang sect and those of the Lasian Empire's defenders. Apparently there was a big battle between the two sides here. At the entrance of the spirit mine, there were also two disciples from the Yin-Yang sect stationed there. Seeing a stranger approaching, the disciples also rushed to be on guard. They picked up their weapons and pointed at the two Charlie Chan, saying, "What a guy!" But when they saw the clothes of the two Charlie Chans, that's when they dropped their guard. "Greetings, Elder." "Greetings, Elder." Zhao Lingli came to the side of the two and glanced at the black hole of the spirit mine. Chapter 31, No One Dares to Refuse Me. "Which elders did you follow here?" In response to second elder Zhao Lingli's inquiry, the two male disciples didn't dare to hide anything. "The two of us came here with ninth elder Zhao Wuming." "And where is Zhao Wuming?" The two looked at each other, then sighed helplessly and slowly told the truth. "Alas! Ninth elder died in battle." Hearing this, Zhao Lingli couldn't help but frown. "Killed in action?" Zhao Lingli was a little disbelieving. In her eyes, this ninth elder Zhao Wuming was a useless man who could only sneak around. Normally, he takes advantage of any advantage, and when it comes to something dangerous, he's the first to run away. How could such a man die so quickly in battle? Facing Zhao Lingli's question, the two disciples also explained. "We were in a better position when we teleported over, right near the capital of this Thunder Empire. After waiting here for a few days, we came across the arrival of our Yin-Yang sect's senior management. We had wanted to wait until the top of our clan had defeated the top battle force of the Thunder Empire, and then pick up the pieces at the back. Who knew that a large group of demonic powerhouses had suddenly appeared in the Thunderquake Empire? The other side is outnumbered, and after the two sides faced each other, our clan's top brass was pressed by the other side. It was only later when one of us, a Taishang elder, sacrificed a weapon in the shape of a disc that the two sides were evenly matched." Hearing this, Zhao Lingli's eyes changed slightly. "A weapon in the shape of a disc? It should be our Yin-Yang sect's Yin-Yang disc. And then? Who won?" The disciple who spoke shook his head and replied, I'm not sure, the other side doesn't look like they can take us anytime soon. It should be for fear of causing harm to the people of the city and those in the palace. So a huge teleportation array was activated, teleporting all the top combatants from both sides to other places. Right now in the entire capital, the strongest would be the harmonization realm cultivators. Then how did Zhao Wuming die? The Ninth Elder. Ninth Elder saw that no powerful enemies existed anymore, and had wanted to lead us to sneak into the palace to go along with something. But I didn't realize that Ninth Elder he had his eyes on someone else's emperor's consort. After lusting, the Ninth Elder forcibly dominated that consort. But I did not expect that the consort is very strong person, even beforehand in their own body under the potent poison, the last two of them both poisoned and perished, the 9 elders and that consort with the death of the same. Zhao Lingli. Charlie Chan. Hearing this, Charlie Chan and the two of them were speechless for a while. This 9th elder had been thrifty in taking advantage of his whole life, but he didn't expect to turn over in the gutter. I don't know whether to say he deserved it or feel a little sorry for him. And who is in charge of your place? It's senior brother Yun Jian. Cloudstream? Hearing Charlie Chan's words to himself, Zhao Lingli inquired. You recognize? Recognize, he's courting senior sister Lung Yu. Hearing this, Zhao Lingli also nodded silently. So they're all down in the mines now? Yes. After understanding what happened, the two of them, Charlie Chan, jumped straight into the cave entrance of the spirit mine. At this moment, inside the spirit mine, Yun Jian was leading a group of senior brothers and sisters who were struggling to dig the spirit mine with their own weapons. Every time the crowd attacked the vein, a large amount of spirit stones would fall out of the shattered vein. The crowd then went up to grab it like crazy, but most of it was pocketed by Yun Jian, who had a stronger cultivation as the leader. The Shen Zixi and some outer disciples such as Li Beifeng and Ling Shuero who followed along, as well as some inner disciples with poorer strengths could only grab a small portion. For the overbearing Yun Jian, there was nothing the crowd could do, who made Yun Jian strong. Without the constraints of clan rules, strength is the rule. Shen Zixi looked at the 200 or so spirit stones she had just grabbed in her storage ring and was also a little unhappy. This amount of spirit stones wasn't enough to earn an hour of accompanying Charlie Chan by himself. There were so many wolves and so little meat that Shen Zixi had to consider whether she wanted to go solo. Yun Jian, who was on the side, had also been secretly observing Shen Zixi all along. Shen Zixi's coquettish and cute looks were Yun Jian's favorite type. Looking at Shen Zixi's unhappy appearance, Yun Jian also quietly came to Shen Zixi's side. Senior sister, didn't you grab many spirit stones? Your senior brother I've grabbed over 4,000 spirit stones, do you want senior brother to share some with you? Elder brother is willing to share it with me? Looking at Shen Zixi's beautiful face and sexy body, Yun Jian also swallowed a mouthful of saliva before answering. Of course I'm willing to give it up, I can share 500 spirit stones with senior sister, as long as senior sister stays with senior brother for the next few days. After saying that, there was a lecherous smile on his face, as if he had already eaten up Shen Zixi. Shen Zixi, on the other hand, frowned, very dissatisfied inwardly. No need senior brother, it's better to keep the 500 spirit stones for you to spend on yourself. With that, he walked to the side, directly ignoring Yun Jian. Yun Jian's face chilled when he learned that he had been rejected. It's even if a top beauty like Long Yu rejected herself, how dare you, a stinky from the Foundation establishment realm, reject yourself? If I don't get you today, I'll lose face. Thinking of this, the angry Yun Jian came to Shen Zixi's side and strangled her neck. Senior sister, senior brother wants you to stay with him for a few days, why are you still not happy about it? Elder brother doesn't like it when people reject him. Feeling a sense of suffocation coming in, Shen Zixi began to struggle. You let go of me. As she spoke, Shen Zixi's hand slapped Yun Jian's hands hard. But Yun Jian's hand was like an iron vice, firmly grabbing Shen Zixi's neck. Then with a fierce push of her fingers, she pinched Shen Zixi unconscious. In full view of everyone, Yun Jian carried Shen Zixi on his shoulder and walked over toward the fork in the vein to the side. Yun Jian's meaning was naturally self-evident, wanting to find a place to carefully enjoy Shen Zixi. The crowd present watched dryly, not a single person stepping forward to stop them. They didn't want to offend Yun Jian because of an unknown junior sister. Besides, it's just a matter of being bullied. This kind of thing is commonplace in the outer door now. And a few of the men might be able to go over and eat some of the leftovers Yun Jian left behind in a little while as well. That Shen Zixi was beautiful, and they had all been craving it for days. Yun Jian brought carrying the unconscious Shen Zixi to another fork in the mine vein, seeing that no one could see here. He also placed Shen Zixi on the ground, and then skillfully unbuttoned Shen Zixi's outer garment. Just as Yin Jian continued to peel Shen Zixi away, a powerful spiritual force shot from the side, toppling Yin Jian to the ground. Yin Jian got up and was just about to get angry when he saw second elder Zhao Lingli standing beside Shen Zixi, who was currently checking on her condition. Seeing that the unconscious Shen Zixi was not in any serious trouble, Zhao Lingli let out a sigh of relief. Charlie Chen, who had arrived late, could not help but frown when he saw Shen Zixi almost being bullied. This Yin Jian was really a scum. He had gone after senior sister Lan Yu, but he even laid hands on the innocent junior sister. He was really shameless. Charlie Chan came to Shen Zixi's side and carried Shen Zixi into his arms. Shen Zixi leisurely woke up, looked at Charlie Chan in front of her, and said with a face full of aggression, "What took you so long? I was almost bullied by someone." With that, he hugged Charlie Chan and cried. Charlie Chan patted her back comfortingly. "Well, don't cry." Zhao Lingli, who was on the side, looked at the two men's intimate appearance and was a little jealous in her heart. But he was too embarrassed to say so he can only frown at Yin Jian, who was on the side. Chapter 32, Robbery. Yin-Yang sect disciples can't kill each other when they're outside. Yin Jian, you even took the lead in violating the sect's rules. Do you not want to live? Saying that, Zhao Lingli raised her hand and gave Yin Jian a mouthful. Yin Jian's white face was hit with a large handprint by Zhao Lingli on the spot. Even the teeth in his mouth were knocked out several times because of the excessive force. This Yin Jian has a good talent, and can definitely become a core disciple in the future. Therefore, Zhao Lingli had no intention of trying to kill him, and slapped him as a punishment. Although Yin Jian had fire in his heart, he didn't dare to be reckless in front of the elders. "I'm sorry, second elder, disciple will definitely not do it again in the future." Seeing that Yin Jian had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, Zhao Lingli did not continue to make things difficult for him. Several people rushed to the mine hole where Li Beifeng and the others were, and looking at the several people who were punching the hole with force, Zhao Lingli also stopped their movements. "With this level of attack from you guys, it's going to be a monkey's age before you can get through this spirit mine. Hurry up and get out of the way." When the few people saw the aggressive Zhao Lingli, they also obediently all stepped aside. Zhao Lingli arrived in front of the mine hole waiting to be mined to build up her spiritual energy, and surging green spiritual energy continued to converge on her body. In this dark mine, Zhao Lingli was like a small sun, emitting a dazzling light. After waiting for the spiritual energy in her body to converge to a certain extent, Zhao Lingli's face sank and she violently launched her own hands towards the mine hole in front of her. As her hands pushed out, the spiritual energy in Zhao Lingli's body transformed into transparent vines that crashed into the sturdy mine hole in front of her. The moment the two collided, the ground shook and smoke rose in all directions. The people present were also secretly shocked as they watched the harmonization realm's Zhao Lingli strike. The destructive power of this high-level cultivator is just strong. Even though I've already seen the big game a few days ago, it's still shocking to see it again now. When the surrounding smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a head-sized white glowing spirit source was suspended in the center of the huge mine hole that had been blown out. As soon as Zhao Lingli reached out, the spirit source came to Zhao Lingli's hand under the pull of her spiritual power. Feeling the majestic spiritual power in the spiritual source, the gazes of everyone present were all drawn to it. If this were to take the spirit source for itself, then in the future, there would be no need to worry about cultivation resources. Looking at the burning gazes of the people present, Zhao Lingli also hurriedly put the spirit source into her storage ring before turning her head to look at the people present. "What's the situation at the palace now?" Hearing Zhao Lingli's inquiry, the crowd also answered positively. "The palace is now empty of guards, and according to 9th Elder Zhao Wuming, there are only 2 harmonization realm experts guarding there right now. And these 2 experts of the harmonization realm are all guarding in the Fengxian Hall in the back of the palace. The last time we went over, those 2 harmonization realm cultivators seemed to have sensed our arrival, but they didn't seem to care about us and remained guarding the Fengxian Hall. And the resources in this palace are really bountiful. We've made a lot just by walking through 2 halls. If the 9th Elder hadn't died, we would have gotten rich a long time ago." Hearing this, Zhao Lingli nodded. Since the palace is now empty, to digging around for spiritual sources is nothing, it's hard to make a profit in front of everyone. There must be a large number of valuable things in the palace, just a few pieces of private stash, it's enough to pay off the debt to Chu Xin. Just as Zhao Lingli was thinking about this matter, Zhao Lingli's expression changed slightly and she took out the magic treasure that contained the bodies of Leng Yu and the others. Then released one of his disciples. It turned out to be one of his own disciples who had successfully overcome his own demons and awakened. Woman's message being detected. Name, Yu Yue. Race, human. Life expectancy, 493-1400. Qualification, Earth Spirit Root. Cultivation level, 4th level of Yuaning Realm. Inchi, 34. Awake? Hearing his master Zhao Lingli's words, Yu Yue touched his somewhat sore head and then nodded. How's the body? Any discomfort? It's okay, just a little headache, it'll pass in a little while. Seeing that his disciple was fine, the people present headed to the imperial palace in the capital to scavenge for resources under Zhao Lingli's leadership. Li Beifeng, Yun Jian, and the others were worried that there was no one to escort them to scavenge for resources, and now that Zhao Lingli had taken the initiative to bring them there, they naturally begged for it. A few people left the mine and quickly flew to the capital. Arriving in the sky above the capital, Zhao Lingli's divine sense swept towards the capital. It was discovered that there were no cultivators that could pose a danger in the capital at this time, except for some small stragglers. Zhao Lingli looked towards Yin Jian and Li Beifeng and the rest of the group of disciples who weren't in his own squad and slowly said, I've scouted, there's no threat to the capital, you guys go search for resources in the capital. A few people looked at each other with some displeasure. It is well known must be the palace more resources, the capital city in addition to some of the royal relatives of the family, or rich and powerful hands, the rest of the ordinary people in the hands of no resources at all. This simply couldn't be compared to the palace. This Zhao Lingli was obviously trying to detach a few people and go to the palace herself to monopolize the benefits. But a few people didn't dare to say anything, so they had to obediently do as they were told. After sending these dozen or so people away, the four of them, Zhao Lingli, Charlie Chen, Yu Yue, and Shen Zixi, headed to the palace. The palace was under martial law at this time. After there was the incident with the robbery by 9th Elder Zhao Wuming and his group. The soldiers patrolling the streets of the palace were now gone. All of them are now guarding the consorts' palaces for close protection. After Charlie Chen's few people landed, they first searched the unoccupied palace. As a result, nothing was searched, and it had already been taken up by someone who had gotten to it first. It must have been taken by the group brought by the 9th Elder. Those dogs, and they say they didn't take anything, they can really pretend. It looks like if we want to get resources now, then we'll have to look in the palace where the consorts are. Hearing this, Zhao Lingli also waved her hand in a domineering manner. Go! Come with me and grab it. Today we must pay the external debt of the Heart Oat family. With that, several people came to the Empress's palace with great vigor. Zhao Lingli took the lead, and after pushing open the door, the soldiers who had already been guarding the courtyard swarmed towards Zhao Lingli's several people. Zhao Lingli looked at these soldiers and also slapped them directly to death straight away. Then several people scattered to the Queen's palace and searched it. What should be said or not said, this Thunder Empire is really rich, a Queen's palace has a dozen big houses. Charlie Chan was assigned to search the Queen's chambers. After a search in the bedchamber, Charlie Chan searched for some of the Empress clothes. After all, it was the clothes worn by the Empress, opulent and magnificent, all made of precious treasures, still worth a lot of money. This one was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. So Charlie Chan pocketed all of the Queen's clothes, even the intimate ones. In Charlie Chan's opinion, this Queen's intimate clothing was worth more than the Queen's uniform. The old shysters know what they're talking about. Just as Charlie Chan searched cleanly and prepared to leave, the sound of a very small voice speaking suddenly came from under the bed of the Empress on the side. Ran, do you think they've gone yet? I think it's gone, there's no movement out there. Just then, Charlie Chan lifted the fallen sheet and looked under the bed. Only to see that two big, beautiful women of all ages were lying on their backs. They also shrieked at once when they saw that someone had spotted them. Ah! Woman's message being detected. Name, Wang Yuxuan. Race, human. Life expectancy, 491-1000. Chapter 33, Infiltrating the Fengxian Hall. Qualification, Excellent Spiritual Roots. Cultivation, Peak Jindan Realm. Inchi, 30. Seeing the two of them shrieking, Charlie Chan froze. It's not. You, the Empress, are an expert at the peak of the Jindan realm, while I'm just a weakling at the Foundation Establishment realm. What are you calling it? Shouldn't that be my call? This call was good. Zhao Lingli, who heard the commotion, flew directly to the bedchamber where Charlie Chen was, and spared Charlie Chen from crying out for help in a state of distress. After yanking the two out from under the bed, Zhao Lingli blocked their cultivation. Zhao Lingli looked at Charlie Chan as if inquiring and said, Killed them both? Charlie Chan gently waved his hand and said with some heartache, What a pity to kill them, why don't you give them both to me? Zhao Lingli glanced at Charlie Chan and didn't say anything before silently exiting the room. Seeing Zhao Lingli acquiesce to his actions, Charlie Chen looked towards Wang Yuxuan and the palace maid Xiaolan on the side. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, but it depends on whether you know what you're doing or not. The two looked at each other and saw the look of despair in each other's eyes. An hour later, Charlie Chan walked out of the bedchamber while organizing his clothes. Looking at the several people standing outside the door waiting, Charlie Chan awkwardly laughed. Ha, this feeling of being an emperor is just great. Shen Zixi, who was a bit jealous on the side, skimmed her mouth and said with some unhappiness. What kind of emperor are you? Hey, if you can sleep with the empress, then you're the emperor. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Charlie Chan hurriedly changed the topic. Let's go to the next palace and continue scavenging for resources. The few people steadily continued to scavenge for resources in the various palaces of the harem. On his way to scavenge for resources, Charlie Chan didn't forget to serve the concubines in his harem well. After all, how can you take someone's stuff and not give them some heartfelt service? It's time for them to say that they're ungenerous in the netherworld. At this moment, the two harmonization realm cultivators guarding the Fengxian Hall were also aware of someone intruding. One of the sturdier-looking men said, looking to the other, somewhat slimmer man. It looks like there's another person from the Yin-Yang realm coming to wreak havoc on the harem. So what, His Majesty the Emperor gave us orders to guard Fengxian Hall. Don't worry about the rest. The harem is nothing more than some vase women, of little use except to play with. This place that our brother and I are guarding is the top priority of the palace, there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, when His Majesty the Emperor returns and realizes that the secrets in the Fengxian Hall have been destroyed, he will definitely not spare the two of us. The other man nodded at that. Makes sense. It's just a shame that all those beautiful concubines are going to be planted in someone else's house. It's not your wife either, so sigh your ass off you. After 2 days and 2 nights of scavenging, Charlie Chan had served all 20 concubines in the harem. Worthy of being a woman of the royal family, this maintenance is good. It's just moisturizing. Not the rough women out there. And this harem is also fat-flowing oil, for people a scavenging, all earn pots full of money. Especially Shen Zixi, her eyes were glowing as she looked at the things in her storage ring. This time when I go back, not only will I be able to pay off my family's external debts, but I'll also be able to splurge for decades. Well, isn't it great to follow me? Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Shen Zixi hugged Zhao Lingli's arm. It's got nothing to do with you, it's all because the elder sisters led us to break in. If it wasn't for Sister Lingli, you wouldn't even be able to get your hands on those harem concubines, and you're still taking credit for it. Because both had been viciously backstabbed by Charlie Chan, the two had developed a deep friendship of being backstabbed in the past few days. Charlie Chan also scratched his own head when he heard this and laughed awkwardly twice. Zhao Lingli, who was on the side, saw that the things were all scavenged and said, "Let's go then, go and meet up with the other teams, and get a few spirit sources outside the city on the way, and we'll be able to deliver." But Charlie Chan was not happy. This palace Fengxian Hall has not yet gone to it, we made such a big commotion, those two harmonization realm cultivators are not out, that must be Fengxian Hall hides a lot of good treasures We've come this far, can't we just give up? Zhao Lingli felt that Charlie Chen had a point, the most important treasure of the royal family was definitely hidden in the Fengxian Hall. The Thunder Empire was so powerful and rich, the treasure that could be hidden by them must be something unbelievably good. But two harmonization realm cultivators, I might not be a match. It's fine, you just have to lure them away, then the three of us can sneak in quietly. Okay. A few minutes later, on the other side of the Fengxian Hall, two harmonization realm cultivators sitting on their chairs also sensed a strong enemy approaching and stood up from their chairs with a mischievous click. Seeing the stunning Zhao Lingli approaching, the two men's faces changed slightly. 6th level of the harmonization realm. After Zhao Lingli broke through the heart demon, her cultivation increased by 1 realm, reaching the 6th level of the harmonization realm. After probing Zhao Lingli's cultivation, the two of them looked at each other with some gravity. The two of them were all at the lower levels of the harmonization realm, which was still a bit of pressure against a cultivator at the 6th level of the harmonization realm. Is there something hidden in the Temple of the Bongs? Let me go in and search it. Impossible. This is the tablet of the royal family's successive ancestors, no one can enter and disturb them at will. Then it's not negotiable. No negotiation. No negotiation, then fight. Let's fight, we're still afraid of you when we're 2 against 1. The two of them then flew towards Zhao Lingli, and the three of them fought in the air. And just then, three sneaky figures appeared around the Fengxian Hall. These three people were naturally Charlie Chan, Shen Zixi, and Yu Yue. The three of them had densely packed hidden danger talismans affixed to their bodies, and at this moment, they were trotting towards the Fengxian Hall. Can we do this? Try it, if it doesn't work, run, if it works, you've earned it. Several people came all the way to Fengxian Hall, and the two harmonization realm cultivators in the sky didn't notice anything unusual. The three of them also revealed excited gazes when they saw this situation. Upon arriving at the Fengxian Hall, the three of them scattered and groped around. Find the secret passage to the organ. After some searching by the three of them, in the end, it was Charlie Chen who moved a tablet placed in the Fengxian Hall, and only then did one of the entrances to the Fengxian Hall slowly open. The three of them glanced at each other and jumped directly into the entrance without the slightest hesitation. The two men who were fighting in the sky at this time heard the commotion coming from the Fengxian Hall and also said with a smile, "Oh." Three little shrimps slipped in. "Humph, I noticed them long ago. That kind of cultivation entered the royal forbidden land and still wants to come out? Simply dreaming. There's not going to be anyone who really thinks we're cuties who don't know anything. Right, haha." Zhao Lingli, who heard this, immediately panicked. Unexpectedly, the two had already detected the presence of Charlie Chan's trio. Seeing this, Zhao Lingli wanted to hurry around the two to bring the three back. But how could the two guards just let Zhao Lingli leave? "Don't go, there's still us, the three of us will play together, haha." Seeing that she couldn't escape the lock of the two, Zhao Lingli also clenched her fists and secretly said, "Damn it. It's only up to them." On the other side, Charlie Chan's trio hadn't realized that danger existed in this forbidden land. Chapter 34: The Real Treasure Trove. Charlie Chan, who was walking in the tunnel, was still gloating over his seamless plan. She looked to the two beside herself as if showing off. "How? I'm smart, right? I came up with this trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, so what can the harmonized realm do? It's still immediately caught up in my plan." "Ah yes, you're right about everything, you're the smartest, no one is as smart as you. You Shen Zixi, how come you're even talking tough now that you're rich? Ha, if you still want to spend money now, I won't say no oh." Upon hearing the two's Tai words, Yu Yue, who was on the side, instantly covered her mouth. Just now she heard the two playfully playing around and felt that something was not quite right. It turned out that the two were actually interacting so deeply in private, all negative distance contact. "You two are a couple?" "No, it's just that this woman, Shen Zixi, is pursuing me, sleeping with me and living with me every day. If she behaves well in the future, I can consider making her my maid." Hearing this, Shen Zixi on the side was not happy. "What are you talking nonsense about, senior sister? Don't listen to him, he's just a big lecher, all day long he just thinks about people's little girls' bodies." "What do you mean by thinking about it? When I come across one I like I take it for 10 spirit stones an hour, I never think about it." Yu Yue watched the two men scuffle and watched with interest. The three of them were walking in this underground passage when suddenly a few sharp arrows were shot ahead of them. The three of them were quick on their feet and easily dodged the attack. The three of them looked ahead and realized that a door had opened at the end of the road ahead of them. The door shot outward in a brilliant light. The three of them looked at each other before heading towards the door. As soon as the three of them entered the door, they saw mountains of spirit stones piled up in the room. "Grass, so many spirit stones, this is at least millions." On the side, the little fortune hunter Shen Zixi also ran towards the pile of spirit stones in front of her without a care in the world. I'm rich, I'm going to be rich." But before she could even get close to the spirit stone mountain, a large hole suddenly appeared under her feet, and a terrifying suction force came from within the hole, sucking Shen Zixi down. Charlie Chan was quick on his feet and wanted to grab Shen Zixi's hand and pull her up. But I didn't expect the suction force in this big hole to be huge, and it sucked down together with Charlie Chan. The moment the two men fell into the large hole, the mouth of the hole closed instantly. Yu Yue, who was outside, instantly panicked when she saw this scene. Coming to the top of the large healing hole, he stomped hard twice and found no response. "What's going on here? Why are there traps here? What to do? Should we get out of here and go find Master?" Just as Yu Yue was talking to herself, a man suddenly appeared on Spirit Stone Mountain. So concerned about the two of them, you'd better care about yourself first. Yu Yue looked over and realized that it was a man wearing yellow clothes. The man was full of lewd smiles and had a wolfsbane in his hand. At this moment, he was staring at the slender Yu Yue with a burning gaze. Seeing a stranger appear, Yu Yue was also instantly on guard. What are you? The man jumped down from the spirit stone mountain and came 5 meters in front of Yue. You come to my house to rob me and ask me who I am? I am Confronting, the young prince of the Thunder Empire's royal family. You people of the Yin-Yang realm, your hearts are too bad, always thinking of invading us, but you really don't say that. But your Yin-Yang realm is full of beautiful women. If you promise to stay and be my consort, this king can forgive you for your great disrespect. Hearing this, Yue's face stared, and finally came out coldly with a dream. The two then wrestled. On the other side, the two Charlie Chans fell into a dark room after being sucked into the hole. The two men braced their bodies, which were about to fall apart, and helped each other sit up from the ground. Looking at Shen Zixi's painful appearance, Charlie Chan patted her back and joked. Come on, let me see, baby, it's not broken, ah. Sensing Charlie Chan's small movements, Shen Zixi pushed him away. What are you doing? Get out of here. We don't even know if we're both in a safe place yet, why do you have time to think about that? But Charlie Chan was not impressed. What are you afraid of? There can't be any danger. Don't move, let me check for broken body parts. Shen Zixi couldn't argue with Charlie Chan, so she had to let Charlie Chan bully her a bit. Half an hour later, the two of them who were fully dressed by Charlie Chan got up and looked at this secret room around them. The lights in the secret room were dim, and a large number of precious cultivation resources were placed around it. These cultivation resources were all handled and preserved in a special way. Charlie Chan walked over to an ice cube next to the chamber, reached out and wiped the frost off the surface of the ice cube, then peered inside. A spirit herb was found frozen inside the ice. Looking at the shape of the spirit grass, Charlie Chan couldn't help but widen his eyes. 8th ranked heavenly fire ice crystal grass. Shocked, he looked around at a few of the other blocks of ice. 7th order sunflower. 8th ranked tongling grass. 8th ranked god-raising wood. Looking at each of these precious high-grade spirit herbs, Charlie Chan sort of realized that this was the true treasure trove of the Thunderquake Empire. The most precious things of the Thunderquake Empire are all here. I didn't expect to come here by mistake, what a stroke of luck. On the side, Shen Zixi also kept exploring around the secret room. She found a lot of spirit sources on the shelf next to her, roughly estimated to be about 50. Seeing this scene, Shen Zixi was also secretly surprised. It looked like this Thunderquake Empire hadn't privately invaded other extraterrestrial worlds much, and had even gotten so many spirit sources privately. As Shen Zixi walked, she suddenly noticed a door behind the shelves. So Shen Zixi moved away from the shelf and pushed the door behind it open. Upon opening the door, he found the room behind it empty. In the center of the room on a large bed lay a beautiful woman. Not knowing whether the other party was dead or alive or whether it was a foe or a friend, Shen Zixi hurriedly called Charlie Chan over. Charlie Chan's big footsteps in the secret room bumped, startling Shen Zixi. Keep your voice down so you don't wake her up. Coming to Shen Zixi's side, Charlie Chan looked down into the room. Woman's message being detected. Name, Haiyu. Race, demon. Lifespan. Qualification, divine spirit root. Physique, innate demon sacred body. Modification. Yin Qi. Shen Zixi's words startled Charlie Chan, and he thought that the other party was alive. But after seeing the woman's message, Charlie Chan was relieved. The woman's message, it's obvious that she's dead, ah. But this turned out to be the body of a demon woman. I didn't expect that something like the demon race, which had become extinct in ancient times, would still have a complete corpse preserved in the Thunder Empire's royal family. Moreover, this Haiyu was a backbone of the demon race at first glance in her lifetime, unexpectedly possessing a special physique as well as the heaven-defying talent of a divine spirit root. The two of them came to Haiyu's side and looked at the shapely Haiyu lying on the bed. What should be said or not said about this body is that it is really well preserved, just as if it were lifelike. Looking at the woman's voluptuous figure, Charlie Chan subconsciously gulped. Shen Zixi, who was on the side, saw Charlie Chan's abnormality and whispered. What's the matter, you got your eye on this woman? You can touch it and I'll keep your secret. Don't be ridiculous, I'm not interested in corpses. Only to see such a big, beautiful woman die like that. Chapter 35 Shen Zixi's death? I just have a little pity in my heart. Saying that, Charlie Chan placed his hand on Haiyu's purple hair. Purple hair, this woman is a fae? Usually only demons have purple hair, this woman can't be a demon, right? Charlie Chan glanced at Shen Zixi who was talking beside him. How do you know about the demons? I used to listen to my mother's stories about the demons when I was a child, how could I not know? I've also heard that demons have the same purple eyes as me. Saying that, Shen Zixi came to Haiyu's side and gently peeled open her 2 pairs of eyes. It turned out that not only did the woman's eyes possess purple pupils, but the patterns on the pupils were all identical to the ones on her own eyes. What's going on here? The next second Shen Zixi felt as if some magic had suddenly appeared in Haiyu's eyes, attracting Shen Zixi to keep staring. Gradually Shen Zixi lost consciousness and her eyes became blurry. Charlie Chen, who was sizing up Haiyu on the side, heard Shen Zixi, who had just been muttering, suddenly become quiet, and also sensed that something was wrong. He then turned his head to look and found Shen Zixi looking at Haiyu's eyes in a daze. What are you looking at? So serious? Charlie Chan came to her side and patted her shoulder, but he didn't expect Shen Zixi to lie down. Looking at Shen Zixi wide eyes and her body collapsing to the ground in a paralyzed state, Charlie Chen thought that she was scaring herself. Coming to her side, he reached out his foot and kicked her twice in the arm, smiling. Alright, stop pretending, I've seen through your poor acting skills. I thought that Shen Zixi would sit up from the ground in the next second, but Shen Zixi was still motionless. Seeing this scene, Charlie Chen also pretended to ignore her and walked to the side of the demonic woman's corpse to continue observing. But after a while, Shen Zixi was still motionless. When Charlie Chan saw this scene, he also felt a hint of bad luck. Hurrying to crouch down to test her nostrils, but found that Shen Zixi did not breathe at all, even her heartbeat had completely stopped. Looking at Shen Zixi's gradually lax pupils, Charlie Chen froze. Shen Zixi, don't scare me. How could you die for good? Charlie Chan is really dumbfounded, this good a good man how to say dead on death. Looking at the body of Shen Zixi, which was gradually becoming cold in his arms, Charlie Chen couldn't help but think of the little bits and pieces he had with her. Although this woman had approached herself in the first place because of the spirit stones, the 2 of them had gotten along quite well afterwards. The 2 are not a couple, but they have a deeper bond. Charlie Chan, who was grieving inwardly, couldn't help but have tears come out of his eyes. If he had known that Shen Zixi would leave himself in this way, Charlie Chan would have definitely treated her better. I'm sorry, if I was given the chance to do it all over again, I would have been nicer to you. Even if you ask me to be your Dao couple, I will agree. It's just a shame that it's too late for anything else. At that moment a woman's voice came from the sidelines. Is it true what you say? Charlie Chan was still immersed in his grief and didn't notice anything wrong at all. Of course it's true, the mouth can lie, but the heart can't. Saying that, Charlie Chan looked at Shen Zixi in his arms and gave her a deep kiss. But gradually, Charlie Chan sensed a hint of something wrong. This Shen Zixi is dead, so who's talking? Is it possible that I'm hallucinating? Charlie Chan raised his head and looked to the side. It was found that the body of Haiyu, which was originally lying on the bed, was now lying on the bed staring at Charlie Chan. The violet eyes were like stars in the sky, so you couldn't forget them once you saw them. Seeing this demonic woman wake up, Charlie Chan instantly fell into a state of alert, already ready to strike at any time. But gradually, he sensed a hint of something wrong. Because the look of Haiyu's eyes looked exactly like Shen Zixi's. And there was a strong emotion in the way he looked at himself. The look was like looking at the love of your life. Seeing this, Charlie Chan said tentatively, Shen Zixi. A cool sound came out of Haiyu's mouth, and she said in a somewhat disgruntled tone. What, just recognizing me now? Hearing this, Charlie Chan burst into tears, dropping the corpse in his arms and directly hugging and kissing Shen Zixi in front of him. After a long time the lips parted, and Charlie Chan looked at Haiyu in front of him with tears in his eyes. How did you change your body? I don't know. And I don't want to know, I just want to know if what you just said still counts. Count. Hearing this, Shen Zixi burst into tears. I've changed into a clean body this time, so you shouldn't think I'm dirty. No way. Old thing, you really did think I was dirty before. I'm not old, and I love it when you call me big thing. Stop it and kiss me. Half an hour later, the system's voice rang out in Charlie Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gift of the demon goddess. Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation level to the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation level to the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation level to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations to the host for raising his qualification to Superior Spiritual Root. Yin-Yang points plus 12. Host panel information being displayed. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 94,410. Spiritual roots, upper grade spiritual roots. Cultivation level, 7th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. Yin-Yang points, 96. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. Alchemist, 2nd order intermediate 1830. Occupation? Unlocked by Jindan Realm. Looking at his soaring cultivation and elevated qualifications, Chen Charlie flax-banded. System, what's going on here? What's the gift of the demoness? The gift of the demoness is the gift of the innate demonic divine body to the other half. Any special physique that has reached the sacred body possesses this effect. This effect can only be triggered once per holy body. I didn't expect this innate demon sacred body to have such an ability. That's kind of a surprise. Chen Charlie lowered his head and found that at this time Shen Zixi can also call her Haiyu now, and is staring at Chen Charlie with beautiful purple eyes. What the hell is going on with your body? Soul switching flash? I'm not really sure, I fell into it without realizing it when I looked into this body's eyes. I don't know exactly what happened. In the beginning, Charlie Chan felt something was wrong when he saw Shen Zixi's purple eyes. Now it seems that it should be Shen Zixi's own birth is a bit unusual, or she originally had the bloodline of the demon race in her body. Changing bodies now should have triggered some sort of trigger. Or it was the special effect brought about by the innate demon sacred body that caused Shen Zixi soul to be interchanged. What about that body of yours? Just throw it away? Throw it away for what? That body isn't going to rot, you can keep it. Chapter 36, I knew you were good at this. The day you don't have a woman around, you can take it out for a cuddle and sleep with you, ha ha ha. Charlie Chan. The two of them lingered on the bed for some time before getting dressed and starting to check out the environment of the chamber. At first the two didn't notice, but after walking around the chamber a few times they realized. It's amazing that this chamber has no exit. Moreover, the walls of this secret room seem to be wrapped with a layer of particularly sturdy special substance, and ordinary spiritual attacks were unable to break through this layer. Seeing the scene in front of her, Shen Zixi looked towards Charlie Chan with a worried expression on her face. What now? It seems like you can only go in and out of here. It seems like we can only wait for someone else to save us in this situation now. Don't worry, after I switch to this body, I feel that I am particularly sensitive to the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. Let me check the flow of spiritual energy around this room first. Maybe I can find a way to break the situation. Saying that, Shen Zixi suddenly closed her eyes, and when she opened them, they were covered by purple spiritual energy. She glanced around the chamber, seemingly observing the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. If I'm not mistaken, the room we're in should be shrouded by a formation. Is there a way out? Hold your horses, let me observe first. Looking at Shen Zixi's expression full of seriousness, Charlie Chen obediently shut up and stopped bothering her. A few minutes later, Shen Zixi flew into the air and shot out several spiritual powers one after another towards the surrounding walls. All of a sudden the dimly lit chamber became bright, and the originally black brick walls turned a normal grayish-white color. A wooden door also appeared in the center of the wall. In just 3 clicks, the formation was cracked by you? When did you become so powerful? Hearing Charlie Chan's praise, Shen Zixi had a smug smile on her face. Haha, I'm actually not too sure. After I switched bodies, the relevant knowledge appeared in my head and I learned it naturally. Now that we can go out, it's good to say, let's hurry up and load up the treasures in the secret room. All of these are precious things, they can be sold for quite a few spirit stones outside, we can't waste them. The two of them then split up and removed the various precious spirit plants and spirit sources in the secret room, as well as a large amount of spirit stones from the ice, and loaded them into their storage rings. After scouring the chamber and seeing that nothing was missing, Charlie Chen put his arm around Shen Zixi's waist and pushed open the wooden door to leave the chamber. Coming to the outside of the chamber, Charlie Chan realized that the ground outside of the chamber was actually filled with densely packed soldiers. Seeing the two strangers, Charlie Chan, run out from the secret room they were protecting, both sides immediately looked at each other with wide eyes. The soldiers who reacted to what was going on immediately grabbed their own weapons and surrounded the two Charlie Chan. The good thing is that the cultivation of this group of soldiers is not high, all in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, with Chen Charlie Foundation Establishment 7th level, as well as after changing the body cultivation skyrocketed to the Jindan realm cultivation of Shen Zixi enough to deal with. Charlie Chan summoned his red lance and held it in his hand. Seeing that Charlie Chan actually dared to take out his weapon, the crowd of soldiers present swarmed around, wanting to strangle the two on the spot. Shen Zixi, who was standing beside Charlie Chan, was suddenly in a state of great power. Heavenly demon charming heart. After a petulant cry, a layer of purple spiritual energy appeared on Shen Zixi's body. The purple spiritual energy took the form of a circle, spreading out continuously in all directions like ripples in the water. The soldier who was attacking the two froze in place, his eyes covered in purple spiritual energy. Looking at these controlled soldiers, Charlie Chan revealed a surprised look. Grip the grass. What kind of skill is this, so powerful? Cut the crap and hurry up, I can't control them for much longer. Hearing this, Charlie Chan began to brandish the red and black lance in his hand. With every swing of the red and black lance, a large swath of soldiers would fall. Every time they stabbed forward, a large number of soldiers would be pierced into meat skewers. For a moment, blood and flesh flew around the entrance of the chamber, and all sorts of mutilated limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the place. The floor and walls were stained red with blood. The scene was extremely bloody. The dozens of soldiers outside the doorway were directly killed by Charlie Chan in an instant like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Charlie Chan looked toward Shen Zixi, who had erupted with divine power beside himself. Is this the ability of the innate demon sacred body? Super control ability, this is too strong. Hearing Charlie Chan's praise, Shen Zixi straightened her clothes. Ha, that's for sure, this young lady is different now, she will definitely soar into the sky and become an immortal in the future. Ha ha ha. Hey, it doesn't have to be later, I can make you fly in the middle of. These were all the backbone of the Thunder Empire, killing them all would surely cause the Thunder Empire to lose a lot of energy. But Charlie Chan felt that this was a bit of a bad idea. When he thought about the time he ran into his grandfather, Chen Wuji said that the people from the Yin-Yang sect had massacred his city in order to refine the blood pills. If the situation falls one way or the other to the Yin-Yang sect side, maybe how many more innocent people will be slaughtered by the Yin-Yang sect? Besides, if the situation is lopsided, Charlie Chan definitely won't gain as much as he would if the situation were evenly matched. Can't kill, let's go our way, don't look for trouble. Just leave? Those women in retreat, do you want to go? Charlie Chan rubbed his chin, a smile gradually appearing on his face. This one is still going. You stand guard for me, I'm going to enjoy the tenderness of the women of the Thunder Empire. Shen Zixi looked at excitement Charlie Chan with a face full of contempt. I knew you'd be good at it. You say you're a man who's quite principled in everything else, but when it comes to things related to women, you start to act recklessly. Where is this nonsense on my part? I'm branching out for my old Chen family. I saw my grandfather a few days ago, and my grandfather said that he told me to have more children, or else my family would easily be cut off. Che, then your grandfather is old and immodest too, teaching you to wreak havoc on little girls all day long. Who said woe is me? It's not like they rejected me. They're in seclusion, and they can't talk, so how can they refuse you, or they would have split you alive long ago. Just as the two of them, Charlie Chan, were doing bad things in the secret room, the battle outside of Fengxian Hall had also entered a white-hot stage. The earth-shattering commotion created when the battle between the three arose also attracted the elders and patriarchs of the various subsects of the Yin-Yang sect near the capital. Chapter 37, Imperial City Battle. It was only that the various parts of the Thunderquake Empire had gotten word to come and support the vassal king, and they had also rushed in at the sound of the news. A large number of Harmonization Realm cultivators from both sides were fighting without fear in the middle of the capital. The might that erupted was earth-shattering, and it was a good thing that the palace's buildings were carved with sturdy and incomparable formations that were able to withstand the aftermath of their battle, or else the palace would have long been razed to the ground. But the palace was fine, but the people around the palace suffered. A large number of innocent people were hit by the aftermath of the battle and died outright. In a corner unseen by the crowd, several young disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, each holding an elixir with a blood-red glow in their hands, were continuously absorbing the blood chi from the corpses. With every person's blood chi that was absorbed, the blood-red glow on the surface of the elixir grew 1 point stronger. A young disciple, with the elixir in hand, arrived at an ordinary family whose house had collapsed. He cleared the collapsed house away and searched for the family's body. But I didn't realize that the family was lucky and didn't die, but only suffered a few superficial injuries because the house collapsed. This family, thinking that they had come across a kind immortal to save them, hurriedly knelt down to thank them. But the disciple who didn't expect to feel like he was working for nothing was instantly annoyed. Grass, waste of my time. After cursing, the disciple took out a spirit sword from his own storage ring, wanting to kill the family on the spot and forcefully absorb the blood chi from their bodies. Seeing that this disciple had moved to kill, this family hurriedly begged for mercy. Immortals, spare our lives, We're good people. This disciple raised the sword in his hand and just wanted to directly split the family alive. In the nick of time, an old man with white hair and a white beard, a bit dry and thin on his body, but with gleaming eyes suddenly appeared beside this young disciple and reached out to stop his attack. Then a pale voice emanated from his mouth. "Young man, you can't be so cruel in what you do, or you'll be punished by heaven." The young disciple felt the majestic pressure on Chen Wuji's body and instantly realized that Chen Wuji was an expert, so he hurriedly retreated backwards in order to prevent any danger. But the cynical Chen Wuji, how could he let the other party escape so easily? Immediately, he slapped out and slapped this disciple into a bloody mist. Only the blood pills, spirit sword, and storage ring were left in his hands. Chen Wuji picked up the young disciple's belongings before putting them into his arms. The other disciples in the surroundings who had been sent to absorb the blood qi, sensing the commotion over here, also flew this way to check the situation. But after waiting here, they were all slapped to death by Chen Wuji, who was waiting for a rabbit. Looking at the hands of these disciples, a few fist-sized blood pills, as well as a few head-sized blood pills. Chen Wuji could not help but frown. He did not expect this Yin-Yang sect to be so cruel. To condense so many, such a large blood dan, that would require at least millions of lives. Just kill all the innocent people? Thinking of this, Chen Wuji took away all the blood pills here and flew straight towards the crowd that was fighting in the sky. In an instant, he flew to the crowd that was fighting in the palace. The group of harmonization realm cultivators present, sensing a terrifying pressure descending upon them, also stopped the movement of fighting in their hands and looked towards Chen Wuji's direction. Chen Wuji looked towards the Yin-Yang sect's crowd in a furious manner, taking out dozens of blood pills of all sizes from his body and letting them float around him. Say, who told the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect to do this? Seeing the dozens of blood pills suspended around Chen Wuji, a wave of surprise went through the unknown crowd present. This blood elixir was a forbidden thing. How dare someone refine it privately? A few elders in the Yin-Yang sect's group lowered their heads sheepishly. Chen Wuji, who was seething with anger, looked at the Yin-Yang sect's crowd with an increasingly cold expression. Damn you people! A power struggle. I didn't want to get involved. It's fine for both sides to die a little, but I didn't expect you guys to dare to lay your hands on the common people. Truly damned. With that said, a large amount of spiritual energy poured out from Chen Wuji, and he summoned his Dharma sky and earth on the spot. As soon as the Fa Tian Xiangdi appeared, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds and thunderstorms. Chen Wuji's Dharma heaven and earth was himself after becoming bigger. Although it looked ordinary, none of the people present dared to take it lightly. Seeing that this crazy old man with extremely strong cultivation wasn't charging at them, these harmonization realm cultivators from the Thunder Empire's royal family hurriedly fled to prevent the fish in the pond from being affected. As the Dharma heaven and earth took shape, Chen Wuji looked at the crowd of the Yin-Yang sect and swung out a punch fiercely. The crowd of the Yin-Yang sect only felt the power of heaven and earth from one side of the world pressing towards them. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingli, who was in the middle of the crowd, hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and join forces for defense, or everyone will die here." When the crowd heard this, they raised their hands and formed a huge spiritual power shield in front of them. But unfortunately, the spiritual power shield didn't resist the Dharma heavenly fist for a second before it shattered. Zhao Lingli looked at the terrifying spiritual energy as if it were a tsunami, coming towards her like a tsunami, and was instantly filled with despair. It's over. Zhao Lingli had all but closed her eyes and waited for death to come. However, they didn't expect a few silhouettes to stand in front of them in the nick of time. After seeing the figures of several people, an excited voice appeared in the crowd. It's the Supreme Elder. 3 Supreme Elders, as well as the Patriarch and Vice Patriarch of the Yin-Yang sect's headquarters, as well as a dozen or so elders of the Mahayana realm, appeared. A ferrying realm cultivator named Zhou Hongtai among the Supreme Elders looked at the murderous Chen Wuji in front of him and also said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Fellow Daoist, for you, a cultivator of the ferrying realm to attack our Yin-Yang sect juniors, that's a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" The other Tai Shan elder, Yun Lan, who had a slender figure and a noble temperament, also had a displeased look on her face. All of these latecomers were cultivated by our Yin-Yang sect with great effort. We have no grievances or hatred, so why kill them bitterly? The remaining female Supreme Elder named Ji Wu Xan didn't say anything and looked at the old man in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. In the face of the other party's unwarranted accusations, Chen Wuji also snorted coldly. "Humph, you grassy beasts, how dare you privately refine blood pills and mutilate lives? I've come from the border, and I've already found several cities that have been killed off. Do you still want to deny it? I thought that the Yin-Yang sect's Supreme Elder would be ashamed, but the leader, Zhou Hongtai, was unimpressed, as if the deaths were just some pariahs. Some otherworldly pariahs are just that, so why should this fellow Taoist be angry? If you, fellow Taoist, want a piece of the pie, we can share a few blood pills with you, pick whichever one you fancy, I have absolutely no objections. Seeing that their own Taishan elder had secretly admitted to the matter of his brutal killing of the people, some of the subsect elders present couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Bah! Who wants to eat this human blood bun? Today I'll take the place of heaven and accept you, the devil. Just by you? Although your realm is a few levels higher than ours, but we have 3 transition realm powerhouses on our side, do you still want to fight 3 with 1? Mud horse. You pretend to be a mud horse. You see the old man, I'll beat you to death. Old man, I'm not afraid of you beasts. With that, he attacked the 3. Ji Wuxin and Yunlan were also a bit helpless, not expecting that it would be this Zhou Hongtai who would kill people in a hasty manner. Although there was some guilt, Shen Wuji had already made his move, so they couldn't just stand and be beaten. Chapter 38, Dare you do something big with me? Having been fellow members of the Yin-Yang sect for many years, they couldn't just stand by and watch something happen to Zhou Hongtai. Shen Wuji's cultivation was extremely strong, and the lightning power in the surrounding sky became furious with his movements. Non-stop flashes of lightning. The moment the attacks of both sides collided, the power generated could be said to be earth-shattering, and the originally impregnable palace was instantly razed to the ground. Even the surrounding rookies of the Mahayana realm and Harmonization realm who were watching the battle were instantly toppled out by the aftershocks from the attack. After the strike, Zhou Hongtai's 3 hearts were suddenly startled. I had thought that I was able to stabilize this old man by beating him 3-1. But I didn't expect this old man's spiritual energy to be so pure. Surprisingly, he had steadily suppressed the 3 of them in the attack just now. Just as the 3 of them were contemplating whether or not to continue fighting any longer, Chen Wuji made his move once again. Chen Wuji had wanted to test the strength of the 3 of them with some minor skills first. But I didn't expect these 3 to be such rookies, they were already sweating from this level of attack themselves. Then Chen Wuji didn't want to ink anymore. A large amount of berserk green spiritual energy, under the urging of Fa Tian Shangdi, came at them as if it was raining. The 3 of them fought hard to resist with all their might. But after only a few seconds it wouldn't last. A large amount of green spiritual energy penetrated through their Dharma heaven and earth and left large, densely packed holes in it. In the end, several people were unable to resist and were struck by Chen Wuji's green spiritual energy, spitting out blood and sending them flying. Chen Wuji retracted his Dharma heaven and earth, and with a flash, he arrived in front of the culprit, Zhou Hongtai, and grabbed him by the neck. Chen Wuji looked at him with a ferocious expression on his face, and an icy voice came out of his mouth. Do you know the sin? But I didn't expect Zhou Hongtai to still talk tough and said with a strong support of his severely injured body. It's just a pariah, what's my crime? Seeing this, Chen Wuji no longer stayed his hand and directly snapped Zhou Hongtai's throat. Killed Zhou Hongtai directly and then threw him on the ground. The crowd of Yin-Yang sect elders and sub-sect masters present were also instantly frozen in place when they saw this scene. Looking at such a brutal old man, the people present doubted that the old man would strike at them next. But they were overthinking it. Although Chen Wuji was cynical, he was not a person who was addicted to killing. After killing Zhou Hongtai, Chen Wuji turned his head and left. The crowd of the Yin-Yang sect was relieved to see this scene. If the old man still has a killing intent, they are afraid that the Yin-Yang sect will be wiped out this time. It's really hard to understand, where the hell did this old man come from to have such a powerful cultivation? But luckily it wasn't from the Thunder Empire, otherwise they would have been in trouble. When the old man left, the crowd, like birds of prey, dispersed. This is not a good place to be right now. The Thunder Empire and the demon race's people would kill back at any time. It would be too dangerous for them to be without the shelter of the Supreme Elder. So it's better to run for the hills. They didn't even care about the 2 Taishan elders who had fallen to the ground and were seriously injured. Before long, basically all the people here had left, leaving Zhao Lingli alone. Cultivation level, 2nd level of transition realm. Yin Qi, 82. Woman's message being detected. Name, Yunlan. Race, human. Life expectancy, 67,970,000. Qualification, Heavenly Spirit Root. Physical, none. Cultivation level, 2nd level of transition realm. Yin Qi, 82. Looking at the powerful cultivation of these 2, Charlie Chan froze. Subconsciously wanted to run, but Charlie Chan noticed that the two were all seriously injured and unconscious, so Charlie Chan looked to Shen Zixi beside himself and said, "Dare you to have an exciting one with me? What wouldn't this young lady dare to do, you tell me, what for? Let's both do the two women over there." Shen Zixi turned her head to look. She easily realized that the other party were two high-level cultivators with her powerful spiritual perception. Looking at Shen Zixi's face showing hesitation, Charlie Chan laughed. "How dare you? Of course I dare." With that, the two of them came to the side of the two Guxin. Seeing that no one was disturbed in all directions, Charlie Chan slowly dragged the two into the secret room of the Thunder Empire. At this time, Zhao Lingli, who had already entered the tunnels, flew all the way to find Yu Yue in the room. Only at this time, Yu Yue was seriously injured. Right now, he was struggling to fend off Confronting's attacks with the defensive magic treasure in his hand. Zhao Lingli arrived at the scene and slapped Confronting to death before starting to check Yu Yue's injuries. Fortunately, Yu Yue was only crushed and fractured by one arm, and was not seriously hurt. Where did Charlie Chan and the two of them go? I don't know, they both got sucked in by a big hole. Which big hole? Yu Yue pointed to the place where the two Charlie Chan had disappeared earlier. In the next second, Zhao Lingli shot out a bolt of spiritual energy and shot open the large hole in the ground. Zhao Lingli and the two of them came to the side of the cave entrance, then jumped straight down. It came directly to the place where Charlie Chan and his two men had been imprisoned before. Coming outside the chamber, the two saw the bodies of the guards all over the floor again. Fortunately, there aren't any particularly strong cultivators here, or else the two of them would have suffered. With that, the two continued on down the corridor of the tunnel. Ended up passing a whole bunch of separate rooms. The two of them opened the door to the room and realized that it was surprisingly some mid-level cultivators who were in closed-door cultivation. Seeing this scene, Yu Yue asked the same question as Shen Zixi. Is Master going to kill them? No. If it were before, Zhao Lingli would have really killed them all. After all, it was an enemy of the Yin-Yang sect. However, he learned that the Yin-Yang sect's supreme elder had actually mutilated innocent lives to refine blood pills. It became clear to her that the Yin-Yang sect wasn't all good. If the top echelon of the Thunder Empire was wiped out, maybe the ordinary masses of the Thunder Empire would suffer some kind of crisis. Yu Yue looked at her master's thoughtful expression and did not say anything more. Instead, go check out what's going on in the other rooms. But it was a shock not to see it. Master, come here. Upon hearing his disciple's call, Zhao Lingli closed the door to the room of the retreat room in front of him and arrived in front of the room where Yu Yue had opened the door. Zhao Lingli's eyes also moved slightly as she looked at the scene in the room. Chapter 39, Returning to the Yin-Yang Realm. The woman in the room was seen to have her clothes all torn to shreds, and was now lying on the bed in a very humiliating movement. Seeing the scene in front of her, Yu Yue was filled with shock as she looked at Zhao Lingli by her side. Master, what is going on here? Has this place been hit by bandits? The way the woman looked, she must have been violated by strange bandits in the course of her training. Zhao Lingli's eyes moved slightly, as if she had thought of something. It's not recruiting bandits, it's recruiting lechers. If my guess is right, it should be that Charlie Chan kid. A look of disbelief appeared on Yu Yue's face. Charlie Chan? That's right, the only one who can come here and has the guts to do such a thing is Charlie Chan. Yu Yue frowned, not expecting this Charlie Chan to be such a person. Just as the two were here thinking about whether or not they should go up and sort people out, there was a sudden noise at the end of the corridor. The two men turned their heads and looked away, whispering. There seems to be someone over there. It should be that Charlie Chan kid, let's both go over and take a look. With that, the two headed for the end of the hallway. Upon arriving at the room where the sound was made, the two also pushed the door and walked in without hesitation. The truth was just as the two thought, it was indeed Charlie Chan in the room. Only what the two didn't expect was that their own family's supreme elder was also here. Charlie Chan, what are you doing? This is our Yin-Yang sect's supreme elder. With that said, Zhao Lingli walked up and grabbed Charlie Chan's neck collar, throwing him straight out of the room door and began to organize the clothes for the two. Yu Yue, who was outside the door, looked at Charlie Chan who was doing bad things. Senior brother Chen, you're too bold, aren't you? How dare you lay your hands on our Yin-Yang sect's supreme elder? You're not afraid that Senior will wake up and slap you to death. Charlie Chan was also very embarrassed, not expecting these two women to be the Yin-Yang sect's supreme elders. He thought it was a pie in the sky. Of course that wasn't the most important thing, the most important thing was that he was actually caught in the act. I don't know, the two of them are just lying straight there, there's no one beside them, and the two Taishang elders are so beautiful, I can't help it. Yu Yue was also very speechless as she looked at Charlie Chan's rogue appearance. Inside the room, Zhao Lingli arranged the clothes for the two Taishang elders and looked at the small red flowers on the bedsheets, and sighed helplessly. Charlie Chan, this kid is too bold, if this continues, no one can save him. It is a pity that the innocence of the two supreme elders who have been preserving their innocence for many years has been ruined in the hands of Charlie Chan. Don't look at the fact that in the outer sect of Yin-Yang sect, all kinds of nonsense between men and women were prevalent, but this kind of thing was almost impossible to appear among the inner disciples and core disciples. To be honest, entering the outer gate of the Yin-Yang sect wasn't really entering the Yin-Yang sect. The outer gate of the Yin-Yang sect could be considered a talent selection pool. Before the Jindan realm you can raise your cultivation level by piling up a lot of resources. But in order to break through to the Jindan realm, it was necessary to have a firm Taoist heart. Otherwise, one would not be able to form a Jindan in the Dantian and break through the Jindan realm. Those who were constantly indulging in the affairs of men and women in this big dike outside would find it very difficult to break through to the Jindan realm. After reaching the Jindan realm, the sect would also specialize in distributing a gongfu that focused more on the cultivation of the Tao heart. Therefore, in the inner sect, dirty dealings between men and women are still rarely seen. After lamenting for a while, Zhao Lingli looked towards Shen Zixi who had purple hair. Who are you? Were you also captured by Charlie Chan? I'm Shen Zixi. Shen Zixi? Hearing this, Zhao Lingli couldn't help but survey Shen Zixi after the body change. Demons? I think so, only demons have purple hair. Normal cultivators should be destroyed on the spot when they come across a demon race. But Zhao Lingli knew that Shen Zixi heart wasn't bad, so she didn't have the intention of making a move. You can't be like this, you must dye your hair, some of the forces of our human race still reject the demon race. Shen Zixi nodded and said that she would dye her hair this time when she went back. After arranging the clothes for the two Jiwu Xaian's two Taishang elders, Zhao Lingli left the tunnel with the three of them, Charlie Chen. After coming to the ground, several people came to Zhou Hongtai's corpse. No matter what, this is also a senior of our Yin-Yang sect, let's just help him collect a corpse. Zhao Lingli then collected Zhou Hongtai's corpse into her magic treasure. Only Zhou Hongtai's storage ring was robbed by Charlie Chan. This Zhou Hongtai was really rich, his storage ring was all full of spirit stones. And there were several magic treasures and spirit treasures in here. As well as a yin and yang disc, Charlie Chen looked at the shape of the pattern on it and guessed that this thing was the yin and yang disc of the Yin-Yang sect. The yin-yang disc was the Yin-Yang sect's treasure, a legendary half-step immortal weapon. I didn't expect it to fall into Charlie Chan's hands. A few people watched Charlie Chan playing with the yin-yang plate, and also instructed Charlie Chan to not show off too much when he obtained the most precious treasure, lest he be coveted by those who had the intention to do so. The few people present looked at the broken walls of the palace and were also saddened. It's a shame that this beautiful palace was just destroyed. I don't know how those imperial concubines of the emperor are doing, it would be a pity if they died. What? Do you want to renew your relationship with them? Hey, I'm still waiting for the seeds to take root in their bodies. Nice try, they'll abort a pregnancy too. The royal family has ways of identifying whether the child born is theirs or not. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. After a while when the higher-ups of the Thunder Empire come back, it won't be good for us to leave. Zhao Lingli activated her spiritual energy and flew away directly with a few people. After waiting until she was far away from the Thunder Empire's capital city, Zhao Lingli soared into the sky, directly breaking through the floating life realm's atmosphere and flying towards the universe. Because the teleportation array in the floating life realm was destroyed, several people could only fly to the neighboring other worlds to take the teleportation array back to the Yin. The two supreme elders had suffered too many casualties, and after a month's time, they still hadn't woken up. As for what to do after that, it wasn't something Zhao Lingli and the others had to worry about. After a few people returned to the sect, they each returned to their own dwellings. Charlie Chan's place is still the same as before, nothing out of the ordinary. Only the dragon spirit fruits on the dragon spirit tree in the courtyard became more numerous as time went by. Charlie Chan, who had been running around for many days, lay down on a rocking chair in his yard, and a feeling of relaxation surged through his heart. It's better to be at home, it's quiet and relaxing, and you don't have to be scared. I'm not going to the next operation like this. After lying on the rocking chair for a while, the physically and mentally exhausted Charlie Chan leisurely fell asleep. This sleep was a day and a night, and Charlie Chan felt like he hadn't had such a refreshing sleep in a long time. He felt like he could have slept another day and night if it weren't for the 3 little greedy cats that had found themselves back on top of him stealing food. You guys haven't been out stealing food all the time I haven't been back, have you? Hearing this, Sun Miaoyi was instantly displeased. What are you talking about? We've been in closed-door cultivation all this time, and we only came out 2 days ago. Oh? Yeah? Tian Xixue, who was on the side, looked at Charlie Chen's smiling appearance and also stepped forward and said, "Yeah, if you don't believe me, you can check, yeah." And rightly so. I didn't realize that the check was a day and a night. The next morning, Charlie Chan headed to Shen Zixi's residence. When he came to Shen Zixi's room, this woman was also lying on the bed sleeping. Only at this time, Shen Zixi's purple hair had been dyed black. Hey! Wake up! Shen Zixi woke up from her sleep, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Charlie Chan in front of her. There you are! Where's the stuff on you? What is it? It's what we found in the Thunder Empire's secret room. You wouldn't have lost it, would you? How could I lose it? It's all in my storage ring. With that, Shen Zixi handed her storage ring to Charlie Chan. I sold 2 things for some spirit stones and sent them to my family. Charlie Chan glanced at the things in his storage ring and was relieved to find that they were all still there. Looking at Charlie Chan's tight grip on the storage ring, Shen Zixi also pouted and said with some unhappiness, "You came up to me this early in the morning just for the storage ring?" "Of course not, I'm mostly here to see you, my baby." Charlie Chan cupped Shen Zixi's face and placed a kiss on her red lips. After Shen Zixi had changed her body, she had greatly improved in terms of her face value and figure. Even beauties like Zhao Lingli and Lung Yu couldn't compare to her. "Since you're here to see me, shouldn't you be doing something?" His own woman had made a request, so Charlie Chan naturally couldn't refuse. But this woman is also really tired, and the average person can't handle it. Happy with those 3 at home, and happy with her here. 2 hours later, the 2 of them, Charlie Chan, headed to the Hall of Heavenly Passage. Used the directional teleportation array to travel to the 111 extraterrestrial worlds. After the 2 came to the small world, they found a hidden place to hide all the treasures they had found from the Thunder Empire. Especially those spirit sources that the 2 had found, all of which the 2 had buried in the earth. After a while, the 2 would have a steady stream of spirit stones to spend. Those high-grade spiritual plants the 2 of them can't use right now, so for the time being, it's better to hide them and wait for them to be useful in the future. After disposing of all the valuable things they had on them, the 2 of them returned to the Yin-Yang sect. "In a few days, why don't you come with me to visit my parents?" "Okay." After the 2 agreed, Shen Zixi returned to her own place to rest. Charlie Chan, on the other hand, headed to Zhao Lingli's residence. The Elder's Cave was on a large mountain in the center of the Yin-Yang sect. When Charlie Chan arrived at Zhao Lingli's cave, Zhao Lingli was in the process of rubbing the bodies of his several disciples in Chu Xinyu and Long Yu. "Aren't they awake yet?" "Nah. That old man's inflicted dreams are too powerful, they don't have a firm Dao heart like mine, so they definitely won't be able to easily walk out easily." Hearing this, Charlie Chan's eyes rolled and he said in a feigned panic, "That's over, I heard that old man say that if you can't get out of the dream world within 3 months, you'll die from a mental breakdown." Zhao Lingli's face also changed abruptly when she heard Charlie Chan's words. "What? And did he tell you anything about a solution?" Said. "Only the solution is a little less than good." "What method?" "Tell me." "That old man told me that for them to awaken quickly, it would be necessary for them to conceive a child. By the time the baby is born, they will be able to wake up from their sleep." Knowing that letting them awaken was actually this condition, Zhao Lingli directly froze. Remembering what Charlie Chan had done before, she couldn't help but wonder if it was Charlie Chan who had deliberately made this offer and then defiled their bodies from it. Learning that Zhao Lingli doubted himself, Charlie Chan was also speechless. "It's not that simple, if their children are born and they don't wake up, then you can just chop me alive, can't you?" Looking at Charlie Chan's serious expression, Zhao Lingli eventually believed him. "Fine, then I'll trust you, and you have to promise me that they must all wake up unharmed. It's wrapped up in me." Charlie Chan then turned his head to look at the 5 people lying on the bed. In order to allow the 5 to conceive a child early, Zhao Lingli also gave Charlie Chan the magic treasure that could hold living things. Let the 5 of them follow Charlie Chan all the time, and when Charlie Chan has something to do, he will take the 5 of them out of the magic treasure to breed in air. That's exactly what Charlie Chan is trying to do. After loading a few people into the magic treasure, Charlie Chan stared tightly at Zhao Lingli in front of him. Charlie Chan's eyes, which were full of aggression, made Zhao Lingli look hairy. What do you keep staring at me for? Sister Lingli, are the two of us considered Dao couples? Hearing this, Zhao Lingli instantly became flushed. Doesn't count. Doesn't count? Charlie Chan was a little less than satisfied with this answer, and immediately hugged Zhao Lingli's delicate body. If it doesn't count, it doesn't count, as long as Sister Lingli gives it to me when I want it. Saying that, Charlie Chan pounced Zhao Lingli directly onto the bed. Chapter 41, Going to the Shen family. Charlie Chen stayed in Zhao Lingli's cave for a full day and night before leaving. How could Zhao Lingli's warmth not be enough to enjoy awe? Shen Zixie's family was in an affluent state capital. Their family was previously the richest in the area and held a large number of productive organizations. After the two old couple saw Shen Zixi, they were also a bit stunned. Because this daughter of his, how somehow she suddenly changed her appearance. If it was a great beauty before, now it's a fairy flying from the sky. Fortunately, the two couples were clear about their daughter's character, and after a brief exchange between the two sides, they confirmed Shen Zixie's identity. After their family made out for a while, Shen Zixie's parents looked at Charlie Chen beside Shen Zixi again. Your violet pupil's Taoist? Seeing this, Charlie Chen also hurriedly bent down and bowed respectfully. Greetings uncle and auntie, my name is Charlie Chen, I'm the system's Tao couple. Father Shen felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from Charlie Chan's body and also frowned. Couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, what's wrong with this daughter of his? How did she find a Taoist couple with such a low cultivation level? It's a bit good looking, but good looks don't make a meal. It's more than enough to have money, and there's no shortage of money in your own family. The two of them were still counting on Shen Zixi to find an excellent husband to improve the cultivation talent for their family. Instead of improving, this Charlie Chan is still a drag. I don't know what kind of rhetoric this kid used to get his daughter. Charlie Chan was also aware of the difference in Shen's father. Speaking of this cultivation level of his, Charlie Chan was also somewhat speechless. Right now, although he was gifted with an upper-grade spirit root, he lacked the time to cultivate. It looks like there is a chance to close a longer shutdown and raise his cultivation a bit more, lest he be looked down upon. Hello uncle, my name is Charlie Chan. I'm a spiritual planter and alchemist. When he heard that Charlie Chan actually knew two professions, Shen's father also instantly had his eyes glowing. It was important to realize that having a special profession could be even more appetizing than becoming a high-level cultivator. Shen's father had spent a great deal of money to find a few people with special occupations to join their family's chamber of commerce. Not to mention pandas like Charlie Chen, who had two professions as a spiritual planter and alchemist. So what order are you all in? Thinking of this, Charlie Chan opened his panel. He hadn't checked his information yet since he came back from the floating world. Collecting so many Yin and Yang points this time around would surely raise the grade quite a bit. The host panel is opening. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 94,410. Spiritual roots, upper grade spiritual roots. Cultivation level, 7th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. Yin-Yang points, 812. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. Alchemist, 2nd order intermediate 1830. Occupation? Unlocked by Jindan Realm. Looking at the 812 Yin and Yang points on his body, Charlie Chen did not hesitate to add all of them to the profession of alchemist. Yin-Yang point 8120. Alchemist, 4th order intermediate 17300. I'm a 4th ranked low-level spirit plant master and a 4th ranked intermediate level alchemist. Double 4th order? My goodness. It must not be. Incredible. This Shen Zixi of my family really has a vision, to be able to find me such an excellent aunt back, ha! Come on in. Come in. Saying that, Shen's father cut and pulled Charlie Chan's hand, tugging him into the Shen household. On the side, Shen Zixi also revealed a smile when she saw that her father was so satisfied with Charlie Chan. After entering the Shen family, Shen Zixi also praised Charlie Chan with her own parents for a while. Not only did they boast about Charlie Chan's dual careers, it also said that Charlie Chan had a very good relationship with the sect elders and inner disciples. Learning that Charlie Chan had actually befriended the elders of the Yin-Yang sect, the husband and wife were also complimentary. This Shen Zixi is still converging to say it. If she had said that the clan elder was also Charlie Chan's woman, her own parents might have been so shocked that they would have directly knelt down to Charlie Chan. Seeing that their daughter had gotten back such an excellent aunt, the husband and wife also immediately set up a dinner to welcome Charlie Chan. At the dinner party, Charlie Chan realized that in addition to her two parents, Shen Zixie's family actually had two flowery sisters. These two sisters were too similar to the previous Shen Zixi, all of them were beauty in the charm department. Only they didn't have Shen Zixie's purple eyes. Upon learning more about them, I learned that the two little sisters were called Shen Zixue and Shen Zixi. Just in his early 20s this year. Do these two sisters have any plans for the future? Want to join our Yin-Yang sect? The two of them looked at their sudden, handsome brother-in-law, and also kept sizing up Charlie Chan with curious gazes. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, the two nodded. To be, except that I want to go over there again in 2 years. There's no need to wait for a couple years, go over there now. Your brother-in-law, I have a lot of cultivation resources in Yin-Yang sect, I can provide you with a better cultivation environment, use it early and enjoy it early. Hearing this, the two looked at Shen's father who was on the side. Since your brother-in-law has connections and resources, then here your brother-in-law goes back, and you two will follow. With your sister with you, you two won't have to be afraid. After a full meal, several people were all drunk. This Shen's wine is just too potent. Charlie Chan was already delirious after a few drinks. In the end, it was Charlie Chan's two sister-in-laws who helped the two of them, Charlie Chan and Shen Zixi, back to the room that had been prepared beforehand. Not knowing if it was the effect of alcohol, after returning to his residence, Charlie Chan hugged Shen Zixue and pressed her under his body. Zizi, don't move, I want it. Seeing that Charlie Chan recognized the wrong person, Shen Zixue hurriedly struggled. Chapter 42, The Stone Tablet. Brother-in-law, you've got the wrong person, I'm your sister-in-law. Shen Zixi, who came alongside, also hurried over to pull Charlie Chan. But Charlie Chan was unmoved. Bull, you're the purple pupil. With that, he began to use violent means to knock the two men right out. 2 hours later, because of the effect of alcohol, Charlie Chan fell asleep. Her two sister-in-laws, on the other hand, woke up and stared at Charlie Chan with tearful eyes. Should we go tell mom and dad? Don't, I don't want to embarrass my sister. So we both let him bully us for nothing? So what do you say? Shen Zixue showed a thoughtful look on her face before replying. Since he bullied the two of us will bully him and get back at him. Good idea, the two sisters hit it off right away and instantly took revenge on Charlie Chan who had bullied them both. But in the end, it didn't do much to get revenge on Charlie Chan. The next morning when he woke up, Charlie Chan saw his two sister-in-laws in front of him, staring at him angrily. Why don't you two go back to your rooms and go to sleep? Why are you looking at me here? The two looked at each other very innocently. Brother-in-law, you bullied both of us, we're going to tell our sister. Hearing this, Charlie Chan's eyes widened, a little incredulous, he clearly didn't he come back and go to sleep on the spot? But upon seeing the yin and yang points in his system, as well as the small red flower, Charlie Chan then realized? I'm sorry, brother-in-law drank too much last night and didn't control himself. I'm really sorry. Don't worry guys, brother-in-law will be responsible. Hearing Charlie Chan's words of apology, the two men's faces looked a little better this time. And how do you want to be responsible? You'll be my women from now on, I'll be responsible for all your food, clothing, housing and transportation. Huh? What's the difference between that and my father keeping a concubine? That's right. The three of us serve you together, it's not cheaper for you. Watching the two pout in dissatisfaction, Charlie Chan was also somewhat helpless. So what do you guys say? The two sisters replied after thinking for a moment. Let's do it this way, on top of what you were originally responsible for, you have to let the two of us sisters bully us. Once a day at least once, so that we can vent our grievances in our hearts, so that we can feel better in our hearts. Right. And the exact times all have to be arranged for us to be able to do so. Hearing these words from the two, Charlie Chan took a look at what was wrong. These two little girls looked like they had already negotiated the terms of compensation a long time ago. Now hold yourself here. But there's no way around it. He knows it's a setup, and he's going to go into it. Who let himself make one of the mistakes a man often makes? After Shen Zixi woke up, this matter was also known to her. Looking at his two left and right to hold Charlie Chan's sister, Shen Zixi did not know if the alcohol is not yet over, but suddenly a little headache. Charlie Chan, what have you done? Before Charlie Chan could speak, the two people beside him took the lead. Sister, why are you being mean? Brother Charlie is my man now, so speak softly. That's right. Looking at the way the two sisters were protecting their shortcomings, Shen Zixi was speechless. Hey Zixi, I have a lot of women around me anyway, so it's not that bad for the two of them. Shen Zixi knew there was no way to refuse such a thing. His own sister has already given it to Charlie Chan. If they were to give up Charlie Chan now, they wouldn't agree no matter what. Yes, but the parents must never know about this, or it won't have a good impact. Wait until we reach the Yin-Yang sect, then you guys can do whatever you want. The two naturally understood what their sister meant, and immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Only in the morning after dinner, the two kept adding dishes to Charlie Chan on the left and right. Shen Zixi kept covering up on the side, which made Shen's father and mother not notice. After dinner, Shen Zixi took Charlie Chan to the nearby mountains to skate around. The two of them, Shen Zixue and Shen Zilin, also wanted to follow, but they were violently suppressed by Shen Zixi. The two came to the top of a mountain peak. It has a direct view of all the buildings in the city at the foot of the hill. This is where I used to come and play. Growing up I wasn't very fit and I gasped at the slightest exercise. But I don't know why I have inexhaustible strength once I come to climb this mountain. So when I was a kid I used to come to the top of this mountain and look down. Hearing this, Charlie Chan stood up and looked around. The mountain they were on was the largest of the several large mountains around them, and it was really a great view of the mountains. The two sat in place, silently admiring the beauty of their surroundings. By the way, I found something else good here, come and take a look. With that, Shen Zixi took Charlie Chan's hand and looked toward the side of the mountaintop. Only a stone monument engraved with various symbols stood under two trees. This is the tablet I found from here. But the words on it are a bit obscure. The two men came to the stone tablet and crouched down to look at the runes on it. It seems like some kind of sealing spell. When was this discovered? Hearing this, Shen Zixi revealed a thoughtful gaze. When did you find out? My parents have been to this hill before and never found this monolith. But since the year I was born, there's been another monolith here. Oh? There was an extra monolith here the year you were born. Is it hard to believe that there is such a coincidence? Hearing this, Charlie Chan couldn't help but think of Shen Zixi's body swap, as well as the matter of the purple eyes. Just as Charlie Chan was pondering, Shen Zixi didn't know if she was feeling it or not, but suddenly reached out and touched the stone tablet in front of her. I didn't expect the incredibly flat stone monument to scratch Shen Zixi's fingers, and Shen Zixi's blood inadvertently got on the stone monument. Ouch! This stone tablet is so flat without any thorns at all? How come it scratched my hand? Seeing this scene, Charlie Chan also thoughtfully put his finger in his mouth to sterilize her. Blood flowed down from the stone monument, and the runes on the stone monument gave off a purple glow. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Charlie Chan, were also alert and retreated 2 steps back. In the next second, runes emitting a purple glow floated from the stone tablet into midair. It then directly drilled into Shen Zixi's body. What's going on? Shen Zixi, who hadn't yet figured out what was going on, suddenly had her body radiating intense pain. A huge vortex of spiritual energy formed above his body, constantly absorbing spiritual energy from the surrounding air. Chapter 43 Shen Zixi's Cultivation Surge. This was clearly a sign of an impending breakthrough. But what was a bit abnormal was that the vision produced by this breakthrough was just too terrifying. How do you look at it? It doesn't look like the visions that can be produced when a Jindan realm cultivator breaks through awe. Charlie Chan was afraid that Shen Zixi had physical problems and hurriedly touched her head. Zixi! Are you alright? How do you feel? Shen Zixi covered her body and sat on the ground in pain. Even the pretty face became distorted. I'm in so much pain. Seeing Shen Zixi's agonized expression, Charlie Chan didn't know what to do. So he hurriedly stretched out his arms and hugged her, hoping that this would make Shen Zixi feel better. Right at this moment, the system also uncontrollably began to check Shen Zixi's information. Detecting high-use information. Cultivation, 2nd level of Jindan realm. Cultivation, 3rd level of Jindan realm. Cultivation, 4th level of Jindan realm. Cultivation, 5th level of Jindan realm. Looking at Shen Zixi's constantly soaring cultivation level, Charlie Chan was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? How did your cultivation grow so fast? Such a fast cultivation increase was a huge consumption of spiritual energy. No wonder the flow of spiritual energy around Shen Zixi's body was so fast. It turned out to be the need for a breakthrough. I also don't know if Shen Zixi's body can withstand it. So Charlie Chan took out all the spirit stones and spirit plants in his storage ring and placed them beside Shen Zixi. With the supplement of spiritual energy, Shen Zixi expression soothed a lot. But for Shen Zixi's exaggerated cultivation enhancement speed, this point was just a drop in the bucket. The spiritual energy in the spirit stones and spirit plants was sucked out at a rapid speed, and soon turned into ordinary stones and withered grass. Finished. This time out also did not expect to encounter this kind of thing on the body also did not bring so many things this how to do? I don't know if it's too late to get down. Just in this moment of time that Charlie Chan was thinking, Shen Zixi's cultivation level was still increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the terrifying harmonization realm. Cultivation level, first level of harmony realm. Cultivation, second level of the harmony realm. Cultivation, third level of the harmony realm. Looking at the still rising cultivation level, Charlie Chan was shocked. This cultivation enhancement had to be supplemented with spiritual energy. So dry to raise the cultivation level will not be able to suck Shen Zixi into a dry corpse. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan once again fumbled through his storage ring. Finally, he took out the Yin-Yang sect's treasure of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang disc, and placed it beside Shen Zixi. In no time, the spiritual energy in the Yin-Yang disc was pulled out by the powerful suction force from Shen Zixi's body. The Yin-Yang disc was still a half-step immortal weapon no matter what. Has more or less produced a trace of divine sense. Seemingly sensing the threat that Shen Zixi brought, the Yin-Yang disc even shook automatically, wanting to break free from Shen Zixi's control. At first this Yin-Yang disc had the tendency to be able to taper away. But as Shen Zixi's cultivation came to the Mahayana realm, there was no hope for the Yin-Yang disc to break free. It was firmly bound by the spiritual power tentacles that formed on Shen Zixi's body, and became Shen Zixi's sustenance for replenishing her spiritual power. After a few minutes, the Yin-Yang disc could no longer support itself and gradually lost its spiritual power and turned into pieces. Cultivation level, 7th level of transition realm. Cultivation level, 8th level of the ferrying realm. Cultivation level, 9th level of the fairy realm. Cultivation, peak of fairy realm. After coming to the peak of the ferrying realm, the growth of Shen Zixi's cultivation stopped. Only now Shen Zixi's condition was not optimistic, her body was lacking in spiritual energy, like a fish that lacked water. Charlie Chan shook Shen Zixi's body, wanting to ask about her physical condition. Violet pupil. Violet pupil. How are you doing? Shen Zixi opened her eyes and looked at Charlie Chan. I don't know why, when Charlie Chan saw this look in Shen Zixi's eyes, he always felt that Shen Zixi had changed into a different person. The original softness in his eyes had turned into the cold and unfeeling one now. Those eyes were like 10,000 years of cold ice, without a trace of emotion. Charlie Chan saw the other party's eyes and also developed a wary look. Zixi, what are you? Before Charlie Chan could figure out what was going on, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Shen Zixi's body, sending Charlie Chan flying. Ah! Flying a few meters away, Charlie Chan smashed heavily on the ground and was stunned on the spot. Shen Zixi slowly flew up and came in front of Charlie Chan. Looking at Charlie Chan's face, Shen Zixi's cold eyes trembled slightly. But then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes became determined and he turned around and flew towards the distance. Half an hour later, Shen Zixi returned to the Yin-Yang sect, and after arriving at the Tongtian Hall, she directly teleported through the teleportation array to the grade D111 extraterrestrial world where she had buried the treasure with Charlie Chan in the first place. After arriving at the place where the two Charlie Chans buried their treasures, she dug out all the spirit plants and... What's going on here? Is it my illusion? Why do I feel like the spiritual energy of this world is draining away? You're not wrong, I've sensed it too. As if the world is degrading. I can feel as if the spiritual energy is flowing in one direction. Could there be an exotic treasure out there? Let's go over and take a look. With that, a large group of disciples flew in the direction of Shen Zixi. At this time, more than 10 kilometers away from the periphery of the main center of Shen Zixi's storm, a large number of Yin-Yang sect's disciples had already gathered. I can't, the storm ahead is too fierce, it'll be troublesome if I'm accidentally caught up in it. Let's wait here, and when it's smaller, we'll go over there. After more than an hour, Shen Zixi finished absorbing the spiritual energy. But it wasn't because she had sucked her fill, it was because these dozens of spirit sources couldn't withstand her destruction, and all of them had been damaged. It could no longer absorb the spiritual energy around it. Seeing this situation, Shen Zixi didn't dilly-dally much, and immediately flew up in place, heading towards outer space. When the surrounding disciples saw the storm disappear, they also flew towards the place where Shen Zixi had just been. Only there was nothing precious, just some scraps. On the other hand, Charlie Chan, covering his somewhat painful head, woke up from his stupor. Charlie Chan sat up and looked around, and as a result, he didn't find Shen Zixi's figure. So Charlie Chan hurriedly got up and flew down the mountain, flying directly to the Shen family to find out where Shen Zixi had gone. Chapter 44: The Legend of the Witch. As a result, when they arrived at Shen's house, Shen's father and mother were also full of doubts. Huh? Didn't Zi Hitomi follow you? How could it suddenly disappear into thin air? Zixi didn't come back? The couple glanced at each other and seemed to notice an abnormality and said nervously. No, we've been home all this time, we've never seen Zixi come back. Quickly tell us what happened. How did the purple pupil suddenly disappear into thin air? On the side just walked into the room. Charlie Chan's two sister-in-laws heard that their sister suddenly disappeared, also rushed over and asked what was going on. Charlie Chan didn't hide anything from them and told them what happened. After learning that Shen Zixi had changed her body and her blood had touched the runes, she had actually crazily started to break through. The crowd of Shen family members present were also shocked. Especially the two Shen fathers and mothers were looking at each other incredulously as if they had thought of something. Charlie Chan also saw something strange on the faces of the two men and hurriedly inquired. What's the situation? Uncle and aunt, do you know something? Tell me quickly. Shen's father sighed after a moment of silence. You said that this body of Zixi's is the body of a demon? Aha! Then Shen's father's eyes revealed a color of reminiscence and began to talk about the things that happened in the past. I think when Zixi her mother was pregnant, she could often dream of a scene. In the small worlds of a universe, there exist all kinds of horrible demon races. These demons are very powerful, destroying a side of the world with a wave of their hands. However, these demons are sealed in the small world and cannot come out. Instead, a demon woman came to the place of the seal and attempted to open it. But it was stopped by 5 people with strong cultivation. These 5 people joined forces to defeat the demon woman. But the demonic women seem to be immortal, and every time they are defeated, after tens of thousands of years, they will make a comeback, and their cultivation is stronger than ever. Hearing the words of the two, Charlie Chan couldn't help but frown as if he thought of something. If Charlie Chan hadn't guessed correctly, Zixi should be the reincarnation of that witch. As for that situation Shen Zixi had just been in, it was obvious that she had unlocked the seal of her past life's memories and cultivation through the runes on the stone tablet, and that was why her cultivation had risen crazily. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan had no desire to continue staying here, and in the afternoon of that day Charlie Chan returned to the Yin-Yang sect. The two of them, Shen Zixue and Shen Zixi, were also brought to the Yin-Yang sect by Charlie Chan. After checking and registering, the two of them also successfully became outer disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang sect assigned the two of them a place to live, but after the two of them were given a place to live, they did not have any thoughts of living there, but instead brought their belongings to Charlie Chan's place. Watching the two lead the way to his courtyard, Charlie Chan also inquired. What brings you two to my place? My sister is gone, so of course the two of us will follow and take care of you. Charlie Chan did not say anything more. Anyway, just 2 more people, they live here also live open, 2 people want to live it. After settling the two of them down, Charlie Chan headed to the D-level 111 extra-dimensional world where the two of them had hidden their belongings. After coming to the place where the things were hidden, just as Charlie Chan thought, the things that the 2 people hid were all digested by Shen Zixi. Charlie Chan picked up the debris on the ground and was not distressed, it was all for nothing anyway. Charlie Chan had a dual career on the line and wasn't too bad with these resources. But I don't know how Shen Zixi is doing now. At night, Charlie Chan lay in his yard, looking at the stars and the moon in the sky, with a feeling of loneliness inside. Where Shen Zixi's gone? Where in the world are your not yet dead parents now? And how is his grandfather, who has so little life left in him, doing now? Heavy questions lingered in Charlie Chan's mind. He wanted to get to the bottom of all this quickly and understand what was going on. But one's current cultivation level was too poor. Not to mention figuring out the truth of the matter, even if Charlie Chan was allowed to fly to outer space right now, Charlie Chan couldn't do it. However, raising cultivation, this was not something to be rushed, it was still necessary to take one step at a time and work steadily. After thinking about these things, Charlie Chan also determined his future goals. Gotta catch up on getting stronger. In the next 2 months, Charlie Chan brought the 5 of them, Tian Xixue, Sun Miaoyi, Li Rulan, Shen Zixi, and Shen Zixi, and immersed themselves in the collection of spiritual plants in the extraterrestrial world every day. To become stronger, the most important thing was to have sufficient cultivation resources. During the process of collecting spiritual plants, Charlie Chan was not idle either. Every day, they conceived heirs with Leng Yu and Chu Xin, women who were still asleep. 2 months later, a few people managed to get pregnant, and Charlie Chen sent them to Zhao Lingli, asking her to take care of them. As for Charlie Chen, after preparing a large amount of cultivation resources, he closed the door. 10 months later, in the spirit cat clan far away in the floating life realm, Cat Xiaoling and Cat Yunjian's child was also born successfully. The two had 2 young male cats, and the two named the children Shen Zixi and Shen Zixi. It means that Charlie Chen should keep his promise and not forget to come back to see them. The child is quite cute, after all, the genes of both parents are here, how can it be worse? It was only that the 2 children did not have high qualifications, and only had the cultivation talent of an extreme spirit root. There was no way around it, Charlie Chan's qualifications were too low, and the genes of both Cat Xiaoling and Cat Yunjian had already worked very hard. And at this time, Charlie Chen, who was in seclusion far away in the Yin-Yang sect, also received the system's voice. The host has been detected to have conceived the heirs Chen Zixue and Shen Zixi. Spend 500 Yin and Yang points to strengthen the heir's talent to Earth Spirit Root. Spend 600 Yin and Yang points to strengthen your heir's talent to Heavenly Spirit Root. Spend 700 Yin and Yang points to strengthen the heir's talent to Yin Spirit Root. Hearing the system's voice, Charlie Chen woke up from his cultivation. Grip? System, aren't you the Yin-Yang system? How did you become the heir strengthening system? I am the Yin and Yang system, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets everything, and everything bears Yin and embraces Yang. Yin Yin Yang Yang, Yin Yang Yin Yang. Yin 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 Yin, Yang 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 Yang. The heir's spiritual root is a matter of Yin and Yang, this system can make a decision. Hearing this, Charlie Chen was a bit speechless. There's nothing in tune with what the system is saying. It's made up at first glance. No, you can learn to cover the sky, cannot make up, that the Tao Te Ching words out to say a few words, but also appear to be a little more profound. There's no way around it, who made it the system, they have the final say. Name, Charlie Chen. Life expectancy, 95,410. Spiritual roots, upper grade spiritual roots. Cultivation, first level of Jindan realm. Yin and Yang points, 0. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. Alchemist, 4th order intermediate 17300. Beastmaster, 001. Occupation? Unlocked by Jindan realm. Looking at the big 0 on his Yin and Yang points, Charlie Chen got a little embarrassed. This period of time has been in seclusion, did not go to the little sister, Yin-Yang points have not been accounted for at all. The Yin and Yang points obtained from the 2 sister-in-laws were also spent. Chapter 45 Crazy Hunting for Yin-Yang points. Even his newly unlocked profession of Imperial Beastmaster, Charlie Chen hadn't had the time to check it out. It looks like it can't be closed every day, but also from time to time to go out and get a little bit of Yin and Yang points off. System, does this have to be chosen now? Can't I pick it afterward? The system also gave an answer to Charlie Chan's question. Until the heir is 5 years old and cultivating, the host can strengthen as much as he wants. Charlie Chan nodded, and after some thought, decided to upgrade his heir to the highest cultivation talent. There was no way around it, raising to the Earth Spirit Root cost 500 Yin and Yang points. Later on, if you are not satisfied, you can spend another 600 Yin and Yang points to upgrade again. That's just like being a sucker. Hundreds of extra Yin and Yang points spent. So just bite the bullet and directly upgrade your heir to the best spiritual root, so as not to spend unjust Yin and Yang points. But what should be said or not said, this reinforcement for one's heir is a real waste of Yin and Yang points. 1 600 Yin and Yang points, 2 is 12,000 Yin and Yang points. With this 12,000, Charlie Chen would be able to raise his alchemist rank to the 5th rank. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan couldn't help but remember that there were still 5 children in the belly of the cold moon 5. Sinful hot-headed to give birth to what child this is not their own to find their own suffering. Have fewer children and be happy for life. In the future, be a little more careful, and definitely don't have any more babies. After a moment of lamentation and regret, Charlie Chen was ready to leave the gate. The enhancement from this retreat was still quite large, and he smoothly advanced to the Jindan realm. He himself was considered an inner disciple now that his realm had improved. When the time comes, find a time to register your identity and go to the inner sect to get a cave. After exiting the gate, Charlie Chen laid down on his rocking chair, plucked a dragon spirit fruit, and began to take a big bite out of it. Just as Charlie Chen was thinking about when to go to the outer gate of the Yin-Yang sect to find some junior sisters to absorb the Yin Qi, Tian Xixue suddenly ran in from outside in a fiery hurry. Looking at Charlie Chen, who was lying on the rocking chair, Tian Xixue ran to his side in surprise and said, "You're out. What's wrong? In such a hurry, is something wrong?" "Yes. Our Yin-Yang sect used to resume normal diplomacy with the Thunder Empire of the Class A #1 extraterrestrial world again." Hearing this news, Charlie Chan sat up from his rocking chair. Back to normal diplomacy? This Charlie Chan was puzzled. Thinking about how diplomacy could be restored when the two sides had fought so much that a large number of cultivators and civilians on the Thunder Empire side had died at the hands of the Yin-Yang sect, how could it be possible for diplomacy to be restored? Is this Thunder Empire so faceless? Besides, the Yin-Yang sect side had surprisingly agreed. Don't you know that one of your own family's Tai Shang elders died in someone else's hands? That's odd enough. You're this worked up over this? Of course not. I'm telling you that many of the senior brothers and sisters who were abandoned in the Class A #1 extraterrestrial world in the beginning have all returned. Saying that, Tian Xixue even covered her mouth and laughed. You are not seeing it, those people are pudgy and in a state of disarray, as if they were savages, ha. Hearing this, Charlie Chen couldn't help but think of people like Yun Jian and Li Beifeng. The ninth elder was dead, and he thought that he had left in a hurry, forgetting all of them. They had no way to go flying in the universe and no way to show their faces in the Thunder Empire, so they could only go to the wild mountains to hide from the Thunder Empire. These people are also unlucky enough. After sighing, Charlie Chen got up and headed to the outer gate to look for his junior sister. After all, this task of strengthening the child's spiritual roots was still on his own, so he had to hurry up. After arriving at the outer sect, Charlie Chen had already started trading with the outer sect's senior sisters at the price of 20 spirit stones an hour. Sisters heard about the price and flocked to it. Charlie Chan begins the journey to replenish his yin qi. However, these young sisters who have just been initiated are, after all, young sisters, and their cultivation is too low, and the yin qi that Charlie Chen can gouge out of them is really too little. In order to speed things up, Charlie Chen then targeted his senior sister in the Foundation establishment realm. Now there is no need to call senior sister. Charlie Chen is already a Jindan realm cultivator, and he is the absolute eldest senior brother in the outer door. Only the prices for the Foundation establishment realm's senior sisters were higher, reaching 50 spirit stones an hour. It couldn't be helped, the senior sisters of the Foundation establishment realm were all old farts. If it wasn't for the lack of cultivation resources in their hands, they could have offered a higher price. This is still Charlie Chen picking spirit root poorer senior sisters to trade. Those senior sisters with better spiritual root qualifications Charlie didn't even consider. Spiritual roots are mainly related to the parents' spiritual roots, and senior sisters with better spiritual root talent are basically those whose families are powerful and have no shortage of spiritual stones in their hands. The increased cost that Charlie Chan would need to trade with them, not to mention the fact that they wouldn't necessarily trade with Charlie Chan. The Yin-Yang sect's outer sect cultivated the Yin-Yang Sutra, and they had definitely already penetrated its mysteries. If one wanted to cultivate at a fast pace, then one had to have a firm Tao heart, otherwise one would definitely not be able to break through to a higher realm. That's why they wouldn't let a sum of spirit stones cut short their promising future. However, Charlie Chan wasn't in a hurry. After they arrived at the inner gate, Charlie Chan would go and clean them up. Their mentality of entering the inner gate was just like those college students who graduated from high school and held back for a long time to enter college. Although it will not be actively indulged, but as long as Charlie Chan slightly seduced with benefits can be hooked. So what's rightfully yours, that's definitely yours as well, and there's absolutely no rush in this kind of thing. The outer disciples of this Yin-Yang sect subsect of theirs accounted for 90% of the total number of disciples. The number was a few thousand, and the number of female disciples was still very considerable, enough for Charlie Chen to replenish his yin qi. A month later, Charlie Chen, who had been trying to find ways to increase his yin and yang points every day, looked at the 600 yin and yang points in the system and nodded with satisfaction. The good thing is this is enough for one child to upgrade. Although the yin and yang points had arrived. But over the past month, Charlie Chan's reputation had spread among the female disciples of the outer sect. Everyone knew that there was a Jindan realm senior brother in the outer sect who spent spirit stones to trade with his senior sisters every day. Hundreds of sisters have now been poisoned. And this brother is especially picky, never taking duplicate orders. Even if it was carefully disguised, he could recognize it at a glance. But it was a good thing that after Charlie Chan's cultivation had increased, his appearance had also become younger. So they don't know Charlie Chan's name, which is a blessing. For some time to come, Charlie Chan also put up a fight, immersing himself in trading with his sisters every day. 10 months later, in addition to those previously mentioned senior sisters with higher talent aptitude, basically the entire junior sisters of the outer sect were all traded by Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan's Yin and Yang points also came to a terrifying 5,200. Chapter 46, I'm disgusted. Charlie Chan was full of fatigue and collapsed into a rocking chair in his yard? Cool. Finally, I've saved enough, ahahaha. Now Charlie Chan is a bit of a maniac. He had never been so tired of a thing as he was now. He should not have stopped for a moment in the past 11 months. A particularly nauseating feeling emanated from his heart now, even though he had plenty of yang energy in his body. No, cilantro is delicious, but if you eat too much of it, you want to throw up when you see that stuff. Charlie Chan has decided to abstain from sex for the next few months, and he doesn't want to look at a woman. Quit coloring. Quit coloring. Actually, Charlie Chan wanted to stop 2 months ago. But it couldn't be helped. The Cold Moon 5 gave birth to 5 more children for Charlie Chan. With a total of 7 children, Charlie Chan's pressure skyrocketed, and in the end he could only grit his teeth and hold on for a while longer. This resulted in Charlie Chan not even visiting the child for a single glance after the child was born. First, I'll sleep, and after I wake up, I'll check on my kids. With that, Charlie Chan lay down on his rocking chair and huffed and puffed as he slept. It was just that Charlie Chan, who was sleeping deeply, was seen by the 2 sisters, Shen Zixue and Shen Zixi, who were passing by. The 2 carried Charlie Chan inside and placed him on the bed. I had thought that I hadn't made out with Charlie Chan for a long time, and now I could finally make out. But I didn't expect Charlie Chan to wake up from his sleep before he even started. Charlie Chan unexpectedly threw up uncontrollably after seeing the 2. Wretch. 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 What do you mean, brother-in-law? Charlie Chan waved his hand and replied. Sorry about that. It's kind of gross. Hearing this, the 2 looked at each other before one of them gave Charlie Chan a punch. Charlie Chan was instantly hit with a panda eye. Before Charlie Chan could explain clearly, the 2 left directly in anger. Disgusted with me? I'm not even serving. That's right, brother-in-law hurts people's hearts too much. They don't want to care about brother-in-law. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, Charlie Chan sighed helplessly. What's all this? After sending the 2 away, Charlie Chan quickly arrived in the inner sect's territory. Charlie Chan found Leng Yu in Chu Xin's cave, only to find that the 2 were not in the room. It wasn't until they walked to Zhao Lingli's room that they realized that the 5 people who gave birth to the child, as well as Zhao Lingli and Yu Yue, were all here in a meeting. As soon as Charlie Chan entered, he heard Lu Kaiwei, one of Zhao Lingli's disciples, spitting at Charlie Chan. This Charlie Chan is really something. We've been giving birth for such a long time, and this Charlie Chan doesn't come to see us. Alas! Men are all like that, caring about planting and not raising, and in the end it's us women who suffer. I don't know if you guys have heard, but Charlie Chan has been dating his little sister in the outer gate. And this? Yeah, the other day when I went to sneak around the outer gate I saw Charlie Chan discussing something about 20 spirit stones for an hour with a large group of female disciples. When Zhao Lingli, who was sitting in the main seat, heard this, she was instantly enraged. No wonder this kid hasn't come to see himself in over 10 months, so he's out on a date. This brat, how can he keep his Taoist heart when he's constantly close to women? No, I'm going to get him back. Just as Zhao Lingli was about to get up and go find Charlie Chan walked directly into the cave. Who is Elder Zhao going to find? Several people couldn't help but turn their heads together toward the door when they heard the familiar voice. Sure enough, he spotted Charlie Chan standing right in front of the entrance of the cave. Charlie Chan, you heartless bastard, you still know to come and see the child. That's it, you heartless. The children in the arms of several people seemed to know that Charlie Chan was their real father, and all of them looked toward Charlie Chan unanimously. While facing the accusations of several people, Charlie Chan walked in with a big smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I just came in and heard you guys spouting off about me not working and being responsible for the kids and stuff like that. What's wrong? Did we say something wrong? Shame on you for being a father and still having no heart to hook up with little girls out there. Charlie Chan didn't care about the misunderstanding of a few people. After walking to Leng Yu's side, he carried Tian Xixue, who was in Leng Yu's arms, into his own arms. Looking at the little girl's cute appearance, Charlie Chan also smashed a sound and kissed her on the face. It's precisely because I know that I'm the father of the children and responsible for them that I'm not coming to see them. Looking at the strange expressions of several people, Charlie Chan took the initiative to ask. Has the child's spiritual roots been checked? Checked, all of them are top-grade spiritual roots, any problems? Charlie Chan reached out his hand and pretended to pat Shen Zixi on the back before handing the child over to Longyu. System, strengthen me to heavenly spirit root. During this time, Charlie Chan was also figuring out this function of this system. A spiritual root that strengthens 3 qualities in one's heir. Extreme spiritual roots are able to strengthen to Yin spiritual roots. The top quality spirit root was able to strengthen to a heavenly spirit root. It's strengthening Chen Zixue's spiritual roots. Reinforcement complete. You checked the child's talent again. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Longyu was very obedient and checked Chen Zixue's spiritual roots. As a result, Longyu was surprised to find that Chen Zixue's spiritual root had turned into a heavenly spiritual root. What's going on here? How did the child's qualification turn into a heavenly spirit root? Hearing this, the crowd present instantly gathered around and began to check the child's talent. The result was really as Tian Xixue said, the child's talent was strengthened. Seeing this, the crowd looked at Charlie Chan on the side with an incredulous gaze. Did you do this one? Charlie Chan shook the corner of his coat with a godly expression on his face. That's for sure, I absorbed the Yin-Yang disc and gained the ability to strengthen my heir, and all this time I've been absorbing the Yin energy from the woman's body in preparation for strengthening my heir's talent. Quick, fortify my child as well. Fortify my children first. Me first. All the women came to Charlie Chan's side with their children in their arms, fearing that Charlie Chan would be left behind by Charlie Chan. Looking at the crowd of women's enthusiasm, Charlie Chan waved his hand. Take it easy. There's something for everyone, so don't be in a hurry. Charlie Chan then strengthened all of his children's spiritual roots. This includes the children born to Cat Cloud and Cat Little Spirit. In the end, Charlie Chan still had 1014 Yin-Yang points left. Charlie Chan did not hesitate to add it directly on top of the profession of the Imperial Beast Master. Beast Master, 5th Order Elementary 8500. The Beast Master is also a very rare profession. And this career is very powerful. Chapter 47, The Giant Wasp. The strongest ability of this profession was to manipulate spirit beasts, and it was also able to manipulate the demon race. This manipulation is very counterintuitive. As long as you subdue your opponent, you have 100% control over them. Make it like a dog and obey it completely. After spending some time here with his children, Charlie Chan took Zhao Lingli and headed to the Hall of Heavenly Passage, intending to try out his profession as a Beastmaster to see if it was any good. As for why he had to bring Zhao Lingli with him, the main thing was that if this Imperial Beastmaster wanted to control a spirit beast, then he had to make the other party lose their ability to resist first, so that he could make a move on it and bring it under his control. When he came to the Tongtian Hall, Li Beifeng was also finally back. It looked like this Li Beifeng hadn't suffered much in the floating world. The figures are all much slimmer than before. Back seniorly, how was the fun this time? Li Beifeng, who was in the middle of touching the fish, also hurriedly looked towards the two when he heard Charlie Chan's words. Greetings, Second Elder. Don't talk about it, this trip to the floating life realm was an old crime, almost throwing my life away there. Where is senior sister Ling Shuero? She's gone back to her place. Charlie Chan was relieved to learn that Ling Shuero was safe. Charlie Chan is still waiting for this fully automatic shower to give himself a bath. Senior Li gave me a Class C Extraterrestrial World's teleportation array. Because the one who followed Charlie Chan this time was Second Elder Zhao Lingli, Li Beifeng didn't dare to ask for a tip anymore. But the back door should still be there. Level C, 49 Extraterrestrial Worlds, stay for 7 days. There were a total of more than 60 Grade C Extraterrestrial Worlds, and this number 49 was already very far behind. After Charlie Chan received the teleportation bracelet, he went straight to the corresponding teleportation array. With the flash of a white light, the two Charlie Chans were finally teleported to the Class C-49 Extraterrestrial World. The main thing about a Level C world compared to a Level D world was that there were powerful spirit beasts surviving in this world. However, these spirit beasts were all of a relatively low grade, not to the point where they had the strength to transform into demonic races. But any weaker, the 5th and 6th orders are still there. This was equivalent to the human race's powerhouses of the God Transformation Realm and Void Refining Realm, and was not something that the current Charlie Chan could handle. When did you kid learn the profession of Beastmaster? I remember our Yin-Yang sect branch, we don't have any Imperial Beastmasters either? In response to Zhao Lingli's curiosity, Charlie Chen also said openly and honestly. This enhancement of mine is the same as the spiritual root enhancement for my heirs. I need to go and absorb the yin qi and form the power of yin and yang, so that it can give me an upgrade in my occupation level. Then doesn't this mean that you're still going to go to little sister? Yes. As soon as Charlie Chan's words fell, Zhao Lingli punched Charlie Chan's namesake in the head. Shame on you. Charlie Chan covered his head, revealing an expression full of aggression. What are you doing? I'm doing this for my future career, how can you say shameless? It's not like I've done anything to hurt anyone. Zhao Lingli looked at Charlie Chan with a red face, then slowly said. When are we both going to have a baby? The two of us having a baby? What made you think of that? Didn't I watch Lang Yu and Xin Oat and the others give birth and I was a little envious? I just thought about when the two of us would have one too. No problem, wait for the next time the two of us to retreat together, retreat in 2 or 3 years, I will definitely let you get pregnant and then give birth peacefully. Seeing that Charlie Chan agreed, Zhao Lingli then smiled happily. The two of them then set out on a journey to find a spirit beast. The two walked into the forest, and before they could take a few steps, they heard a buzzing sound coming from the center. In the next second, a giant bee the size of Charlie Chan's head appeared in front of the two. Grip, giant wasp. This giant wasp has grown quite well. An ordinary worker bee has actually grown to the rank of a 4th-ranked spirit beast. It looks like there's a giant wasp's nest around here. Saying that, Zhao Lingli looked at Charlie Chan beside her. Well, should we just take it? The giant yellow bee is a type of bee that can produce giant yellow honey, a very precious cultivation tonic. Moreover, the giant wasp's combat power is also very strong. If it is properly cultivated, it will become a great weapon in the future. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan nodded. Just take it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingli was ready to get started. The giant wasp is still relatively docile in nature, and as long as you don't take the initiative to attack it, it certainly won't take the initiative. At the moment the giant wasp is lying on a flower collecting honey. That fat body was a stark contrast to the small flowers. It felt like a pretty little girl being casually ravaged and held by a big fat man, and there was a particularly interesting sense of contrast. For 4th-ranked spirit beasts, Zhao Lingli didn't even need to do anything. Directly launching her divine sense attack, the giant wasp would have to obediently fall down. After fainting the giant wasp, Charlie Chen stepped forward and began to use the Imperial Beast art unique to Imperial Beast Masters. With a burst of sealing and casting spells, the giant wasp was successfully controlled by Charlie Chan. A few minutes later, the giant wasp woke up leisurely. Then this giant wasp was really controlled by Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan's mind is moving, let him go east and he will go east, let him go west and he will go west, very interesting. Charlie Chan reached out and touched its head, whispering. What a good boy. Saying that, Charlie Chan looked to the side and said to Zhao Lingli. Let's go to the giant wasp's hive and control all the giant wasps in this nest. So Charlie Chan let this giant wasp lead the way to the giant wasp's hive. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Charlie Chan, stood on a tree and looked at the beehive constructed on a large tree in the distance with an inward sigh. This is the hive of a giant wasp, it's so damn big. It's bigger than a house, isn't it, just like that Westerner's castle. Hearing the unfamiliar term Charlie Chan spoke out, Zhao Lingli also revealed a puzzled expression. A Westerner's castle? Where's the West? We don't have a castle in the west of the Yin-Yang realm either. It's fine, you don't care about these details, let's discuss how to do it. After some thought, the two came to a conclusion. Strong dry. With Zhao Lingli, a harmonization realm cultivator here, there was still no need to think about strategies. Just bury your head in the sand and do it hard. It's a straight-up brainless flat-out push. After the two of them discussed the matter, they directly took the giant wasp next to them and started attacking the hive. Seeing someone approaching, the giant wasps patrolling beside the hive directly surrounded them. Chapter 48 The Transformed Wood Thunder. But shortly after they got close to Charlie Chan and the two of them, they fell like raindrops. Only these giant wasps looked like they were intrepid, and when they saw their partners in front of them fall, the giant wasps behind them still charged forward. It wasn't long before thousands of giant wasps fell to the ground. Charlie Chan noticed that a fine layer of sweat beads appeared on Zhao Lingli's head. Zhao Lingli wasn't specialized in cultivating divine sense, and this continuous attack of divine sense was really making her a bit overwhelmed. What do you say, you're going to control these giant wasps one by one, one by one? Of course there's no need, let's directly kill the hive and control the queen bee, we can then control the entire swarm. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Zhao Lingli didn't rub it in. Immediately, he took off with Charlie Chan and flew straight towards the hive. The giant wasps along the way were all knocked unconscious by Zhao Lingli's powerful spiritual power. After coming into the hive was surprisingly densely crawling with giant wasps as well. Look at this number starting in the tens of thousands. In response, Zhao Lingli also waved her hand, and the powerful spiritual energy crashed directly towards these giant wasps like a surging monstrous wave. Large swathes of giant wasps were also directly stunned by this powerful spiritual energy. Charlie Chan and the two of them swaggered into the hive and found a giant wasp that was a circle larger than the other giant wasps lying weakly amongst a patch of straw. This would be the queen bee. Why is this queen bee weird? That must be because this queen bee was injured. Look at this queen bee's leg, it's deformed, it must have been accidentally broken during the battle. Luckily, this queen bee happens to be a 5th rank spirit beast, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to control her. Do it, take her. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Lingli directly waved her hand gently, and a spiritual energy shot out to stun the queen bee directly. Seeing this, Charlie Chan arrived in front of the queen bee and began to control the queen bee. After bringing the queen bee under control, Charlie Chan began to check the queen bee's strength. The queen bee's injuries were still quite serious. Not only was there a wound on her leg, even her stomach had a large gaping hole in it, so if she wasn't rescued, this queen bee wouldn't be able to live for long. Just as Charlie Chan was thinking about whether healing pills would work on spirit beasts, Charlie Chan suddenly remembered that he still had Wood Thunder Ah. This Wood Thunder was given to him exclusively by his grandfather. It was specifically used to heal wounds, and it was only fitting that Charlie Chan used this to heal the queen bee's wounds. I haven't used this stuff myself yet, so it's a good time to take it out and experiment with it. Thinking of this, Charlie Chan hurriedly took out the Wood Thunder from his own storage ring. Charlie Chan didn't know how this Wood Thunder worked either. So he directly injected his spiritual energy into it. I had thought that after injecting spiritual energy, Wood Thunder would radiate life energy. But I didn't expect that Charlie Chan's spiritual energy had just been injected inside the Wood Thunder. A large number of cracks appeared right on the surface of the Wood Thunder, as if there was some kind of energy inside, trying to come out. Ilua Bina, you don't break ah. You're a family heirloom, how am I going to tell my dead grandfather if you die here? In the end, under the effect of Wood Thunder's powerful spiritual power, Wood Thunder eventually shattered open. But instead of shattering into crumbs as expected, the surface stone shattered open, revealing what was inside. Inside, I thought the stone was still a stone inside, but I didn't realize that inside the stone was a piece of emerald green wood. The surface of this wood exuded an emerald green glow, and just by looking at it, one could feel the majestic life energy inside. Charlie Chan took the Wood Thunder in his own hand, and the life energy in the Wood Thunder began to feed into Charlie Chan's body uncontrollably. It moisturized all parts of Charlie Chan's body. Is this Wood Thunder's original body? What a powerful life energy! Just as Charlie Chan was sighing, the system's voice kept ringing in Charlie Chan's mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the recognition of the 5 Thunder Drums Wooden Thunder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gift of the Wooden Thunder. Life expectancy plus 10,000. Hearing the system's voice, Charlie Chan opened his mouth wide. Hold the grass. 10,000 years of life. Didn't my grandfather say that this Wood Thunder has never recognized its owner since the ancestors? How is this even recognizing me as Lord? Charlie Chan scratched his head a little uncertainly. But this is also a good thing, one's hand has another card ah. Charlie Chan glanced at Zhao Lingli behind himself before slowly arriving at the queen bee's side. Started using mullet to inject life energy into the queen bee's body. The wounds on the queen bee's body began to slowly heal under the life energy. The broken leg and the wound on his stomach kept returning as good as new. Seeing the strong recovery, Charlie Chan began to cast the Sentinel Beastmaster's incantation and began to control this queen bee. After doing this, Charlie Chan turned his head to look at Zhao Lingli behind him and nodded to her, signaling that she could release her hold on the queen bee. After releasing her control over the queen bee, she slowly woke up. Looking at this new master in front of her, the queen bee flew around Charlie Chan a few times. Hurry up and show us the giant yellow honey. Upon hearing Charlie Chan's order, the queen bee led the two of them towards the inside of the hive. Arriving at the room behind the main hive, Charlie Chan and Zhao Lingli saw a whole room full of giant yellow honey. The honey was all wrapped in leaves and arranged in a particularly neat manner. Charlie Chan picked up a portion, then put it to his mouth and tasted it, then nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of being giant yellow honey. Rich in spiritual energy, this would be perfect to take back and give to a newborn child. After handing the one he had in his hand to Zhao Lingli, Charlie Chen took a few dozen more copies and loaded them into his storage ring. Charlie Chan didn't take all of it, just a tenth. The survival and development of giant wasps also need giant honey to support their development, and taking too much can easily have a bad effect on them. In the future, the bees in this hive will be their own, so Charlie Chan can't do everything he can for them. Sustainability, that's what Charlie Chan wants most. By the time the two left the queen bee's room, all of the giant wasps outside had woken up. However, they did not attack Charlie Chan, but instead made way for the two. The two came outside and looked at the hive. As soon as Zhao Lingli reached out, a huge spell formation enveloped the hive. This is the exclusive spell formation of the Yin-Yang sect, which is specifically used to identify the identity and prevent the same clan from being mistakenly injured. Chapter 49: The Whereabouts of the Holy Eucharist. After doing so, the two of them, Charlie Chen, traveled to other places and began searching for spirit beasts. Just as Charlie Chan was exploring the area. At this moment, in some extraterrestrial world deep in the universe, the stooped Shinwuji was sitting on an abandoned boulder. His gaze was cloudy, and a gust of deathly aura continuously emanated from his body. This one looks like it's nearing the end of its lifespan and has a short life expectancy. Chen Wuji looked at the starry sky in the distance, his eyes filled with regret. It looks like there's no way to see my grandson and son before I die. Ugh. Chen Wuji sat in place, waiting for death to come. Just then, a purple light flashed in the distance. A woman wearing a purple robe dashed to Chen Wuji's face. Chen Wuji opened his eyes and felt the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the woman, his eyes filled with shock. Chen Wuji had seen powerful immortals, but he had never had any that could match the aura of the woman in front of him. Who are you? The purple-robed woman didn't say anything, but silently took off the cap of her robe, revealing her true face. The woman in front of her was Shen Zixi, who had been missing for a year. Looking at the woman's purple hair and eyes, Chen Wuji said in surprise. You're a demon? Shen Zixi did not answer Chen Wuji's question, but said in an icy tone. Want to live? Think. Afterwards, Shen Zixi shot out a purple spiritual energy and shot it into Chen Wuji's body. Chen Wuji's originally parched body suddenly began to rapidly fill up as if it had been injected with a surge of energy. Chen Wuji's parched skin instantly became tight. It didn't take long to get back to looking like a young man in his 20s. The death aura on his body also disappeared at once, and his life force was replenished in large quantities. Feeling the condition of his body, Chen Wuji lowered his head and looked up and down. I've gaining longevity? Chen Wuji raised his head and looked at Shen Zixi and said, Elder, why did you save me? Chen Wuji was also an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, so he naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Therefore, he guessed that this demon race woman in front of him must have some things for herself to do. Shen Zixi eyes trembled slightly, and after a while, she slowly said, It's okay, just passing by. With that, he turned into a purple light and directly disappeared in place. When Chen Wuji heard Shen Zixi's words, he also scratched his head in some confusion. What the hell? There's such a good thing? Looking at me, I should have picked up tens of thousands of years of lifespan for nothing. What a lucky break. After moving his young body, Chen Wuji took off straight away. Off to find a beauty. When you're young, you have to indulge. On the other side, Charlie Chan, after spending 3 days in the extraterrestrial world, also returned to the Tongtian temple without incident. This time, in addition to subjugating the giant wasp, Charlie Chen had also gotten a few spirit cats and spirit dogs from the extraterrestrial world that hadn't been born for long. Gave them as gifts to Lingyu, Zhao Lingli, Tian Xixue, and a host of other women. Charlie Chan had originally wanted to control more spirit beasts. But there was no way around it. Controlling spirit beasts was something that required the consumption of one's divine sense. Charlie Chan's cultivation level was too low now, and the strength of his divine sense was limited. Being able to control those 4 or 5 was already the limit, controlling any more was going to be too much. So after 3 days out there, the two returned. After returning to his residence, Charlie Chan began his seclusion. It was only this time that Zhao Lingli had followed Charlie Chan in his seclusion. Charlie Chan wanted to try it out, letting his body be drained of yang qi and then restoring it in the process of cultivation. This was the cultivation method of the Dragon Yang divine power. Charlie Chan double-pronged his efforts, wanting to see if the speed of cultivation would become a little faster. It's just that the ideal is rich and the reality is cruel. After 10 months of seclusion, Charlie Chen had only raised one level of his realm. Seeing this, Charlie Chen instantly saw that his current spiritual root talent was too poor, and had already reached the bottleneck of his current talent. Charlie Chen was certain that as soon as he broke through the Yuaning realm, his cultivation was going to start rippling. This will definitely not work. Charlie Chen has to hurry up and find a way to bring up his spiritual root. He can only quickly raise his cultivation level this way. The last time Charlie Chen himself raised his spiritual root, it was Shen Zixi's innate demon sacred body that appeared to feed back from the sacred body. According to the system, Charlie Chen would be able to raise his spiritual root talent by 1 rank as long as he received the feedback from the sacred body. Thinking of this, Charlie Chen looked towards Zhao Lingli beside him. "Do you know where there is a woman with a holy body?" Hearing this, Zhao Lingli couldn't help but frown. "A woman with a holy body? I've never heard of it, and I certainly haven't seen it in the netherworld anyway." At those words, Charlie Chen couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Only then did Zhao Lingli's words change and she said to Charlie Chen, "Although the Yin-Yang realm doesn't have it, other worlds do." "Which world? Then you'll have to tell me what you're looking for in the sacred body first." Seeing this, Charlie Chen didn't choose to continue hiding it and told Zhao Lingli about the holy body being able to enhance his spiritual root talent. "This is one of the powers that the Yin-Yang disc brings you." "Yes." "Alright, then I won't hide it from you. There's a place called the Heaven's Pride Academy in the Class A number 2 Extraterrestrial world. The teaching ability of the Heaven's Pride Academy is very powerful and has been recognized by various powers throughout the world. And the Heaven's Pride Academy is always neutral, never getting involved in the strife of any power." Chapter 50 Tianzhou Academy. As such, various powers usually send their own family's disciples to the Heaven's Pride Academy to further their studies for a period of time. If you're looking for a sacred body, then the Celestial Pride Academy is a good choice. All the geniuses of that world are gathered there, and the probability of discovering the holy body is the greatest. Hearing this, Charlie Chen nodded. It looks like a trip there has to be made. After a few days of preparation, Charlie Chen traveled to the Class A2 extra-dimensional world through the directional teleportation array. It just so happened that the directional teleportation array didn't have to worry about the teleportation time, so it could stay there for as long as it wanted. After arriving at the Class A Level 2 extraterrestrial world, Charlie Chen instantly felt an even denser aura lingering around him. Worthy of being an extraterrestrial world capable of producing immortals, this cultivation environment is definitely not comparable to the Yin-Yang realm. The place where the Yin-Yang sect's teleportation array was located was in a small city. According to the Yin-Yang sect's map, the place where the Heaven's Remarkable Academy was located was not far from here. Without hesitation, Charlie Chen flew directly towards the Heaven's Pride Academy. After 2 days and 2 nights of rushing, Charlie Chen finally arrived at the gate of the Heaven's Pride Academy. The place where the Heaven's Pride Academy was located was in a bustling city. When Charlie Chen arrived, the Heaven's Pride Academy was in the process of selecting disciples. Charlie Chen stood by the side, looking at the long line, and couldn't help but feel a pang of despair. This is going to be a monkey's errand if I'm in line. Thinking of this, Charlie Chen came directly to the front of the line, took a fancy to a young man, and after giving him 50 spirit stones, he directly inserted himself in front of him. The young man had wanted to reprimand Charlie Chen when he saw his behavior, but seeing the spirit stones in his hand, he didn't open his mouth. Because of the queue jumping, it wasn't long before it was Charlie Chan's turn. Charlie Chen was taken to a secret room by a beautiful young woman. Name: Charlie Chen. Age: 96. Cultivation: the second level of the Jindan realm. Charlie Chen replied as the woman took a quill and jotted it down on a piece of paper. But when she heard Chen Charlie's cultivation level, the woman stopped her pen and looked at Chen Charlie with some anger. "I just don't understand why there are assholes like you who come here every year to enroll in the Heaven's Pride Academy. 94 years old and only in the Jindan realm, do you yourself think that the highest academy in our Qingfeng realm can let someone with your kind of talent in?" Looking at the woman's icy tone, Charlie Chen also smiled slightly. He had anticipated this situation and explained. "My cultivation is low, but I'm a 4th rank spiritual plant master, 4th rank alchemist, and 5th rank royal beast master." Hearing this, the woman's face changed and changed. 3 professions in one? And the occupational grade is not low. Then you really are a genius. Then, as if he had thought of something else, he grunted coldly. "I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare lie to me." "Fine, then enter our school's special class as a special student." With that, he would write the 3 words of special student underneath Charlie Chan's information sheet. After Charlie Chan took his information sheet, he was taken away by a student. Charlie Chan was led by the student to an empty room and sat down. Sitting in front of Charlie Chan were several immortal old men and old women. The old man sitting in the middle of the room gave a slight wave of his hand. The information sheet in Charlie Chan's hand then automatically flew to his desk. After reading Charlie Chan's message, the old man came to a realization. No wonder, I was wondering how a 90-something-year-old Jindan realm managed to pass the initial selection. I thought it was another relative of some teacher's family, the master of some. The beautiful woman sitting on the sidelines was serious. You don't understand, the older we get the more popular this teacher thing is, we have to age ourselves to make the students we attract feel like we're professional. How am I going to seduce the new hottie after making me so ugly? Cut the crap and change back, the next student will be in soon. With that, a few people once again took on the appearance of old men and women. On the other hand, after Charlie Chan was brought to the vocational college, he was also pulled in by a group of old scholars from the college. A bearded, thin, pale old man pulled Charlie Chan's hand and said excitedly, "Little brother, come to our Spiritual Plantsmith Academy. Our Spiritual Plantsmith Academy has a very long history. As long as you come, I promise to make you a success. Old husband is now the genius of a 9th-rank spiritual planter. With Lao Fu's cultivation, you will definitely be able to go above the 9th rank in the future." A fat old man on the other side also grabbed Charlie Chan's other hand. "Don't listen to him, our Alchemist Academy is the proper profession. What can you get out of farming? Come to us and make pills. After mastering the art of alchemy, you are a good friend to all the students of our academy." It wasn't just the two of them, a large group of old men ran to Charlie Chan's side as if they were crazy, actively recommending Charlie Chan to enter their academy. After all, Charlie Chan was a genius of 3 professions, and such geniuses could not be found very often. His future achievements would be unlimited, so he had to be brought under his command and become his student. They'll have bragging rights when Charlie Chan has made a name for himself. After all, a man is only as good as his clothes, and a teacher is only as good as his students. And looking at one of the enthusiastic academy teachers next to him, Charlie Chan was also very torn. It was for the Eucharist that he came. Chapter 51, White Ice. Now this is not clear, which academy has the presence of a holy body? Then can you introduce the talented disciples that have appeared in your own courtyard? At that, the crowd chortled as well. We already have a disciple of an 8th-order spiritual planter in our Spiritual Planter Academy. That's all useless, our Alchemist Academy already has a 9th-ranked alchemist as well. Cut the crap, although our Royal Beast Master Academy has a small number of disciples, but there are many spirit beasts, the learning environment is much better than yours. Seeing that the crowd was actively introduced, Charlie Chan also said tentatively. So, among your disciples, are there any holy bodies or anything? Upon hearing these words, the crowd of people arguing in the room instantly quieted down and looked towards Charlie Chan with a face full of wariness. What do you mean by that? Why are you asking about the holy body? Seeing this scene, Charlie Chan knew that he was a bit reckless. That thing, the sacred body, was a very important existence. How could it be easily told to an ordinary disciple who had just entered the sect? In this situation now, they must have taken Charlie Chan for an assassin. What else could it mean? Ever since I was a kid, I've been the smartest, and almost no one around me has ever been able to outsmart me. In my opinion, only a talented disciple with a sacred body can be my friend, and I want to cultivate and live with this kind of person. Hearing this, the people present nodded their heads. That's an okay reason. Charlie Chan's 3 professions were in the body, and this rarity was no less than a holy body. It's a pity, Charlie, we don't have a sacred body in the vocational academy. The sacred body is over at the cultivation academy. Huh? That way. Then forget it. Charlie Chan was just about to pick a random academy when a cool voice came from the side. Wait, who said there's no sacred body? I have one. Charlie Chan turned his head to look and realized that a woman dressed in white had appeared next to Charlie Chan. The woman's expression and body gave off a very cold feeling. She appeared as if the temperature of the air around her had dropped several degrees. Seeing this, Charlie Chan hurriedly started probing with his own system. Woman's message being detected. Name, by Bing. Race, human. Lifespan 473331000000. Qualification, Yin Spirit Root. Physique, Cold Ice Sacred Body. Cultivation, 5th level of the Fairy Realm. Yin Chi, 85. Looking at the woman's cold ice saint body, Charlie Chan's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that this really had the existence of a holy body. It's just that the cultivation level is a bit too high to be good. But anyway, there's a goal now. Even if it's difficult, it's still better than bouncing around like a headless fly. What is this sister's name? My name is Bai Bing, you can call me Dean Bai Bing. Dean White Ice? What a great name. I wonder what academy Dean White Ice is from. Musicians Academy. How about it? Does student Charlie Chan want to come to my academy? White Ice also took a keen interest in Charlie Chan, a talented disciple with 3 professions under his belt. Right now, his own academy was also lacking disciples, so it would be great if Charlie Chan could join in. Seeing Bai Bing come to snatch people, the few deans beside him instantly revealed dissatisfaction. Dean Bai, what do you mean by that? He's a spiritual plant master, alchemist, and royal beast master in 3 professions, and he doesn't have a musician either. Wouldn't it be a waste of genius to get this to your academy? That's right, besides, how many people are there in your musician academy in total? Isn't it a waste of talent to get Charlie Chan over there? But White Ice was not the least bit impressed. Stalking his neck, he said with an icy face. Since Scholar Charlie Chan is a triple profession, that means he has a very high level of enlightenment. What's wrong with learning my profession as a musician? As he said that, a large amount of white spiritual energy also appeared around White Ice. With a stance that he would strike at any moment, this startled the several deans next to him. This ninny is just too violent, and she's going to do it at the drop of a hat. The point is that you can't do anything about it, and you can't beat them yourself. Several academy deans looked at each other, then slowly said, "It's useless for us to argue here, it's better to let Scholar Charlie Chan make his own choice." Now they could only hope that Charlie Chan would make the right choice. However, Charlie Chan is not a cutie pie. He came here for the holy body. And now that the holy body is in front of him, which one to choose? I want to go to Dean Bai Bing's Musician Academy. Hearing these words, Bai Bing's face, which was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, finally revealed a smile of satisfaction. And a few of the other academy deans on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Child, you are confused. Learning to be a musician, that is a thing for pussies to do, you. Alas! It's over, this child is ruined, he was seduced by the beauty of Dean Bai Bing, will there be any salvation in the future? Forget it, with such a lack of ideological awareness, I, the Imperial Beast Master, don't want a talent like you. With that, the people present left one after another, leaving only Charlie Chan and Bai Bing behind. White Ice brought Charlie Chan and rushed towards the Musician Academy. After arriving at the Musicians Academy, a place to stay was arranged for Charlie Chan. Well, you stay here and come to the course first thing in the morning. After seeing Charlie Chan nod, White Ice flew straight away. After Charlie Chan had organized his things, he went to the academy to take a look around. Looking at the large Musician Academy, Charlie Chan also nodded. Worthy of being a Heaven's Pride Academy that was even stronger than the Yin-Yang sect, this financial power was just too strong. Such a small branch of a musician's academy has made such a large territory, the rich man's world is unimaginable. After skulking around the academy, Charlie Chan came across a petite woman holding a zither that was larger than her body. The woman was very cute and soft-looking. One can't help but feel compassionate. Of course, that's if it tortures her so hard that she cries. It must have been particularly interesting as well. Charlie Chan ran up to the woman and offered to talk to her. "How are you, senior sister? I'm Charlie Chan, the junior who just came here today." At the same time the system's voice sounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Name, Jia Jing. Race, human. Life expectancy, 2,189 5,500. Qualification, heavenly spirit root. Physical, none. Cultivation, first level of the refining void realm. Yin Qi, 51. Hearing a man's voice, Jia Jing looked to the side. Found a handsome little dandy talking to himself. Jia Jing grew up in the Musicians Academy, and it was all girls, not a single man. Seeing such a handsome man as Charlie Chan, she was a little embarrassed instead. Chapter 52 Jia Jing. Jia Jing said with a red face, rubbing the corner of her coat, somewhat embarrassed. "Hi, I'm Jia Jing." When Charlie Chan saw her like this, he knew that she was a complete little girl. All more than 2,000 years old, still a look like this, looks really learn musician learn stupid Does senior sister have a Dao couple? Dao couple? Why is Senior asking that question? Charlie Chan smiled and whispered. Senior brother sees that Senior sister is so cute and wants to be a Taoist couple with Senior sister. Simply put, Senior brother wants to sleep with Senior sister. Hearing this, Jia Jing's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt. No, I have to practice the piano. How can I crave for men and women? Alas! Senior sister, you don't understand, this male-female thing is also a good thing to regulate your mood. Have you always been upset and extra hot-tempered lately? Upon hearing Charlie Chan speak about his body's condition so easily, Jia Jing also opened her mouth slightly, revealing an incredulous expression. Yeah, how did you know? Nonsense, Charlie Chan could smell the blood, it must be her recent menstruation. It's not even the most normal thing for a woman to do when she's on her period. Alone yang does not grow, alone yin does not live. If a woman lacks a man around her, then her body will be prone to problems. If Senior sister wants to practice the zither properly, then she must find a Taoist partner. I don't think there's a better one than me in our academy. Hearing this, Jia Jing showed a thoughtful look on her face, and in the end, she sternly rejected Charlie Chan. I'm sorry Senior brother, I haven't had that intention yet. Saying that, he greatly escaped with his own piano in his arms, leaving no opportunity for Charlie Chan to take advantage of the situation. Charlie Chan looked at Jia Jing's back as she left and was also somewhat speechless. It's just too much work to chase a girl out here. Still, their Yin-Yang sect is good. Give some spirit stones can take the introductory little sister's perfect body. When has it ever been as inked as it is now? Seeing Jia Jing escape, Charlie Chan could only return without any success. The next morning, Charlie Chan traveled to the address White Ice had given her to attend class. By the time Charlie Chan arrived at the room, it was already filled with more than 20 female students. Seeing this scene, Charlie Chan couldn't help but ponder. This should be all the students of the Musician Academy. More than 20. A bit few indeed. And all of them are women, too much yin. Charlie Chan then walked into the room and casually found a seat in the front row. The female students in the room also each showed different expressions when they saw a man come to their academy. Some were surprised, some were pleasantly surprised, some were shy. Rare species, it seems like it's the first time a male student has come to our academy. Some of these schoolgirls were chatting in private, while others were paying action and came directly to Charlie Chan's side. To the left and right of Charlie Chan, two beautiful school sisters came in no time. Hello, elementary school boy. Hello sister. Seeing that Senior sister doesn't blush or jump, it looks like you're very brave. Question mark. Sister called Jie? What Jie? My name is Li Hongjie. What's up? Do you want to go to my room for a date later, schoolteacher? Hearing this, the few schoolmates beside her instantly blushed. Schoolboy, you're so Tai, you just met and you want a date. Yeah, I'm a guy who likes to be direct and abrasive, and it's not about that. Just as several people were talking here, White Ice walked directly into the room. The room, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly quieted down. Start the class. The crowd of students in the room stood up and saluted. Well, sit down. White Ice then looked towards Charlie Chan, who was surrounded by all the beauty. There's a new elementary schooler, Charlie Chan, here today. As the first lesson in coming to the Musicians Academy, Charlie Chan. You start by performing your favorite instrument. Musical instruments? I don't know how to play an instrument? Looking at Charlie Chan's confused look, White Ice said. Then sing a song, I'll check to see how your musical talent is. Upon hearing this, Charlie Chan walked onto the stage and scratched his head somewhat tangled. You can't sing yourself here either. Forget it, just sing one. Ahem. Hulk Buster. Hulk Buster. 7 flowers on one vine. The wind and the rain are not afraid. La 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 la. Hulk Buster. Hulk Buster. 7 melons on a vine. The wind and the rain are not afraid. La 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 la. Ding dong 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 dong. Hearing the song that Charlie Chan sang, the people present couldn't help but frown. In their opinion, this Charlie Chan has no knowledge of music theory. Totally just a regular guy, singing randomly. Are the admission standards for this Master of Music Academy so low now? How come such a know-nothing was recruited? I think it took a lot of effort for them to get in here in the first place. But even so, no one in the crowd suspected that Charlie Chan had come in through the back door, but rather suspected that there was something special about Charlie Chan. White Ice's character was clear to them, and was definitely not someone others could lure into compromise. After the song ended, Charlie Chan returned to his seat. White Ice touched his head somewhat breathlessly. The songwriting is quite good and entertaining and upbeat. But the singing is really all over the place. That. Jiang. Take him with you when you get out of class. Jia Jing nodded and agreed. White Ice then began today's lesson. The lessons were so tedious that Charlie Chan fell asleep listening to them. After class, Charlie Chan found White Ice looking at Charlie Chan, who was following his ass. White Ice said suspiciously, "Follow me for what? Hey, Sister White Ice, can you teach me yourself?" "Why?" "Because you're the dean, you must have the best skills, and a talented disciple like me must be taught by you." White Ice looked at Charlie Chan, who was standing beside him with a face full of sincerity, and finally sighed helplessly. "Well, I'll take you then." With that, he led Charlie Chan to his office. Coming into the office, Bai Bing was also explaining the most basic knowledge of music theory to Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan also learned very seriously, and soon mastered the most basic knowledge. "Ms. Bai Bing, do you have a boyfriend?" White Ice looked at Charlie Chan and said with the usual eyes. "Want to have it, but can't have it." "Can't have? Why can't you have it? Your family won't let you? Or is it something else?" Chapter 53: A competition between genius girls. Mind your own business. Just mind your own business. Facing Charlie Chan's step-by-step pressure, Bai Bing couldn't help but get a little annoyed. After reprimanding Charlie Chan, he simply fled. Charlie Chan looked at Bai Bing's back and also scratched his head. Does this woman have such a temper? Alas! Forget it, let's not look for her for now, let's go find Jia Jing first. With that, Charlie Chan left Bai Bing's office and headed to Jia Jing's residence. At this time, Jia Jing was practicing the piano in her own yard. Seeing Charlie Chan arrive, he hurriedly got up to greet him. Charlie Chan grabbed Jia Jing's hand and said softly, "Sister, practicing the piano? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. I don't know if schoolteacher can clear up my confusion." Jia Jing subconsciously struggled a few times when she saw that Charlie Chan had grabbed her hand. Charlie Chan clutched it very tightly, and Jia Jing didn't break free. Jia Jing raised her head and looked at Charlie Chan's clear gaze without any evil intentions, so she simply let Charlie Chan grab her hand like that. It might be that this is the custom in the hometown of this schoolmate of his own. But you can't really tell, it's kind of exciting to have a man grab your hand. Charlie Chan naturally sensed Jia Jing's complex psychological changes. That's the thing about people, they do the same thing every day, and although they are used to it, inside they still crave excitement. Jia Jing is superficially a good girl image, but never indulged. As long as a man slightly give her some new and exciting sense, she will be to this never felt the excitement, gradually addicted to the sense of excitement. It's like some quiet, cute schoolgirl you see in high school. As soon as you get to a college kind of place, you start taking in all kinds of new and exciting temptations. Starting to perm and make up and fall in love, and looking at the whole changing of partners thing with a particular casualness. It's a case of holding back too long in high school and starting to let loose with a vengeance in college. And Jia Jing is such an example. At a very young age, he was sent to learn to practice the piano in the musician academy of the Tenjiao Academy. There's very little else here that Jia Jing touches other than women and the piano. Therefore, as long as Charlie Chan brought her a slight feeling of excitement, her inner Pandora's box would keep opening. Seeing that Jia Jing had her hand grabbed by herself while showing no concern, it meant that she had been forced to accept the sense of excitement that Charlie Chan had brought to her. "Senior, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask, Senior will definitely answer your questions for you." Hearing this, Charlie Chan also took the initiative to ask about some knowledge on music theory. It was just that during the process of questioning, Charlie Chan kept touching the palm and back of Jia Jing's hand, acting very intimate, and Jia Jing did not resist in the slightest, just as if nothing had happened, explaining to Charlie Chan on her own. Seeing this situation, Charlie Chan also became more bold. Starting to free his other hand, he reached for Jia Jing's waist. After placing her hand on Jia Jing's waist, Jia Jing's body involuntarily shivered. But with his mouth still explaining Charlie Chan's problem, he quickly adjusted his mind. Seeing that Jia Jing did not look resistant, Charlie Chan also leaned his head on Jia Jing's shoulder. Jia Jing's body froze at once. Even the words being spoken became stuttered. Charlie Chan could also see her nervousness and knew that if he went a little too far, she was going to run away shyly. Solely Charlie Chan then did not have too much action. After asking questions, Charlie Chan left directly. This Tianjiao Academy's women were not as bad as the Yin-Yang sect's outer gate situation, where that female disciple could get on at will. The women here are all good women, and still take things between men and women quite seriously. It would not be good for Charlie Chan to scare the other party in a moment of recklessness, so he should take the other party down in a gradual manner. Jia Jing was also empty inside after seeing Charlie Chan leave, as if she had lost something happy. After leaving Jia Jing's residence, Charlie Chan went to skulk around the rest of Tianjiao Academy. After all, it was the Heaven's Pride Academy, and its strength was similar to that of the Yin-Yang sect, so Charlie Chen thought to take a look around and increase his insights. When Charlie Chen arrived at the square of Tianjiao Academy, he suddenly saw a group of students were forming a circle, chattering and shouting. Charlie Chan walked up with curiosity, wanting to see what was making these students so excited. After coming among the surrounding students, Charlie Chan looked inside and found two women competing inside. Charlie Chan looked at one of the seniors beside himself and inquired. "Senior, what are these two sisters doing in there? What's with all the fighting?" Hearing Charlie Chan's inquiry, this senior was also very patient and explained to Charlie Chan. "These two are the genius girls of the 6th year of our Cultivation Academy, the most talented and strongest combatants of the 6th year. It's just that these two seem a bit unconvinced and have to fight it out." Hearing this, Charlie Chan also looked inside with a melon-eating curiosity. Although Charlie Chan hadn't come to Tianjiao Academy for a long time, he also understood some of the laws of this Tianjiao Academy. In the Heaven's Pride Academy, classes were usually not divided according to age, but rather grades were divided through cultivation. For example, the first year is the Qi Refining Realm, and the second year is the Foundation Establishment Realm. That 6th grade is the Refining Realm. At this time, the two people surrounded by the crowd were also engaged in a fierce battle with their own spirit swords. "Zhao Danfang, admit defeat, you're a little bit worse than me in all subjects, it's impossible for you to defeat me." Zhao Danfang also revealed displeased expression when she heard the other. Within moments, a special pattern was formed around himself. Seeing this scene, Zhao Danfang on the opposite side of the room also hurriedly gathered her own great moves and prepared to fight Zhang Shufeng hard. However, Zhao Danfang was still a step too late. Before Zhang Shujing could successfully coalesce, Zhao Danfang coalesced her spiritual energy and arrived in front of Zhang Shujing at breakneck speed. Zhao Danfang was too late to respond, after breaking the defense around her. Chapter 54, The Xianyin True Scripture. Zhang Shujing's spirit sword was directly on her neck. "Danfang, you lost." When Zhao Danfang saw this scene, her eyes also trembled, revealing a resigned expression. Meanwhile, loud applause rang out around them. "Good. What a great battle. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, just have fun fighting." Looking at Zhao Danfang's silent appearance, Zhang Shujing didn't say anything. She knew that Zhao Danfang had a high sense of self-esteem, and it was better not to embarrass her too much at a time like this. After defeating Zhao Danfang, Zhang Shufeng left directly. The others in the room watched as there was no more fun to be had and left. I don't know if it was the weather or not, but there were suddenly dark clouds in the sky. Within minutes, it was pouring rain. Perhaps it was too sad because the battle was lost. Zhao Danfang was still standing in the same place, very lost with her head lowered, as if she was punishing herself in this way. Just then, Zhao Danfang suddenly felt an umbrella propped up beside her. Zhao Danfang looked up and realized that it was a very handsome-looking schoolmate who was holding an umbrella for himself. "Senior sister, if we lose the match, we lose it, just win it back next time, we must pay attention to our body. If this body breaks down, it's too late to say anything." Hearing Charlie Chan's sincere words, Zhao Danfang was very warm-hearted. "Thanks a lot, senior brother, it's just that senior sister looks at cultivation more seriously and can't accept her failure." Right at this moment, Zhao Danfang suddenly sensed the thick yang qi in Charlie Chan's body. Zhao Danfang's eyes suddenly lit up when she learned of this. "Schoolboy, what's with this exuberant yang energy in your body?" Hearing Zhao Danfang ask this question, Charlie Chan scratched his head. I don't know, since I was a child, yang qi is more abundant. You said that the senior brother is also struggling over this matter, always thinking about that kind of thing." When Zhao Danfang heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a tangled expression. The technique she practiced was the Xianyin True Scripture, which mainly cultivated the yin qi in her body to enhance her combat power. She remembered a passage in the Xianyin True Scripture that read, "It is through the harmonization of yin and yang that one can drastically increase one's cultivation." As long as she found a man with strong yang energy to double cultivate with her and perform yin and yang harmonization, she would be able to skyrocket her cultivation. Thinking that Zhao Danfang thought that she was a cultivation genius now, she was very disdainful of this kind of selling out her innocence and taking shortcuts way. But after losing the match today, this thought of Zhao Danfeng changed. Zhang Shujing's cultivation talent and efforts in cultivation were not at all inferior to his own. Despite his mouth, he was still able to sense that there was still a gap between the two. Therefore, if Zhao Danfeng wanted to surpass Zhang Shujing, then she would have to find another way to quickly increase her cultivation. And the Xianyin True Scripture, a yin and yang dual cultivation method is a good choice. School brother, school sister has a favor to ask. I wonder if school brother can oblige? Please speak, senior sister. If senior brother can help, he will definitely try his best to help. Hearing this, Zhao Danfeng nodded with a smile on her face. Sister wants to double cultivate with senior brother. I wonder if senior brother can agree to that. Double cultivation? We've only met for the first time, isn't it a little bad to do that? Looking at Charlie Chan with some difficulty, Zhao Danfeng laughed. What's the matter? Schoolboy shy? A fragrance from a woman's body on the schoolmate. I think I'm a man of the wind, there's no need to be so twisted. Hearing this, Charlie Chan touched himself. It should be that he had just been cuddling with Jia Jing and had accidentally gotten the aroma from the other party. I didn't expect Zhao Danfeng's nose to be so sensitive that she could so easily smell the womanly odor on her body. Seeing Charlie Chan's nervous appearance, Zhao Danfeng laughed. School brother don't need to be nervous, even if it's school sister begging you. If there's anything school sister can help in the future, school brother just ask. Alright, then, respectfully. Charlie Chan then followed Zhao Danfeng to her residence. Zhao Danfeng's place still smelled good, and as soon as she arrived at Zhao Danfeng's place, she felt the aroma on her face. Because of the rain, Zhao Danfeng went to take a shower after returning to her residence. Charlie Chan, on the other hand, stripped naked and obediently waited for Zhao Danfeng to return. 10 minutes later, Zhao Danfeng came back draped in a bathrobe. Looking at the generous Charlie Chan, Zhao Danfeng couldn't help but blush. Then, Zhao Danfeng's bed rattled. 2 hours later, Charlie Chan saw the small red flower on the bedsheet and also slapped his head. This is actually intact, this is going to cause trouble. Zhao Danfeng saw Charlie Chan sitting on the bed and also came behind him and hugged him. What's wrong with you, schoolmate? Why are you looking despondent? You just tortured schoolmate to death. Senior sister is joking, how can you take a shortcut to cultivate without paying a price? There's a price to pay for being strong. Looking at Charlie Chan's smug look, Zhao Danfeng patted his face. Cut the crap and continue to cultivate with me, I must defeat Zhang Shujing today. The two of them then embraced together and continued to begin their yin-yang dual cultivation. In this way, Charlie Chan began to ask Jia Jing for music theory lessons in the morning, and in the afternoon, he engaged in yin-yang dual cultivation with Zhao Danfeng. As Charlie Chan spends time with Jia Jing every day, Jia Jing's tolerance for Charlie Chan's behavior has increased greatly. Charlie Chan kisses and cuddles with Jia Jing every day, and Jia Jing is okay with it. Other than that all-important step, the rest of Jia Jing's body could already be touched at will. What should be said or not said, this Jia Jing looks skinny, but she has real material on her body. On this day, Charlie Chan felt that it was time, so he brought up the matter of being a true Taoist couple with Jia Jing. After squirming for a moment, Jia Jing volunteered to agree. Just like that, Charlie Chan smoothly took Jia Jing as his woman. Jia Jing was entwined with Charlie Chan day in and day out, and her originally calm psyche had generated many perverted thoughts. This was normal, after all, simple pleasures between a man and a woman could no longer satisfy Jia Jing. One can only satisfy Jia Jing's thrill-seeking heart by doing something even more perverted. It's hard to imagine that Jia Jing, who is quiet and cute on the outside, has so many weird and wacky hobbies in her private life. It couldn't be helped, who made Charlie Chan's methods of teaching women a lesson more skillful. The fledgling Jia Jing had no way of resisting Charlie Chan's guidance. Jia Jing knew that some of her hobbies weren't very good, but there was no way around it, it made her happier that way. Chapter 55 Injured by Bing. Under Charlie Chan's smooth guidance, Jia Jing eventually turned into a yokai. After getting Jia Jing in hand, Charlie Chan didn't stay idle. One of the great man's strategies was a very good one, a direct rural-urban strategy. Charlie Chan first turned all of White Ice's disciples into his own women, and then he used his own strategy to take White Ice down. So the next day, Charlie Chan, who had nothing to do, took the initiative to go to the door to find Li Hongjie. Li Hongjie is much bolder in terms of character compared to Jia Jing. Seeing Charlie Chan taking the initiative to come to the door to chat with himself, he also guessed some of Charlie Chan's little thoughts. But Li Hongjie did not resist Charlie Chan. Because Li Hongjie felt that Charlie Chan was quite good. Handsome looks not to mention, but also a top genius of the three professions, it would be a good choice to have a dewy-eyed affair with him. So in the following days, Charlie Chan and Li Hongjie progressed at a very fast pace. Charlie Chan took down Li Hongjie within a few days and successfully ingested the yin qi in Li Hongjie's body. After taking down Li Hongjie, Charlie Chan turned his guns around and began to deal with the other 20 or so schoolmates of the Musician Academy. The remaining 20 or so schoolmates were almost all those who had never eaten pork. So it's still pretty hard to take down. But Charlie Chan had plenty of patience and time, so Charlie Chan was in no hurry. In the next half a year, Charlie Chan wandered around the rooms of the various schoolmates of the Musicians Academy every day. From time to time, he also fed Zhao Danfeng a little bit of yang qi. In this way, Charlie Chan was finally able to use his rich experience to turn all the female students of the Musician Academy into his women. Looking at the information about these schoolgirls in his system, Charlie Chan revealed a small smile. All of these female students were basically existences whose families had power and influence in the Class A2 extraterrestrial world. Almost all of them grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths. But so what, in the end, it was still cheap to fall into the plaything of this handsome man of his. He can do whatever he wants to them, and if he is not happy to beat them up, they have to smile. And a couple of them couldn't wait to let themselves hit her. That's why there aren't many Charlie Chan Yin and Yang points now. Otherwise Charlie Chan would have to make them all pregnant with the old Chin family's seed. Just as he was taking all the female students of the Musicians Academy under his wing and thinking about how to take White Ice down, something rather big has suddenly changed at the Heaven's Pride Academy. Surprisingly, there was a sudden invasion of the Heaven's Pride Academy by the extraterrestrial demon race, trying to forcefully snatch the Heaven's Pride Academy's town treasure, the Void Mirror. The extraterrestrial demon race was very strong. It consisted of 8 powerful cultivators of the transition realm. The Heaven's Pride Academy was caught off guard for a moment. There were a few transition realm cultivators from the Heaven's Pride Academy who were outside and hadn't returned, and now there were only 4 transition realm cultivators in the academy. In order to ensure the safety of the disciples in the academy, Bai Bing and the other 4 transition realm cultivators could only go on with their heads. These extraterrestrial demons were also relatively strong, almost all of them were around the middle stage of the transition realm. Thus the moment they just faced each other, the Heaven's Pride Academies were beaten and spat out blood one after another. Especially White Ice, who had the strongest cultivation, not only had to deal with her own 2 during the battle, but also had to share the pressure with a few others. Fortunately, White Ice's cultivation was high, and there was also the Cold Ice sacred body with strong combat power underpinning it, or else just a few minutes into the confrontation, the higher-ups of the Heaven's Remarkable Academy would have been defeated. It was just a pity that even how strong White Ice was, he was ultimately a two-fisted opponent. With several other companions around him falling down, White Ice was also quickly spat out blood in a 1-on-8 situation and slammed down hard on the ground unconscious. However, fortunately, the teachers of the Tenjiao Academy, in time, through the void mirror capable of spatial teleportation, found the location of the other teachers of the Tenjiao Academy outside, and teleported them all back. When the devil race saw that the main force of the Heaven's Pride Academy had returned, they also fled in disgrace. Bai Bing, who was severely injured after the incident, was brought back to the legendary academy to recuperate. The burden of taking care of Bai Bing was given to Bai Bing's students. On this day, Charlie Chan comes to visit Bai Bing and realizes that it is Li Hongjie's turn to take care of Bai Bing today. As Li Hongjie watched Charlie Chan arrive, she also began to flirt at once, ignoring Bai Bing, who was recuperating from her injuries, and kept sticking herself on Charlie Chan's body. Charlie Chan didn't refuse when he saw the scene and directly wrapped his arms around her willow waist. "What are you doing? Our dean is still here. Aren't you afraid the dean will find out?" Li Hongjie smiled sweetly when she heard Charlie Chan's words. "Ha ha ha. So what if the dean is here? Dean's in a coma, it's not like he knows what's going on out there. Besides, there's a different kind of excitement in doing things in front of an unconscious dean. Cut the crap and kiss me." Seeing this situation, Charlie Chan also stopped dilly-dallying. An hour later, the two of them were fully dressed and began to check on Bai Bing's condition. "It looks like Dean is hurt pretty badly, he won't wake up for a while." "Yes, our academy's physician seniors said that our dean is very seriously injured. Without 10 days and half a month's time, the dean won't be able to wake up." Hearing this, Charlie Chan's eyes rolled and he said with a smile, "Really? Then if someone were to turn against her during this time period, wouldn't she be defenseless?" Looking at Charlie Chan's face full of bad jokes, Li Hongjie's face also revealed a hint of a smile. "You boy, are you pondering some bad idea in your mind?" Are you trying to make a move on the Dean-sama? What's wrong? Can't you? Right now, the Dean is in a coma and the blood is not circulating throughout his body. I'm trying to help the Dean unblock his blood veins, so that the Dean-sama can recover faster. With that said, Charlie Chan no longer cared about Li Hongjie's thoughts and immediately hugged Bai Bing's face and kissed it painfully. Li Hongjie, who was on the side, was also very speechless when she heard Charlie Chan's shameless appearance. I didn't expect this Charlie Chan to be so bold. He dared to disrespect the Dean, and was not afraid that when the Dean woke up, he would slap him to death. Looking at Charlie Chan hugging and nibbling on Bai Bing's face, Li Hongjie was also very helpless. After a few minutes, Charlie Chan let go of Bai Bing. Only at this point, Bai Bing's lips had swollen in a circle. Looking at Li Hongjie, who was blearily watching from the sidelines, Charlie Chan laughed. I'm going to get down to business, and you're going to watch from the sidelines? Learning that Charlie Chan was really so bold, Li Hongjie also panicked a bit. No, you're serious. You're done mooching off of the Dean, you really want to make the Dean your own woman. You're too bold. Chapter 56, Taking Advantage of People. Brace for the bold, starve for the timid. Today I, Charlie Chan, am going to get a taste of what it's like to be the high and mighty Dean. After saying that, Charlie Chan went to undo Bai Bing's clothes regardless. Looking at Bai Bing's exposed petite body, Li Hongjie, who was on the side, also left Bai Bing's room in a grayish manner. Seeing that the person who was in the way had left, Charlie Chan was no longer polite and immediately took off his clothes. Half an hour later, Charlie Chan trembled and jumped off the bed. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the gift of the sacred body. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his spiritual roots to extreme spiritual roots. Even though Charlie Chan's spiritual root had been upgraded, the current Charlie Chan couldn't smile at all. Charlie Chan sort of knew why when he asked White Ice why he didn't look for a Taoist couple. White Ice didn't care about himself, so it turned out that the cold ice sacred body had such a side effect. When Charlie Chan got close to White Ice, the cold ice chi in White Ice's body looked like it had gotten a passageway and directly entered Charlie Chan's body in large quantities. How could Charlie Chan withstand the cold ice chi in White Ice's body, and immediately several meridians were frozen. Moreover, this process Charlie Chan was unable to interrupt on his own accord, and could only watch as White Ice's cold ice chi entered his body in large quantities. It was not until half an hour later, when Charlie Chan left the toll fee, that Charlie Chan disengaged. Feeling that every part of his body was frozen by the cold ice chi, Charlie Chan also sat on the ground with great difficulty, mobilizing the yang chi in his body to clear the cold ice chi in his body. It took a full half hour of clearing before Charlie Chan was able to remove the cold ice chi from his body. Charlie Chan sat up and put his clothes back on. It's fortunate that I have plenty of yang energy in my body, otherwise I would have been directly frozen into ice by this cold air. It's true that this woman can't be touched by any man. After putting Bai Bing's clothes in order, Charlie Chan. Therefore, this time Charlie Chan stayed in Bai Bing's room for a longer period of time, and his development of Bai Bing was further increased. After more than a month like this, Bai Bing finally woke up from his coma. It was only the timing of waking up that was rather coincidental, just as Charlie Chan was dredging Bai Bing's blood veins. Looking at the busy Charlie Chan, Bai Bing said in a cold voice. What are you doing? Hearing the familiar voice, Charlie Chan froze, not expecting Bai Bing to wake up at this time of the day. I'm healing your wounds. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Bai Bing's face was filled with cold ice. Directly slapped Charlie Chan off of himself. Then White Ice braced himself against the strength in his body and put his own clothes back on. You rebellious disciple, how dare you disrespect your master? Feeling the vigorous spiritual energy in Bai Bing's body, Charlie Chan hurriedly begged for mercy. Spare my life, master, I have my own hardships, please spare me this time. What bitterness! Speak! With that, a somewhat exasperated Bai Bing stomped her face into Charlie Chan's face. But Charlie Chan didn't feel like this was a punishment for himself, but rather a reward. Dean, you don't know, but I'm doing this so that I can have a broader future for myself. What vast future? Speak clearly. Although the student's vocational ability is very outstanding, the student's spiritual root has always been a problem for me. Therefore the student can only resort to this in order to be able to enhance his spirit root talent, please understand, master. Hearing Charlie Chan's words, Bai Bing was still a bit confused. What do you mean? Does your enhancement of your spirit root talent have anything to do with violating your teacher? Of course it's related, the student's physique is special, as long as he or she is close to a woman who possesses the holy body, the student will be able to enhance his or her spiritual root talent. When White Ice heard this, he also revealed a thoughtful expression. There's such a thing? In order to test the truth, Bai Bing directly grabbed Charlie Chan's wrist and began to check Charlie Chan's spiritual root talent. The result was really like what Charlie Chan said. Charlie Chan's spiritual root had come to the qualification of an extreme spiritual root. Adverse disciple, this is no reason for you to be unreasonable to your teacher. How can you defile another person's body just for your own selfish desires? Charlie Chan has also been very sophomoric about this. Master Dean, I don't want to be like this either, but I also want to be a perfect 10, just having a vocational cultivation and not being able to raise it up, I'll be dead in a few thousand years at the most. So you mean that as long as there are enough bodies, your spirit root can undergo metamorphosis indefinitely? Yes, that's what the student meant, otherwise the student wouldn't have risked so much on the teacher. Hearing this, Bai Bing was also very helpless. No wonder this kid had to ask if there were any sacred body existences in the academy first when choosing an academy in the first place. It turned out that he was waiting for himself here because of this matter. You laid hands on me, so the cold in my body didn't hurt you? It did hurt at first, and if it wasn't for the strong yang energy in my disciple's body, I would have been frozen into an ice stick by my teacher's cold energy. But after getting the teacher's initial, the student's ability to adapt is much stronger, and the subsequent chills don't come as violently as the first time. As a result, the student becomes less afraid of the cold in the teacher's body. Hearing this, Bai Bing nodded, and then directly sent Charlie Chan away. To be honest, he wanted to punish Charlie Chan severely. But when he just woke up, Charlie Chan brought him a pretty good feeling, a pleasure he had never. Maybe he'll be able to use Charlie Chan when the time comes. Only she was thinking a bit simplistically. Charlie Chan, who left White Ice's residence, thought that White Ice had accepted himself gladly. Therefore, on that night, Charlie Chan sneaked up and ran to Bai Bing's room once again. White Ice was also a bit speechless as she looked at Charlie Chan, who had furtively come to her room. What are you doing here? What's the matter? Hey, Dean-sama, the student missed you a bit again and wanted to talk to Dean again. Chapter 57, The Vegetarian Virgin's Sacred Body. How could Bai Bing not understand Charlie Chan's meaning? This kid obviously wanted to sleep with himself. Thinking of this, Bai Bing's face instantly went cold. Seeing this, Charlie Chan hurriedly explained. Master Dean, don't be angry for a moment, I'm doing this for the sake of my spiritual roots. Right now, my spirit root hasn't been fully consolidated yet, I still need to consolidate it a few more times with you before I can do so. Hearing this, Bai Bing's face instantly soothed. There's such a thing? Right. Otherwise how could the student be so brazen as to come over to the dean again? At those words White Ice sighed helplessly. Okay, then I'll help you. Afterward, Charlie Chan followed Bai Bing to the bed on the side. In the coming period of time, Charlie Chan approached Bai Bing every day under the pretext of consolidating his spiritual roots. It wasn't clear whether White Ice really believed it, or whether he was faking it. It was very easy to agree to Charlie Chan's requests every time. It made Charlie Chan a little embarrassed. But Dean's petite body, it's time to get a little closer. And it's just not the same as waking up and obeying when you're lying in bed in a coma. During this time, Charlie Chan was not idle. Every day, he alchemized pills in his room. Charlie Chan already has the next step of development in mind. There were more sacred bodies over at the Cultivation Academy, so Charlie Chan would have more contact with the people over there. Since Charlie Chan had no way of determining which one was the sacred body, he would just do a carpet bombing. Starting from the first year, he used spirit stones and pills to tempt female disciples to double cultivate with him. And every single one of them. In this way, not only could they screen the sacred body, but they could also increase their yin and yang points. 2 for the price of 1. While trying to cultivate, you can also give yourself a little boost to your spiritual roots. Don't look at this Heaven's Pride Academy like it's rich. But elixirs are still hard currency here. Ordinary students could only receive 3 chi gathering pills per month corresponding to their realm. Unless a female student from a well-off family, elixirs were still very tempting to ordinary female students. This time Charlie Chan decided to start with the first grade and go through them one by one. The first grade is all elementary school girls in the chi refining realm. Not only are they too young to resist temptation, and with a low cultivation level, you're not afraid of being beaten up if you're rejected. Just like that, after Charlie Chen had refined around 1,000 first-order chi gathering pills, he arrived at the place where the first years were located. As soon as he entered, Charlie Chen saw a large number of schoolmates from the Qi refining realm. It's the time of day when classes are over, and a large number of students are making their way outside. Charlie Chan made his way through the crowd, casually finding a woman who seemed to have a meek disposition, and then pulled her to head to a corner. Woman's message being detected. Name, Hu Jing. Race, human. Life expectancy, 23-130. Qualification, excellent spiritual roots. Physical, none. Cultivation, 3rd level of Qi refining realm. Yin Qi, 3. Hello schoolmate, I'm your senior, I want to discuss something with senior sister, I don't know if she has time? Little sister Hu Jing was very polite, looking at the young and handsome senior in front of her, she also smiled and nodded. Elder brother, please speak. Charlie Chen glanced around and after realizing that no one had passed by in the surroundings, he also took out 10 first-order extreme-grade Qi gathering pills from his storage ring. Senior sister, senior wants to be a Taoist couple with senior sister for half an hour. As long as senior sister agrees to senior, these 10 first-order extreme Qi gathering pills will be my payment to senior sister. This Hu Jing dressed plainly looks like a little girl from an ordinary family. The truth was just as Charlie Chan had guessed, Hu Jing was stunned when she saw Charlie Chan take out 10 first-order extreme-grade Qi gathering pills. It was important to realize that only 3 Qi gathering pills were given out each month, and all of them were of low-grade quality. Compared to the Qi gathering pills in Charlie Chan's hands, it was simply one heaven and one earth. If one could obtain this elixir, wouldn't one be rich? But this senior wanted his body, wasn't it a little bit too good to give it to him so directly? After some thought, Hu Jing still didn't want to give up these 10 pills. Finally trembling, he took the elixir from Charlie Chan's hand. She glanced around, then whispered. Senior, I can make a deal with you, but you have to keep it a secret for me, and absolutely not tell the truth about this matter, or else the reputation of the schoolmates won't be preserved. Upon hearing this, Charlie Chan's face also instantly revealed a hint of. The woman's name was Bai Suyi and she was a 7th-year student of the Cultivation Academy. Bai Suyi possessed the legendary Vegetable Maiden Sacred Body, and she had also obtained the Vegetable Maiden Reincarnation skill that matched the Vegetable Maiden Sacred Body to cultivate together. In just thousands of years, he had cultivated to the realm of the harmonization realm. Bai Suyi sat cross-legged on the rock, white and yellowish spiritual energy lingering around her. Listening to the sound of the water flowing from the small waterfall, as well as the sound of birds and animals chirping in the mountains, Bai Suyi felt a sense of relief inside. The Vegetable Maiden's Sacred Body and the Vegetable Maiden Reincarnation skill were just right for cultivation in this environment. After cultivating for a few weeks, Bai Suyi stopped cultivating and prepared to stand up and walk around to soothe her mood. Bai Suyi sat down at the edge of the water and took off her coat, shoes and socks. Washed his face and feet with water. Just as Bai Suyi was preparing her gift to sit cross-legged on the large rock and cultivate, a strange sound suddenly came from the woods next to her. What's that sound? It's like someone is screaming for help. So Bai Suyi put on her shoes and quietly went to a side grove. But after coming to the grove, Bai Suyi was dumbfounded. It turned out to be a man and a woman there to do meticulous things. To prevent embarrassment, Bai Suyi grayed out and ran straight back to the side of the small waterfall. She sat down on the rock and patted her breasts lightly, blushing to herself. These two are too shameless to come here and do that kind of thing. Really, it annoys me. Forget it, just keep meditating and cultivating. Bai Suyi sat cross-legged on the large rock, wanting to continue running her Vegetable Maiden Reincarnation technique cultivation. But the voices coming out of the grove were like flies, making it impossible for Bai Suyi to achieve a state of mindful cultivation. Chapter 58 Sister's heart is not strong enough. And as soon as she heard the voice, Bai Suyi's mind drifted back to what she had just seen. Seeing that she couldn't cultivate in this situation, Bai Suyi helplessly lay down on the large rock. Forget it, I'll continue my cultivation when the two of them leave. So Bai Suyi began to rest her eyes on the boulder. But the voice was like a nightmare he couldn't get out of his own head. In the next second, Bai Suyi snapped her eyes open. Shall we go over there? As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Bai Suyi couldn't get it out of her head. In the end, unable to withstand the temptation of something new, Bai Suyi still quietly ran to the grove and began to watch the play. Half an hour later, the two of them, Charlie Chan, were fully dressed and left from the grove. Before leaving, Charlie Chan looked at a small red flower blooming in the grove and was also ecstatic inside. That's a real pick-me-up. Hu, on the other hand, was not impressed, and nothing else mattered as long as benefits were exchanged. Schoolgirl, that's enough for today then. Goodbye senior, let's meet again sometime. After the two of them finished trading, Charlie Chan went to look for the next elementary school girl. And Bai Sui, who was on the side, saw the two of them leave and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally gone, ready to start continuing your training. With that, Bai Sui returned next to her small waterfall, ready to continue her cultivation. But after sitting there for only 20 minutes or so, the strange sound that had just come back again. Now Bai Sui was confused. Only Bai Sui stood up and said with some annoyance, "Didn't they leave? Is it hard to believe that there are more people coming?" In order to get to the bottom of things, Bai Sui went to the nearby grove, ready to find out what was going on. It turned out that the male protagonist was still the same man from earlier, but the female protagonist had become a new female disciple. Seeing this scene, Bai Sui was dumbfounded. No! Wasn't that schoolgirl just now his dowmate? How is it that after just over 20 minutes, it's this female disciple? A conflict? Nimas, can't change the surface of the place, have to run to me here, I still have to cultivate But very helpless, people are doing business, they are not good to disturb, can only wait obediently on the sidelines. Half an hour later, the two Charlie Chan left directly. Only Bai Sui didn't bother. Charlie Chan won't be coming anyway, don't get too involved with this scum. With that, Bai Sui then returned to the boulder next to her small waterfall, ready to continue into her cultivation state. But not 20 minutes later, the sound came back. Bai Sui had no choice but to continue to run around Charlie Chan watching small movies. Just like that, in the course of the day, Charlie Chan brought over 10 female disciples one after another. It wasn't until late afternoon that the grove grew quiet. Looking at Charlie Chan who was about to leave, Bai Sui finally couldn't help herself. This is nice to look at though, and there's a hotness to it. But Bai Sui was clear that this thing was just too addictive and would easily affect her cultivation. If Charlie Chan came every day, then would he still be practicing or not? Seeing Charlie Chan separate from that female disciple, Bai Sui also took the initiative to show up and block Charlie Chan's path. Stop right there! Charlie Chan felt the aura of the woman's body and was aware that the other party's cultivation was extraordinary. Woman's message being detected. Name, Bai Sui. Race, human. Life expectancy, 1072 13,000. Qualification, heavenly spirit root. Physique, vegetarian virgin sacred body. Cultivation, 3rd level of the harmony realm. Yin Qi, 63. Seeing the other party's vegetarian lady sacred body, Charlie Chan's eyes lit up. The holy body that he had searched so hard for, he didn't expect to find it on the first day, his luck was too good to be true. Sister? My name is Charlie Chan, I wonder what I can do for you. For Charlie Chan, Bai Sui also did not have a good attitude. Blushing, she said. Will you stop bringing women to my place? I've been practicing here all day, and you keep making strange noises here, so how else can I practice? Learning that this woman had actually come to find herself because of this kind of thing, Charlie Chan couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Looking at this woman, it's obvious that she hasn't been peeking around much. Charlie Chan coughed lightly twice, then said with some seriousness. Elder sister, you're wrong, this is a public area, it's not your turf alone, anyone has the right to be here. Besides, it's not right for you to peek at me with my woman, oh, you're peeking at someone's privacy. You still know it's a public area, is a public area for you to do something unseemly? Besides, how do you know I'm peeking? I'm not peeking, I'm being honorable. Looking at Bai Sui's blushing face, Charlie Chan also smiled slightly, what a lovely woman. Senior sister, if you say that, that means your Tao is not firm enough. The Tao is not strong enough? What do you mean? The most important thing in cultivation is the heart of the Tao, which is to have no distractions and not be influenced by other things. If you cultivate with a firm Taoist heart, not to mention me disturbing you by making noises in the grove, even if you are a heroine, you will be able to remain unaffected by me and focus on your cultivation, and this is how you can become a 1 in a million genius. Some strange sounds make you unable to practice, senior sister, and come to me blushing. It can only be said that senior sister's Taoist heart is not firm enough to do the realm of a heart as if it were still water. Sister, you still have to practice. Hearing this, Bai Sui felt a bit groundless. Don't talk nonsense, where did you learn that crooked reasoning from? How dare you come to fool me, how come I haven't heard of this aspect of the Taoist heart? This is what our dean, Bai Bing, taught me, she's a cold ice sacred body, and she was able to break through to this kind of realm all because of a firm heart of the Tao. I see that the aura on senior sister's body should not be as strong as our dean's. Hearing Charlie Chan move out Dean Bai Bing, Bai Suyi was instantly speechless. Dean White Ice has always been someone she has studied and admired. I heard that a male student had come to Lu Master Academy a few days ago, and I didn't expect it to be this Charlie Chan. Seeing that Bai Suyi did not continue to refute herself, Charlie Chan also continued. It looks like senior sister already believes my words. In that case, I'll come back tomorrow and continue to help senior sister hone her Dao heart. Seeing that Bai Suyi was going to say something else, Charlie Chan hurriedly said. Then it's settled, senior brother is a bit tired today, so I'll go back first. Chapter 59, Worldview Collapses. Bai Suyi looked at Charlie Chan's back as he hurriedly left, and also raised her hand a bit, wanting to say something more. But Charlie Chan ran as fast as he could and was gone in no time. Bai Suyi had no choice but to helplessly turn around and return to her waterfall next to continue meditating and resting. This time, without Charlie Chan's disturbance, Bai Suyi felt that her meditation and cultivation speed was much faster than before. Is it hard to believe that it's just my own illusion? Or is it true that the cultivation speed is faster than before? This cultivation of the Dao heart, is it hard to believe that it can really accelerate the speed of cultivation? It's a bit strange. How come I've never heard of this matter before? The night's cultivation was undisturbed. The next morning came with another familiar sound in the fresh and quiet grove. Hearing this sound, Bai Suyi was disturbed and had no choice but to wake up from her cultivation. Knowing that he could not help Charlie Chan, he could only be forced to accept the voice helplessly. Of course that was just the objective factor, the subjective factor was still that she wanted to see it. Bai Suyi grayed out and came peeking into a small grove of trees to the side. Half an hour later, Charlie Chan and the others left. Bai Suyi also returned to the side of her waterfall in ashes, with some intent. But she knew that in a while, Charlie Chan would come back. It wasn't as she expected, and before long another familiar voice rang out from this grove. In this way, Charlie Chan came to this place every day for the next month to draw Yin Qi. The main reason was because the soundproofing of this Tianjiao Academy's courtyard was not good, and if the sound leaked out, it would not be good for the reputation of the schoolmates. So it had to come to this off-the-beaten-path place to hide from some others. And he knows there's a special audience next to him, so he brings out 100% of his abilities every time. In the end, it took nearly a month before and after, Charlie Chan took down the entire first-year schoolgirls, all of them, converting all the Yin Qi in their bodies into their own. Only what made Charlie Chan a little disappointed was that these schoolgirls didn't have the holy body. This was what Charlie Chan had expected. How can a holy body be discovered so simply? This kind of thing requires Charlie Chan to plow through it a bit. And Bai Suyi has been Charlie Chan's neighbor for a month. This entire month, Bai Suyi had been playing simulation warfare on the sidelines. It was only going to be a disappointment for Bai Suyi for some time to come. In the next few days, Charlie Chan did not bring his schoolmates to this grove because he had to refine a second-order extreme-grade qi-gathering pill at his residence in preparation for seducing his second-year schoolmates. Seeing the suddenly disappearing Charlie Chan, and the familiar voice, Bai Suyi was a little less used to it all. What's wrong with this kid? How come he suddenly disappeared into thin air? Alas! Without the sound boost, it feels like the speed of cultivation has slowed down quite a bit. Bai Suyi wants to go to Charlie Chan to experience some real combat. But Bai Suyi couldn't pull it off. He himself, no matter what, was considered a high realm cultivator, and was older than that Charlie Chan by an unknown number of years. Wouldn't it be a shame for you to give it to me so voluntarily? So Bai Suyi restrained her inner urges and began to meditate and cultivate beside this waterfall at ease. On the other hand, Charlie Chan had also been preparing in his room for more than 10 days before he finally finished preparing all the pills he needed. Charlie Chan is getting ready to go to the sophomores. But he didn't expect that Charlie Chan had just pushed open the door to his room when he realized that Bai Bing was standing outside the door. Sister Dean, what brings you to me? When Bai Bing heard this, she immediately blushed and said somewhat shyly, "It's okay, I just haven't seen you for quite a while and wanted to come over to see you." Charlie Chan is also considered a veteran. Looking at the other party's expression, how could he not be clear about what the other party was thinking in his heart? This one looks like it's been too long without a man's nourishment, kind of misses Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan was clear that at times like this, a man just had to take the initiative and not let the girls open their mouths and embarrass them. So Charlie Chan grabbed Bai Bing's hand, and with his other hand, he wrapped Bai Bing into his arms. "It's been quite a while since I've seen you, Sister Dean, and I've missed you. Why don't we do this? I'll take you outside for a while." When Bai Bing heard Charlie Chan's sweet words, she agreed without even thinking about it. She was actually quite happy to be able to spend some time with Charlie Chan. White Ice then followed Charlie Chan outside to skate around a bit. There were all outsiders outside, so naturally the two would not be as intimate as they were just now. After bringing Bai Bing to skate around the road in Tianzhou Academy, he also unconsciously brought him to the grove that Charlie Chan had often come to a while ago. Charlie Chan pointed at the grove, then tentatively inquired. "What do you say, want to go for a spin inside?" Looking at the scenic grove, Bai Bing nodded. He then followed Charlie Chan straight into the grove. After coming deeper into the grove, Charlie Chan was also beginning to expose his nature. And Bai Bing didn't refuse, anyway, she came to Charlie Chan because of this. On the other side, Bai Suyi, who was still sitting on the boulder next to the waterfall and cultivating, heard the familiar voice and also snapped her eyes open from her cultivation. A look of delight passed through his eyes. "This little bastard is finally here, causing me to wait for so long, I still have to hammer my Dao heart." Saying that, Bai Suyi directly got up and flew to the side of a small forest. But when she arrived in the grove, she was dumbfounded. Charlie Chan is still the same Charlie Chan, but how come the female lead has become Dean Bai Bing? This Dean Bai Bing she could be too familiar with, and had always been a senior that she admired and respected. She was the possessor of a holy body like herself. So in some things, she had been learning from Dean White Ice. I had thought that a woman as noble and beautiful as Dean Bai Bing should be pure and flawless. But now, where is the slightest hint of a fairy's appearance, clearly no different from A. Seeing Dean Bai Bing in front of her, Bai Suyi felt her worldview collapse. Dean Bai Bing's image in his own mind had also instantly changed drastically. I didn't expect this Charlie Chan to be so powerful, even Dean Bai Bing was given to him. Can it be that Dean Bai Bing is undergoing some sort of cultivation? Thinking of this, Bai Suyi couldn't help but remember what Charlie Chan had said earlier. In Bai Suyi's opinion, Dean Bai Bing shouldn't be so ridiculous as to get involved with a late bloomer. She must have been performing the Dao mind cultivation that Charlie Chan had mentioned earlier. Sure enough, this Charlie Chan wasn't lying to himself, combining his cultivation experience during this period of time. Chapter 60 The Tangled Bai Suyi. She felt that what Charlie Chan had said about the cultivation of the Dao heart must be true. This time it was a full 3 hours of observation. It couldn't be helped, Bai Bing was too beautiful, and combined with this beautiful environment, Charlie Chan wanted to stay with her for a while longer. And Bai Bing couldn't wait for Charlie Chan to spend more time with her. Charlie Chan hadn't been with her properly for a while. It turned out to be morning when they arrived and afternoon when they both left. "It's so much fun here, when we have time, the two of us must come back for another tour." "Aha, I'll come with you anytime you ask. You guys can't cheat." "Don't worry, when have I ever lied to the Dean Sama?" With that, the two returned to the Musician Academy. And as Bai Suyi on the side watched the beautiful and powerful Bai Bing submit to such a weak Charlie Chan, her heart was also greatly shaken. Even a big shot like the Dean acted so humble, so careful, and so submissive in front of Charlie Chan. If I'm like Dean, it shouldn't be a disgrace. After briefly thinking for a while, White Ice silently returned to his side of the waterfall. On this day, Charlie Chan didn't go to the second-year scholars to distribute pills, but instead accompanied Bai Bing in the academy for the entire day. Even at night, the two spent time together. Charlie Chan was very much enjoying the feeling of Bai Bing's body being cold and icy, but passionate and fiery in her performance towards herself. Moreover, Bai Bing's status and position was placed here, making Bai Bing obediently listen to his words. A sense of conquest arose in Charlie Chan's mind, making Charlie Chan feel especially good. Of course, Charlie Chan couldn't indulge in Bai Bing's tenderness. After accompanying Bai Bing for the whole day, Charlie Chan started doing his business. Started going to the second grade to look for the presence of the Eucharist. Just like that, Charlie Chan was back on a mission to take his elementary school girl to the grove. Hearing the familiar voice, White Ice also started OB again. As time passed, Charlie Chan was also gradually taking all the second and third year sisters under his wing. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 96,650. Spiritual roots, superior spiritual roots. Cultivation, third level of Jin Dan realm. Yin-Yang points, 3,600. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. Alchemist, 4th order intermediate 17300. Beastmaster, 5th order elementary 8500. Occupation? Unlocked by Yuaning realm. A total of 2 levels of realms had been raised during this time. And he also got 3006 Yin and Yang points. The harvest was not too big. The most important thing is that all the female disciples of this Tianzhou Academy are all intact. Every day, 10 delicate flowers bloom under the ravages of Charlie Chan. At first, Charlie Chan felt a wave of guilt coming over him. It felt a little bad to destroy a delicate flower like that. But gradually, this guilt was removed by Charlie Chan. It's not like Charlie Chan used strong arm tactics to forcefully break their bodies. Both sides are willing, there is no such thing as coercion. Besides, these schoolgirls, they're pretty happy. Why should one feel guilty? It's not like you're making yourself suffer. Charlie Chan had wanted to go and trade with his fourth-year sisters. But Charlie Chan felt that these school sisters were a bit too strong. Moreover, by Sui, a beautiful woman, Charlie Chan also felt that it was time to take it down. She's been OB on the sidelines a lot, and it must be long past the point of being ready for picking. This was a sacred body, one should definitely pay attention to the other party. Must be steady to take the other side down. So it was that one morning, Charlie Chan came to the depths of the grove and walked towards the direction of the waterfall behind the grove. Arriving at the end of the grove, Charlie Chan caught a glimpse of Bai Suyi sitting on the boulder next to the waterfall. Bai Suyi was dressed in white, her clean and pure skin paired with her serious and earnest expression while practicing gave her a special beauty. Combine this with the scenic and sunny surroundings of the small waterfall. At this time, Bai Suyi was like a fairy in a fairyland, giving Charlie Chan a look that made him want to drool. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, Bai Suyi opened her own eyes. Looking at the male lead, Charlie Chan, who had actually come to his side, Bai Suyi also revealed a hint of surprise. "What brings you to my side?" Hearing these words, Charlie Chan snapped out of the disorientation of gazing at Bai Suyi's beauty, and then slowly walked towards the boulder where Bai Suyi was. "Senior sister often goes to the grove to see me, I also have to be courteous and come over to see senior sister well, this is also considered an old neighbor." Watching Charlie Chan walk in his direction, Bai Suyi also jumped down from the boulder. As soon as she heard this, Bai Suyi knew that her peeping had been discovered by Charlie Chan. So the good-faced Bai Suyi hurriedly began a sophomoric defense. "Don't talk nonsense, when did I go over and peek, you're shameless to accuse me falsely." Hearing the other party's deadpan denial, Charlie Chan was also surprised by the other party's thick skin. Yes, that would be a mistake on the part of the schoolboy. It shouldn't be a schoolmate, it should be a little greedy cat, haha. Yes, there are very many animals in this forest, so it's possible that the schoolboy has misread the animals and mistaken them for me. Seeing that this matter was covered up, Bai Suyi was also relieved. Looking at Bai Suyi's gradually soothing expression, Charlie Chan also took advantage of the other party's inattention and directly held Bai Suyi's hand. "Then schoolmate wants to pursue schoolmate, I wonder if schoolmate can give me a chance?" Hearing this, Bai Suyi froze. You pursued me?" "Yes, senior sister looks so beautiful, senior brother is a man, really like you too much, I hope senior sister must give me this chance." "With all your women, why did you remember to pursue me?" In the face of skepticism, Charlie Chan certainly doesn't let words fall to the ground. "You don't understand, senior sister. I'm just trading money with them, no real feelings. But senior sister is different, senior sister is gifted and beautiful, and at such a young age she is a cultivator of such a high realm. I think I was mesmerized by senior sister the first time I met her. Please also give me this opportunity, I will definitely let you feel the beauty of love." Bai Suyi looked at Charlie Chan's serious appearance and was also slightly moved. If this were to become a Taoist couple with Charlie Chan, wouldn't it be possible to sleep in the same bed with Charlie Chan every day? But it's a bit of a dilemma. This kid still had a relationship with Dean White Ice, would it make the Dean feel like he was bucking her? Chapter 61, Invasion of the Devil Race. Charlie Chan stared tightly at Bai Suyi in front of him, waiting for her reply. Bai Suyi, on the other hand, lowered her head with a thoughtful expression. With that, the two stood in place for a moment. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, Bai Suyi clenched her palms, exhaled deeply, and looked at Charlie Chan to gather her courage and said, "I." Before she could finish, two powerful auras descended from the sky. The two men's faces changed when they felt these two auras. These two auras contained a murderous aura, and it was obvious that they were coming at the two. The two of them turned their heads to look into the distance and found that two demon clansmen dressed in black with masks on their heads and purple demonic aura emanating from their bodies were staring at the two of them with burning eyes from the sky not far away from the two of them. This was because the demon race had sneak attacked the Heaven's Pride Academy once before, almost threatening the safety of the students of the Heaven's Pride Academy. Therefore, right now, the Heaven's Pride Academy was still very wary of the demon race. The two dared to appear directly in front of the two, then it was clear that they had thoughts of striking out at the two Charlie Chan. Seeing this, Bai Suyi hurriedly stopped Charlie Chan behind herself. Why did these two demon race members suddenly come to find the two of us? Is it possible that they want to lay hands on the two of us? But we both don't have anything good on us. Speaking here, Charlie Chan looked at Bai Suyi. I almost forgot about this ninny being a vegetarian virgin sacred body. Facing Charlie Chan's doubts, Bai Suyi did not hide it from Charlie Chan. I have the vegetarian virgin sacred body, they should be rushing towards me. But immediately afterward, Bai Suyi revealed a worried expression. This is troublesome, these two demonic clansmen are strong in the transition realm, I'm only in the harmonization realm, I'm no match for them. If there's a fight later, I'll fight to the death to stop the two of them, and you hurry and run for your life. Hearing this, Charlie Chan immediately frowned. How can that be? How can I leave you alone here, senior sister? Charlie Chan is going to show a spirit of life and death to move Bai Suyi. Facing danger at all times without forgetting to pick up girls, this is the quality that Charlie Chan has accumulated over the years. But Bai Suyi didn't have time to talk about love with him right now. Your cultivation is too low, it's useless to stay, you might as well hurry and run. Besides, the other party is looking at my vegetable maiden's sacred body, so they shouldn't be able to harm me. But you're a different story, it's not like you have any use for it, so maybe they'll just kill you. Charlie Chan certainly understands this. But isn't it a bit unmanly to leave a beautiful woman alone? The two demonic clansmen on the opposite side also seem to have heard the conversation between the two Charlie Chan. Don't think about escaping, none of you can escape today, all of you obediently bind your hands and surrender. The one who spoke was a demonic woman with a pretty good voice. Speaking with a wooing motion, it sounds very energizing. But now Charlie Chan didn't have the time to appreciate this, tugging on Bai Suyi and starting to escape. Don't know what's good for you. After coldly grunting, the two demon clansmen chased after them. And the speed of the two was so fast that they arrived behind Charlie Chan and the two of them in the blink of an eye. Just at the moment when the hands of the two men grabbed towards the backs of the two Charlie Chan men, a blue spiritual energy suddenly appeared behind Charlie Chan and Bai Suyi, bouncing the demon who was about to grab the two out of the way. The two demons who had been bounced tens of meters looked up and found that a group of transition realm powerhouses from the Heaven's Pride Academy were standing in midair coldly looking at the two of them. White Ice, who was standing in the middle of it, looked at the demon race that still dared to come to the Heaven's Pride Academy to sow their wild oats, and couldn't help but frown. You demon race is really crazy, treating our Heaven's Pride Academy as a road that comes and goes as you please. Since we're here, we definitely won't let you leave easily this time. The two demons looked at the scene in front of them and glanced at each other, and the demon woman who had just spoken revealed a light laugh. You human races are really funny, we came to your Heaven's Pride Academy in such a big way, do you think we don't have any backhanders? But don't treat us demons like little cuties. Up! Hearing the woman's words, a burst of laughter came from the crowd in the sky. Ha, what's the matter, do you still think that with so many of our experts here this time, we can still let you run away? Be a good boy and tie your hands. At those words, the two demons moved. They were seen dropping slightly at the waist and making a bowing motion. What's the matter? Going to bow to us and beg to be spared? It's not up to you. The two Charlie Chan on the side were relieved to see that the senior management of the Heaven's Pride Academy had arrived. But Charlie Chan realized something was wrong when he saw the two suddenly bending over. The result was also really as Charlie Chan expected. After the two made a bow, a special flow of magic was created in both of them. Magic continued to converge above the two men's heads, finally forming a spatial rift. The crowd of transition realm powerhouses present saw that something was wrong and immediately launched an attack on the two together. But in the end, he was still a step too slow, and a spatial rift formed. White Ice and the others' attacks were all sucked into the spatial rift. In the next second, several terrifying balls of magical power shot out from the spatial cracks towards the upper echelons of the Celestial Pride Academy. The top management of the Heaven's Pride Academy noticed the aura coming from the magic orb, and their faces instantly changed. Immortal means. The crowd couldn't hide, so in the end, they could only join forces to face it. But it was no exaggeration to say that the energy in this magic ball was enough to kill them in seconds. Just in the nick of time, a white figure appeared in front of the crowd. The faces of the people present at the sight of this figure showed joy. Grand Dean! Your old man has finally shown up. The old man, who was called the Great Dean, pushed his hands violently, his powerful spiritual energy hard against these magic balls. Finally there was an explosion, and all those present retreated backwards. After waiting for the scene to dissipate, it was discovered that the two demon clansmen and the two of them, Charlie Chan and Bai Suyi, had long since disappeared. Seeing this scene, Grand Dean Li Daoxian revealed a grave expression. Looking at the crowd around him, Li Daoxian stroked his beard and said with some seriousness, "This time, these devils are obviously prepared, specifically coming to capture the White Suyi scholar." White Eyes, who was on the side, showed a panicked expression when she saw that Charlie Chan had been arrested. "Is there any way the Archabbot can save them?" Li Daoxian shook his head helplessly. "Saving them is out of the question. I can sense that the demon race that attacked us just now is far above me in strength. That's because the other party didn't want to take our lives, otherwise the other party would have gone all out and we would have already drank our hate." Chapter 62, Completion of a Life Event. It's a pity. Scholar Bai Suyi's vegetarian virgin holy body is gone. I'm afraid that this falling into the hands of the devil race will be fatal. On the other side, the two Charlie Chans were also carried in the hands of the masked demonic woman as they flew forward in the spatial tunnel. Feeling the rough movements of the other party, the somewhat painful Charlie Chan couldn't help but start begging for mercy. "Aya, big sister, can you be a bit gentler? You're scratching me to the point of pain." The demonic woman glanced at Charlie Chen when she heard his zippy look, then said without any good humor, "Can you be strong for a big man? Hurting you and screaming like that? Look at Bai Suyi, why isn't she screaming?" Charlie Chan was a bit speechless. "Big sister, you don't see where you're grabbing me in flight, you're grabbing my neck and I'm about to be pinched to death. Humph. Can't die. Bear with me." With that, he shot out a magic power and sealed Charlie Chan's mouth. After flying in this spatial tunnel for 10 minutes or so, several people left the spatial tunnel. Appeared over a huge, dark purple planet. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from this planet, the two of them, Charlie Chan and Bai Suyi, were instantly dumbstruck. "Is this the gathering place of the demon race? I can feel a magic power emanating from the planet." Hearing Bai Suyi who spoke, the demonic woman revealed a smile. "That's right. Our demon race's holy maiden lord will definitely bring our demon race back to its former glory when she returns. This vegetarian virgin sacred body of yours is also of great use to our demon clan. You don't have to worry, just immediately become a member of our demon clan when the time comes." Ha ha. With that, the few people quickly flew towards the deep purple planet in front of them. After arriving on the demon planet, Charlie Chan realized that it was no different from an ordinary planet. Although the exterior appeared to be a deep purple color, the interior of the planet was no different from a normal planet. Blue water, blue sky, green mountains, and green water. Moreover, he didn't know if it was an illusion that Charlie Chan had created, but he always felt as if the living environment in this world was higher than that of the Heaven's Pride Academy and the Yin-Yang realm. The water and grass are plentiful and the air is fresh, just like the life-rich tropical water forests. After the two brought the two Charlie Chan to the planet, they also brought the two to a city of the devil race. In this city is full of demonic people. Although there was no difference between the demon race and the human race in terms of appearance, the hidden demonic aura that surfaced around the body could be detected at a glance. After being brought to the city, the two were also taken to a dungeon in the city. After blocking Bai Suyi's cultivation, the demonic woman then said to the two, "You two just stay here obediently and we'll dispose of you two later." With that, the woman turned and left. Only the two men who were locked in the cell were left behind. As for why Charlie Chan's cultivation was not blocked, it was probably because it felt unnecessary. The two of them looked at the empty cell and couldn't help but start staring wide-eyed. "What now? It seems like the two of us won't be able to get out anytime soon. We're on this planet, and no matter how strong the cultivation of the deans of the Heaven's Pride Academy are, there's no way for them to come and save us. Charlie Chan is certainly aware of this." Looking at the forlorn Bai Suyi, Charlie Chan patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, you have the vegetarian virgin's sacred body, they definitely won't harm you. I'm no use, I'm not going to kill me when the time comes. You? Alas. Don't you worry, if they want to kill you, then they must have killed you a long time ago, how could they keep you until now? Alright, let's not talk about this, the two of us are in danger now, I'll ask you one question, will you promise to be my dowmate?" Hearing this, Bai Suyi's face instantly became flushed. "It's that time of the day and you're still asking that question, can you grow a pair? It's just dying, so you'll be granting me a wish. I promise. It's just that you have so many women already, and Dean Bai Bing is also your woman, so why are you clinging to me? Hearing Bai Suti agree, Charlie Chan also revealed a smile. Because I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss out on other women I like just because of one. I can't stand the thought of my beloved woman being ravaged by other people in their arms, so as long as it's a woman I like, I'll make all of them my Taoist. Hearing this, Bai Suti's eyes changed slightly, and she looked at Charlie Chen for a while before holding back a sentence. Scum! How can I be a slag? It's not like I'm not responsible. As long as you're my woman, I'll definitely be responsible to the end. Humph! You're a Jindan realm rookie, taking charge of my harmonization realm cultivator, don't you feel funny? What's so funny about that? A man's strength is determined not only by a man's cultivation, but also by whether he has the courage to give up everything for love. Take me for example, if you were my woman, I would use my whole body to make you happy. Hearing that Charlie Chan is going to use all his means to make himself happy, Bai Suti's mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene in the grove. You kid, you're still driving when you're dead, shameless. Humph. We're all about to die, so we must be happy. Saying that, Charlie Chen subconsciously began to measure Bai Suti's figure. That senior sister Bai Suti, is there any interest in accomplishing something great in life before you die? Bai Suti looked at Charlie Chen's somewhat strange expression and also sensed a hint of something wrong. Accomplish some life events? What are you going to do? Charlie Chan hugged Bai Suti's shoulders, then said with a smile. Of course it's a big deal to conceive an heir. Now that I'm going to die, then I definitely need to leave myself an heir. Sister, can you do me this favor? Get lost, who wants to have a baby with you? Seeing Bai Suti squirming, Charlie Chen also took the initiative to help her break the awkwardness. Come on, don't be shy. Now that your cultivation is blocked, can you still resist me? Be a good boy and take off your clothes, don't make me get rough. Looking at Charlie Chan's look of being sure of himself, Bai Suti was also instantly flustered. Don't be like that, this dungeon is so dirty, you're not sincerely disgusting me. It's okay, there's straw there, you've never sat on straw, it's very comfortable. It's no worse than a bed. Saying that, Charlie Chan no longer twisted and came directly to Bai Suti's side to block her mouth. Bai Suti knew she couldn't avoid it, so she finally had to accept it openly. And in a large hall in the city, Shen Zixi looked at the scene in the dungeon that appeared on the light screen in front of her, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Chapter 63 Madly Rising Cultivation Level. This kid. It's really getting flowery and horny. You weren't even honest in the dungeon, bullying a well-behaved girl like that. Standing beside Shen Zixi was the demonic woman who had captured the two of them here, Charlie Chen. At this moment, this demon race woman removed her mask, revealing her exquisite face. The demonic woman looked at Charlie Chen, who was trying to take Bai Suti's innocence on the light screen, and also instantly revealed an agitated expression. Your Highness, the first time of the vegetarian virgin sacred body can grant the other half a large amount of cultivation, I'll rush over there right now, we can't let this brat have his way. With that, Magic Clothes wanted to head to the dungeon to stop Charlie Chan. But it was stopped by Shen Zixi with a stretch of her hand. No, this is not important, just give it to him, no need to make a fuss. Hearing her own holy Highness say this, the Devil's Clothes couldn't say anything more, and could only watch as Charlie Chen took Bai Suti's initials away. The Magic Yin Technique. If Devil Clothes hadn't remembered correctly, this Devil Yin technique should be one of the Devil Clan's 5 top-level techniques. Only back in the ancient times this technique was lost. I didn't think that my own family's holy maiden would have this technique in her hands. The most important thing was that the holy maiden had willingly given the gongfu to them to learn, which was really considered an unexpected blessing. So Devil Clothes couldn't wait to turn over the Magic Yin art, ready to start learning its contents. Looking at it, Magic Clothes figured out the main ability of this feat. It turned out that this Magic Yin technique was mainly about increasing one's cultivation level by harvesting Yang and replenishing Yin. And this Yang Qi can only absorb the purest Yang Qi in the body of the practitioner of the Yang attribute technique. This was a risk of going off the deep end if one absorbed other impure Yang Qi. Seeing this, the woman came to a realization. No wonder the Holy Maiden Lord wanted to bring back this Charlie Chan and didn't stop Charlie Chan when she saw that he had taken the vegetarian virgin sacred body for the first time. It turned out that they wanted to increase this Charlie Chan's cultivation level, and then have Charlie Chan act as a cultivation cauldron for them. As expected of a Holy Maiden Sama, you've really thought this through. Originally thought she was on the first level, but I didn't realize she had already stood on the 100th level to view the whole plan. Holy Maiden Sama deserves to be Holy Maiden Sama. This kind of idea of laying out a plan for the sake of the development of the demon race with a single-mindedness is truly a model for us members of the demon race to learn from. Instead, I have become disgruntled with Her Highness, the Holy Maiden. For the sake of my own brother's welfare, I am damned. Alas, I must work hard and make sure I don't fail the Holy Maiden Sama's hopes. With that, he carefully tucked the magic Yin technique into his corset and returned to his room to watch it himself. And the magic suit arguably overthinks it. She just happened to run into Charlie Chan when she sent someone to capture Bai Suti, who possessed the vegetarian virgin saint body. So get him back. She knew that this kid liked women, so she gave the magic clothes kung fu. Let the magic clothes serve Charlie Chan willingly. As for the rest, she hadn't really thought about it that much. On the other hand, Charlie Chan had also bullied Bai Suti for 2 hours in the dungeon. Congratulations to the host for receiving the gift of the holy body. Host's qualification increased to Earth Spirit Root. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first night of the vegetarian virgin's holy body, and for obtaining the vegetarian virgin's holy body's feedback. The host's cultivation is improving. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 4th level of the Jindan realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 5th level of the Jindan realm. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 1st level of the Yuaning realm. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the profession of artifact refiner. Name, Charlie Chan. Life expectancy, 96-1100. Spiritual roots, Earth spiritual roots. Cultivation level, 1st level of Yuaning realm. Yin-Yang points, 3663. Spiritual planter, 4th order lower 0300. Alchemist, 4th order intermediate 17300. Beastmaster, 5th order elementary 8500. Alchemist, 0 rank 01. Occupation? Unlocked in the realm of the transfigured god. Looking at his dawdling cultivation level, Charlie Chan was also bursting with joy. I didn't expect that this vegetarian virgin sacred body would possess such an ability, that it would be able to raise so much cultivation in an instant. If this were to get 10 vegetarian virgin sacred bodies, wouldn't he or she not need to cultivate anymore and directly break through to a very high realm? Woman's message being detected. Name, Bai Suti. Race, human. Life expectancy, 1072-13,000. Qualification, heavenly spirit root. Physique, vegetarian virgin sacred body. Cultivation level, 1st level of harmony realm. Yin Qi, 0. Only when he saw Bai Suti's cultivation level, Charlie Chan was dumbfounded. Bai Suti had unexpectedly dropped from the 3rd level of the harmonization realm to the 1st level. I didn't realize that the cost of this cultivation boost would be lowering Bai Suti's cultivation. For a moment, Charlie Chan really felt a bit guilty. But guilt doesn't help, the physique is what it is. Then all will have to face this situation someday. It's better to cheapen others than to cheapen yourself. He himself could at least make her feel the joy of being a woman. At this time, Bai Suti was already unconscious without the support of her cultivation. Charlie Chan thoughtfully helped her organize the clothes on her body, then laid her down on the soft straw to rest. After the metamorphosis, a special flavor appeared in Bai Suti. This flavor is not something that one can smell with the nose, but rather see with the eyes and feel with the heart. The flavor was so mesmerizing that Charlie Chan, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but keep staring at her, and every now and then, he even gave her a kiss on her face and mouth. It was towards evening when Bai Suti slowly woke up from her sleep. Chapter 64: A way to deal with the demon race. Looking at Charlie Chan in front of her, who had been staring at her with a gentle gaze, Bai Suti was also a bit strange. What do you keep staring at me for? It's okay, I just couldn't help but look at you. Are the two of us considered a Taoist couple now? Thinking back to Charlie Chan's rude behavior, Bai Suti gave him a blank look. Doesn't count. Doesn't count? Hearing these words, an evil smile appeared on Charlie Chan's face. Then I'm sorry, I'll just have to give you another taste of my power. Saying that, Charlie Chan pounced on Bai Suti's body. Ha, what are you doing? Don't touch my waist, get up. I promise. Can't I just say yes? Oh, you promised, then I can't stop even more. The two of us are Dao couples, it should be quite normal to do this kind of thing, ha? You bad boy. On the other hand, in the Heaven's Pride Academy, Li Daoxian was also in seclusion for a period of time after seeing that Charlie Chan and Bai Suti had been captured. Li Daoxian claimed that he was going to go and talk to the memories left behind by the predecessors of the Heaven's Pride Academy about ways to deal with the demon race. Nowadays, the devil race was so powerful that there was already in existence that Li Daoxian, the #1 strongest person in the Heaven's Remarks Academy, could not even deal with. If the demon race were to strike at the Heaven's Pride Academy, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, when Li Daoxian entered his dream, he found a way to deal with the demon race from the memories of a group of seniors from the Tianjiao Academy. Seeing that Li Daoxian was out of the gate, a group of senior officers from the Heaven's Pride Academy came to Li Daoxian's door to inquire about ways to deal with the demon race. Bai Bing walked to the front and said to Grand Dean Li Daoxian, "Great Dean, have you found a way to deal with the demons? Charlie Chen and Bai Suyi from my Master Musician Academy have all been taken away by the demons, their lives are unknown, we have to think of a way out." Hearing Bai Bing's words, Su Rue, the 7th grade homeroom teacher on the side, also hurriedly walked over to Li Daoxian's side. "Yeah, Grand Dean. Bai Suyi, that girl possesses the vegetarian lady's sacred body, the role of the vegetarian lady's sacred body, you are aware of it, this girl to the demon races may be subjected to what kind of torture?" Looking at Bai Bing's 2 worried looks, Li Daoxian raised his head slightly inside. "I understand what you guys are saying, but the demon clan is so godlike that it's not that simple to find." With that said, Li Daoxian looked at the other few people present and told the crowd to go inside and deliberate more carefully. Li Daoxian sat on the chair and looked at the surrounding group of Heaven's Pride Academy executives and slowly said, "I've already found a way to deal with the demon race in this retreat. Legend has it that during the ancient times, there existed a large number of devil races in the world, and the devil races were so powerful that they suppressed our spirit races at every turn. The spirit people can only be forced to hide in the universe. Then a man with a special bloodline suddenly appeared among the spirit people. This man's cultivation is so powerful that he defeated most of the powerful demons with his own strength. And then the remaining demons were all locked up and sealed in a spatial rift. Only the princess of the most powerful demon god lineage among the demon race escaped this power. Every tens of thousands of years, this princess will come back to life through a specific method, thus attacking the seal of the demon race, and getting stronger and stronger one at a time. According to the stupidity of this demon race right now, this demon princess should have already come back to life and regained command over the demon race scattered all over the universe." Upon hearing this, the people present couldn't help but voice their doubts. "Huh? Then why didn't this senior kill all of the demon race off? Instead, why did he leave some of them sealed away?" Li Daoxian stroked his beard and gently shook his head. "Unclear. The memories are too old to know. Then our priority is to go and ask for that strong person with the special bloodline? No. According to the clues in the memory, that strong man passed away after sealing the demon race. Before he died, he divided his bloodline into 5 and passed it on to each of the 5 families that followed him. They are the Chun family, the Li family, the Xiao family, the Su family, and the Gu family. According to clues from memory, these 5 families have lived around the seal for generations, working together to defend against the invasion of the demon princess. Against the demons, they are professionals. We just have to find them." Knowing the way to deal with the demon race, the people present couldn't wait to act. And where are they? They're in the depths of the universe, it's not an easy thing to find. When the group of deans of the academy heard this, they also began to scramble forward. "Archdeacon, leave this matter to me, I'm sure I can get it done." "Don't, it's better for me to go, I'm considered relatively strong in the transition realm, I can be safer if I go." Looking at the crowd that was scrambling to be the first, Li Daoxian gently waved his hand and said in an awe-inspiring voice, "All right, knock it off. Leave the matter of going to the 5 great families to Su Rue. Su Rue is a wind attribute spirit power and is better at speed. All the rest are stationed at the academy to prevent the demons from going and returning and causing harm to our students." Seeing that Li Daoxian had made his decision, the people present did not say anything more. "That's Su Rue, you stay for a while, I'll draw you a map to the addresses of the 5 great clans, and then you'll watch as you head to the Yin-Yang realm." The group of people from the Yin-Yang realm's teleportation array opened up farther away, making it easier for you to catch up. "Yes." After Su Rue obtained the map drawn by Li Daoxian, he set out on the road to find the 5 great families. On the other hand, on the other side of the devil race's great hall, Devil Clothes was also kneeling down in front of Shen Zixi. "Lord Holy Maiden, I have thoroughly grasped the Deviline technique you gave me, and I can start cultivating it at any time." Shen Zixi, who was sitting in the upper seat, nodded. "And how's the candidate you were told to pick?" "Don't worry, Holy Maiden Sama, I already picked it out a long time ago." Saying that, Magic Cloth clapped his hands, and 9 beautiful-looking women appeared behind him. All of these were geniuses selected by Devil's Clothes from the demon race. Not only did they possess extremely high cultivation talent, but they also had absolute loyalty to the demon race. Plus you, that makes 10? Yes. My subordinate feels that it's better not to spread this magic Yin technique on a large scale. There are quite a few greedy people in our demon race, it would be just as well if it were an ordinary thing. This technique requires the absorption of pure yang qi. If someone can't suppress their greed and absorb yang qi at will, it will cause irreversible consequences. Chapter 65. It's time for you to play your part. Well, you've thought it through quite thoroughly, so you should hurry up and start cultivating. Our demon race needs more immortal realm cultivators to help me go and do more things. On the other side of the dungeon, during these 10 days, it was also a time to linger day and night and enjoy the happy moments of life. It can't be helped, and the two don't want to be so depraved. Mostly because it was just too quiet in this dungeon. It was a little awfully quiet, and not a single other sound could be heard. The two of them can't talk face to face every day, so they just have a little fun for themselves. Charlie Chan, meanwhile, was in the dungeon having Bai Suyi serve himself. Soyoa, you can, this means of serving people is getting more and more skillful. It's not like you forced it out of me, I'm pissed off just talking about it, forcing me to do things I don't want to do every day. Looking at Bai Suyi's arrogant appearance, Charlie Chan almost laughed out loud. You really can pretend, then I see that you are quite active when you serve me, how come I forced you? Seemingly being spoken to, Bai Suyi blushed and said in a delicate voice. Don't be ridiculous, you're the one who made me do it. Just as the two were talking about love here, a rush of footsteps sounded from the dungeon. The two of them instantly panicked and organized their clothes. It turned out that the one who came was none other than the magic clothes that brought them here earlier. Information on the woman is being probed. Name, magic coat. Race, demon. Life expectancy, 53,698 80,000. Qualification, heavenly spirit root. Physical, none. Cultivation level, 3rd level of the ferrying realm. Yin Qi, 83. Magic clothes came to the front of the dungeon, then grabbed Charlie Chan in the dungeon directly. Let's go, it's time for you to play your part. Bai Suyi, who was on the side, saw that Charlie Chan was going to be taken away, and also rushed up to stop him. What are you doing? What do you care what I'm going to do? You worry about yourself first. Saying that, the Devil's Clothes flung his arm and threw Bai Suyi, who had come to his side, flying out. Looking at Bai Suyi, who was lying on the ground, Demon Clothes snorted coldly before leaving the dungeon. After leaving from the dungeon, Charlie Chan was brought to a small courtyard. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, Charlie Chan was locked into a room by magic clothes. Looking at the magic clothes in the room, Charlie Chan also sighed helplessly. Just tell me what you demon clan want, kill or die as you please, but you have to let me die as well. Magic Clothes gently undid his tunic and tossed it aside. Looking at Charlie Chan, who was full of determination, Magic Clothes revealed a smile. Just lie still on the bed and let me do the rest. Charlie Chan looked at Magic Cloth's eyes and also instantly understood what she was trying to do. This turned out to be eyeing her own beauty and wanted to turn on herself. In that case, Charlie Chan could only suffer. Who let Charlie Chan be just a prisoner of the Yuaning realm? Seeing that Charlie Chan didn't say anything, Magic Clothes came to Charlie Chan's side, and with a hint of blush on her face, she threw Charlie Chan onto the bed. An hour later, Devil's Clothes sat on the edge of the bed and put his clothes back on. Looking behind her at Charlie Chan, who was lying on the bed with a face full of stagnation, a hint of blush unconsciously appeared on her face. She seemed to be embarrassed by what had just happened, but then she returned to normal. Not just make out with a man, the devil woman should be generous, do not have to stick to the smallest detail. Once fully dressed, Magic Clothes tiptoed out of the room. And at that moment, Charlie Chan felt that the yang energy in his body had dried up. Charlie Chan could be certain that this had definitely cultivated a gong method that specialized in sucking yang qi. The Dragon Yang divine skill that Charlie Chan cultivated was now at the 4th layer as Charlie Chan broke through to the Yuaning realm. The concentration of yang qi in the body was terrifying, and no matter how powerful that woman was, it was unlikely that she would be able to suck the yang qi in Charlie Chan's body directly dry without the help of external feats. Even if she had the ability to drain it, she wouldn't be able to withstand the yang energy. But after sucking the yang energy out of Charlie Chan's body, the Devil's Clothes were like a person who was fine, putting on his clothes and leaving. Therefore the Devil's Clothes were definitely running towards the yang energy in his body. Having analyzed the purpose of the other party, Charlie Chan could do nothing but suffer. Who let themselves fall into each other's hands? Charlie Chan sat up with strong support and looked at a small red flower on the bed. This woman is pretending to be mature in front of me, but it turns out that she is also a hairy girl, heh. Near noon, a good-looking woman came to Charlie Chan's room. She brought a lot of yang qi replenishing spiritual plants to help Charlie Chan replenish his yang qi quickly. After Charlie Chan ate all of these spiritual plants, the deficiency of yang qi in his body was replenished a lot. Comfort, that empty feeling I never want to experience again. Charlie Chan leaned against the bed, a soothing expression on his face. Just when Charlie Chan wanted to have a beautiful sleep, he suddenly noticed that he was still standing beside the same demonic woman who had given him the spirit plant. Looking at the woman staring at herself with a burning gaze and a hint of blush in her eyes, Charlie Chan inquired. Is there anything else you want, beautiful? Huh? Something's wrong. Sister Magic Clothes wants me to use the yang qi in your body for cultivation. Woman's message being detected. Name, Magic Orchid. Race, Demon. Life expectancy, 2103 4400. Qualification, Heavenly Spirit Root. Physical, none. Cultivation, 8th level of the transformation realm. Inchi, 48. Are you here to absorb my yang energy too? Mordoran nodded sheepishly. Yes. Charlie Chan was speechless, so this demon race was treating itself as a tool for cultivation. Then you do it. I don't know how to get started. Ugh. Then you lie down nicely and leave the rest to me. Following Charlie Chan's instructions, Moloch lay down obediently. After an hour, Devil Orchid fled in panic, leaving Charlie Chan alone to feel the emptiness. You devil clansmen are too unkind, at least leave me some spirit plants that replenish my yang qi. In this way, Charlie Chan began the journey of being absorbed into the yang energy every day for the magical girls to cultivate. On the other side of the dungeon, Bai Suyi looked at Charlie Chan, who had been taken away for more than half a month, and was worried. Bai Suyi touched her stomach with a worried expression on her face. She is now pregnant with Charlie Chan's baby, which is supposed to be a happy thing, but Charlie Chan is still alive and dead, which can't help but make people worry. Chapter 66, The Li Family. Just when Bai Suyi was at a loss for words, a figure appeared in front of her. Bai Suyi looked up and realized that it was a great beauty of bubbling beauty. Even a top beauty like Bai Suyi was somewhat ashamed of herself in front of her. Who are you? Devil's holy maiden Haiyu. Saying that, Shen Zixi pushed the door and walked into the room. Bai Suyi also stood up from the straw warily. Looking at Bai Suyi's small stomach, Shen Zixi was surprised. Pregnant? Bai Suyi rubbed her small stomach and didn't answer her question. Where's Charlie Chan? Where have you gotten him? You don't have to worry about Charlie Chan's safety, he's of great use to us and we are not going to hurt her. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyi let out a sigh of relief, as long as Charlie Chan was not harmed. And what will you do with me? Bai Suyi believed that the other party would definitely not capture herself for no reason. This vegetarian virgin's sacred body of their own must be of great use to them. We want to make you one of our own. Shen Zixi brought Bai Suyi to a secret room. There was a huge light formation in this chamber. The light array emitted a pure white light, and how it looked did not look like something from the demon race. Shen Zixi pointed at the light formation in front of her and introduced it. This is our demon race's sacred transformation formation. As long as you stand in the middle of the sanctification formation, you can metamorphose the spiritual energy in your body into magical energy. The number of times this formation can be used is very precious. It can only be used once in the course of a year. Looking at Shen Zixi with a calm tone, Bai Suyi slowly said. Do you think I'd walk in? You will. I have your man, with a child in his belly. If you didn't have a child in your belly, you might have fought me to the end, but after motherhood, I'm afraid you'll. Bai Suyi sighed, this demonic holy maiden was really powerful. Does it hurt? No way. Bai Suyi took a deep breath, then she slowly walked to the center of the sanctification formation. 10 minutes later, the sanctification of Bai Suyi was over. What had been black hair turned into the purple color of the demons. A pure spiritual energy had also turned into the magic power only found in the demon race. Looking at the way the demonic aura was swirling around her body, Bai Suyi sat paralyzed on the ground, her eyes filled with despondency. Although the promise was very frank, but after it really happened to herself, Bai Suyi realized how cruel this matter was. After all, turning into a demon like this was something that no one else could accept. And looking at the successfully demonized Bai Suyi, Shen Zixi walked to her side to help her up from the ground. Welcome to being a member of the demon clan. In this way, Charlie Chan became a tool for the demonic woman's cultivation. And Bai Suyi was forced to join the demon clan and become a member of the demon clan. Time has changed, and in the blink of an eye it's already 3 years later. At this moment, in the outskirts of a nebula, a graceful figure appeared. This woman was naturally Su Rue, who had been sent to find the 5 great families. Su Rue looked at the map in her hand and then glanced at the surrounding terrain, and a look of delight appeared in her eyes. Finally the right place, ha ha ha. When Li Daoxian sent Su Rue a mission, although he knew that Su Rue was fast, he forgot that Su Rue was a road warrior. She searched for a long time to find the right path. Looking at this nebula in front of her, Su Rue plunged down. But the next second, Su Rue sensed a hint of something wrong. She always felt an aura of danger. So she stopped and looked around warily. As a result, the next second a man and a woman both appeared in front of Su Rue. Don't look at the fact that this man and woman were only at the cultivation level of the Mahayana realm, but Su Rue could be sure that if the two sides really exchanged blows, he himself would not necessarily be able to beat the two. If they were bare-handed, the two would definitely be no match for Su Rue. Only the two were holding spirit swords in their hands. The spirit sword emitted a powerful spiritual power fluctuation that made Su Rue, who was in the transition realm, feel her heart skip a beat, so it was obviously not a mortal item. What kind of person? How dare you trespass into the Li clan's starfield? Hearing the other person introduce himself, Su Rue realized that he had found the right place. You are from the Li family? I'm from the Tianjiao Academy, and I have important clues about the demon race to report to the Li family. A clue to the demons? The two, a man and a woman, exchanged glances, and then led Su Rue to the Li family. Su Rue, led by the two men, also arrived at the Li family headquarters. The Li family's headquarters was built in the middle of a void. The headquarters has pavilions and high-rise buildings, a feeling of opulence and splendor. Houses constructed in the middle of the void, your 5 great clans are really strong. The two were also slightly surprised to hear that Su Rue actually knew about the 5 great families. You still know the names of the 5 great families? It seems that your Tianjiao Academy is considered a relatively powerful force in the outside world. The man said this as if it was a bit arrogant. However, this was not an exaggeration at all. Although the 5 great clans were powerful, they had always developed in their respective territories and never flaunted them to the outside world. Those who were able to know information about their 5 great families were generally forces with some depth. It's not too big, our academy is just the Grandine who has reached immortal strength, it can't be compared to you guys. There's no need to get ahead of yourself. We have also obtained the inherited bloodline of our ancestors, which is why we have such strength, otherwise everyone would be the same. Oh, where is your Li family headquarters? The man didn't hide it from her, but pointed ahead. It's just up ahead is where our patriarch, my grand-grandfather, lived, next to that is the receiving parlor, and over there is the family garden. Wow, you're bringing me to meet such a central figure just because of my side of the story? Aren't you afraid that your grandpa will be in danger? Su Rue regretted it just as soon as she said that. This Li family was powerful, and with their own strength, it was hard to believe that they would still be a threat to them. Xiangyu Hongmen Banquet, that's because Xiangyu has the strength to kill Lu Bang by himself. If Lu Bang had set up a Hongmen Banquet for Xiangyu, it wouldn't necessarily have been the one who died. When the man heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything else. The 3 of them arrived in the headquarters of the Li family above this void. Under the leadership of the 2 men, Su Rue smoothly met the Li family patriarch. The patriarch of the Li family wore a gray outfit with a full head of white hair and a long white beard. On the outside, it looks no different from an ordinary old man. The kind you can't recognize at a glance when you put it in a crowd. The old man also revealed a kind gaze when he learned that an outsider had met him. Chapter 67 Li Xuanhuan of the Li family. How are you, young man? You must have something important to come to my Li family. Su Rue glanced at the young people surrounding the old man. Feeling the deep ocean-like aura emanating from them, Su Rue let out a deep breath and calmed her nervousness. The strength of this Li family is really powerful. The surrounding young people casually singled out one, can hang their great Dean Li Daoxian. Su Rue then recounted the events of the previous few years between the demon race and the Heaven's Pride Academy. Knowing that a terrifying powerhouse had appeared in the demon race, the group of Li clan descendants present frowned. Even the patriarch sitting on the first place, the joyful color that had just disappeared from his brows. Alright, I know all the situation you mentioned, you've come a long way, go down and rest first, I'll discuss it with the clansmen. Su Rui knew that the matter of the demon race was significant and it was not something she could interfere with, so after bowing, she followed a Li clan woman at the side and left. When Su Rui left, the Li family patriarch looked at the people present and said, "It looks like the once in hundreds of thousands of years cataclysm is about to begin again, and the demon god clan princess is about to make a comeback. Alas! I remember when I was still a young child during the last spirit demon war, and the ferocity of the battle was still fresh in my mind. Now it's time for the big battle to begin again, and I wonder what kind of bloody storm is going to be stirred up." Although the sons of the Li family were very nervous, each and every one of them were all prim and proper. "Don't worry, grandfather ancestor, based on what that girl said just now, this demon princess should have just come into her own and is not yet in a position of power, so there is absolutely no need to worry. We only need to make a timely move now, and we can strangle this demon princess in the cradle." At this time, a middle-aged man whose appearance appeared to be in his 50s standing beside the Li family patriarch came to the front of the crowd. "Father, leave the matter of purging the demon race to me." On the other side of the magic city, in the courtyard where Charlie Chan was, the 9 magical girls led by Devil's Clothes were sitting on a small pavilion in the courtyard, drinking tea and laughing. Ever since learning the magic Yin technique, as well as having Charlie Chan as a young rich experienced baby, they wouldn't have to cry and practice anymore. Every day, as long as he absorbed the pure yang qi from Charlie Chan's body, he could rapidly improve his cultivation level. Moreover, the speed of this cultivation enhancement was also very fast. Absorbing 1 hour would be worth half a month of hard training. Half an hour later, a gorgeous-looking magical girl walked out of the room. While walking, he also straightened his clothes. "Sister Magic Clothes, go inside." Devil's Clothes nodded, then stood up and walked into the room. An hour later, Magic Clothes walked out of the room with a blushing face. Several people just kept on alternating like this, constantly sucking the yang qi from Charlie Chan's body. Charlie Chan has been sucking his yang energy uninterruptedly by these 10 magical girls for the past 3 years. It's been painful and joyful during this time as well. His cultivation level was also increasing, coming to the 4th level of the Yuaning realm. "Okay sisters, that's enough for today, I'll check on the kids later." A few people glanced at the sky and felt that the day was almost over. Charlie Chan came to Bai Sudi's room. Looking at Chen Haitang, who was sitting on the ground playing with toys, he also took him into his arms. "Haitang, have you missed Daddy?" "I want to." "Haitang misses father, only when will father give me a younger sibling? Ah. Haitang wants a younger sibling to play with me." "Oh? Having a younger sibling? Alright, when father is free, I'll give you a younger sibling." Just as the father and daughter were chatting, Bai Sudi carried a plate of food and walked out from the side kitchen. Looking at the father and daughter who had a close relationship, Bai Sudi emerged with a smile. Since turning into a demon, the combination of the purple flavor and the pure aura of the vegetarian virgin's sacred body had become even more alluring than before. The way the 3 members of the family sat down to eat together in harmony made Charlie Chan feel very comfortable. Being able to come and see the mother and daughter from time to time was the biggest expectation of Charlie Chan in the 3 years he had been in this magic city. The most important things in a creature's life are eating and shibori. One is to continue his lineage, and the other is to keep himself alive. Charlie Chan's greatest wish is to find Shen Zixi and his parents. So he wanted to quickly raise his cultivation level. Now that there were 10 magical girls helping themselves to cultivate, the 2 sides were also considered to be in a mutually cooperative relationship. 3 months later, the eldest son of the Li family patriarch, Li Xuanhuan, brought a group of Li family juniors to the Tenjiao Academy. Li Daoxian, who had gotten the news, also came out to greet him personally. The crowd discussed for a while at the Heaven's Pride Academy, and finally the crowd was ready to set off on the spot to where the devil race survived. The crowd arrived at the waterfall where several of Charlie Chan's men had been taken. Li Xuanhuan's cultivation was very strong, even though 3 years had passed. But with his keen perception, he was still able to feel the residual demonic aura in the air. Li Xuanhuan took a step forward, then looked at an empty space in front of him and violently stretched out his hands. Li Xuanhuan's 2 palms immediately held up a spatial crack. The crowd present at the Heaven's Pride Academy saw this scene and their jaws dropped. Holding up a spatial rift with his bare hands, is this the true strength of the Li family? It's really scary as hell. When he propped up the spatial rift to the size of one person, Li Xuanhuan glanced at the crowd behind him, and then plunged headlong into the spatial rift. The others outside, seeing this, followed suit. 10 minutes later, the crowd passed through the space tunnel and arrived over the demon planet. Looking at the deep purple planet in front of them that was emitting a thick magical power, Li Daoxian and the rest of the Li clan instantly revealed expressions of surprise. The Li clan's senior people are really terrifying as hell. They've even found out where the demon clan is so simply. Now we should be able to find both Charlie Chan and Baisudi. Under Li Xuanhuan's leadership, the group of cultivators present flew towards the demon star with great vigor. However, the devil race had operated here for many years, and had already detected the other party's presence as early as when they had left the space tunnel and arrived at the outskirts of the devil star. The demonic powers that had been gathered together by Shen Zixi sensed the invasion of a strong enemy and also came to the outside of the demon star to meet the enemy. In the division of strength of the immortal realm, it was mainly divided into Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Xianxian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal, Mixed Dala Golden Immortal, and Immortal Emperor. The demonic powers that arrived there were basically all at the Golden Immortal realm. Looking at the dozen or so Golden Immortal realm powerhouses in front of them, the juniors of the Li family were also surprised. It's fortunate that it was discovered early, and that these demons haven't formed a climate yet. Chapter 68 The Cold Poison in Your Daughter-in-Law's Body. If this is a dozen or so Tai Golden Immortal Realm demons, it's going to be a bad day. Looking at these demons in front of him, Li Xuanhuan took the lead. Taking out his own immortal sword, he slashed at the demonic powerhouse in front of him. Li Xuanhuan was a Tai Golden Immortal Realm powerhouse. The gap between immortal realms was very large. This gap of a large realm was like a heavenly rift. The dozen or so Golden Immortal Realm demon race powerhouses looked at the sword chi that was slashing towards them and felt like a few small bugs in front of a hurricane, without an ounce of resistance. Fortunately, Shen Zixi appeared in front of the crowd in time to block the attack. Looking at the beautiful demoness in front of him whose strength had reached Tai Golden Immortal, Li Xuanhuan frowned and said in a stern voice, "You're the demon princess?" Shen Zixi didn't deny it and answered directly, "That's right, I'm the demon race's holy maiden Haiyu." He thought that Li Xuanhuan would say a few more words, but he didn't expect Li Xuanhuan to pick up the spirit sword in his hand and start attacking Shen Zixi. Shen Zixi naturally would not lead her neck to be killed, and immediately began to violently resist. Every attack from the two emitted a powerful shockwave. When the others present saw the scene, they also retreated, so as not to be harmed by the aftershocks of their attacks. The strength of this, which is truly as terrifying as it is, to be able to fight father to a draw, this is if it is allowed to fully recover its strength. I don't know what kind of situation will happen. By then, I'm afraid that Grandpa won't be able to take the other side even if he makes a move. No wonder such a demon princess needed the 5 great clans to join forces to repel her, so the other party is so strong. I was careless this time. If I had known to let the second and third uncles all come, I would have definitely been able to take this witch down. Just as the Li family juniors were sighing, Li Xuanhuan struck a heavy blow that sent Shen Zixi flying out, creating a distance between the two. Then Li Xuanhuan took out a token from his waist. Shen Zixi felt the spatial power in the token from the moment it appeared. The other guy is clearly trying to shake people down. Shen Zixi certainly wouldn't engage in a battle, and immediately flew towards the demon star behind her. The crowd present still wanted to chase after them, but Shen Zixi and a group of demon race great powers had just entered the demon star when a huge shield formed around the demon star. Stop the crowd outside. The token in Li Xuanhuan's hand also formed a simple teleportation array. The teleportation array had just been formed when the Li clan's patriarch as well as a group of the Li clan's executives teleported over from the teleportation array. "Father, the demon princess is on this demon star, let's quickly join forces to smash the shield of this demon star to kill in and get rid of the demon princess." As soon as Li Xuanhuan's words fell, the magic star shroud along with the magic star all disappeared, and at the magic star's location, only a young teenager, Charlie Chan, was left behind. The people present were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I didn't expect that this demonic race had left such a hand, and even constructed a huge teleportation array on the periphery of the demon star, and in times of danger, it even directly passed away. Seeing this scene, the Li family patriarch frowned. This devil clan is now a fish into the sea. The universe is too big to find its whereabouts. It looks like this devil clan will eventually become a great danger. This time when I go back, I have to quickly convene the 5 clans general assembly to discuss how to deal with the devil clan. Just as the Li family patriarch was talking, Li Xuanhuan was also on guard and brought Charlie Chan, a suspicious character, to the front of the crowd. The crowd felt the spiritual energy emanating from Charlie Chan's body, and they also knew that Charlie Chan was one of their own. What kind of person is this, and how did they get thrown off the demon star? Can it be that it's a spy from the demon race? No, the demon race is very xenophobic. If there is no magic power in the body, the demon race won't identify with each other at all. According to ancient records, the demon race rarely sends out things like spies. Just as the Li family members were speculating about Charlie Chan's identity, a group of executives from the Heaven's Pride Academy at the back recognized Charlie Chan's identity. Li Daoxian, who was the boss, took the lead and came directly in front of the crowd. Seniors, this is a student of our Heaven's Pride Academy who was captured by the devil race some time ago. This child has a pure heart and is definitely not a scout of the devil race. When the Li family patriarch heard this, he also wanted to return the unconscious Charlie Chan. In that case, before the Li family patriarch could finish speaking, Li Xuanhuan tugged on his arm twice, then privately and quietly transmitted his voice. Father, your daughter-in-law had an attack of cold poison and is still in a coma. This kid possesses the power of pure yang. He can help your daughter-in-law alleviate the cold poison. It's better to bring him back to the Li family first. Hearing this, the Li clan patriarch froze for a moment, then replied with some difficulty. But with this kid's strength, he'll die if he gets too much yang qi absorbed. A weakling of the Yuaning realm is just a weakling. Dead is dead. How much your daughter-in-law has contributed to our family, you can't bear to see them die. Hearing this, the Li family patriarch revealed a tangled gaze. This eldest daughter-in-law of his, who did have cultivation and ability, had contributed a lot to the development of the Li family. But this act of plotting other people's lives to save his own family's lives was something he really didn't want to do. In the end, after some thought, the head of the Li family sighed and finally agreed to Li Xuanhuan's request. You've done good things all your life, so let's do bad things for once. Just what the Li family patriarch didn't know was how much harm this decision of his would cause to the Li family. The Li family patriarch then looked at Li Daoxian on the side with a smile on his face. Li, we can't give this person back to you. This young man has survived for so long from the demon race's territory, he must know quite a bit about the demon race. It's very important to us and we're going to take it back and find out. And we feel that this kid's identity is very suspicious. If he's a spy of the demon race, then your Heaven's Pride Academy will be in danger. So it's better for us to bring him back to the Li family for the time being, and wait until it's confirmed that there's no mistake. Li Daoxian knew that the matter of the demon race was significant, so he didn't think much about it. Alright then, I'll listen to Patriarch Li. Just like that, after the crowd returned to the Heaven's Pride Academy, the Li family brought Charlie Chan back to the Li family. Not long after returning to the Li family, Charlie Chan woke up from his coma. Looking at the white-bearded old man in front of him, Charlie Chan also scratched his head a little confused. Aren't you having a double practice with the magic clothes? Why is there suddenly an old man in front of you? Can't it be that this demon wants me to double cultivate with this old man? Am I in front or behind? Cutie, what are you thinking? This isn't the demon clan, this is the Li clan? Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Charlie Chan froze for a moment. Chapter 69 Li Xuanhuan's request for help. Then a little confused. Who's talking? At this time, the voices of the other magical girls also resounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Idiot, it's us, I'm Magic Clothes. I am Moloch. I'm Magic Rue. Hearing the familiar voice coming from his mind, Charlie Chan understood. Where are you guys? Why are you talking inside my head? Looking at Charlie Chan's adorable appearance, the magical girls laughed with a laughter like silver bells. A few people then told Charlie Chan about the cause and effect of the incident. It turned out that the Li family had invaded the demon clan, so in order to protect their own safety, they had burrowed into a magic treasure that could hold living things and completely isolate their breath, and put it into Charlie Chan's bloodline to prevent it from being discovered. Learning of his current situation, Charlie Chan also nodded. So, that's pretty good. When I want to cultivate with you guys, you can always drill out and cultivate with me, huh? Just as Charlie Chan learned this in his heart. The system's voice also sounded in Charlie Chan's mind. Detecting men's information. Name, Li Kong Tat. Race, human. Life expectancy, 658,091 700,000. Qualification, Yang spiritual root. Physical, none. Cultivation, Dala golden immortal realm. Yin Qi, none. Looking at his opponent's realm, Charlie Chan sucked in a breath of cool air. The Great Luo golden immortal realm? What the hell? Where did such a strong man come from? 700,000 years of life, is this a human being? What are you looking at, young man? Hearing the old man's voice, Charlie Chan slowed down. It's fine, I just felt that your cultivation is a bit too strong for you, old man, and was a bit surprised. But I can feel the righteousness in the old man's body, you must be a great man. When Li Kanda heard this, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. A good man? This great man in your eyes will soon be working against his conscience. This is the Li clan Starfield, and we rescued you from the Demon Clan, mainly because we wanted to learn more about the Demon Clan from you. Hearing this, Charlie Chan nodded. Then he told the other party about the situation of the demon race without hiding anything. Don't look at the fact that Charlie Chan had been spending the past 3 years in the demon race's territory. But in fact, Charlie Chan does not understand the situation of the Devil Tribe at all. Every day is not in the Devil Tribe to be squeezed by the Devil Woman, or with Bai Sudi and Chen Haitang mother and daughter to live. The other places have not been very much, and even the Devil Tribe's boss looks like have not seen. Li Kangda was also skeptical about Charlie Chan's one question. But looking at Charlie Chan's clear gaze, there was no sign of lying. Li Dakong then believed what he said. A Yuaning realm was just that, and it was estimated that he would only be able to see the bottom of the demon race. Alright, then young man, you take a good rest and get well, I'll leave first. With that, Li Condor got up and left Charlie Chan's room. After Li Kanta left, Charlie Chan laid down on the bed and summoned the magic clothes to eat his mouth. There was no way around it, the temptation of the witch was huge for Charlie Chan. Every day without wrapping his arms around the willow waist of the devil's clothing that was killing him, Charlie Chan always felt like there was something missing from his side. You guy, this place is full of strong people, you even summoned me out, and you're not afraid that I'll be discovered by the Li family. What are you afraid of, come on. Let me touch the leg. Hooligans. Just as the two were making out, footsteps came from outside the door. Charlie Chan was quick on his feet and teleported the magic clothes into the magic treasure in his bloodline. The magic clothes had just disappeared when the person outside the door walked in. The person who came was none other than Li Xuanhuan. Li Xuanhuan looked around and after realizing that no one else was there, he tiptoed to Charlie Chan's side. Charlie Chan also pretended to look at the other party as if he had just woken up from a nap. Awake from your nap? How's the body feeling? My body is a bit tired, I'll be fine after a bit of rest, thank you for your concern, senior. Charlie Chan replied while observing the other party's message. Learning that the other party was a Tai Golden Immortal Realm powerhouse, there was also a moment of mommy and me inwardly. This Li family is really powerful, this Golden Immortal Realm is everywhere. Seeing that Charlie Chan's body was not in any serious condition, Li Xuanhuan also made his intentions known. I see that little brother has the power of pure yang in his body, I wonder if I can ask little brother for a favor. Of course there's no problem, the Li family saved my life, I definitely want to return the favor from the spring, as long as it's something that the late generation can do, senior, just say it. Hearing this, a trace of a satisfied smile appeared on Li Xuanhuan's face. Then I'm welcome. My lady has been poisoned by cold, and needs the power of pure yang to help her remove the cold poison and save her life. I want you to use the power of pure yang in your own body to help my lady remove the cold poison from her body, and there will definitely be a heavy thank you after this is accomplished. The power of pure yang removes the cold poison? That's kind of interesting. This infusion of the power of pure yang must be double cultivated. A man actually agreed to his woman to double cultivate with another person, should say not to say that this Li Xuanhuan's pattern is big enough. But this pattern isn't big enough anymore, and his wife is going to die soon. Besides, at his realm, they had long since looked away from things like the body, and they cared more about spiritual communication. No problem, just leave it to me, I will definitely do my best to keep the lady alive. Looking at Charlie Chan's determined eyes, Li Xuanhuan nodded. Alright then, just get some rest and I'll come and get your help in a couple days. Li Xuanhuan then walked out of Charlie Chan's room in style. As soon as Li Xuanhuan left, Magic Clothes and a group of other magical girls chattered. This Li family is really shameless, even trying to plot against your life. That's quite a nice thing to say, his wife must be a high-level cultivator, the cold poison in her body must be very powerful. If you go to save her with your cultivation, you'll definitely die due to the depletion of yang qi and the backlash of the cold poison. This Li Xuanhuan is so cunning, he even hid this matter from you so that you would willingly trade your life for his wife's. And to say that our demon race is sinister and cunning, now it seems that this Li family is also a devil who disregards the lives of others for his own selfish desires. Learning that there were such twists and turns in this, Charlie Chan was also a bit surprised. So if I go, will I be in danger? It should be dangerous for anyone else, but not for you. With your perverted yang qi recovery speed, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hearing this, Charlie Chan was relieved. Since this Li family is ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Saying that, a smile appeared at the corner of Charlie Chan's mouth. Chapter 70, I just have a little stomach problem. A few days later, Li Xuanhuan came, and Li Xuanhuan brought Charlie Chan to an underground secret room in the Li family headquarters. On the stone bed in the middle of the chamber, a dignified-looking woman lay. This woman should be Li Xuanhuan's wife. Only at this time, this woman's face was pale, even a little purple, and her body emitted a long, cold aura, as if she was an ice cube. Li Xuanhuan came to the woman's side and extended his hand to introduce himself. This is my lady Lingyao, I'll trouble little brother next. It's fine, it's all just a matter of lifting a hand, the late generation will definitely use all their strength to lift the cold poison from Madam's body. Li Xuanhuan nodded, then walked out of the secret room. When Charlie Chan saw Li Xuanhuan leave, he also looked at Lingyao who was lying on the bed. This Lingyao is really a graceful noblewoman. That dignified air is simply rare. Charlie Chan placed his hand on Lingyao's face, and a smooth, cold, and soft sensation immediately passed into Charlie Chan's hand. Name, Lingyao. Race, human. Life expectancy, 336,801 500,000. Qualification, Yin spirit root. Physical, none. Cultivation, golden immortal realm. Yin Qi, 130. In that case, I'll be polite. No need to be polite. For the bad guy who tried to murder your life, you still want to be polite to her. Go for it. Charlie Chan, get her pregnant with your baby. Yeah, plant her little watermelons. Encouraged by the magical girls, Charlie Chan got going. Half an hour later, Charlie Chan fell to the ground with frost on his face. Several magical girls came out of Charlie Chan's body and helped him up from the ground. You're okay. Luckily, there's still air, no major problems. Charlie Chan was also a bit bitter. I didn't expect this cold poison to be so powerful, it was comparable to Bai Bing's cold ice saint body. Fortunately for Charlie Chan, under the white ice cold ice sacred body's exercise, his body had a certain level of resistance to ice attribute energies, otherwise Charlie Chan would have really been frozen to death by this cold poison. Fortunately. I'm still holding up. Wait for me to meditate and dispel the cold poison in my body. In this way, Charlie Chan restored his yang energy again by continuously expelling the cold from his body. The process of measuring yang qi into Lingyao's body again was cyclical. It took half a month before and after to get the cold poison in Lingyao's body clean. Li Xuanhuan, who was waiting outside the secret room, was confused. He had thought that Charlie Chan shouldn't be able to withstand the cold, but he didn't expect him to hold out hard. And it lasted 10 days. That day, as the cold poison was expelled, Lingyao also woke up from her coma. Looking at the strange man in front of her, Lingyao's face changed dramatically. But then, as if he had thought of something, he hardened the surprise in his heart and suppressed it. Looking at the calm Lingyao, Charlie Chan was also a bit surprised. This woman is worthy of being the wife of the eldest son of the Li family. This would probably kill any other woman who woke up and saw this scene. And yet she managed to stay calm and collected, truly the best of women. Charlie Chan got up, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Madam, you are awake. Senior Chen Charlie was ordered by Senior Li Xuanhuan to remove the cold poison for Madam. Lingyao felt the cold poison that was almost removed from her body and was also impressed with Charlie Chen. I didn't expect this latecomer to the Yuaning realm to be able to remove the cold poison from his body. It looked like this young man was quite talented in the cultivation of the power of pure yang. Lingyao sat up and gently covered her chest. Looking at the clear-eyed and serious-faced Charlie Chan in front of him, he was also very satisfied inwardly. There aren't many young men left who can keep their hearts so firm when they're naked. To be able to remove the cold poison from my body at the Yuaning realm, young man, you're very talented in the cultivation of the power of pure yang. It's really hard on you. Elder, don't be polite. The Li family saved me from the hands of the demon race, then the Li family is my benefactor. These are all things I should do. With that said, Charlie Chan got up and held Lingyao's arm, saying in a gentle tone, Elder, try to stand up and see if your body is better. With Charlie Chan's assistance, Lingyao slowly stood up. But there were still remnants of the cold poison in his body, and every time he moved Lingyao's body would experience excruciating pain. No, it hurts too much, and the cold poison in my body needs to be cleared again. Then you can sit back down first, and my junior will immediately continue to remove the cold poison from your body. Charlie Chan then began to sit on the ground, restoring the yang qi in his body. Although the cold poison was still present in Ling Yao's body, her sensory ability had been restored. Feeling the rapidly replenishing yang qi in Charlie Chan's body like an ordinary rocket eruption, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. What a weirdo! After 10 minutes or so, Charlie Chan restored the yang energy in his body and began to dispel the cold poison for Ling Yao. Time to say no. It's a big difference between being awake and being in a coma. Ling Yao is hundreds of thousands of years old, and Charlie Chan is considered a calf eating old grass. Not to mention, this old grass is really chewy. The two of them thus dispelled the cold air in the chamber for some time longer. It wasn't until half a month later that the coldness in Ling Yao's body was finally completely cleaned out by Charlie Chan. Only what Ling Yao didn't expect was that she actually felt the breath of life arising in her small abdomen. How could Ling Yao, who had already produced 3 sons, still not be clear that she was definitely pregnant? As for whose child this is, that naturally goes without saying. He himself had stayed with Charlie Chan for the past month, and no one else had even met him. When Ling Yao learned of this news, she immediately frowned, her heart in a trance. After this month's time together, Ling Yao could be said to have a heart for Charlie Chan. She especially liked Charlie Chan's young-filled body. Li Xuanhuan is a hardened body, but he's an old married man. More or less, he would get tired of Ling Yao. Being with Charlie Chan made Ling Yao feel the passion of her youth. Should I say no, I'm still happy with Charlie Chan. But she never wanted to give Charlie Chan a child. What will Li Xuanhuan do if he gives birth to a child? What about his 3 sons? What about his reputation? Can't you give them all up? No way. This must be kept hidden, no one must know about it. Looking at Ling Yao, who was dry heaving, Charlie Chan also pretended to be flustered. Are you alright, senior? Is it the cold poison that hasn't cleared up yet? Ling Yao raised her head and looked at Charlie Chan's flustered expression. What a good boy he is. So concerned about himself. I'm fine, I have a bit of a stomach bug, I get nauseous a lot, I'll be fine when I rest for a while, you don't have to worry.